The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 1, being a history of civilization in Egypt and the Near East to the death of Alexander, and in India, China, and Japan from the beginning to our own day, with an introduction on the nature and foundations of civilization, by Will Durant. Copyright 1935 by Will Durant. Copyright renewed 1963 by Will Durant. This recording of the full-length reading of Our Oriental Heritage was published by arrangement with Monica Ariel Mihel, Trustee Ethel B. Durant Trust, Monica Ariel Mihel and William James Durant Easton, and was produced in 1994 by Books on Tape Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Neither this recording nor any part thereof may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authority from Books on Tape Incorporated. This book is read by Alexander Adams. Please observe the following procedures as you listen to these tapes. If you have borrowed this book from your local library, please return it to them at the end of the agreed period. If you are one of our regular rental customers, you may keep this book for 30 days from date of receipt by you, but after that time we charge additional rental of 25 cents per day. Dates are checked by postmark. Please return this book at the earliest possible time so another subscriber can have the use of this recording. To return cassettes to us, make sure they are all packaged in their plastic cassette cases and in proper order in the mailing container. Kindly seal the mailing container for return. Postage is already paid. Drop in any mailbox for return to Books on Tape. Should a cassette fail to play properly, hold it flat in the palm of your hand and slap it smartly against a hard, flat surface. If this does not work, or if you cannot otherwise free the reels, and if you are a library customer, please ask your local library to contact Books on Tape for a replacement cassette. If you are one of our rental customers, please call us at our regular customer service number. Give us the name of the book and number of the cassette. We will immediately send you a replacement at no charge. Discard the broken cassette. Our Oriental Heritage, Part 1, by Will Durant. This book consists of 31 chapters, and it is 933 pages long. The following material appears on the dust jacket of the book. Many years ago, before the days of the story of philosophy, Will Durant planned to write a history of the 19th century. He started to work on it, only to find that his subject could be understood only in terms of what had come before. His research gradually led him into the formation of a plan for writing a history of all civilization, ancient and modern, Occidental and Oriental. His enthusiasm was further spurred by 2 trips around the world, and particularly by an intensive study of the history of the Far East. Here, then, is the first volume of this Story of Civilization, Our Oriental Heritage, complete in itself. Dr. Durant worked on it steadily from 1927 to 1932, and the book represents the 3rd complete rewriting. Our Oriental Heritage deals first with the establishment of civilization, and then takes up, not in rapid review but in rich and fascinating detail, the colorful, complex dramas of the Near East, India and her neighbors, and the Far East. The story is carried up to mid-1930s. Every one of the thousands of facts in Our Oriental Heritage has been checked and double-checked, but as a safeguard against possible errors, extra copies of the manuscript were made and sent to many specialists, including Professor Harry Wolfson of Harvard, Dr. Ananda Kumaraswamy of the Boston Museum of Fine Arts, and Professor H. Gowan of the University of Washington. This volume, then, begins with a chapter on the nature and conditions of civilization, offers a 109-page introduction on the establishment of civilization, an attempt to meet Voltaire's demand, "I want to know what were the steps by which men passed from barbarism to civilization." It goes on to record the cultural history, the economic and political organization, the science and art, the religion and morals, the literature and philosophy, the customs and manners of Sumeria, Egypt, Babylonia, Assyria, Judea, and Persia to their conquest by Alexander, and narrates the history of civilization in India, from the Vedas to Mahatma Gandhi, in China from Confucius to Chiang Kai-shek, and in Japan from the earliest times to mid-1930s. Those who have read Our Oriental Heritage have compared it, and the series of which it is a part, with the great work of the French encyclopedists of the 18th century. The Story of Civilization represents the most comprehensive attempt in our times to embrace the vast panorama of man's history and culture. Dedication to Ariel. Preface. I have tried in this book to accomplish the first part of a pleasant assignment which I rashly laid upon myself some 20 years ago. to write a history of civilization. I wish to tell as much as I can, in as little space as I can, of the contributions that genius and labor have made to the cultural heritage of mankind, to chronicle and contemplate in their causes, character, and effects the advances of invention, the varieties of economic organization, the experiments in government, the aspirations of religion, the mutations of morals and manners, the masterpieces of literature, the development of science, the wisdom of philosophy, and the achievements of art. I do not need to be told how absurd this enterprise is, nor how immodest is its very conception, for many years of effort have brought it to but a fifth of its completion, and have made it clear that no one mind and no single lifetime can adequately compass this task. Nevertheless, I have dreamed that despite the many errors inevitable in this undertaking, it may be of some use to those upon whom the passion for philosophy has laid the compulsion to try to see things whole, to pursue perspective, unity, and understanding through history in time, as well as to seek them through science in space. I have long felt that our usual method of writing history in separate longitudinal sections, economic history, political history, religious history, the history of philosophy, the history of literature, the history of science, the history of music, the history of art, does injustice to the unity of human life. That history should be written collaterally as well as lineally, synthetically as well as analytically, and that the ideal historiography would seek to portray in each period the total complex of a nation's culture, institutions, adventures, and ways. But the accumulation of knowledge has divided history, like science, into 1,000 isolated specialties. The prudent scholars have refrained from attempting any view of the whole, whether of the material universe or of the living past of our race. For the probability of error increases with the scope of the undertaking, and any man who sells his soul to synthesis will be a tragic target for a myriad merry darts of specialist critique. "Consider," said Ptahhotep 5,000 years ago, "how thou mayest be opposed by an expert in council. It is foolish to speak on every kind of work." A history of civilization shares the presumptuousness of every philosophical enterprise. It offers the ridiculous spectacle of a fragment expounding the whole. Like philosophy, such a venture has no rational excuse, and is at best but a brave stupidity. But let us hope that, like philosophy, it will always lure some rash spirits into its fatal depths. The plan of the series is to narrate the history of civilization in 5 independent parts. 1. Our Oriental heritage, a history of civilization in Egypt and the Near East to the death of Alexander, and in India, China, and Japan to the present day, with an introduction on the nature and elements of civilization. 2. Our classical heritage, a history of civilization in Greece and Rome, and of civilization in the Near East under Greek and Roman domination. 3. Our medieval heritage, Catholic and feudal Europe, Byzantine civilization, Mohammedan and Judaic culture in Asia, Africa, and Spain, and the Italian Renaissance. 4. Our European heritage, the cultural history of the European states from the Protestant Reformation to the French Revolution. 5. Our modern heritage, the history of European invention and statesmanship, science and philosophy, religion and morals, literature and art from the accession of Napoleon to our own times. Our story begins with the Orient, not merely because Asia was the scene of the oldest civilizations known to us, but because those civilizations formed the background and basis of that Greek and Roman culture which Sir Henry Maine mistakenly supposed to be the whole source of the modern mind. We shall be surprised to learn how much of our most indispensable inventions, our economic and political organization, our science and our literature, our philosophy and our religion, goes back to Egypt and the Orient. At this historic moment, when the ascendancy of Europe is so rapidly coming to an end, when Asia is swelling with resurrected life, and the theme of the 20th century seems destined to be an all-embracing conflict between the East and the West, the provincialism of our traditional histories, which began with Greece and summed up Asia in a line, has become no merely academic error, but a possibly fatal failure of perspective and intelligence. The future faces into the Pacific, and understanding must follow it there. But how shall an Occidental mind ever understand the Orient? 8 years of study and travel have only made this too more evident, that not even a lifetime of devoted scholarship would suffice to initiate a Western student into the subtle character and secret lore of the East. Every chapter, every paragraph in this book will offend or amuse some patriotic or esoteric soul. The Orthodox Jew will need all his ancient patience to forgive the pages on Yahweh. The metaphysical Hindu will mourn this superficial scratching of Indian philosophy. and the Chinese or Japanese sage will smile indulgently at these brief and inadequate selections from the wealth of Far Eastern literature and thought. Some of the errors in the chapter on Judea have been corrected by Professor Harry Wolfson of Harvard. Dr. Ananda Kumaraswamy of the Boston University of Fine Arts has given the section on India a most painstaking revision, but must not be held responsible for the conclusions I have reached or the errors that remain. Professor H. Gowan, the learned Orientalist of the University of Washington, and Upton Close, whose knowledge of the Orient seems inexhaustible, have checked the more flagrant mistakes in the chapters on China and Japan. And Mr. George Sokolsky has given to the pages on contemporary affairs in the Far East the benefit of his first-hand information. Should the public be indulgent enough to call for a second edition of this book, the opportunity will be taken to incorporate whatever further corrections may be suggested by critics, specialists, and readers. Meanwhile, a weary author may sympathize with Tai Tung, who in the 13th century issued his History of Chinese Writing with these words, "Were I to await perfection, my book would never be finished." Since these ear-minded times are not propitious for the popularity of expensive books on remote subjects of interest only to citizens of the world, it may be that the continuation of this series will be delayed by the prosaic necessities of economic life. But if the reception of this adventure in synthesis makes possible an uninterrupted devotion to the undertaking, Part 2 should be ready by the fall of 1940, and its successors should appear, by the grace of health, at 5-year intervals thereafter. Nothing would make me happier than to be freed for this work from every other literary enterprise. I shall proceed as rapidly as time and circumstance will permit, hoping that a few of my contemporaries will care to grow old with me while learning, and that these volumes may help some of our children to understand and enjoy the infinite riches of their inheritance. Will Durant, Great Neck, New York, March 1935. Acknowledgments. I am grateful to the following authors and publishers for permission to quote from their books: W. E. Leonard, Gilgamesh, The Viking Press; H. A. Giles, A History of Chinese Literature, D. Appleton Century Company; Edna Worthley Underwood, Tu Fu, The Mosher Press; Arthur Whaley, 170 Chinese Poems, Alfred A. Knopf; James H. Breasted, The Development of Religion and Thought in Ancient Egypt, Scribner's; Shigeyoshi Obata, Works of Li Po, E. P. Dutton; Eunice Tietjens, Poetry of the Orient, Alfred A. Knopf; Mark Van Doren, Anthology of World Poetry, The Literary Guild; Upton Close, Unpublished Translations of Chinese Poems. Introduction. The Establishment of Civilization. I want to know what were the steps by which men passed from barbarism to civilization. Voltaire. Chapter 1. The Conditions of Civilization. Definition: geological conditions, geographical, economic, racial, psychological, causes of the decay of civilizations. Civilization is social order promoting cultural creation. 4 elements constitute it: economic provision, political organization, moral traditions, and the pursuit of knowledge and the arts. It begins where chaos and insecurity end. For when fear is overcome, curiosity and constructiveness are free, and man passes by natural impulse towards the understanding and embellishment of life. Certain factors condition civilization and may encourage or impede it. First, geological conditions. Civilization is an interlude between ice ages. At any time the current of glaciation may rise again, cover with ice and stone the works of man, and reduce life to some narrow segment of the earth. Or the demon of earthquake, by whose leave we build our cities, may shrug his shoulders and consume us indifferently. Second, geographical conditions. The heat of the tropics and the innumerable parasites that infest them are hostile to civilization. Lethargy and disease and a precocious maturity and decay divert the energies from those inessentials of life that make civilization and absorb them in hunger and reproduction. Nothing is left for the play of the arts and the mind. Rain is necessary, for water is the medium of life, more important even than the light of the sun. The unintelligible whim of the elements may condemn to desiccation regions that once flourished with empire and industry, like Nineveh or Babylon, or may help to swift strength and wealth cities apparently off the main line of transport and communication, like those of Great Britain or Puget Sound. If the soil is fertile in food or minerals, if rivers offer an easy advantage of exchange, if the coastline is indented with natural harbors for a commercial fleet, If, above all, a nation lies on the high road of the world's trade, like Athens or Carthage, Florence or Venice, then geography, though it can never create it, smiles upon civilization and nourishes it. Economic conditions are more important. A people may possess ordered institutions, a lofty moral code, and even a flair for the minor forms of art, like the American Indians. And yet, if it remains in the hunting stage, if it depends for its existence upon the precarious fortunes of the chase, it will never quite pass from barbarism to civilization. A nomad stock, like the Bedouins of Arabia, may be exceptionally intelligent and vigorous. It may display high qualities of character, like courage, generosity, and nobility. But without that simple sine qua non of culture, a continuity of food, its intelligence will be lavished on the perils of the hunt and the tricks of trade, and nothing will remain for the laces and frills, the curtsies and amenities, the arts and comforts of civilization. The first form of culture is agriculture. It is when man settles down to till the soil and lay up provisions for the uncertain future, that he finds time and reason to be civilized. Within that little circle of security, a reliable supply of water and food, he builds his huts, his temples, and his schools. He invents productive tools and domesticates the dog, the ass, the pig, and at last himself. He learns to work with regularity and order, maintains a longer tenure of life, and transmits more completely than before the mental and moral heritage of his race. Culture suggests agriculture, but civilization suggests the city. In one aspect, civilization is the habit of civility, and civility is the refinement which townsmen, who made the word, thought possible only in the civitas, or city. The word civilization, Latin civilis, pertaining to the civis, citizen, is comparatively young. Despite Boswell's suggestion, Johnson refused to admit it to his dictionary in 1772. He preferred to use the word civility. For in the city are gathered, rightly or wrongly, the wealth and brains produced in the countryside. In the city, invention and industry multiply comforts, luxuries, and leisure. In the city, traders meet and barter goods and ideas. In that cross-fertilization of minds, at the crossroads of trade, intelligence is sharpened and stimulated to creative power. In the city, some men are set aside from the making of material things and produce science and philosophy, literature and art. Civilization begins in the peasant's hut, but it comes to flower only in the towns. There are no racial conditions to civilization. It may appear on any continent and in any color. At Pekin or Delhi, at Memphis or Babylon, at Ravenna or London, in Peru or Yucatan. It is not the great race that makes the civilization. It is the great civilization that makes the people. Circumstances geographical and economic create a culture, and the culture creates a type. The Englishman does not make British civilization. It makes him. If he carries it with him wherever he goes and dresses for dinner in Timbuktu, it is not that he is creating his civilization there anew, but that he acknowledges even there its mastery over his soul. Given like material conditions, and another race would beget like results. Japan reproduces in the 20th century the history of England in the 19th. Civilization is related to race only in the sense that it is often preceded by the slow intermarriage of different stocks and their gradual assimilation into a relatively homogeneous people. Blood, as distinct from race, may affect a civilization in the sense that a nation may be retarded or advanced by breeding from the biologically, not racially, worse or better strains among the people. These physical and biological conditions are only prerequisites to civilization. They do not constitute or generate it. Subtle psychological factors must enter into play. There must be political order, even if it be so near to chaos as in Renaissance Florence or Rome. Men must feel, by and large, that they need not look for death or taxes at every turn. There must be some unity of language to serve as a medium of mental exchange. Through church or family or school or otherwise, there must be a unifying moral code, some rules of the game of life acknowledged even by those who violate them, and giving to conduct some order and regularity, some direction and stimulus. Perhaps there must also be some unity of basic belief, some faith, supernatural or utopian, that lifts morality from calculation to devotion, and gives life nobility and significance despite our mortal brevity. And finally, there must be education, some technique, however primitive, for the transmission of culture. Whether through imitation, initiation, or instruction, whether through father or mother, teacher or priest, the lore and heritage of the tribe, its language and knowledge, its morals and manners, its technology and arts, must be handed down to the young as the very instrument through which they are turned from animals into men. The disappearance of these conditions, sometimes of even one of them, may destroy a civilization. A geological cataclysm or a profound climatic change, an uncontrolled epidemic like that which wiped out half the population of the Roman Empire under the Antonines, or the Black Death that helped to end the feudal age, the exhaustion of the land or the ruin of agriculture through the exploitation of the country by the town, resulting in a precarious dependence upon foreign food supplies, the failure of natural resources, either of fuels or of raw materials, a change in trade routes, leaving a nation off the main line of the world's commerce, mental or moral decay from the strange stimuli and contacts of urban life, from the breakdown of traditional sources of social discipline and the inability to replace them, the weakening of the stock by a disorderly sexual life, or by an Epicurean, pessimist, or quietist philosophy, the decay of leadership through the infertility of the able and the relative smallness of the families that might bequeath most fully the cultural inheritance of the race, a pathological concentration of wealth leading to class wars, disruptive revolutions, and financial exhaustion. These are some of the ways in which a civilization may die. For civilization is not something inborn or imperishable. It must be acquired anew by every generation, and any serious interruption in its financing or its transmission may bring it to an end. Man differs from the beast only by education, which may be defined as the technique of transmitting civilization. Civilizations are the generations of the racial soul. As family rearing and then writing bound the generations together, handing down the lore of the dying to the young, so print and commerce and 1,000 ways of communication may bind the civilizations together and preserve for future cultures all that is of value for them in our own. Let us, before we die, gather up our heritage and offer it to our children. Chapter 2. The Economic Elements of Civilization. Despite recent high example to the contrary, the word civilization will be used in this volume to mean social organization, moral order, and cultural activity, while culture will mean, according to the context, either the practice of manners and the arts, or the sum total of a people's institutions, customs, and arts. It is in the latter sense that the word culture will be used in reference to primitive or prehistoric societies. In one important sense, the savage, too, is civilized, for he carefully transmits to his children the heritage of the tribe, that complex of economic, political, mental, and moral habits and institutions which it has developed in its efforts to maintain and enjoy itself on the earth. It is impossible to be scientific here, for in calling other human beings savage or barbarous we may be expressing no objective fact, but only our fierce fondness for ourselves, and our timid shyness in the presence of alien ways. Doubtless we underestimate these simple peoples, who have so much to teach us in hospitality and morals. If we list the bases and constituents of civilization, we shall find that the naked nations invented or arrived at all but one of them, and left nothing for us to add except embellishments and writing. Perhaps they too were once civilized, and desisted from it as a nuisance. We must make sparing use of such terms as savage and barbarous in referring to our contemporaneous ancestry. Preferably, we shall call primitive all tribes that make little or no provision for unproductive days and little or no use of writing. In contrast, the civilized may be defined as literate providers. 1. From hunting to tillage. Primitive improvidence, beginnings of provision, hunting and fishing, herding, the domestication of animals, agriculture, food, cooking, cannibalism. 3 meals a day are a highly advanced institution. Savages gorge themselves or fast. The wilder tribes among the American Indians considered it weak-kneed and unseemly to preserve food for the next day. The natives of Australia are incapable of any labor whose reward is not immediate. Every Hottentot is a gentleman of leisure. And with the Bushmen of Africa it is always either a feast or a famine. There is a mute wisdom in this improvidence, as in many savage ways. The moment man begins to take thought of the morrow, he passes out of the Garden of Eden into the vale of anxiety. The pale cast of worry settles down upon him, greed is sharpened, property begins, and the good cheer of the thoughtless native disappears. The American Negro is making this transition today. "Of what are you thinking?" Peary asked one of his Eskimo guides. "I do not have to think," was the answer. "I have plenty of meat." Not to think unless we have to. There is much to be said for this as the summation of wisdom. Nevertheless, there were difficulties in this carelessness, and those organisms that outgrew it came to possess a serious advantage in the struggle for survival. The dog that buried the bone which even a canine appetite could not manage, the squirrel that gathered nuts for a later feast, the bees that filled the comb with honey, the ants that laid up stores for a rainy day, these were among the first creators of civilization. It was they, or other subtle creatures like them, who taught our ancestors the art of providing for tomorrow out of the surplus of today, or of preparing for winter in summer's time of plenty. With what skill those ancestors ferreted out from land and sea the food that was the basis of our simple societies. They grubbed edible things from the earth with bare hands. They imitated or used the claws and tusks of the animals, and fashioned tools out of ivory, bone, or stone. They made nets and traps and snares of rushes or fiber, and devised innumerable artifices for fishing and hunting their prey. The Polynesians had nets 1,000 ells long, which could be handled only by 100 men. In such ways, economic provision grew hand in hand with political organization, and the united quest for food helped to generate the state. The Tlingit fisherman put upon his head a cap like the head of a seal, and hiding his body among the rocks made a noise like a seal. Seals came toward him, and he speared them with the clear conscience of primitive war. Many tribes threw narcotics into the streams to stupefy the fish into cooperation with the fishermen. The Tahitians, for example, put into the water an intoxicating mixture prepared from the huteo nut or the hora plant. The fish, drunk with it, floated leisurely on the surface and were caught at the angler's will. Australian natives, swimming under water while breathing through a reed, pulled ducks beneath the surface by the legs and gently held them there till they were pacified. The Tarahumaras caught birds by stringing kernels on tough fibers half buried under the ground. The birds ate the kernels, and the Tarahumaras ate the birds. Hunting is now to most of us a game, whose relish seems based upon some mystic remembrance in the blood of ancient days when to hunter as well as hunted it was a matter of life and death. For hunting was not merely a quest for food. It was a war for security and mastery, a war beside which all the wars of recorded history are but a little noise. In the jungle, man still fights for his life, for though there is hardly an animal that will attack him unless it is desperate for food or cornered in the chase, yet there is not always food for all, and sometimes only the fighter or the breeder of fighters is allowed to eat. We see in our museums the relics of that war of the species in the knives, clubs, spears, arrows, lassos, bolas, lures, traps, boomerangs, and slings with which primitive men won possession of the land and prepared to transmit to an ungrateful posterity the gift of security from every beast except man. Even today, after all these wars of elimination, how many different populations move over the earth? Sometimes, during a walk in the woods, one is awed by the variety of languages spoken there, by the myriad species of insects, reptiles, carnivores, and birds. One feels that man is an interloper on this crowded scene, that he is the object of universal dread and endless hostility. Some day, perhaps, these chattering quadrupeds, these ingratiating centipedes, these insinuating bacilli, will devour man and all his works, and free the planet from this marauding biped, these mysterious and unnatural weapons, these careless feet. Hunting and fishing were not stages in economic development. They were modes of activity designed to survive into the highest forms of civilized society. Once the center of life, they are still its hidden foundations. Behind our literature and philosophy, our ritual and art, stand the stout killers of Packingtown. We do our hunting by proxy, not having the stomach for honest killing in the fields, but our memories of the chase linger in our joyful pursuit of anything weak or fugitive, in the games of our children, even in the word game. In the last analysis, civilization is based upon the food supply. The cathedral and the capitol, the museum and the concert chamber, the library and the university are the facade. In the rear are the shambles. To live by hunting was not original. If man had confined himself to that, he would have been just another carnivore. He began to be human when out of the uncertain hunt he developed the greater security and continuity of the pastoral life. For this involved advantages of high importance: the domestication of animals, the breeding of cattle, and the use of milk. We do not know how or when domestication began, perhaps when the helpless young of slain beasts were spared and brought to the camp as playthings for the children. The animal continued to be eaten, but not so soon. It acted as a beast of burden, but it was accepted almost democratically into the society of man. It became his comrade and formed with him a community of labor and residence. The miracle of reproduction was brought under control, and 2 captives were multiplied into a herd. Animal milk released women from prolonged nursing, lowered infantile mortality, and provided a new and dependable food. Population increased, life became more stable and orderly, and the mastery of that timid parvenu, man, became more secure on the earth. Meanwhile, woman was making the greatest economic discovery of all, the bounty of the soil. While man hunted, she grubbed about the tent or hut for whatever edible things lay ready to her hand on the ground. In Australia, it was understood that during the absence of her mate on the chase, the wife would dig for roots, pluck fruit and nuts from the trees, and collect honey, mushrooms, seeds, and natural grains. Even today, in certain tribes of Australia, the grains that grow spontaneously out of the earth are harvested without any attempt to separate and sow the seed. The Indians of the Sacramento River Valley never advanced beyond this stage. We shall never discover when men first noted the function of the seed and turned collecting into sowing. Such beginnings are the mysteries of history, about which we may believe and guess, but cannot know. It is possible that when men began to collect unplanted grains, seeds fell along the way between field and camp and suggested at last the great secret of growth. The Zhuangs threw the seeds together into the ground, leaving them to find their own way up. The natives of Borneo put the seed into holes which they dug with a pointed stick as they walked the fields. The simplest known culture of the earth is with this stick, or digger. In Madagascar 50 years ago, the traveler could still see women armed with pointed sticks, standing in a row like soldiers, and then at a signal, digging their sticks into the ground, turning over the soil, throwing in the seed, stamping the earth flat, and passing on to another furrow. The second stage in complexity was culture with the hoe. The digging stick was tipped with bone and fitted with a crosspiece to receive the pressure of the foot. When the conquistadors arrived in Mexico, they found that the Aztecs knew no other tool of tillage than the hoe. With the domestication of animals and the forging of metals, a heavier implement could be used. The hoe was enlarged into a plow, and the deeper turning of the soil revealed a fertility in the earth that changed the whole career of man. Wild plants were domesticated, new varieties were developed, old varieties were improved. Finally, nature taught man the art of provision, the virtue of prudence, the concept of time. Watching woodpeckers storing acorns in the trees and the bees storing honey in hives, man conceived, perhaps after millenniums of improvident savagery, the notion of laying up food for the future. He found ways of preserving meat by smoking it, salting it, freezing it. Better still, he built granaries, secure from rain and damp, vermin and thieves, and gathered food into them for the leaner months of the year. Slowly it became apparent that agriculture could provide a better and steadier food supply than hunting. With that realization, man took one of the 3 steps that led from the beast to civilization: speech, agriculture, and writing. It is not to be supposed that man passed suddenly from hunting to tillage. Many tribes, like the American Indians, remained permanently becalmed in the transition, the men given to the chase, the women tilling the soil. Not only was the change presumably gradual, but it was never complete. Man merely added a new way of securing food to an old way, and for the most part throughout his history he has preferred the old food to the new. We picture early man experimenting with 1,000 products of the earth to find, at much cost to his inward comfort, which of them could be eaten safely, mingling these more and more with the fruits and nuts, the flesh and fish he was accustomed to, but always yearning for the booty of the chase. Primitive peoples are ravenously fond of meat, even when they live mainly on cereals, vegetables, and milk. If they come across the carcass of a recently dead animal, the result is likely to be a wild debauch. Very often no time is wasted on cooking. The prey is eaten raw, as fast as good teeth can tear and devour it. Soon nothing is left but the bones. Whole tribes have been known to feast for a week on a whale thrown up on the shore. Though the Fuegians can cook, they prefer their meat raw. When they catch a fish, they kill it by biting it behind the gills, and then consume it from head to tail without further ritual. The uncertainty of the food supply made these nature peoples almost literally omnivorous. Shellfish, sea urchins, frogs, toads, snails, mice, rats, spiders, earthworms, scorpions, moths, centipedes, locusts, caterpillars, lizards, snakes, boas, dogs, horses, roots, lice, insects, larvae, the eggs of reptiles and birds, there is not one of these but was somewhere a delicacy or even a pièce de résistance to primitive men. Some tribes are expert hunters of ants. Others dry insects in the sun and store them for a feast. Others pick the lice out of one another's hair and eat them with relish. If a great number of lice can be gathered to make a petite marmite, They are devoured with shouts of joy as enemies of the human race. The menu of the lower hunting tribes hardly differs from that of the higher apes. The discovery of fire limited this indiscriminate voracity and cooperated with agriculture to free man from the chase. Cooking broke down the cellulose and starch of 1,000 plants indigestible in their raw state, and man turned more and more to cereals and vegetables as his chief reliance. At the same time, cooking, by softening tough foods, reduced the need of chewing and began that decay of the teeth which is one of the insignia of civilization. To all the varied articles of diet that we have enumerated, man added the greatest delicacy of all, his fellow man. Cannibalism was at one time practically universal. It has been found in nearly all primitive tribes, and among such later peoples as the Irish, the Iberians, the Picts, and the 11th century Danes. Among many tribes, human flesh was a staple of trade, and funerals were unknown. In the Upper Congo, living men, women, and children were bought and sold frankly as articles of food. On the island of New Britain, human meat was sold in shops, as butcher's meat is sold among ourselves. And in some of the Solomon Islands, human victims, preferably women, were fattened for a feast like pigs. The Fuegians ranked women above dogs because they said dogs taste of otter. In Tahiti, an old Polynesian chief explained his diet to Pierre Loti. The white man, when well roasted, tastes like a ripe banana. The Fijians, however, complained that the flesh of the whites was too salty and tough, and that a European sailor was hardly fit to eat. A Polynesian tasted better. What was the origin of this practice? There is no surety that the custom arose, as formerly supposed, out of a shortage of other food. If it did, the taste, once formed, survived the shortage and became a passionate predilection. Everywhere among nature peoples, blood is regarded as a delicacy, never with horror. Even primitive vegetarians take to it with gusto. Human blood is constantly drunk by tribes otherwise kindly and generous, sometimes as medicine, sometimes as a rite or covenant, often in the belief that it will add to the drinker the vital force of the victim. No shame was felt in preferring human flesh. Primitive man seems to have recognized no distinction in morals between eating men and eating other animals. In Melanesia, the chief who could treat his friends to a dish of roast man soared in social esteem. "When I have slain an enemy," explained a Brazilian philosopher chief, "it is surely better to eat him than to let him waste. The worst is not to be eaten, but to die. If I am killed, it is all the same whether my tribal enemy eats me or not. But I could not think of any game that would taste better than he would. You whites are really too dainty." Doubtless the custom had certain social advantages. It anticipated Dean Swift's plan for the utilization of superfluous children, and it gave the old an opportunity to die usefully. There is a point of view from which funerals seem an unnecessary extravagance. To Montaigne, it appeared more barbarous to torture a man to death under the cover of piety, as was the mode of his time, than to roast and eat him after he was dead. We must respect one another's delusions. 2. The foundations of industry: fire, primitive tools, weaving and pottery, building and transport, trade and finance. If man began with speech and civilization with agriculture, industry began with fire. Man did not invent it. Probably nature produced the marvel for him by the friction of leaves or twigs, a stroke of lightning, or a chance union of chemicals. Man merely had the saving wit to imitate nature and to improve upon her. He put the wonder to 1,000 uses. First, perhaps, he made it serve as a torch to conquer his fearsome enemy, the dark. Then he used it for warmth, and moved more freely from his native tropics to less enervating zones, slowly making the planet human. Then he applied it to metals, softening them, tempering them, and combining them into forms stronger and suppler than those in which they had come to his hand. So beneficent and strange was it that fire always remained a miracle to primitive man, fit to be worshipped as a god. He offered it countless ceremonies of devotion and made it the center or focus, which is Latin for hearth, of his life and home. He carried it carefully with him as he moved from place to place in his wanderings, and would not willingly let it die. Even the Romans punished with death the careless Vestal Virgin who allowed the sacred fire to be extinguished. Meanwhile, in the midst of hunting, herding, and agriculture, invention was busy, and the primitive brain was racking itself to find mechanical answers to the economic puzzles of life. At first man was content, apparently, to accept what nature offered him, the fruits of the earth as his food, the skins and furs of the animals as his clothing, the caves and the hillsides as his home. Then, perhaps, for most history is guessing, and the rest is prejudice, he imitated the tools and industry of the animal. He saw the monkey flinging rocks and fruit upon his enemies, or breaking open nuts and oysters with a stone. He saw the beaver building a dam, the birds making nests and bowers, the chimpanzees raising something very like a hut. He envied the power of their claws, teeth, tusks, and horns, and the toughness of their hides, and he set to work to fashion tools and weapons that would resemble and rival these. Man, said Franklin, is a tool-using animal, but this too, like the other distinctions on which we plume ourselves, is only a difference of degree. Many tools lay potential in the plant world that surrounded primitive man. From the bamboo he made shafts, knives, needles, and bottles. Out of branches he made tongs, pincers, and vices. From bark and fibers he wove cord and clothing of 100 kinds. Above all, he made himself a stick. It was a modest invention, but its uses were so varied that man always looked upon it as a symbol of power and authority. From the wand of the fairies and the staff of the shepherd to the rod of Moses or Aaron, the ivory cane of the Roman consul, the lituus of the augurs, and the mace of the magistrate or the king. In agriculture, the stick became the hoe. In war, it became the lance or javelin or spear, the sword or bayonet. Again, man used the mineral world and shaped stones into a museum of arms and implements. Hammers, anvils, kettles, scrapers, arrowheads, saws, planes, wedges, levers, axes, and drills. From the animal world he made ladles, spoons, vases, gourds, plates, cups, razors, and hooks out of the shells of the shore, and tough or dainty tools out of the horn or ivory, the teeth and bones, the hair and hide of the beasts. Most of these fashioned articles had handles of wood attached to them in cunning ways, bound with braids of fiber or cords of animal sinew, and occasionally glued with strange mixtures of blood. The ingenuity of primitive men probably equaled, perhaps it surpassed, that of the average modern man. We differ from them through the social accumulation of knowledge, materials, and tools, rather than through innate superiority of brains. Indeed, nature men delight in mastering the necessities of a situation with inventive wit. It was a favorite game among the Eskimos to go off into difficult and deserted places and rival one another in devising means for meeting the needs of a life unequipped and unadorned. This primitive skill displayed itself proudly in the art of weaving. Here, too, the animal showed man the way. The web of the spider, the nest of the bird, the crossing and texture of fibers and leaves, and the natural embroidery of the woods set an example so obvious that in all probability weaving was one of the earliest arts of the human race. Bark, leaves, and grass fibers were woven into clothing, carpets, and tapestry, sometimes so excellent that it could not be rivaled today, even with the resources of contemporary machinery. Aleutian women may spend a year in weaving one robe. The blankets and garments made by the North American Indians were richly ornamented with fringes and embroideries of hairs and tendon threads dyed in brilliant colors with berry juice. Colors so alive, says Father Théodule, that ours do not seem even to approach them. Again, art began where nature left off. The bones of birds and fishes and the slim shoots of the bamboo tree were polished into needles, and the tendons of animals were drawn into threads delicate enough to pass through the eye of the finest needle today. Bark was beaten into mats and cloths, skins were dried for clothing and shoes, fibers were twisted into the strongest yarn, and supple branches and colored filaments were woven into baskets more beautiful than any modern forms. Akin to basketry, perhaps born of it, was the art of pottery. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 1, Side 2. Akin to basketry, perhaps born of it, was the art of pottery. Clay placed upon wickerwork to keep the latter from being burned hardened into a fireproof shell which kept its form when the wickerwork was taken away. This may have been the first stage of a development that was to culminate in the perfect porcelains of China. Or perhaps some lumps of clay, baked and hardened by the sun, suggested the ceramic art. It was but a step from this to substitute fire for the sun, and to form from the earth myriad shapes of vessels for every use, for cooking, storing, and transporting, at least for luxury and ornament. Designs imprinted by fingernail or tool upon the wet clay were one of the first forms of art, and perhaps one of the origins of writing. Out of sun-dried clay, primitive tribes made bricks and adobe, and dwelt, so to speak, in pottery. But that was a late stage of the building art, binding the mud hut of the savage in a chain of continuous development with the brilliant tiles of Nineveh and Babylon. Some primitive peoples, like the Vedas of Ceylon, had no dwellings at all, and were content with the earth and the sky. Some, like the Tasmanians, slept in hollow trees. Some, like the natives of New South Wales, lived in caves. Others, like the Bushmen, built here and there a wind shelter of branches, or, more rarely, drove piles into the soil and covered their tops with moss and twigs. From such wind shelters, when sides were added, evolved the hut, which is found among the natives of Australia in all its stages, from a tiny cottage of branches, grass, and earth large enough to cover 2 or 3 persons, to great huts housing 30 or more. The nomad hunter or herdsman preferred a tent which he could carry wherever the chase might lead him. The higher type of nature peoples, like the American Indian, built with wood. The Iroquois, for example, raised out of timber still bearing the bark sprawling edifices 500 feet long, which sheltered many families. Finally, the natives of Oceania made real houses of carefully cut boards, and the evolution of the wooden dwelling was complete. Only 3 further developments were needed for primitive man to create all the essentials of economic civilization: the mechanisms of transport, the processes of trade, and the medium of exchange. The porter, carrying his load from a modern plane, pictures the earliest and latest stages in the history of transportation. In the beginning, doubtless, man was his own beast of burden, unless he was married. To this day, for the most part, in southern and eastern Asia, man is wagon and donkey and all. Then he invented ropes, levers, and pulleys. He conquered and loaded the animal. He made the first sledge by having his cattle draw along the ground, long branches bearing his goods. The American Indians, content with this device, never used the wheel. He put logs as rollers under the sledge. He cut cross-sections of the log and made the greatest of all mechanical inventions, the wheel. He put wheels under the sledge and made a cart. Other logs he bound together as rafts or dug into canoes. And the streams became his most convenient avenues of transport. By land he went first through trackless fields and hills, then by trails, at last by roads. He studied the stars and guided his caravans across the mountains and deserts by tracing his route in the sky. He paddled, rowed, or sailed his way bravely from island to island, and at last spanned oceans to spread his modest culture from continent to continent. Here, too, the main problems were solved before written history began. Since human skills and natural resources are diversely and unequally distributed, a people may be enabled by the development of specific talents or by its proximity to needed materials to produce certain articles more cheaply than its neighbors. Of such articles it makes more than it consumes and offers its surplus to other peoples in exchange for their own. This is the origin of trade. The Chibcha Indians of Colombia exported the rock salt that abounded in their territory and received in return the cereals that could not be raised on their barren soil. Certain American Indian villages were almost entirely devoted to making arrowheads, some in New Guinea to making pottery, some in Africa to blacksmithing, or to making boats or lances. Such specializing tribes or villages sometimes acquired the names of their industry: smith, fisher, potter, and these names were in time attached to specializing families. Trade in surpluses was at first by an interchange of gifts. Even in our calculating days, a present, if only a meal, sometimes precedes or seals a trade. The exchange was facilitated by war, robbery, tribute, fines, and compensation. Goods had to be kept moving. Gradually, an orderly system of barter grew up, and trading posts, markets, and bazaars were established, occasionally, then periodically, then permanently, where those who had some article in excess might offer it for some article of need. For a long time, commerce was purely such exchange, and centuries passed before a circulating medium of value was invented to quicken trade. A Dyak might be seen wandering for days through a bazaar with a ball of beeswax in his hand, seeking a customer who could offer him in return something that he might more profitably use. The earliest mediums of exchange were articles universally in demand, which anyone would take in payment: dates, salt, skins, furs, ornaments, implements, weapons. In such traffic, 2 knives equaled 1 pair of stockings, all 3 equaled a blanket, all 4 equaled a gun, all 5 equaled a horse, 2 elk teeth equaled 1 pony, and 8 ponies equaled a wife. There is hardly anything that has not been employed as money by some people at some time: beans, fishhooks, shells, pearls, beads, cocoa seeds, tea, pepper, at last sheep, pigs, cows, and slaves. Cattle were a convenient standard of value and medium of exchange among hunters and herders. They bore interest through breeding, and they were easy to carry, since they transported themselves. Even in Homer's days, men and things were valued in terms of cattle. The armor of Diomedes was worth 9 head of cattle. A skillful slave was worth 4. The Romans used kindred words, pecus and pecunia, for cattle and money, and placed the image of an ox upon their early coins. Our own words capital, chattel, and cattle go back through the French to the Latin capitale, meaning property, and this in turn derives from caput, meaning head, i.e. of cattle. When metals were mined, they slowly replaced other articles as standards of value. Copper, bronze, iron, finally, because of their convenient representation of great worth in little space and weight, silver and gold became the money of mankind. The advance from token goods to a metallic currency does not seem to have been made by primitive men. It was left for the historic civilizations to invent coinage and credit, and so, by further facilitating the exchange of surpluses, to increase again the wealth and comfort of man. 3. Economic organization. Primitive communism, causes of its disappearance, origins of private property, slavery, classes. Trade was the great disturber of the primitive world, for until it came, bringing money and profit in its wake, there was no property, and therefore little government. In the early stages of economic development, property was limited for the most part to things personally used. The property sense applied so strongly to such articles that they, even the wife, were often buried with their owner. It applied so weakly to things not personally used that in their case the sense of property, far from being innate, required perpetual reinforcement and inculcation. Almost everywhere among primitive peoples, land was owned by the community. The North American Indians, the natives of Peru, the Chittagong Hill tribes of India, the Borneans and South Sea Islanders seem to have owned and tilled the soil in common and to have shared the fruits together. The land, said the Omaha Indians, is like water and wind, what cannot be sold. In Samoa, the idea of selling land was unknown prior to the coming of the white man. Professor Rivers found communism in land still existing in Melanesia and Polynesia, and in Inner Liberia it may be observed today. Only less widespread was communism in food. It was usual among savages for the man who had food to share it with the man who had none, for travelers to be fed at any home they chose to stop at on their way, and for communities harassed with drought to be maintained by their neighbors. If a man sat down to his meal in the woods, he was expected to call loudly for someone to come and share it with him before he might justly eat alone. When Turner told a Samoan about the poor in London, the savage asked in astonishment, "How is it? No food? No friends? No house to live in? Where did he grow? Are there no houses belonging to his friends?" The hungry Indian had but to ask to receive. No matter how small the supply was, food was given him if he needed it. No one can want food while there is corn anywhere in the town. Among the Hottentots it was the custom for one who had more than others to share his surplus till all were equal. White travelers in Africa before the advent of civilization noted that a present of food or other valuables to a black man was at once distributed, so that when a suit of clothes was given to one of them, the donor soon found the recipient wearing the hat, a friend the trousers, another friend the coat. The Eskimo hunter had no personal right to his catch. It had to be divided among the inhabitants of the village, and tools and provisions were the common property of all. The North American Indians were described by Captain Carver as strangers to all distinctions of property except in the articles of domestic use. They are extremely liberal to each other and supply the deficiencies of their friends with any superfluity of their own. What is extremely surprising, reports a missionary, is to see them treat one another with a gentleness and consideration which one does not find among common people in the most civilized nations. This doubtless arises from the fact that the words mine and thine, which St. Chrysostom says extinguish in our hearts the fire of charity and kindle that of greed, are unknown to these savages. I have seen them, says another observer, divide game among themselves when they sometimes had many shares to make, and cannot recollect a single instance of their falling into a dispute or finding fault with the distribution as being unequal or otherwise objectionable. They would rather lie down themselves on an empty stomach than have it laid to their charge that they neglected to satisfy the needy. They look upon themselves as but one great family. Why did this primitive communism disappear as men rose to what we, with some partiality, call civilization? Sumner believed that communism proved unbiological, a handicap in the struggle for existence, that it gave insufficient stimulus to inventiveness, industry, and thrift, and that the failure to reward the more able and punish the less able made for a leveling of capacity which was hostile to growth or to successful competition with other groups. Loskiel reported some Indian tribes of the Northeast as so lazy that they plant nothing themselves but rely entirely upon the expectation that others will not refuse to share their produce with them. Since the industrious thus enjoy no more of the fruits of their labor than the idle, they plant less every year. Darwin thought that the perfect equality among the Fuegians was fatal to any hope of their becoming civilized, or as the Fuegians might have put it, civilization would have been fatal to their equality. Communism brought a certain security to all who survived the diseases and accidents due to the poverty and ignorance of primitive society, but it did not lift them out of that poverty. Individualism brought wealth, but it brought also insecurity and slavery. It stimulated the latent powers of superior men, but it intensified the competition of life, and made men feel bitterly a poverty which, when all shared it alike, had seemed to oppress none. Perhaps one reason why communism tends to appear briefly at the beginning of civilizations is that it flourishes most readily in times of dearth, when the common danger of starvation fuses the individual into the group. When abundance comes and the danger subsides, social cohesion is lessened, and individualism increases. Communism ends where luxury begins. As the life of a society becomes more complex, and the division of labor differentiates men into diverse occupations and trades, it becomes more and more unlikely that all these services will be equally valuable to the group. Inevitably, those whose greater ability enables them to perform the more vital functions will take more than their equal share of the rising wealth of the group. Every growing civilization is a scene of multiplying inequalities. The natural differences of human endowment unite with differences of opportunity to produce artificial differences of wealth and power. And where no laws or despots suppress these artificial inequalities, they reach at last a bursting point, where the poor have nothing to lose by violence, and the chaos of revolution levels men again into a community of destitution. Hence the dream of communism lurks in every modern society as a racial memory of a simpler and more equal life, and where inequality or insecurity rises beyond sufferance, men welcome a return to a condition which they idealize by recalling its equality and forgetting its poverty. Periodically the land gets itself redistributed, legally or not, whether by the Gracchi in Rome, the Jacobins in France, or the communists in Russia. Periodically wealth is redistributed, whether by the violent confiscation of property or by confiscatory taxation of incomes and bequests. Then the race for wealth, goods, and power begins again, and the pyramid of ability takes form once more. Under whatever laws may be enacted, the abler man manages somehow to get the richer soil, the better place, the lion's share. Soon he is strong enough to dominate the state and rewrite or interpret the laws, and in time the inequality is as great as before. In this aspect, all economic history is the slow heartbeat of the social organism, a vast systole and diastole of naturally concentrating wealth and naturally explosive revolution. Communism could survive more easily in societies where men were always on the move and danger and want were ever present. Hunters and herders had no need of private property and land, but when agriculture became the settled life of men, it soon appeared that the land was most fruitfully tilled when the rewards of careful husbandry accrued to the family that had provided it. Consequently, since there is a natural selection of institutions and ideas as well as of organisms and groups, the passage from hunting to agriculture brought a change from tribal property to family property. The most economical unit of production became the unit of ownership. As the family took on more and more a patriarchal form, with authority centralized in the oldest male, property became increasingly individualized and personal bequest arose. Frequently, an enterprising individual would leave the family haven, adventure beyond the traditional boundaries, and by hard labor reclaim land from the forest, the jungle, or the marsh. Such land he guarded jealously as his own, and in the end society recognized his right and another form of individual property began. As the pressure of population increased and older lands were exhausted, such reclamation went on in a widening circle until, in the more complex societies, individual ownership became the order of the day. The invention of money cooperated with these factors by facilitating the accumulation, transport, and transmission of property. The old tribal rights and traditions reasserted themselves in the technical ownership of the soil by the village community or the king, and in periodical redistributions of the land. But after an epoch of natural oscillation between the old and the new, private property established itself definitely as the basic economic institution of historical society. Agriculture, while generating civilization, led not only to private property but to slavery. In purely hunting communities, slavery had been unknown. The hunters' wives and children sufficed to do the menial work. The men alternated between the excited activity of hunting or war and the exhausted lassitude of satiety or peace. The characteristic laziness of primitive peoples had its origin, presumably, in this habit of slowly recuperating from the fatigue of battle or the chase. It was not so much laziness as rest. To transform this spasmodic activity into regular work, two things were needed: the routine of tillage and the organization of labor. Such organization remains loose and spontaneous where men are working for themselves. Where they work for others, the organization of labor depends, in the last analysis, upon force. The rise of agriculture and the inequality of men led to the employment of the socially weak by the socially strong. Not till then did it occur to the victor in war that the only good prisoner is a live one. Butchery and cannibalism lessened. Slavery grew. It was a great moral improvement when men ceased to kill or eat their fellow men and merely made them slaves. A similar development on a larger scale may be seen today, when a nation victorious in war no longer exterminates the enemy but enslaves it with indemnities. Once slavery had been established and had proved profitable, it was extended by condemning to it defaulting debtors and obstinate criminals, and by raids undertaken specifically to capture slaves. War helped to make slavery, and slavery helped to make war. Probably it was through centuries of slavery that our race acquired its traditions and habits of toil. No one would do any hard or persistent work if he could avoid it without physical, economic, or social penalty. Slavery became part of the discipline by which man was prepared for industry. Indirectly, it furthered civilization, insofar as it increased wealth and, for a minority, created leisure. After some centuries, men took it for granted. Aristotle argued for slavery as natural and inevitable, and St. Paul gave his benediction to what must have seemed by this time a divinely ordained institution. Gradually, through agriculture and slavery, through the division of labor and the inherent diversity of men, the comparative equality of natural society was replaced by inequality in class divisions. In the primitive group, we find as a rule no distinction between slave and free, no serfdom, no caste, and little if any distinction between chief and followers. Slowly, the increasing complexity of tools and trades subjected the unskilled or weak to the skilled or strong. Every invention was a new weapon in the hands of the strong, and further strengthened them in their mastery and use of the weak. So in our time, that Mississippi of inventions we call the Industrial Revolution has enormously intensified the natural inequality of men. Inheritance added superior opportunity to superior possessions, and stratified once homogeneous societies into a maze of classes and castes. Rich and poor became disruptively conscious of wealth and poverty. The class war began to run as a red thread through all history, and the state arose as an indispensable instrument for the regulation of classes, the protection of property, the waging of war, and the organization of peace. Chapter 3. The Political Elements of Civilization. 1. The Origins of Government. The unsocial instinct, primitive anarchism, the clan and the tribe, the king, war. Man is not willingly a political animal. The human male associates with his fellows less by desire than by habit, imitation, and the compulsion of circumstance. He does not love society so much as he fears solitude. He combines with other men because isolation endangers him, and because there are many things that can be done better together than alone. In his heart he is a solitary individual, pitted heroically against the world. If the average man had had his way, there would probably never have been any state. Even today he resents it, classes death with taxes, and yearns for that government which governs least. If he asks for many laws, it is only because he is sure that his neighbor needs them. Privately, he is an unphilosophical anarchist and thinks laws in his own case superfluous. In the simplest societies there is hardly any government. Primitive hunters tend to accept regulation only when they join the hunting pack and prepare for action. The bushmen usually live in solitary families. The pygmies of Africa and the simplest natives of Australia admit only temporarily a political organization and then scatter away to their family groups. The Tasmanians had no chiefs, no laws, no regular government. The Vedas of Ceylon formed small circles according to family relationship, but had no government. The Kubus of Sumatra live without men in authority, every family governing itself. The Fuegians are seldom more than 12 together. The Tungus associate sparingly in groups of 10 tents or so. The Australian horde is seldom larger than 60 souls. In such cases, association and cooperation are for special purposes, like hunting. They do not rise to any permanent political order. The earliest form of continuous social organization was the clan, a group of related families occupying a common tract of land, having the same totem, and governed by the same customs or laws. When a group of clans united under the same chief, the tribe was formed, and became the second step on the way to the state. But this was a slow development. Many groups had no chiefs at all, and many more seem to have tolerated them only in time of war. Instead of democracy being a wilted feather in the cap of our own age, it appears at its best in several primitive groups where such government as exists is merely the rule of the family heads of the clan, and no arbitrary authority is allowed. The Iroquois and Delaware Indians recognized no laws or restraints beyond the natural order of the family and the clan. Their chiefs had modest powers, which might at any time be ended by the elders of the tribe. The Omaha Indians were ruled by a council of 7, who deliberated until they came to a unanimous agreement. Add this to the famous League of the Iroquois, by which many tribes bound themselves and honored their pledge to keep the peace, and one sees no great gap between these savages and the modern states that bind themselves revocably to peace in the League of Nations. It is war that makes the chief, the king, and the state, just as it is these that make war. In Samoa, the chief had power during war, but at other times no one paid much attention to him. The Dyaks had no other government than that of each family by its head. In case of strife, they chose their bravest warrior to lead them and obeyed him strictly, but once the conflict was ended, they literally sent him about his business. In the intervals of peace, it was the priest or head magician who had most authority and influence, and when at last a permanent kingship developed as the usual mode of government among a majority of tribes, it combined and derived from the offices of warrior, father, and priest. Societies are ruled by 2 powers, in peace by the word, in crisis by the sword. Force is used only when indoctrination fails. Law and myth have gone hand in hand throughout the centuries, cooperating or taking turns in the management of mankind. Until our own day, no state dared separate them, and perhaps tomorrow they will be united again. How did war lead to the state? It is not that men were naturally inclined to war. Some lowly peoples are quite peaceful, and the Eskimos could not understand why Europeans of the same Pacific faith should hunt one another like seals and steal one another's land. How well it is, they apostrophized their soil, that you are covered with ice and snow. How well it is that, if in your rocks there are gold and silver, for which the Christians are so greedy, it is covered with so much snow that they cannot get at it. Your unfruitfulness makes us happy, and saves us from molestation. Nevertheless, primitive life was incarnadined with intermittent war. Hunters fought for happy hunting grounds, still rich in prey. Herders fought for new pastures for their flocks. Tillers fought for virgin soil. All of them at times fought to avenge a murder, or to harden and discipline their youth, or to interrupt the monotony of life, or for simple plunder and rape, very rarely for religion. There were institutions and customs for the limitation of slaughter, as among ourselves, certain hours, days, weeks, or months during which no gentleman savage would kill, certain functionaries who were inviolable, certain roads neutralized, certain markets and asylums set aside for peace, and the League of the Iroquois maintained the Great Peace for 300 years. But for the most part, war was the favorite instrument of natural selection among primitive nations and groups. Its results were endless. It acted as a ruthless eliminator of weak peoples and raised the level of the race in courage, violence, cruelty, intelligence, and skill. It stimulated invention, made weapons that became useful tools, and arts of war that became arts of peace. How many railroads today begin in strategy and end in trade? Above all, war dissolved primitive communism and anarchism, introduced organization and discipline, and led to the enslavement of prisoners, the subordination of classes, and the growth of government. Property was the mother, war was the father of the state. 2. The state. As the organization of force, the village community, the psychological aids of the state. A herd of blond beasts of prey, says Nietzsche, a race of conquerors and masters, which, with all its warlike organization and all its organizing power, pounces with its terrible claws upon a population in numbers possibly tremendously superior, but as yet formless. Such is the origin of the state. The state, as distinct from tribal organization, says Lester Ward, begins with the conquest of one race by another. Everywhere, says Oppenheimer, we find some warlike tribe breaking through the boundaries of some less warlike people, settling down as nobility and founding its state. Violence, says Ratzenhofer, is the agent which has created the state. The state, says Gumplowitz, is the result of conquest, the establishment of the victors as a ruling caste over the vanquished. The state, says Sumner, is the product of force and exists by force. This violent subjection is usually of a settled agricultural group by a tribe of hunters and herders. For agriculture teaches men pacific ways, inures them to a prosaic routine, and exhausts them with the long day's toil. Such men accumulate wealth, but they forget the arts and sentiments of war. The hunter and the herder, accustomed to danger and skilled in killing, look upon war as but another form of the chase, and hardly more perilous. When the woods cease to give them abundant game, or flocks decrease through a thinning pasture, they look with envy upon the ripe fields of the village. They invent with modern ease some plausible reason for attack. They invade, conquer, enslave, and rule. The state is a late development, and hardly appears before the time of written history, for it presupposes a change in the very principle of social organization, from kinship to domination, and in primitive societies the former is the rule. Domination succeeds best where it binds diverse natural groups into an advantageous unity of order and trade. Even such conquest is seldom lasting, except where the progress of invention has strengthened the strong by putting into their hands new tools and weapons for suppressing revolt. In permanent conquest, the principle of domination tends to become concealed and almost unconscious. The French who rebelled in 1789 hardly realized, until Camille Desmoulins reminded them, that the aristocracy that had ruled them for 1,000 years had come from Germany and had subjugated them by force. Time sanctifies everything. Even the most arrant theft in the hands of the robber's grandchildren becomes sacred and inviolable property. Every state begins in compulsion, but the habits of obedience become the content of conscience, and soon every citizen thrills with loyalty to the flag. The citizen is right, for however the state begins, it soon becomes an indispensable prop to order. As trade unites clans and tribes, relations spring up that depend not on kinship but on contiguity, and therefore require an artificial principle of regulation. The village community may serve as an example. It displaced tribe and clan as the mode of local organization and achieved a simple, almost democratic government of small areas through a concourse of family heads. But the very existence and number of such communities created a need for some external force that could regulate their interrelations and weave them into a larger economic web. The state, ogre though it was in its origins, supplied this need. It became not merely an organized force, but an instrument for adjusting the interests of the 1,000 conflicting groups that constitute a complex society. It spread the tentacles of its power and law over wider and wider areas, and though it made external war more destructive than before, it extended and maintained internal peace. The state may be defined as internal peace for external war. Men decided that it was better to pay taxes than to fight among themselves, better to pay tribute to one magnificent robber than to bribe them all. What an interregnum meant to a society accustomed to government may be judged from the behavior of the Baganda, among whom, when the king died, every man had to arm himself, for the lawless ran riot, killing and plundering everywhere. Without autocratic rule, as Spencer said, the evolution of society could not have commenced. A state which should rely upon force alone would soon fall, for though men are naturally gullible, they are also naturally obstinate, and power, like taxes, succeeds best when it is invisible and indirect. Hence the state, in order to maintain itself, used and forged many instruments of indoctrination, the family, the church, the school, to build in the soul of the citizen a habit of patriotic loyalty and pride. This saved 1,000 policemen and prepared the public mind for that docile coherence which is indispensable in war. Above all, the ruling minority sought more and more to transform its forcible mastery into a body of law which, while consolidating that mastery, would afford a welcome security and order to the people, and would recognize the rights of the subject sufficiently to win his acceptance of the law and his adherence to the state. 3. Law. Lawlessness, law and custom, revenge, fines, courts, ordeal, the duel, punishment, primitive freedom. Law comes with property, marriage, and government. The lowest societies manage to get along without it. "I have lived with communities of savages in South America and in the East," said Alfred Russel Wallace, "who have no law or law courts but the public opinion of the village freely expressed. Each man scrupulously respects the rights of his fellows, and any infraction of those rights rarely or never takes place. In such a community all are nearly equal." Herman Melville writes similarly of the Marquesas Islanders. "During the time I have lived among the Taipis, no one was ever put upon his trial for any violence to the public. Everything went on in the valley with a harmony and smoothness unparalleled, I will venture to assert, in the most select, refined, and pious associations of mortals in Christendom." The old Russian government established courts of law in the Aleutian Islands, but in 50 years those courts found no employment. Crime and offenses, reports Brinton, was so infrequent under the social system of the Iroquois that they can scarcely be said to have had a penal code. Such are the ideal, perhaps the idealized, conditions for whose return the anarchist perennially pines. Certain amendments must be made to these descriptions. Natural societies are comparatively free from law, first because they are ruled by customs as rigid and inviolable as any law, and secondly because crimes of violence in the beginning are considered to be private matters and are left to bloody personal revenge. Underneath all the phenomena of society is the great terra firma of custom, that bedrock of time-hallowed modes of thought and action which provides a society with some measure of steadiness and order through all absence, changes, and interruptions of law. Custom gives the same stability to the group that heredity and instinct give to the species, and habit to the individual. It is the routine that keeps men sane. For if there were no grooves along which thought and action might move with unconscious ease, the mind would be perpetually hesitant and would soon take refuge in lunacy. The law of economy works in instinct and habit, in custom and convention. The most convenient mode of response to repeated stimuli or traditional situations is automatic response. Thought and innovation are disturbances of regularity, and are tolerated only for indispensable readaptations or promised gold. When to this natural basis of custom a supernatural sanction is added by religion, and the ways of one's ancestors are also the will of the gods, then custom becomes stronger than law and subtracts substantially from primitive freedom. To violate law is to win the admiration of half the populace, who secretly envy anyone who can outwit this ancient enemy. To violate custom is to incur almost universal hostility. For custom rises out of the people, whereas law is forced upon them from above. Law is usually a decree of the master, but custom is the natural selection of those modes of action that have been found most convenient in the experience of the group. Law partly replaces custom when the state replaces the natural order of the family, the clan, the tribe, and the village community. It more fully replaces custom when writing appears, and laws graduate from a code carried down in the memory of elders and priests into a system of legislation proclaimed in written tables. But the replacement is never complete. In the determination and judgment of human conduct, custom remains to the end the force behind the law, the power behind the throne, the last magistrate of men's lives. The first stage in the evolution of law is personal revenge. "Vengeance is mine," says the primitive individual. "I will repay." Among the Indian tribes of Lower California, every man was his own policeman, and administered justice in the form of such vengeance as he was strong enough to take. So in many early societies, the murder of A by B led to the murder of B by A's son or friend C, the murder of C by B's son or friend D, and so on, perhaps to the end of the alphabet. We may find examples among the purest-blooded American families of today. This principle of revenge persists throughout the history of law. It appears in the lex talionis, or law of retaliation, embodied in Roman law. It plays a large role in the Code of Hammurabi and in the Mosaic demand of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. And it lurks behind most legal punishments, even in our day. The second step toward law and civilization in the treatment of crime was the substitution of damages for revenge. Very often the chief, to maintain internal harmony, used his power or influence to have the revengeful family content itself with gold or goods instead of blood. Soon a regular tariff arose, determining how much must be paid for an eye, a tooth, an arm, or a life. Hammurabi legislated extensively in such terms. The Abyssinians were so meticulous in this regard that when a boy fell from a tree upon his companion and killed him, the judges decided that the bereaved mother should send another of her sons into the tree to fall upon the culprit's neck. The penalties assessed in cases of composition might vary with the sex, age, and rank of the offender and the injured. Among the Fijians, for example, petty larceny by a common man was considered a more heinous crime than murder by a chief. Throughout the history of law, the magnitude of the crime has been lessened by the magnitude of the criminal. Since these fines or compositions, paid to avert revenge, required some adjudication of offenses and damages, a third step towards law was taken by the formation of courts. The chief or the elders or the priests sat in judgment to settle the conflicts of their people. Such courts were not always judgment seats. Often they were boards of voluntary conciliation, which arranged some amicable settlement of the dispute. For many centuries, and among many peoples, resort to courts remained optional, and where the offended party was dissatisfied with the judgment rendered, he was still free to seek personal revenge. In many cases, disputes were settled by a public contest between the parties, varying in bloodiness from a harmless boxing match, as among the wise Eskimos, to a duel to the death. Frequently, the primitive mind resorted to an ordeal, not so much on the medieval theory that a deity would reveal the culprit, as in the hope that the ordeal, however unjust, would end a feud that might otherwise embroil the tribe for generations. Sometimes accuser and accused were asked to choose between two bowls of food, of which one was poisoned. The wrong party might be poisoned, usually not beyond redemption, but then the dispute was ended, since both parties ordinarily believed in the righteousness of the ordeal. Among some tribes it was the custom for a native who acknowledged his guilt to hold out his leg and permit the injured party to pierce it with a spear, or the accused submitted to having spears thrown at him by his accusers. If they all missed him, he was declared innocent. If he was hit even by one, he was adjudged guilty and the affair was closed. From such early forms, the ordeal persisted through the laws of Moses and Hammurabi and down into the Middle Ages. The duel, which is one form of the ordeal, and which historians thought dead, is being revived in our own day. So brief and narrow in some respects is the span between primitive and modern man. So short is the history of civilization. The fourth advance in the growth of law was the assumption by the chief or the state of the obligation to prevent and punish wrongs. It is but a step from settling disputes and punishing offenses to making some effort to prevent them. So the chief becomes not merely a judge, but a lawgiver, and to the general body of common law derived from the customs of the group is added a body of positive law derived from the decrees of the government. In the one case, the laws grow up. In the other, they are handed down. In either case, the laws carry with them the mark of their ancestry and reek with the vengeance which they tried to replace. Primitive punishments are cruel because primitive society feels insecure. As social organization becomes more stable, punishments become less severe. In general, the individual has fewer rights in natural society than under civilization. Everywhere man is born in chains, the chains of heredity, of environment, of custom, and of law. The primitive individual moves always within a web of regulations incredibly stringent and detailed. 1,000 taboos restrict his action. 1,000 terrors limit his will. The natives of New Zealand were apparently without laws, but in actual fact rigid custom ruled every aspect of their lives. Unchangeable and unquestionable conventions determined the sitting and the rising, the standing and the walking, the eating, drinking, and sleeping of the natives of Bengal. The individual was hardly recognized as a separate entity in natural society. What existed was the family and the clan, the tribe and the village community. It was these that owned land and exercised power. Only with the coming of private property, which gave him economic authority, and of the state, which gave him a legal status and defined rights, did the individual begin to stand out as a distinct reality. Rights did not come to us from nature, which knows no rights except cunning and strength. They are privileges assured to individuals by the community as advantageous to the common good. Liberty is a luxury of security. The free individual is a product and a mark of civilization. 4. The family. Its function in civilization, the clan versus the family, growth of parental care, unimportance of the father, separation of the sexes, mother right, status of woman, her occupations, her economic achievements, the patriarchate, the subjection of woman. As the basic needs of man are hunger and love, so the fundamental functions of social organization are economic provision and biological maintenance. A stream of children is as vital as a continuity of food. To institutions which seek material welfare and political order, society always adds institutions for the perpetuation of the race. Until the state, towards the dawn of the historic civilizations, becomes the central and permanent source of social order, The clan undertakes the delicate task of regulating the relations between the sexes and between the generations. And even after the state has been established, the essential government of mankind remains in that most deep-rooted of all historic institutions, the family. It is highly improbable that the first human beings lived in isolated families, even in the hunting stage, for the inferiority of man in physiological organs of defense would have left such families a prey to marauding beasts. Usually, in nature, those organisms that are poorly equipped for individual defense live in groups, and find in united action a means of survival in a world bristling with tusks and claws and impenetrable hides. Presumably it was so with man. He saved himself by solidarity in the hunting pack and the clan. When economic relations and political mastery replaced kinship as the principle of social organization, the clan lost its position as the substructure of society. At the bottom it was supplanted by the family, at the top it was superseded by the state. Government took over the problem of maintaining order, while the family assumed the tasks of reorganizing industry and carrying on the race. Among the lower animals there is no care of progeny. Consequently, eggs are spawned in great number, and some survive and develop, while the great majority are eaten or destroyed. Most fish lay 1 million eggs per year. A few species of fish show a modest solicitude for their offspring and find 100 eggs per year sufficient for their purposes. Birds care better for their young and hatch from 5 to 12 eggs yearly. Mammals, whose very name suggests parental care, master the earth with an average of 3 young per female per year. Throughout the animal world, fertility and destruction decrease as parental care increases. Throughout the human world, the birth rate and the death rate fall together as civilization rises. Better family care makes possible a longer adolescence in which the young receive fuller training and development before they are flung upon their own resources, and the lowered birth rate releases human energy for other activities than reproduction. Since it was the mother who fulfilled most of the parental functions, the family was at first, so far as we can pierce the mists of history, organized on the assumption that the position of the man in the family was superficial and incidental, while that of the woman was fundamental and supreme. This book is continued on Cassette 2, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 2, Side 1. Since it was the mother who fulfilled most of the parental functions, the family was at first, so far as we can pierce the mists of history, organized on the assumption that the position of the man in the family was superficial and incidental, while that of the woman was fundamental and supreme. In some existing tribes, and probably in the earliest human groups, the physiological role of the male in reproduction appears to have escaped notice quite as completely as among animals, who rut and mate and breed with happy unconsciousness of cause and effect. The Trobriand Islanders attribute pregnancy not to any commerce of the sexes, but to the entrance of a boloma, or ghost, into the woman. Usually the ghost enters while the woman is bathing. "A fish has bitten me," the girl reports. When, says Malinowski, I asked who was the father of an illegitimate child, there was only one answer, that there was no father since the girl was unmarried. If, then, I asked, in quite plain terms, who was the physiological father, the question was not understood. The answer would be, it is a boloma who gave her this child. These islanders had a strange belief that the boloma would more readily enter a girl given to loose relations with men. Nevertheless, in choosing precautions against pregnancy, the girls preferred to avoid bathing at high tide rather than to forego relations with men. It is a delightful story which must have proved a great convenience in the embarrassing aftermath of generosity. It would be still more delightful if it had been invented for anthropologists as well as for husbands. In Melanesia, intercourse was recognized as the cause of pregnancy, but unmarried girls insisted on blaming some article in their diet. Even where the function of the male was understood, sex relationships were so irregular that it was never a simple matter to determine the father. Consequently, the quite primitive mother seldom bothered to inquire into the paternity of her child. It belonged to her, and she belonged not to a husband, but to her father, or her brother, and the clan. It was with these that she remained, and these were the only male relatives whom her child would know. The bonds of affection between brother and sister were usually stronger than between husband and wife. The husband, in many cases, remained in the family and clan of his mother, and saw his wife only as a clandestine visitor. Even in classical civilization, the brother was dearer than the husband. It was her brother, not her husband, that the wife of Intiphernes saved from the wrath of Darius. It was for her brother, not for her husband, that Antigone sacrificed herself. The notion that a man's wife is the nearest person in the world to him is a relatively modern notion, and one which is restricted to a comparatively small part of the human race. So slight is the relation between father and children in primitive society that in a great number of tribes the sexes live apart. In Australia and British New Guinea, in Africa and Micronesia, in Assam and Burma, among the Aleutes, Eskimos, and Samoyeds, and here and there over the earth, tribes may still be found in which there is no visible family life. The men live apart from the women and visit them only now and then. Even the meals are taken separately. In northern Papua, it is not considered right for a man to be seen associating socially with a woman, even if she is the mother of his children. In Tahiti, family life is quite unknown. Out of this segregation of the sexes come those secret fraternities, usually of males, which appear everywhere among primitive races, and serve most often as a refuge against women. They resemble our modern fraternities in another point, their hierarchical organization. The simplest form of the family, then, was the woman and her children, living with her mother or her brother in the clan. Such an arrangement was a natural outgrowth of the animal family of the mother and her litter, and of the biological ignorance of primitive man. An alternative early form was matrilocal marriage. The husband left his clan and went to live with the clan and family of his wife, laboring for her or with her in the service of her parents. Descent in such cases was traced through the female line, and inheritance was through the mother. Sometimes even the kingship passed down through her rather than through the male. This mother right was not a matriarchate. It did not imply the rule of women over men. Even when property was transmitted through the woman, she had little power over it. She was used as a means of tracing relationships which, through primitive laxity or freedom, were otherwise obscure. It is true that in any system of society, the woman exercises a certain authority, rising naturally out of her importance in the home, out of her function as the dispenser of food, and out of the need that the male has of her, and her power to refuse him. It is also true that there have been occasionally women rulers among some South African tribes, that in the Pellew Islands the chief did nothing of consequence without the advice of a council of elder women, that among the Iroquois the squaws had an equal right with the men of speaking and voting in the tribal council, and that among the Seneca Indians women held great power, even to the selection of the chief. But these are rare and exceptional cases. All in all, the position of women in early societies was one of subjection verging upon slavery. Her periodic disability, her unfamiliarity with weapons, the biological absorption of her strength in carrying, nursing, and rearing children handicapped her in the war of the sexes and doomed her to a subordinate status in all but the very lowest and the very highest societies. Nor was her position necessarily to rise with the development of civilization. It was destined to be lower in Periclean Greece than among the North American Indians. It was to rise and fall with her strategic importance rather than with the culture and morals of men. In the hunting stage, she did almost all the work except the actual capture of the game. In return for exposing himself to the hardships and risks of the chase, the male rested magnificently for the greater part of the year. The woman bore her children abundantly, reared them, kept the hut or home in repair, gathered food in woods and fields, cooked, cleaned, and made the clothing and the boots. Because the men, when the tribe moved, had to be ready at any moment to fight off attack, they carried nothing but their weapons. The women carried all the rest. Bushwomen were used as servants and beasts of burden. If they proved too weak to keep up with the march, they were abandoned. When the natives of the lower Murray saw pack oxen, they thought that these were the wives of the whites. The differences in strength which now divide the sexes hardly existed in those days, and are now environmental rather than innate. Woman, apart from her biological disabilities, was almost the equal of man in stature, endurance, resourcefulness, and courage. She was not yet an ornament, a thing of beauty, or a sexual toy. She was a robust animal, able to perform arduous work for long hours and, if necessary, to fight to the death for her children or her clan. Women, said a chieftain of the Chippewas, are created for work. One of them can draw or carry as much as 2 men. They also pitch our tents, make our clothes, mend them, and keep us warm at night. We absolutely cannot get along without them on a journey. They do everything and cost only a little, for since they must be forever cooking, they can be satisfied in lean times by licking their fingers. Most economic advances in early society were made by the woman rather than the man. While for centuries he clung to his ancient ways of hunting and herding, she developed agriculture near the camp and those busy arts of the home which were to become the most important industries of later days. From the wool-bearing tree, as the Greeks called the cotton plant, the primitive woman rolled thread and made cotton cloth. It was she apparently who developed sewing, weaving, basketry, pottery, woodworking, and building, and in many cases it was she who carried on primitive trade. It was she who developed the home, slowly adding man to the list of her domesticated animals, and training him in those social dispositions and amenities which are the psychological basis and cement of civilization. But as agriculture became more complex and brought larger rewards, the stronger sex took more and more of it into its own hands. The growth of cattle breeding gave the man a new source of wealth, stability, and power. Even agriculture, which must have seemed so prosaic to the mighty Nimrods of antiquity, was at last accepted by the wandering male, and the economic leadership which tillage had for a time given to women was wrested from them by the men. The application to agriculture of those very animals that woman had first domesticated led to her replacement by the male in the control of the fields. The advance from the hoe to the plow put a premium upon physical strength and enabled the man to assert his supremacy. The growth of transmissible property in cattle and in the products of the soil led to the sexual subordination of woman, for the male now demanded from her that fidelity which he thought would enable him to pass on his accumulations to children, presumably his own. Gradually the man had his way. Fatherhood became recognized, and property began to descend through the male. Mother right yielded to father right, and the patriarchal family, with the oldest male at its head, became the economic, legal, political, and moral unit of society. The gods, who had been mostly feminine, became great bearded patriarchs, with such harems as ambitious men dreamed of in their solitude. This passage to the patriarchal, father-ruled family was fatal to the position of woman. In all essential aspects, she and her children became the property first of her father or oldest brother, then of her husband. She was bought in marriage precisely as a slave was bought in the market. She was bequeathed as property when her husband died, and in some places, New Guinea, the New Hebrides, the Solomon Islands, Fiji, India, etc., she was strangled and buried with her dead husband, or was expected to commit suicide in order to attend upon him in the other world. The father had now the right to treat, give, sell, or lend his wives and daughters very much as he pleased, subject only to the social condemnation of other fathers exercising the same rights. While the male reserved the privilege of extending his sexual favors beyond his home, the woman, under patriarchal institutions, was vowed to complete chastity before marriage and complete fidelity after it. The double standard was born. The general subjection of woman which had existed in the hunting stage and had persisted in diminished form through the period of mother right became now more pronounced and merciless than before. In ancient Russia, on the marriage of a daughter, the father struck her gently with a whip and then presented the whip to the bridegroom, as a sign that her beatings were now to come from a rejuvenated hand. Even the American Indians, among whom mother right survived indefinitely, treated their women harshly, consigned to them all drudgery, and often called them dogs. Everywhere the life of a woman was considered cheaper than that of a man, and when girls were born there was none of the rejoicing that marked the coming of a male. Mothers sometimes destroyed their female children to keep them from misery. In Fiji, wives might be sold at pleasure, and the usual price was a musket. Among some tribes, man and wife did not sleep together, lest the breath of the woman should enfeeble the man. In Fiji, it was not thought proper for a man to sleep regularly at home. In New Caledonia, the wife slept in a shed, while the man slept in the house. In Fiji, dogs were allowed in some of the temples, but women were excluded from all. Such exclusion of women from religious services survives in Islam to this day. Doubtless, woman enjoyed at all times the mastery that comes of long-continued speech. The men might be rebuffed, harangued, even, now and then, beaten. But all in all, the man was lord, the woman was servant. The Kafir bought women like slaves as a form of life income insurance. When he had a sufficient number of wives, he could rest for the remainder of his days. They would do all the work for him. Some tribes of ancient India reckoned the women of a family as part of the property inheritance, along with the domestic animals. Nor did the last commandment of Moses distinguish very clearly in this matter. Throughout Negro Africa, women hardly differed from slaves, except that they were expected to provide sexual as well as economic satisfaction. Marriage began as a form of the law of property, as a part of the institution of slavery. Chapter 4. The Moral Elements of Civilization. Since no society can exist without order, and no order without regulation, we may take it as a rule of history that the power of custom varies inversely as the multiplicity of laws, much as the power of instinct varies inversely as the multiplicity of thoughts. Some rules are necessary for the game of life. They may differ in different groups, but within the group they must be essentially the same. These rules may be conventions, customs, morals, or laws. Conventions are forms of behavior found expedient by a people. Customs are conventions accepted by successive generations, after natural selection through trial and error and elimination. Morals are such customs as the group considers vital to its welfare and development. In primitive societies, where there is no written law, these vital customs or morals regulate every sphere of human existence and give stability and continuity to the social order. Through the slow magic of time, such customs, by long repetition, become a second nature in the individual. If he violates them, he feels a certain fear, discomfort, or shame. This is the origin of that conscience or moral sense which Darwin chose as the most impressive distinction between animals and men. In its higher development, conscience is social consciousness, the feeling of the individual that he belongs to a group and owes it some measure of loyalty and consideration. Morality is the cooperation of the part with the whole, and of each group with some larger whole. Civilization, of course, would be impossible without it. 1. Marriage. The meaning of marriage, its biological origins, sexual communism, trial marriage, group marriage, individual marriage, polygamy, its eugenic value, exogamy, marriage by service, by capture, by purchase, primitive love, the economic function of marriage. The first task of these customs that constitute the moral code of a group is to regulate the relations of the sexes, for these are a perennial source of discord, violence, and possible degeneration. The basic form of this sexual regulation is marriage, which may be defined as the association of mates for the care of offspring. It is a variable and fluctuating institution which has passed through almost every conceivable form and experiment in the course of its history, from the primitive care of offspring without the association of mates to the modern association of mates without the care of offspring. Our animal forefathers invented it. Some birds seem to live as reproducing mates in a divorceless monogamy. Among gorillas and orangutans, the association of the parents continues to the end of the breeding season and has many human features. Any approach to loose behavior on the part of the female is severely punished by the male. The orangs of Borneo, says de Crespigny, live in families, the male, the female, and a young one. And Dr. Savage reports of the gorillas that it is not unusual to see the old folks sitting under a tree regaling themselves with fruit and friendly chat, while their children are leaping around them and swinging from branch to branch in boisterous merriment. Marriage is older than man. Societies without marriage are rare, but the sedulous inquirer can find enough of them to form a respectable transition from the promiscuity of the lower mammals to the marriages of primitive men. In Futuna and Hawaii, the majority of the people did not marry at all. The Lubus mated freely and indiscriminately, and had no conception of marriage. Certain tribes of Borneo lived in marriageless association, freer than the birds. And among some peoples of primitive Russia, the men utilized the women without distinction so that no woman had her appointed husband. African pygmies have been described as having no marriage institutions, but as following their animal instincts wholly without restraint. This primitive nationalization of women, corresponding to primitive communism in land and food, passed away at so early a stage that few traces of it remain. Some memory of it, however, lingered on in divers forms. In the feeling of many nature peoples that monogamy, which they would define as the monopoly of a woman by one man, is unnatural and immoral. In periodic festivals of license, still surviving faintly in our Mardi Gras, when sexual restraints were temporarily abandoned, in the demand that a woman should give herself, as at the temple of Melita in Babylon, to any man that solicited her before she would be allowed to marry, in the custom of wife-lending, so essential to many primitive codes of hospitality, and in the jus primae noctis, or rite of the first night, by which in early feudal Europe the lord of the manor, perhaps representing the ancient rights of the tribe, occasionally deflowered the bride before the bridegroom was allowed to consummate the marriage. A variety of tentative unions gradually took the place of indiscriminate relations. Among the Orang Sakai of Malacca, a girl remained for a time with each man of the tribe, passing from one to another until she had made the rounds. Then she began again. Among the Yakuts of Siberia, the Botocudos of South Africa, the lower classes of Tibet, and many other peoples, marriage was quite experimental and could be ended at the will of either party with no reasons given or required. Among the Bushmen, any disagreement sufficed to end a union, and new connections could immediately be found for both. Among the Damaras, according to Sir Francis Galton, the spouse was changed almost weekly, and I seldom knew without inquiry who the pro tempore husband of each lady was at any particular time. Among the Baila, women are bandied about from man to man, and of their own accord leave one husband for another. Young women, scarcely out of their teens, often have had 4 or 5 husbands, all still living. The original word for marriage in Hawaii meant to try. Among the Tahitians, a century ago, unions were free and dissoluble at will, so long as there were no children. If a child came, the parents might destroy it without social reproach, or the couple might rear the child and enter into a more permanent relation. The man pledged his support to the woman in return for the burden of parental care that she now assumed. Marco Polo writes of a Central Asiatic tribe inhabiting Pain, now Korea, in the 13th century. If a married man goes to a distance from home to be absent 20 days, his wife has a right, if she is so inclined, to take another husband, and the men on the same principle marry wherever they happen to reside. So old are the latest innovations in marriage and morals. Le Tourneau said of marriage that every possible experiment compatible with the duration of savage or barbarian societies has been tried, or is still practiced, amongst various races without the least thought of the moral ideas generally prevailing in Europe. In addition to experiments in permanence, there were experiments in relationship. In a few cases we find group marriage, by which a number of men belonging to one group married collectively a number of women belonging to another group. In Tibet, for example, it was the custom of a group of brothers to marry a group of sisters, and for the two groups to practice sexual communism between them, each of the men cohabiting with each of the women. Caesar reported a similar custom in ancient Britain. Survivals of it appear in the leveret, a custom existing among the early Jews and other ancient peoples, by which a man was obligated to marry his brother's widow. This was the rule that so irked Onan. What was it that led men to replace the semi-promiscuity of primitive society with individual marriage? Since in a great majority of nature peoples there are few, if any, restraints on premarital relations, it is obvious that physical desire does not give rise to the institution of marriage. For marriage, with its restrictions and psychological irritations, could not possibly compete with sexual communism as a mode of satisfying the erotic propensities of men. Nor could the individual establishment offer at the outset any mode of rearing children that would be obviously superior to their rearing by the mother, her family, and the clan. Some powerful economic motives must have favored the evolution of marriage. In all probability, for again we must remind ourselves how little we really know of origins, these motives were connected with the rising institution of property. Individual marriage came through the desire of the male to have cheap slaves and to avoid bequeathing his property to other men's children. Polygamy, or the marriage of one person to several mates, appears here and there in the form of polyandry, the marriage of one woman to several men, as among the Todas and some tribes of Tibet. The custom may still be found where males outnumber females considerably. But this custom soon falls prey to the conquering male, and polygamy has come to mean for us, usually, what would more strictly be called polygyny, the possession of several wives by one man. Medieval theologians thought that Mohammed had invented polygamy, but it antedated Islam by some years, being the prevailing mode of marriage in the primitive world. Many causes conspired to make it general. In early society, because of hunting and war, the life of the male is more violent and dangerous, and the death rate of men is higher than that of women. The consequent excess of women compels a choice between polygamy and the barren celibacy of a minority of women. But such celibacy is intolerable to peoples who require a high birth rate to make up for a high death rate, and who therefore scorn the mateless and childless woman. Again, men like variety. As the Negroes of Angola expressed it, they were not able to eat always of the same dish. Also, men like youth in their mates, and women age rapidly in primitive communities. The women themselves often favored polygamy. It permitted them to nurse their children longer, and therefore to reduce the frequency of motherhood, without interfering with the erotic and philoprogenitive inclinations of the male. Sometimes the first wife, burdened with toil, helped her husband to secure an additional wife so that her burden might be shared, and additional children might raise the productive power and the wealth of the family. Children were economic assets, and men invested in wives in order to draw children from them like interest. In the patriarchal system, wives and children were in effect the slaves of the man. The more a man had of them, the richer he was. The poor man practiced monogamy, but he looked upon it as a shameful condition, from which someday he would rise to the respected position of a polygamous male. Doubtless polygamy was well adapted to the marital needs of a primitive society in which women outnumbered men. It had a eugenic value superior to that of contemporary monogamy. For whereas in modern society the most able and prudent men marry latest and have least children, under polygamy the most able men presumably secured the best mates and had most children. Hence polygamy has survived among practically all nature peoples, even among the majority of civilized mankind. Only in our day has it begun to die in the Orient. Certain conditions, however, militated against it. The decrease in danger and violence, consequent upon a settled agricultural life, brought the sexes towards an approximate numerical equality, and under these circumstances open polygamy, even in primitive societies, became the privilege of the prosperous minority. The mass of the peoples practiced a monogamy tempered with adultery, while another minority of willing or regretful celibates balanced the polygamy of the rich. Jealousy in the male and possessiveness in the female entered into the situation more effectively as the sexes approximated in number. For where the strong could not have a multiplicity of wives except by taking the actual or potential wives of other men, and by, in some cases, offending their own, polygamy became a difficult matter which only the cleverest could manage. As property accumulated and men were loath to scatter it in small bequests, it became desirable to differentiate wives into chief wife and concubines so that only the children of the former should share the legacy. This remained the status of marriage in Asia until our own generation. Gradually, the chief wife became the only wife. The concubines became kept women in secret and apart, or they disappeared. And as Christianity entered upon the scene, monogamy in Europe took the place of polygamy as the lawful and outward form of sexual association. But monogamy, like letters and the state, is artificial and belongs to the history, not to the origins of civilization. Whatever form the union might take, marriage was obligatory among nearly all primitive peoples. The unmarried male had no standing in the community or was considered only half a man. Exogamy, too, was compulsory, that is to say, a man was expected to secure his wife from another clan than his own. Whether this custom arose because the primitive mind suspected the evil effects of close inbreeding, or because such intergroup marriages created or cemented useful political alliances, promoted social organization, and lessened the danger of war, or because the capture of a wife from another tribe had become a fashionable mark of male maturity, or because familiarity breeds contempt and distance lends enchantment to the view, we do not know. In any case, the restriction was well-nigh universal in early society, and though it was successfully violated by the Pharaohs, the Ptolemies, and the Incas, who all favored the marriage of brother and sister, it survived into Roman and modern law and consciously or unconsciously molds our behavior to this day. How did the male secure his wife from another tribe? Where the matriarchal organization was strong, he was often required to go and live with the clan of the girl whom he sought. As the patriarchal system developed, the suitor was allowed, after a term of service to the father, to take his bride back to his own clan. So Jacob served Laban for Leah and Rachel. Sometimes the suitor shortened the matter with plain blunt force. It was an advantage as well as a distinction to have stolen a wife. Not only would she be a cheap slave, but new slaves could be begotten of her, and these children would chain her to her slavery. Such marriage by capture, though not the rule, occurred sporadically in the primitive world. Among the North American Indians, the women were included in the spoils of war, and this happened so frequently that in some tribes the husbands and their wives spoke mutually unintelligible languages. The Slavs of Russia and Serbia practiced occasional marriage by capture until the last century. Vestiges of it remain in the custom of simulating the capture of the bride by the groom in certain wedding ceremonies. All in all, it was a logical aspect of the almost incessant war of the tribes, and a logical starting point for that eternal war of the sexes, whose only truces are brief nocturnes and dreamless sleep. As wealth grew, it became more convenient to offer the father a substantial present or a sum of money for his daughter rather than serve for her in an alien clan or risk the violence and feuds that might come of marriage by capture. Consequently, marriage by purchase and parental arrangement was the rule in early societies. Transition forms occur. The Melanesians sometimes stole their wives, but made the theft legal by a later payment to her family. Among some natives of New Guinea, the man abducted the girl and then, while he and she were in hiding, commissioned his friends to bargain with her father over a purchase price. The ease with which moral indignation in these matters might be financially appeased is illuminating. A Maori mother, wailing loudly, bitterly cursed the youth who had eloped with her daughter until he presented her with a blanket. "That was all I wanted," she said. "I only wanted to get a blanket, and therefore made this noise." Usually the bride cost more than a blanket. Among the Hottentots her price was an ox or a cow. Among the crew, 3 cows and a sheep. Among the Kaffirs, 6 to 30 head of cattle, depending upon the rank of the girl's family. And among the Togos, $16 cash and $6 in goods. Marriage by purchase prevails throughout primitive Africa and is still a normal institution in China and Japan. It flourished in ancient India and Judea, and in pre-Columbian Central America and Peru. Instances of it occur in Europe today. It is a natural development of patriarchal institutions. The father owns the daughter and may dispose of her within broad limits as he sees fit. The Orinoco Indians express the matter by saying that the suitor should pay the father for rearing the girl for his use. Sometimes the girl was exhibited to potential suitors in a bride show. So among the Somalis, the bride, richly caparisoned, was led about on horseback or on foot in an atmosphere heavily perfumed to stir the suitors to a handsome price. There is no record of women objecting to marriage by purchase. On the contrary, they took keen pride in the sums paid for them and scorned the woman who gave herself in marriage without a price. They believed that in a love match the villainous male was getting too much for nothing. On the other hand, it was usual for the father to acknowledge the bridegroom's payment with a return gift, which, as time went on, approximated more and more in value to the sum offered for the bride. Rich fathers, anxious to smooth the way for their daughters, gradually enlarged these gifts until the institution of the dowry took form, and the purchase of the husband by the father replaced or accompanied the purchase of the wife by the suitor. In all these forms and varieties of marriage there is hardly a trace of romantic love. We find a few cases of love marriages among the Papuans of New Guinea. Among other primitive peoples we come upon instances of love in the sense of mutual devotion rather than mutual need, but usually these attachments have nothing to do with marriage. In simple days men married for cheap labor, profitable parentage, and regular meals. In Yariba, says Lander, marriage is celebrated by the natives as unconcernedly as possible. A man thinks as little of taking a wife as of cutting an ear of corn. Affection is altogether out of the question. Since premarital relations are abundant in primitive society, passion is not dammed up by denial and seldom affects the choice of a wife. For the same reason, the absence of delay between desire and fulfillment, no time is given for that brooding introversion of frustrated and therefore idealizing passion, which is usually the source of youthful romantic love. Such love is reserved for developed civilizations, in which morals have raised barriers against desire, and the growth of wealth has enabled some men to afford, and some women to provide, the luxuries and delicacies of romance. Primitive peoples are too poor to be romantic. One rarely finds love poetry in their songs. When the missionaries translated the Bible into the language of the Algonquins, they could discover no native equivalent for the word love. The Hottentots are described as cold and indifferent to one another in marriage. On the Gold Coast, not even the appearance of affection exists between husband and wife, and it is the same in primitive Australia. "I asked Baba," said Caillé, speaking of a Senegal Negro, "why he did not sometimes make merry with his wives. He replied that if he did, he should not be able to manage them." An Australian native, asked why he wished to marry, answered honestly that he wanted a wife to secure food, water, and wood for him, and to carry his belongings on the march. The kiss, which seems so indispensable to America, is quite unknown to primitive peoples, or known only to be scorned. In general, the savage takes his sex philosophically, with hardly more of metaphysical or theological misgiving than the animal. He does not brood over it or fly into a passion with it. It is as much a matter of course with him as his food. He makes no pretense to idealistic motives. Marriage is never a sacrament with him, and seldom an affair of lavish ceremony. It is frankly a commercial transaction. It never occurs to him to be ashamed that he subordinates emotional to practical considerations in choosing his mate. He would rather be ashamed of the opposite, and would demand of us, if he were as immodest as we are, some explanation of our custom of binding a man and a woman together almost for life, because sexual desire has chained them for a moment with its lightning. The primitive male looked upon marriage in terms not of sexual license, but of economic cooperation. He expected the woman, and the woman expected herself, to be not so much gracious and beautiful, though he appreciated these qualities in her, as useful and industrious. She was to be an economic asset rather than a total loss. Otherwise, the matter-of-fact savage would never have thought of marriage at all. Marriage was a profitable partnership, not a private debauch. It was a way whereby a man and a woman working together might be more prosperous than if each worked alone. Wherever in the history of civilization woman has ceased to be an economic asset in marriage, marriage has decayed, and sometimes civilization has decayed with it. 2. Sexual morality. Premarital relations, prostitution, chastity, virginity, the double standard, modesty, the relativity of morals, the biological role of modesty, adultery, divorce, abortion, infanticide, childhood, the individual. The greatest task of morals is always sexual regulation, for the reproductive instinct creates problems not only within marriage, but before and after it, and threatens at any moment to disturb social order with its persistence, its intensity, its scorn of law, and its perversions. The first problem concerns premarital relations. Shall they be restricted or free? Even among animals, sex is not quite unrestrained. The rejection of the male by the female, except in periods of rut, reduces sex to a much more modest role in the animal world than it occupies in our own lecherous species. As Beaumarchais put it, man differs from the animal in eating without being hungry, drinking without being thirsty, and making love at all seasons. Among primitive peoples, we find some analog or converse of animal restrictions in the taboo placed upon relations with a woman in her menstrual period. With this general exception, premarital intercourse is left for the most part free in the simplest societies. Among the North American Indians, the young men and women mated freely, and these relations were not held an impediment to marriage. Among the Papuans of New Guinea, sex life began at an extremely early age, and premarital promiscuity was the rule. Similar premarital liberty obtained among the Soyots of Siberia, the Igorots of the Philippines, the natives of Upper Burma, the Kaffirs and Bushmen of Africa, the tribes of the Niger and the Uganda, of New Georgia, the Murray Islands, the Andaman Islands, Tahiti, Polynesia, Assam, etc. Under such conditions, we must not expect to find much prostitution in primitive society. The oldest profession is comparatively young. It arises only with civilization, with the appearance of property and the disappearance of premarital freedom. Here and there we find girls selling themselves for a while to raise a dowry or to provide funds for the temples, but this occurs only where the local moral code approves of it as a pious sacrifice to help thrifty parents or hungry gods. Chastity is a correspondingly late development. What the primitive maiden dreaded was not the loss of virginity, but a reputation for sterility. Premarital pregnancy was, more often than not, an aid rather than a handicap in finding a husband, for it settled all doubts of sterility and promised profitable children. The simpler tribes, before the coming of property, seem to have held virginity in contempt, as indicating unpopularity. The Kamchatal bridegroom who found his bride to be a virgin was much put out, and roundly abused her mother for the negligent way in which she had brought up her daughter. In many places, virginity was considered a barrier to marriage, because it laid upon the husband the unpleasant task of violating the taboo that forbade him to shed the blood of any member of his tribe. Sometimes girls offered themselves to a stranger in order to break this taboo against their marriage. In Tibet, mothers anxiously sought men who would deflower their daughters. In Malabar, the girls themselves begged the services of passers-by to the same end, for while they were virgins they could not find a husband. In some tribes, the bride was obliged to give herself to the wedding guests before going in to her husband. In others, the bridegroom hired a man to end the virginity of his bride. Among certain Philippine tribes, a special official was appointed at a high salary to perform this function for prospective husbands. What was it that changed virginity from a fault into a virtue and made it an element in the moral codes of all the higher civilizations? Doubtless it was the institution of property. Premarital chastity came as an extension, to the daughters, of the proprietary feeling with which the patriarchal male looked upon his wife. The valuation of virginity rose when, under marriage by purchase, the virgin bride was found to bring a higher price than her weak sister. The virgin gave promise, by her past, of that marital fidelity which now seemed so precious to men beset by worry lest they should leave their property to surreptitious children. The men never thought of applying the same restrictions to themselves. No society in history has ever insisted on the premarital chastity of the male. No language has ever had a word for a virgin man. The aura of virginity was kept exclusively for daughters and pressed upon them in 1,000 ways. The Tuaregs punished the irregularity of a daughter or a sister with death. The Negroes of Nubia, Abyssinia, Somaliland, etc., practiced upon their daughters the cruel art of infibulation, that is, the attachment of a ring or lock to the genitals to prevent copulation. In Burma and Siam, a similar practice survived to our own day. Forms of seclusion arose by which girls were kept from providing or receiving temptation. In New Britain, the richer parents confined their daughters, through 5 dangerous years, in huts guarded by virtuous old crones. The girls were never allowed to come out, and only their relatives could see them. Some tribes in Borneo kept their unmarried girls in solitary confinement. From these primitive customs to the purdah of the Moslems and the Hindus is but a step, and indicates again how nearly civilization touches savagery. Modesty came with virginity and the patriarchate. There are many tribes which to this day show no shame in exposing the body. Indeed, some are ashamed to wear clothing. All Africa rocked with laughter when Livingstone begged his black hosts to put on some clothing before the arrival of his wife. The queen of the Balanda was quite naked when she held court for Livingstone. A small minority of tribes practice sex relations publicly without any thought of shame. At first, modesty is the feeling of the woman that she is taboo in her periods. When marriage by purchase takes form, and virginity in the daughter brings a profit to her father, seclusion and the compulsion to virginity beget in the girl a sense of obligation to chastity. Again, modesty is the feeling of the wife who, under purchase marriage, feels a financial obligation to her husband to refrain from such external sexual relations as cannot bring him any recompense. Clothing appears at this point, if motives of adornment and protection have not already engendered it. In many tribes, women wore clothing only after marriage as a sign of their exclusive possession by a husband and as a deterrent to gallantry. Primitive man did not agree with the author of Penguin Isle that clothing encouraged lechery. Chastity, however, bears no necessary relation to clothing. Some travelers report that morals in Africa vary inversely as the amount of dress. It is clear that what men are ashamed of depends entirely upon the local taboos and customs of their group. Until recently, a Chinese woman was ashamed to show her foot, an Arab woman her face, a Tuareg woman her mouth. But the women of ancient Egypt, of 19th century India, and of 20th century Bali, before prurient tourists came, never thought of shame at the exposure of their breasts. We must not conclude that morals are worthless because they differ according to time and place, and that it would be wise to show our historic learning by at once discarding the moral customs of our group. A little anthropology is a dangerous thing. It is substantially true that, as Anatole France ironically expressed the matter, morality is the sum of the prejudices of a community, and that, as Anacharsis put it among the Greeks, if one were to bring together all customs considered sacred by some group, and were then to take away all customs considered immoral by some group, nothing would remain. But this does not prove the worthlessness of morals. It only shows in what varied ways social order has been preserved. Social order is nonetheless necessary. The game must still have rules in order to be played. Men must know what to expect of one another in the ordinary circumstances of life. Hence, the unanimity with which the members of a society practice its moral code is quite as important as the contents of that code. Our heroic rejection of the customs and morals of our tribe, upon our adolescent discovery of their relativity, betrays the immaturity of our minds. Given another decade, and we begin to understand that there may be more wisdom in the moral code of the group, the formulated experience of generations of the race, than can be explained in a college course. Sooner or later, the disturbing realization comes to us that even that which we cannot understand may be true. The institutions, conventions, customs, and laws that make up the complex structure of a society are the work of 100 centuries and 1 billion minds, and one mind must not expect to comprehend them in one lifetime, much less in 20 years. We are warranted in concluding that morals are relative and indispensable. Since old and basic customs represent a natural selection of group ways after centuries of trial and error, we must expect to find some social utility or survival value in virginity and modesty, despite their historical relativity, their association with marriage by purchase, and their contributions to neurosis. Modesty was a strategic retreat which enabled the girl, where she had any choice, to select her mate more deliberately or compel him to show finer qualities before winning her. And the very obstructions it raised against desire generated those sentiments of romantic love which heightened her value in his eyes. The inculcation of virginity destroyed the naturalness and ease of primitive sexual life, but by discouraging early sex development and premature motherhood, it lessened the gap, which tends to widen disruptively as civilization develops, between economic and sexual maturity. Probably it served in this way to strengthen the individual physically and mentally, to lengthen adolescence and training, and so to lift the level of the race. As the institution of property developed, adultery graduated from a venial into a mortal sin. Half of the primitive peoples known to us attached no great importance to it. The rise of property not only led to the exaction of complete fidelity from the woman, but generated in the male a proprietary attitude towards her. Even when he lent her to a guest, it was because she belonged to him in body and soul. Sati was the completion of this conception. The woman must go down into the master's grave along with his other belongings. Under the patriarchate, adultery was classed with theft. It was, so to speak, an infringement of patent. Punishment for it varied through all degrees of severity, from the indifference of the simpler tribes to the disembowelment of adulteresses among certain California Indians. After centuries of punishment, the new virtue of wifely fidelity was firmly established, and it generated an appropriate conscience in the feminine heart. Many Indian tribes surprised their conquerors by the unapproachable virtue of their squaws, and certain male travelers have hoped that the women of Europe and America might someday equal in marital faithfulness the wives of the Zulus and the Papuans. It was easier for the Papuans, since among them, as among most primitive peoples, there were few impediments to the divorce of the woman by the man. Unions seldom lasted more than a few years among the American Indians. A large proportion of the old and middle-aged men, says Schoolcraft, have had many different wives, and their children, scattered around the country, are unknown to them. They laugh at Europeans for having only one wife, and that for life. They consider that the good spirit formed them to be happy and not to continue together unless their tempers and dispositions were congenial. The Cherokees changed wives 3 or 4 times a year. The conservative Samoans kept them as long as 3 years. With the coming of a settled agricultural life, unions became more permanent. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 2, Side 2. With the coming of a settled agricultural life, unions became more permanent. Under the patriarchal system, the man found it uneconomical to divorce a wife, for this meant in effect to lose a profitable slave. As the family became the productive unit of society, tilling the soil together, it prospered, other things equal, according to its size and cohesion. It was found to some advantage that the union of the mates should continue until the last child was reared. By that time no energy remained for a new romance, and the lives of the parents had been forged into one by common work and trials. Only with the passage to urban industry and the consequent reduction of the family in size and economic importance has divorce become widespread again. In general, throughout history, men have wanted many children, and therefore have called motherhood sacred, while women who know more about reproduction have secretly rebelled against this heavy assignment and have used an endless variety of means to reduce the burdens of maternity. Primitive men do not usually care to restrict population. Under normal conditions, children are profitable, and the male regrets only that they cannot all be sons. It is the woman who invents abortion, infanticide, and contraception, for even the last occurs sporadically among primitive peoples. It is astonishing to find how similar are the motives of the savage to the civilized woman in preventing birth: to escape the burden of rearing offspring, to preserve a youthful figure, to avert the disgrace of extramarital motherhood, to avoid death, etc. The simplest means of reducing maternity was the refusal of the man by the woman during the period of nursing, which might be prolonged for many years. Sometimes, as among the Cheyenne Indians, the women developed the custom of refusing to bear a second child until the first was 10 years old. In New Britain, the women had no children till 2 or 4 years after marriage. The Guaicurus of Brazil were constantly diminishing because the women would bear no children till the age of 30. Among the Papuans, abortion was frequent. "Children are burdensome," said the women. "We are weary of them. We go dead." Some Maori tribes used herbs or induced artificial malposition of the uterus to prevent conception. When abortion failed, infanticide remained. Most nature peoples permitted the killing of the newborn child if it was deformed, or diseased, or a bastard, or if its mother had died in giving it birth. As if any reason would be good in the task of limiting population to the available means of subsistence, many tribes killed infants whom they considered to have been born under unlucky circumstances. So the Bombay natives strangled all children who entered the world head first. The Kamchadals killed babes born in stormy weather. Madagascar tribes exposed, drowned, or buried alive children who made their debut in March or April, or on a Wednesday or a Friday, or in the last week of the month. If a woman gave birth to twins, it was, in some tribes, held proof of adultery, since no man could be the father of two children at the same time, and therefore one or both of the children suffered death. The practice of infanticide was particularly prevalent among nomads, who found children a problem on their long marches. The Bangarang tribe of Victoria killed half their children at birth. The Lenguas of the Paraguayan Chaco allowed only one child per family per 7 years to survive. The Avaponis achieved a French economy and population by rearing a boy and a girl in each household, killing off other offspring as fast as they appeared. Where famine conditions existed or threatened, most tribes strangled the newborn, and some tribes ate them. Usually it was the girl that was most subject to infanticide. Occasionally she was tortured to death with a view to inducing the soul to appear, in its next incarnation, in the form of a boy. Infanticide was practiced without cruelty. The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 3, Side 1. Since early man believed that he acquired the powers of whatever organism he consumed, he came naturally to the conception of eating the god. In many cases he ate the flesh and drank the blood of the human god whom he had deified and fattened for the sacrifice. When, through increased continuity in the food supply, he became more humane, he substituted images for the victim and was content to eat these. In ancient Mexico, an image of the god was made of grain, seeds, and vegetables, was kneaded with the blood of boys sacrificed for the purpose, and was then consumed as a religious ceremony of eating the god. Similar ceremonies have been found in many primitive tribes. Usually the participant was required to fast before eating the sacred image, and the priest turned the image into the god by the power of magic formulas. Magic begins in superstition and ends in science. A wilderness of weird beliefs came out of animism and resulted in many strange formulas and rites. The Kukis encouraged themselves in war by the notion that all the enemies they slew would attend them as slaves in the afterlife. On the other hand, a Bantu, when he had slain his foe, shaved his own head and anointed himself with goat dung to prevent the spirit of the dead man from returning to pester him. Almost all primitive peoples believed in the efficacy of curses and the destructiveness of the evil eye. Australian natives were sure that the curse of a potent magician could kill at 100 miles. The belief in witchcraft began early in human history and has never quite disappeared. Fetishism, the worship of idols or other objects as having magic power, is still more ancient and indestructible. Since many amulets are limited to a special power, some peoples are heavily laden with a variety of them, so that they may be ready for any emergency. Relics are a later and contemporary example of fetishes possessing magic powers. Half the population of Europe wear some pendant or amulet which gives them supernatural protection or aid. At every step, the history of civilization teaches us how slight and superficial a structure civilization is, and how precariously it is poised upon the apex of a never-extinct volcano of poor and oppressed barbarism, superstition, and ignorance. Modernity is a cap superimposed upon the Middle Ages, which always remain. The philosopher accepts gracefully this human need of supernatural aid and comfort, and consoles himself by observing that, just as animism generates poetry, so magic begets drama and science. Fraser has shown, with the exaggeration natural to a brilliant innovator, that the glories of science have their roots in the absurdities of magic. For since magic often failed, it became of advantage to the magician to discover natural operations by which he might help supernatural forces to produce the desired event. Slowly the natural means came to predominate, even though the magician, to preserve his standing with the people, concealed these natural means as well as he could, and gave the credit to supernatural magic, much as our own people often credit natural cures to magical prescriptions and pills. In this way magic gave birth to the physician, the chemist, the metallurgist, and the astronomer. More immediately, however, magic made the priest. Gradually, as religious rites became more numerous and complex, they outgrew the knowledge and competence of the ordinary man and generated a special class which gave most of its time to the functions and ceremonies of religion. The priest as magician had access, through trance, inspiration, or esoteric prayer, to to the will of the spirits or gods, and could change that will for human purposes. Since such knowledge and skill seemed to primitive men the most valuable of all, and supernatural forces were conceived to affect man's fate at every turn, the power of the clergy became as great as that of the state. And from the latest societies to modern times, the priest has vied and alternated with the warrior in dominating and disciplining men. Let Egypt, Judea, and medieval Europe suffice as instances. The priest did not create religion, he merely used it, as a statesman uses the impulses and customs of mankind. Religion arises not out of sacerdotal invention or chicanery, but out of the persistent wonder, fear, insecurity, hopefulness, and loneliness of men. The priest did harm by tolerating superstition and monopolizing certain forms of knowledge, but he limited and often discouraged superstition. He gave the people the rudiments of education. He acted as a repository and vehicle for the growing cultural heritage of the race. He consoled the weak in their inevitable exploitation by the strong, and he became the agent through which religion nourished art and propped up with supernatural aid the precarious structure of human morality. If he had not existed, the people would have invented him. 4. The moral function of religion. Religion and government. Taboo. Sexual taboos. The lag of religion. Secularization. Religion supports morality by two means chiefly: myth and taboo. Myth creates the supernatural creed through which celestial sanctions may be given to forms of conduct socially or sacerdotally desirable. Heavenly hopes and terrors inspire the individual to put up with restraints placed upon him by his masters and his group. Man is not naturally obedient, gentle, or chaste, and next to that ancient compulsion which finally generates conscience, nothing so quietly and continuously conduces to these uncongenial virtues as the fear of the gods. The institutions of property and marriage rest in some measure upon religious sanctions and tend to lose their vigor in ages of unbelief. Government itself, which is the most unnatural and necessary of social mechanisms, has usually required the support of piety and the priest, as clever heretics like Napoleon and Mussolini soon discovered. And hence, a tendency to theocracy is incidental to all constitutions. The power of the primitive chief is increased by the aid of magic and sorcery, and even our own government derives some sanctity from its annual recognition of the pilgrim's god. The Polynesians gave the word taboo to prohibitions sanctioned by religion. In the more highly developed of primitive societies, such taboos took the place of what, under civilization, became laws. Their form was usually negative. Certain acts and objects were declared sacred or unclean, and the two words meant in effect one warning: untouchable. So the Ark of the Covenant was taboo, and Uzzah was struck dead, we are told, for touching it to save it from falling. Diodorus would have us believe that the ancient Egyptians ate one another in famine rather than violate the taboo against eating the animal totem of the tribe. In most primitive societies, countless things were taboo. Certain words and names were never to be pronounced, and certain days and seasons were taboo in the sense that work was forbidden at such times. All the knowledge and some of the ignorance of primitive men about food were expressed in dietetic taboos, and hygiene was inculcated by religion rather than by science or secular medicine. The favorite object of primitive taboo was woman. 1,000 superstitions made her, every now and then, untouchable, perilous, and unclean. The molders of the world's myths were unsuccessful husbands, for they agreed that woman was the root of all evil. This was a view sacred not only to Hebraic and Christian tradition, but to 100 pagan mythologies. The strictest of primitive taboos was laid upon the menstruating woman. Any man or thing that touched her at such times lost virtue or usefulness. The Makuzi of British Guiana forbade women to bathe at their periods, lest they should poison the waters, and they forbade them to go into the forests on these occasions, lest they be bitten by enamored snakes. Even childbirth was unclean, and after it the mother was to purify herself with laborious religious rites. Sexual relations in most primitive peoples were taboo not only in the menstrual period, but whenever the woman was pregnant or nursing. Probably these prohibitions were originated by women themselves, out of their own good sense and for their own protection and convenience. But origins are easily forgotten, and soon woman found herself impure and unclean. In the end, she accepted man's point of view and felt shame in her periods, even in her pregnancy. Out of such taboos as a partial source came modesty, the sense of sin, the view of sex as unclean, asceticism, priestly celibacy, and the subjection of woman. Religion is not the basis of morals, but an aid to them. Conceivably, they could exist without it, and not infrequently they have progressed against its indifference or its obstinate resistance. In the earliest societies, and in some later ones, morals appear at times to be quite independent of religion. Religion then concerns itself not with the ethics of conduct, but with magic, ritual, and sacrifice, and the good man is defined in terms of ceremonies dutifully performed and faithfully financed. As a rule, religion sanctions not any absolute good, since there is none, but those norms of conduct which have established themselves by force of economic and social circumstance. Like law, it looks to the past for its judgments, and is apt to be left behind as conditions change and morals alter with them. So the Greeks learned to abhor incest while their mythologies still honored incestuous gods. The Christians practiced monogamy while their Bible legalized polygamy. Slavery was abolished while dominies sanctified it with unimpeachable biblical authority. And in our own day, the Church fights heroically for a moral code that the Industrial Revolution has obviously doomed. In the end, terrestrial forces prevail. Morals slowly adjust themselves to economic invention, and religion reluctantly adjusts itself to moral change. The moral function of religion is to conserve established values rather than to create new ones. Hence, a certain tension between religion and society marks the higher stages of every civilization. Religion begins by offering magical aid to harassed and bewildered men. It culminates by giving to a people that unity of morals and belief which seems so favorable to statesmanship and art. It ends by fighting suicidally in the lost cause of the past. For as knowledge grows or alters continually, it clashes with mythology and theology, which change with geological leisureliness. Priestly control of arts and letters is then felt as a galling shackle or hateful barrier, and intellectual history takes on the character of a conflict between science and religion. Institutions which were at first in the hands of the clergy, like law and punishment, education and morals, marriage and divorce, tend to escape from ecclesiastical control and become secular, perhaps profane. The intellectual classes abandon the ancient theology and, after some hesitation, the moral code allied with it. Literature and philosophy become anti-clerical. The movement of liberation rises to an exuberant worship of reason and falls to a paralyzing disillusionment with every dogma and every idea. Conduct, deprived of its religious supports, deteriorates into Epicurean chaos, and life itself, shorn of consoling faith, becomes a burden alike to conscious poverty and to weary wealth. In the end, the society and its religion tend to fall together like body and soul in a harmonious death. Meanwhile, among the oppressed, another myth arises, gives new form to human hope, new courage to human effort, and after centuries of chaos builds another civilization. Chapter 5. The Mental Elements of Civilization. 1. Letters. Language, its animal background, its human origins, its development, its results, education, initiation, writing, poetry. In the beginning was the Word, for with it man became man. Without those strange noises called common nouns, thought was limited to individual objects or experiences sensorily, for the most part visually, remembered or conceived. Presumably it could not think of classes as distinct from individual things, nor of qualities as distinct from objects, nor of objects as distinct from their qualities. Without words as class names, one might think of this man or that man or that man. One could not think of man, capital M-A-N, for the eye sees not man but only men, not classes but particular things. The beginning of humanity came when some freak or crank, half animal and half man, squatted in a cave or in a tree, cracking his brain to invent the first common noun, the first sound sign that would signify a group of like objects. House, that would mean all houses. Man, that would mean all men. Light, that would mean every light that ever shone on land or sea. From that moment, the mental development of the race opened upon a new and endless road. For words are to thought what tools are to work. The product depends largely on the growth of the tools. Since all origins are guesses, and de fontibus non disputandum, the imagination has free play in picturing the beginnings of speech. Perhaps the first form of language, which may be defined as communication through signs, was the love call of one animal to another. In this sense, the jungle, the woods, and the prairie are alive with speech. Cries of warning or of terror, the call of the mother to the brood, the cluck and cackle of euphoric or reproductive ecstasy, the parliament of chatter from tree to tree, indicate the busy preparations made by the animal kingdom for the august speech of man. A wild girl found living among the animals in a forest near Châlons, France, had no other speech than hideous screeches and howls. These living noises of the woods seem meaningless to our provincial ear. We are like the philosophical poodle Riquet, who says of M. Bergeret, "Everything uttered by my voice means something, but from my master's mouth comes much nonsense." Whitman and Craig discovered a strange correlation between the actions and the exclamations of pigeons. Durant learned to distinguish 12 specific sounds used by fowl and doves, 15 by dogs, and 22 by horned cattle. Garner found that the apes carried on their endless gossip with at least 20 different sounds, plus a repertory of gestures, and from these modest vocabularies a few steps bring us to the 300 words that suffice some unpretentious men. Gesture seems primary, speech secondary, in the earlier transmission of thought, and when speech fails, gesture comes again to the fore. Among the North American Indians, who had countless dialects, married couples were often derived from different tribes and maintained communication and accord by gestures rather than speech. One couple known to Lewis Morgan used silent signs for 3 years. Gesture was so prominent in some Indian languages that the Arapahoes, like some modern peoples, could hardly converse in the dark. Perhaps the first human words were interjections, expressions of emotion as among animals, then demonstrative words accompanying gestures of direction, and imitative sounds that came in time to be the names of the objects or actions that they simulated. Even after indefinite millenniums of linguistic changes and complications, every language still contains hundreds of imitative words: roar, rush, murmur, tremor, giggle, groan, hiss, heave, hum, cackle, etc. Such onomatopoeia still remains a refuge in linguistic emergencies. The Englishman, eating his first meal in China and wishing to know the character of the meat he was eating, inquired with Anglo-Saxon dignity and reserve, "Quack, quack?" To which the Chinaman, shaking his head, answered cheerfully, "Bow, wow." The Ticuna tribe of ancient Brazil had a perfect verb for sneeze, haichu. Out of such beginnings, perhaps, came the root words of every language. Renan reduced all Hebrew words to 500 roots, and Skeat nearly all European words to some 400 stems. The languages of nature peoples are not necessarily primitive in any sense of simplicity. Many of them are simple in vocabulary and structure, but some of them are as complex and wordy as our own, and more highly organized than Chinese. Nearly all primitive tongues, however, limit themselves to the sensual in particular, and are uniformly poor in general or abstract terms. So the Australian natives had a name for a dog's tail, and another name for a cow's tail, but they had no name for tail in general. The Tasmanians had separate names for specific trees, but no general name for tree. The Choctaw Indians had names for the black oak, the white oak, and the red oak, but no name for oak, much less for tree. Doubtless many generations passed before the proper noun ended in the common noun. In many tribes there are no separate words for the color as distinct from the colored object, no words for such abstractions as tone, sex, species, space, spirit, instinct, reason, quantity, hope, fear, matter, consciousness, etc. Such abstract terms seem to grow in a reciprocal relation of cause and effect with the development of thought. They become the tools of subtlety and the symbols of civilization. Bearing so many gifts to men, words seemed to them a divine boon and a sacred thing. They became the matter of magic formulas, most reverenced when most meaningless, and they still survive as sacred in mysteries where, for example, the word becomes flesh. They made not only for clearer thinking, but for better social organization. They cemented the generations mentally by providing a better medium for education and the transmission of knowledge and the arts. They created a new organ of communication by which one doctrine or belief could mold a people into homogeneous unity. They opened new roads for the transport and traffic of ideas and immensely accelerated the tempo and enlarged the range and content of life. Has any other invention ever equaled, in power and glory, the common noun? Next to the enlargement of thought, the greatest of these gifts of speech was education. Civilization is an accumulation, a treasure house of arts and wisdom, manners and morals, from which the individual in his development draws nourishment for his mental life. Without that periodical reacquisition of the racial heritage by each generation, civilization would die a sudden death. It owes its life to education. Education had few frills among primitive peoples. To them, as to the animals, education was chiefly the transmission of skills and the training of character. It was a wholesome relation of apprentice to master in the ways of life. This direct and practical tutelage encouraged a rapid growth in the primitive child. In the Omaha tribes, the boy of 10 had already learned nearly all the arts of his father and was ready for life. Among the Aleuts, the boy of 10 often set up his own establishment and sometimes took a wife. In Nigeria, children of 6 or 8 would leave the parental house, build a hut, and provide for themselves by hunting and fishing. Usually, this educational process came to an end with the beginning of sexual life. The precocious maturity was followed by an early stagnation. The boy, under such conditions, was adult at 12 and old at 25. This does not mean that the savage had the mind of a child. It only means that he had neither the needs nor the opportunities of the modern child. He did not enjoy that long and protected adolescence which allows a more nearly complete transmission of the cultural heritage and a greater variety and flexibility of adaptive reactions to an artificial and unstable environment. The environment of the natural man was comparatively permanent. It called not for mental agility, but for courage and character. The primitive father put his trust in character, as modern education has put its trust in intellect. He was concerned to make not scholars, but men. Hence the initiation rites, which among nature peoples ordinarily marked the arrival of the youth at maturity and membership in the tribe, were designed to test courage rather than knowledge. Their function was to prepare the young for the hardships of war and the responsibilities of marriage, while at the same time they indulged the old in the delights of inflicting pain. Some of these initiation tests are too terrible and too revolting to be seen or told. Among the Kaffirs, to take a mild example, the boys who were candidates for maturity were given arduous work by day and were prevented from sleeping by night until they dropped from exhaustion, and to make the matter more certain, they were scourged frequently and mercilessly until blood spurted from them. A considerable proportion of the boys died as a result, but this seems to have been looked upon philosophically by the elders, perhaps as an auxiliary anticipation of natural selection. Usually, these initiation ceremonies marked the end of adolescence and the preparation for marriage, and the bride insisted that the bridegroom should prove his capacity for suffering. In many tribes of the Congo, the initiation rite centered about circumcision. If the youth winced or cried aloud, his relatives were thrashed, and his promised bride, who had watched the ceremony carefully, rejected him scornfully on the ground that she did not want a girl for her husband. Little or no use was made of writing in primitive education. Nothing surprises the natural man so much as the ability of Europeans to communicate with one another over great distances by making black scratches upon a piece of paper. Many tribes have learned to write by imitating their civilized exploiters, but some, as in northern Africa, have remained letterless despite 5,000 years of intermittent contact with literate nations. Simple tribes living for the most part in comparative isolation and knowing the happiness of having no history felt little need for writing. Their memories were all the stronger for having no written aids. They learned and retained and passed on to their children by recitation whatever seemed necessary in the way of historical record and cultural transmission. It was probably by committing such oral traditions and folklore to writing that literature began. Doubtless the invention of writing was met with a long and holy opposition as something calculated to undermine morals and the race. An Egyptian legend relates that when the god Thoth revealed his discovery of the art of writing to King Thamos, the good king denounced it as an enemy of civilization. Children and young people, protested the monarch, who had hitherto been forced to apply themselves diligently to learn and retain whatever was taught them, would cease to apply themselves, and would neglect to exercise their memories. Of course, we can only guess at the origins of this wonderful toy. Perhaps, as we shall see, it was a byproduct of pottery, and began as identifying trademarks on vessels of clay. Probably a system of written signs was made necessary by the increase of trade among the tribes, and its first forms were rough and conventional pictures of commercial objects and accounts. As trade connected tribes of diverse languages, some mutually intelligible mode of record and communication became desirable. Presumably, the numerals were among the earliest written symbols, usually taking the form of parallel marks representing the fingers. We still call them fingers when we speak of them as digits. Such words as 5, the German fünf, and the Greek pente go back to a root meaning hand. So the Roman numerals indicated fingers. The capital V, or 5, representing an expanded hand, and X was merely 2 V's connected at their points. Writing was, in its beginnings, as it still is in China and Japan, a form of drawing, an art. As men used gestures when they could not use words, So they used pictures to transmit their thoughts across time and space. Every word and every letter known to us was once a picture, even as trademarks and the signs of the zodiac are to this day. The primeval Chinese pictures that preceded writing were called ku wan, literally gesture pictures. Totem poles were pictograph writing. They were, as Mason suggests, tribal autographs. Some tribes used notched sticks to help the memory or to convey a message. Others, like the Algonquin Indians, not only notched the sticks but painted figures upon them, making them into miniature totem poles. Or perhaps these poles were notched sticks on a grandiose scale. The Peruvian Indians kept complex records, both of numbers and ideas, by knots and loops made in diversely colored cords. Perhaps some light is shed upon the origins of the South American Indians by the fact that a similar custom existed among the natives of the eastern archipelago in Polynesia. Lao Tse, calling upon the Chinese to return to the simple life, proposed that they should go back to their primeval use of knotted cords. More highly developed forms of writing appear sporadically among nature men. Hieroglyphics have been found on Easter Island in the South Seas, and on one of the Caroline Islands a script has been discovered which consists of 51 syllabic signs, picturing figures and ideas. Tradition tells how the priests and chiefs of Easter Island tried to keep to themselves all knowledge of writing, and how the people assembled annually to hear the tablets read. Writing was obviously, in its earlier stages, a mysterious and holy thing, a hieroglyph or sacred carving. We cannot be sure that these Polynesian scripts were not derived from some of the historic civilizations. In general, writing is a sign of civilization, the least uncertain of the precarious distinctions between civilized and primitive men. Literature is at first words rather than letters, despite its name. It arises as clerical chants or magic charms, recited usually by the priests, and transmitted orally from memory to memory. Carmina, as the Romans named poetry, meant both verses and charms. Ode, among the Greeks, meant originally a magic spell. So did the English rune and lay, and the German Lied. Rhythm and meter, suggested perhaps by the rhythms of nature and bodily life, were apparently developed by magicians or shamans to preserve, transmit, and enhance the magic incantations of their verse. The Greeks attributed the first hexameters to the Delphic priests, who were believed to have invented the meter for use in oracles. Gradually, out of these sacerdotal origins, the poet, the orator, and the historian were differentiated and secularized. The orator as the official lauder of the king or solicitor of the deity, the historian as the recorder of the royal deeds, the poet as the singer of originally sacred chants, the formulator and preserver of heroic legends, and the musician who put his tales to music for the instruction of populace and kings. So the Fijians, the Tahitians, and the New Caledonians had official orators and narrators to make addresses on occasions of ceremony, and to incite the warriors of the tribe by recounting the deeds of their forefathers and exalting the unequaled glories of the nation's past. How little do some recent historians differ from these! The Somali had professional poets who went from village to village singing songs, like medieval minnesingers and troubadours. Only exceptionally were these poems of love. Usually they dealt with physical heroism, or battle, or the relations of parents and children. Here, from the Easter Island tablets, is the lament of a father separated from his daughter by the fortunes of war. The sail of my daughter, never broken by the force of foreign clans, the sail of my daughter, unbroken by the conspiracy of Honiti. Ever victorious in all her fights, she could not be enticed to drink poisoned waters in the obsidian glass. Can my sorrow ever be appeased while we are divided by the mighty seas? O my daughter, it is a vast and watery road over which I look toward the horizon. My daughter, O my daughter. 2. Science. Origins, mathematics, astronomy, medicine, surgery. In the opinion of Herbert Spencer, that supreme expert in the collection of evidence post judicium, science, like letters, began with the priests, originated in astronomic observations, governing religious festivals, and was preserved in the temples and transmitted across the generations as part of the clerical heritage. We cannot say, for here again beginnings elude us, and we may only surmise. Perhaps science, like civilization in general, began with agriculture. Geometry, as its name indicates, was the measurement of the soil, and the calculation of crops and seasons, necessitating the observation of the stars and the construction of a calendar, may have generated astronomy. Navigation advanced astronomy, trade developed mathematics, and the industrial arts laid the bases of physics and chemistry. Counting was probably one of the earliest forms of speech, and in many tribes it still presents a relieving simplicity. The Tasmanians counted up to 2. Farmery, Kalabawa, Cardia, that is, 1, 2, plenty. The Guaranis of Brazil adventured further and said 1, 2, 3, 4, innumerable. The New Hollanders had no words for 3 or 4. 3 they called 2, 1, 4 was 2, 2. Damara natives would not exchange 2 sheep for 4 sticks, but willingly exchanged, twice in succession, 1 sheep for 2 sticks. Counting was by the fingers, hence the decimal system. When, apparently after some time, the idea of 12 was reached, the number became a favorite because it was so pleasantly divisible by 5 of the first 6 digits. And that duodecimal system was born, which obstinately survives in English measurements today. 12 months in a year, 12 pence in a shilling, 12 units in a dozen, 12 dozen in a gross, 12 inches in a foot. 13, on the other hand, refused to be divided and became disreputable and unlucky forever. Toes added to fingers created the idea of 20, or a score. The use of this unit in reckoning lingers in the French 80, 4 20s, for 80. Other parts of the body served as standards of measurement, a hand for a span, a thumb for an inch, in French the 2 words are the same, an elbow for a cubit, an arm for an ell, a foot for a foot. At an early date, pebbles were added to fingers as an aid in counting. The survival of the abacus and of the little stone, calculus, concealed in the word calculate, revealed to us how small again is the gap between the simplest and the latest men. Thoreau longed for this primitive simplicity and well expressed a universally recurrent mood. An honest man has hardly need to count more than his 10 fingers, or in extreme cases he may add his toes, and lump the rest. I say, let our affairs be as 2 or 3, and not as 100 or 1,000. Instead of 1,000,000, count 6, and keep your accounts on your thumbnail. The measurement of time by the movements of the heavenly bodies was probably the beginning of astronomy. The very word measure, like the word month, and perhaps the word man, the measurer, goes back apparently to a root denoting the moon. Men measured time by moons long before they counted it by years. The sun, like the father, was a comparatively late discovery. Even today Easter is reckoned according to the phases of the moon. The Polynesians had a calendar of 13 months, regulated by the moon. When their lunar year diverged too flagrantly from the procession of the seasons, they dropped a moon, and the balance was restored. But such sane uses of the heavens were exceptional. Astrology antedated, and perhaps will survive, astronomy. Simple souls are more interested in telling futures than in telling time. A myriad of superstitions grew up anent the influence of the stars upon human character and fate, and many of these superstitions flourish in our own day. Perhaps they are not superstitions, but only another kind of error than science. Natural man formulates no physics, but merely practices it. He cannot plot the path of a projectile, but he can aim an arrow well. He has no chemical symbols, but he knows at a glance which plants are poison and which are food, and uses subtle herbs to heal the ills of the flesh. Perhaps we should employ another gender here, for probably the first doctors were women, not only because they were the natural nurses of the men, nor merely because they made midwifery rather than venality the oldest profession, but because their closer connection with the soil gave them a superior knowledge of plants and enabled them to develop the art of medicine, as distinct from the magic-mongering of the priests. From the earliest days to a time yet within our memory, it was the woman who healed. Only when the woman failed did the primitive sick resort to the medicine man and the shaman. It is astonishing how many cures primitive doctors effected despite their theories of disease. To these simple people, disease seemed to be possession of the body by an alien power or spirit, a conception not essentially different from the germ theory which pervades medicine today. The most popular method of cure was by some magic incantation that would propitiate the evil spirit or drive it away. How perennial this form of therapy is may be seen in the story of the Gadarene swine. Even now, epilepsy is regarded by many as a possession. Some contemporary religions prescribe forms of exorcism for banishing disease, and prayer is recognized by most living people as an aid to pills and drugs. Perhaps the primitive practice was based, as much as the most modern, on the healing power of suggestion. The tricks of these early doctors were more dramatic than those of their more civilized successors. They tried to scare off the possessing demon by assuming terrifying masks, covering themselves with the skins of animals, shouting, raving, slapping their hands, shaking rattles, and sucking the demon out through a hollow tube. As an old adage put it, nature cures the disease while the remedy amuses the patient. The Brazilian Bororos carried the science to a higher stage by having the father take the medicine in order to cure the sick child. Almost invariably, the child got well. Along with medicative herbs, we find in the vast pharmacopoeia of primitive man an assortment of soporific drugs calculated to ease pain or to facilitate operations. Poisons like curare, used so frequently on the tips of arrows, and drugs like hemp, opium, and eucalyptus are older than history. One of our most popular anesthetics goes back to the Peruvian use of coca for this purpose. Cartier tells how the Iroquois cured scurvy with the bark and leaves of the hemlock spruce. Primitive surgery knew a variety of operations and instruments. Childbirth was well managed, fractures and wounds were ably set and dressed. By means of obsidian knives or sharpened flints or fish's teeth, blood was let, abscesses were drained, and tissues were scarified. Trephining of the skull was practiced by primitive medicine men, from the ancient Peruvian Indians to the modern Melanesians. The latter averaged 9 successes out of every 10 operations, while in 1786 the same operation was invariably fatal at the Hôtel Dieu in Paris. We smile at primitive ignorance while we submit anxiously to the expensive therapeutics of our own day. As Dr. Oliver Wendell Holmes wrote after a lifetime of healing, "There is nothing men will not do, there is nothing they have not done, to recover their health and save their lives. They have submitted to be half drowned in water and half choked with gases, to be buried up to their chins in earth, to be seared with hot irons like galley slaves, to be crimped with knives like codfish, to have needles thrust into their flesh and bonfires kindled on their skin, to swallow all sorts of abominations, and to pay for all this, as if to be singed and scalded were a costly privilege, as if blisters were a blessing and leeches a luxury." 3. Art. The meaning of beauty, of art, the primitive sense of beauty, the painting of the body, cosmetics, tattooing, scarification, clothing, ornaments, pottery, painting, sculpture, architecture, the dance, music, summary of the primitive preparation for civilization. After 50,000 years of art, men still dispute as to its sources in instinct and in history. What is beauty? Why do we admire it? Why do we endeavor to create it? Since this is no place for psychological discourse, we shall answer, briefly and precariously, that beauty is any quality by which an object or a form pleases a beholder. Primarily and originally, the object does not please the beholder because it is beautiful, but rather he calls it beautiful because it pleases him. Any object that satisfies desire will seem beautiful. Food is beautiful. Thais is not beautiful to a starving man. The pleasing object may as like as not be the beholder himself. In our secret hearts no other form is quite so fair as ours, and art begins with the adornment of one's own exquisite body. Or the pleasing object may be the desired mate, and then the aesthetic, beauty-feeling sense takes on the intensity and creativeness of sex, and spreads the aura of beauty to everything that concerns the beloved one, to all forms that resemble her, all colors that adorn her, please her or speak of her, all ornaments and garments that become her, all shapes and motions that recall her symmetry and grace. Or the pleasing form may be a desired male, and out of the attraction that here draws frailty to worship strength comes that sense of sublimity, satisfaction in the presence of power, which creates the loftiest art of all. Finally, nature herself, with our cooperation, may become both sublime and beautiful, not only because it simulates and suggests all the tenderness of women and all the strength of men, but because we project into it our own feelings and fortunes, our love of others and of ourselves, relishing in it the scenes of our youth, enjoying its quiet solitude as an escape from the storm of life, living with it through its almost human seasons of green youth, hot maturity, mellow fruitfulness, and cold decay, and recognizing it vaguely as the mother that lent us life and will receive us in our death. Art is the creation of beauty. It is the expression of thought or feeling in a form that seems beautiful or sublime, and therefore arouses in us some reverberation of that primordial delight which woman gives to man or man to woman. The thought may be any capture of life's significance. The feeling may be any arousal or release of life's tensions. The form may satisfy us through rhythm, which falls in pleasantly with the alternations of our breath, the pulsation of our blood, and the majestic oscillations of winter and summer, ebb and flow, night and day. Or the form may please us through symmetry, which is a static rhythm, standing for strength and recalling to us the ordered proportions of planets and animals, of women and men. Or it may please us through color, which brightens the spirit or intensifies life. Or finally, the form may please us through veracity, because its lucid and transparent imitation of nature or reality catches some mortal loveliness of plant or animal, or some transient meaning of circumstance, and holds it still for our lingering enjoyment or leisurely understanding. From these many sources come those noble superfluities of life, song and dance, music and drama, pottery and painting, sculpture and architecture, literature and philosophy. For what is philosophy but an art, one more attempt to give significant form to the chaos of experience? If the sense of beauty is not strong in primitive society, it may be because the lack of delay between sexual desire and fulfillment gives no time for that imaginative enhancement of the object which makes so much of the object's beauty. Primitive man seldom thinks of selecting women because of what we should call their beauty. He thinks rather of their usefulness, and never dreams of rejecting a strong-armed bride because of her ugliness. The Indian chief, being asked which of his wives was the loveliest, apologized for never having thought of the matter. Their faces, he said with the mature wisdom of a Franklin, might be more or less handsome, but in other respects women are all the same. Where a sense of beauty is present in primitive man, it sometimes eludes us by being so different from our own. All Negro races that I know, says Reichard, account a woman beautiful who is not constricted at the waist, and when the body from the armpits to the hips is the same breadth. Like a ladder, says the coast Negro. Elephantine ears and an overhanging stomach are feminine charms to some African males, and throughout Africa it is the fat woman who is accounted loveliest. In Nigeria, says Mungo Park, corpulence and beauty seem to be terms nearly synonymous. A woman of even moderate pretensions must be one who cannot walk without a slave under each arm to support her, and a perfect beauty is a load for a camel. Most savages, says Briffaut, have a preference for what we should regard as one of the most unsightly features in a woman's form, namely long hanging breasts. It is well known, says Darwin, that with many Hottentot women the posterior part of the body projects in a wonderful manner, and Sir Andrew Smith is certain that this peculiarity is greatly admired by the men. He once saw a woman who was considered a beauty, and she was so immensely developed behind that when seated on level ground she could not rise, and had to push herself along until she came to a slope. According to Burton, the Somali men are said to choose their wives by ranging them in a line, and by picking her out who projects furthest a tergo. Nothing can be more hateful to a Negro than the opposite form. Indeed, it is highly probable that the natural male thinks of beauty in terms of himself, rather than in terms of woman. Art begins at home. Primitive men equaled modern men in vanity, incredible as this will seem to women. Among simple peoples, as among animals, it is the male rather than the female that puts on ornament and mutilates his body for beauty's sake. In Australia, says Bonnock, adornments are almost entirely monopolized by men. So too in Melanesia, New Guinea, New Caledonia, New Britain, New Hanover, and among the North American Indians. In some tribes, more time is given to the adornment of the body than to any other business of the day. Apparently, the first form of art is the artificial coloring of the body, sometimes to attract women, sometimes to frighten foes. The Australian native, like the latest American belle, always carried with him a provision of white, red, and yellow paint for touching up his beauty now and then, and when the supply threatened to run out, he undertook expeditions of some distance and danger to renew it. On ordinary days, he contented himself with a few spots of color on his cheeks, his shoulders, and his breast, but on festive occasions he felt shamefully nude unless his entire body was painted. In some tribes, the men reserved to themselves the right to paint the body. In others, the married women were forbidden to paint their necks. But women were not long in acquiring the oldest of the arts, cosmetics. When Captain Cook dallied in New Zealand, he noticed that his sailors, when they returned from their adventures on shore, had artificially red or yellow noses. The paint of the native Helens had stuck to them. The Falata ladies of Central Africa spent several hours a day over their toilette. They made their fingers and toes purple by keeping them wrapped all night in henna leaves. They stained their teeth alternately with blue, yellow, and purple dyes. They colored their hair with indigo and penciled their eyelids with sulphuret of antimony. Every bongo lady carried in her dressing case tweezers for pulling out eyelashes and eyebrows, lancet-shaped hairpins, rings and bells, buttons and clasps. The primitive soul, like the Periclean Greek, fretted over the transitoriness of painting and invented tattooing, scarification, and clothing as more permanent adornments. The women as well as the men in many tribes submitted to the coloring needle, and bore without flinching even the tattooing of their lips. In Greenland, the mothers tattooed their daughters early, the sooner to get them married off. Most often, however, tattooing itself was considered insufficiently visible or impressive, and a number of tribes on every continent produced deep scars on their flesh to make themselves lovelier to their fellows, or more discouraging to their enemies. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued. Cassette 3, Side 2. Most often, however, tattooing itself was considered insufficiently visible or impressive, and a number of tribes on every continent produced deep scars on their flesh to make themselves lovelier to their fellows, or more discouraging to their enemies. As Théophile Gautier put it, having no clothes to embroider, they embroidered their skins. Flints or mussel shells cut the flesh, and often a ball of earth was placed within the wound to enlarge the scar. The Torres Straits natives wore huge scars like epaulets. The Abeokuta cut themselves to produce scars imitative of lizards, alligators, or tortoises. There is, says Georg, no part of the body that has not been perfected, decorated, disfigured, painted, bleached, tattooed, reformed, stretched, or squeezed, out of vanity or desire for ornament. The Botocudos derived their name from a plug, botuk, which they inserted into the lower lip and the ears in the 8th year of life and repeatedly replaced with a larger plug until the opening was as much as 4 inches in diameter. Hottentot women trained the labia minora to assume enormous lengths, so producing at last the Hottentot apron so greatly admired by their men. Earrings and nose rings were de rigueur. The natives of Gippsland believed that one who died without a nose ring would suffer horrible torments in the next life. It is all very barbarous, says the modern lady, as she bores her ears for rings, paints her lips and her cheeks, tweezes her eyebrows, reforms her eyelashes, powders her face, her neck and her arms, and compresses her feet. The tattooed sailor speaks with superior sympathy of the savages he has known, and the continental student, horrified by primitive mutilations, sports his honorific scars. Clothing was apparently in its origins a form of ornament, a sexual deterrent or charm, rather than an article of use against cold or shame. The Cimbri were in the habit of tobogganing naked over the snow. When Darwin, pitying the nakedness of the Fuegians, gave one of them a red cloth as a protection against the cold, the native tore it into strips, which he and his companions then used as ornaments. As Cook had said of them timelessly, they were content to be naked, but ambitious to be fine. In like manner, the ladies of the Orinoco cut into shreds the materials given them by the Jesuit fathers for clothing. They wore the ribbons so made around their necks, but insisted that they would be ashamed to wear clothing. An old author describes the Brazilian natives as usually naked, and adds, "Now already some do wear apparel, but esteem it so little that they wear it rather for fashion than for honesty's sake, and because they are commanded to wear it, as is well seen by some that sometimes come abroad with certain garments no further than the navel, without any other thing, or others only a cap on their heads, and leave the other garments at home." When clothing became something more than an adornment, it served partly to indicate the married status of a loyal wife, partly to accentuate the form and beauty of woman. For the most part, primitive women asked of clothing precisely what later women have asked, not that it should quite cover their nakedness, but that it should enhance or suggest their charms. Everything changes, except woman and man. From the beginning, both sexes preferred ornaments to clothing. Primitive trade seldom deals in necessities. It is usually confined to articles of adornment or play. Jewelry is one of the most ancient elements of civilization. In tombs 20,000 years old, shells and teeth have been found strung into necklaces. From simple beginnings, such embellishments soon reached impressive proportions and played a lofty role in life. The Gala women wore rings to the weight of 6 pounds, and some Dinka women carried half a hundredweight of decoration. One African belle wore copper rings which became hot under the sun, so that she had to employ an attendant to shade or fan her. The queen of the Wabunias, on the Congo, wore a brass collar weighing 20 pounds. She had to lie down every now and then to rest. Poor women who were so unfortunate as to have only light jewelry imitated carefully the steps of those who carried great burdens of bedizenment. The first source of art, then, is akin to the display of colors and plumage on the male animal in mating time. It lies in the desire to adorn and beautify the body. And just as self-love and mate-love, overflowing, pour out their surplus of affection upon nature, So the impulse to beautify passes from the personal to the external world. The soul seeks to express its feeling in objective ways, through color and form. Art really begins when men undertake to beautify things. Perhaps its first external medium was pottery. The potter's wheel, like writing in the state, belongs to the historic civilizations. But even without it, primitive men, or rather women, lifted this ancient industry to an art and achieved merely with clay, water, and deft fingers an astonishing symmetry of form. Witness the pottery fashioned by the Baranga of South Africa or by the Pueblo Indians. When the potter applied colored designs to the surface of the vessel he had formed, he was creating the art of painting. In primitive hands, painting is not yet an independent art. It exists as an adjunct to pottery and statuary. Nature men made colors out of clay, and the Andamanese made oil colors by mixing ochre with oils or fats. Such colors were used to ornament weapons, implements, vases, clothing, and buildings. Many hunting tribes of Africa and Oceania painted upon the walls of their caves or upon neighboring rocks vivid representations of the animals that they sought in the chase. Sculpture, like painting, probably owed its origin to pottery. The potter found that he could mold not only articles of use, but imitative figures that might serve as magic amulets and then as things of beauty in themselves. The Eskimos carved caribou antlers and walrus ivory into figurines of animals and men. Again, primitive man sought to mark his hut, or a totem pole, or a grave, with some image that would indicate the object worshipped or the person deceased. At first he carved merely a face upon a post, then a head, then the whole post, and through this filial marking of graves, sculpture became an art. So the ancient dwellers on Easter Island topped with enormous monolithic statues the vaults of their dead. Scores of such statues, many of them 20 feet high, have been found there. Some, now prostrate in ruins, were apparently 60 feet tall. How did architecture begin? We can hardly apply so magnificent a term to the construction of the primitive hut, for architecture is not mere building, but beautiful building. It began when for the first time a man or a woman thought of a dwelling in terms of appearance as well as of use. Probably this effort to give beauty or sublimity to a structure was directed first to graves rather than to homes. While the commemorative pillar developed into statuary, the tomb grew into a temple. For to primitive thought the dead were more important and powerful than the living, and besides, the dead could remain settled in one place, while the living wandered too often to warrant their raising permanent homes. Even in early days, and probably long before he thought of carving objects or building tombs, man found pleasure in rhythm and began to develop the crying and warbling, the prancing and preening of the animal into song and dance. Perhaps, like the animal, he sang before he learned to talk and danced as early as he sang. Indeed, no art so characterized or expressed primitive man as the dance. He developed it from primordial simplicity to a complexity unrivaled in civilization, and varied it into 1,000 forms. The great festivals of the tribes were celebrated chiefly with communal and individual dancing. Great wars were opened with martial steps and chants. The great ceremonies of religion were a mingling of song, drama, and dance. What seems to us now to be forms of play were probably serious matters to early men. They danced not merely to express themselves, but to offer suggestions to nature or the gods. For example, the periodic incitation to abundant reproduction was accomplished chiefly through the hypnotism of the dance. Spencer derived the dance from the ritual of welcoming a victorious chief home from the wars. Freud derived it from the natural expression of sensual desire and the group technique of erotic stimulation. If one should assert, with similar narrowness, that the dance was born of sacred rites and mummeries, and then merge the three theories into one, there might result as definite a conception of the origin of the dance as can be attained by us today. From the dance, we may believe, came instrumental music and the drama. The making of such music appears to arise out of a desire to mark and accentuate with sound the rhythm of the dance, and to intensify with shrill or rhythmic notes the excitement necessary to patriotism or procreation. The instruments were limited in range and accomplishment, but almost endless in variety. Native ingenuity exhausted itself in fashioning horns, trumpets, gongs, tam-tams, clappers, rattles, castanets, flutes, and drums, from horns, skins, shells, ivory, brass, copper, bamboo, and wood. And it ornamented them with elaborate carving and coloring. The taut string of the bow became the origin of 100 instruments, from the primitive lyre to the Stradivarius violin and the modern pianoforte. Professional singers, like professional dancers, arose among the tribes, and vague scales, predominantly minor in tone, were developed. With music, song, and dance combined, the savage created for us the drama and the opera. For the primitive dance was frequently devoted to mimicry. It imitated, most simply, the movements of animals and men, and pass to the mimetic performance of actions and events. So some Australian tribes staged a sexual dance around a pit ornamented with shrubbery to represent the vulva, and after ecstatic and erotic gestures and prancing, cast their spears symbolically into the pit. The northwestern tribes of the same island played a drama of death and resurrection differing only in simplicity from the medieval mystery and modern passion plays. The dancers slowly sank to the ground, hid their heads under the boughs they carried, and simulated death. Then, at a sign from their leader, they rose abruptly in a wild triumphal chant and dance, announcing the resurrection of the soul. In like manner, 1,000 forms of pantomime described events significant to the history of the tribe, or actions important in the individual life. When rhythm disappeared from these performances, the dance passed into the drama, and one of the greatest of art forms was born. In these ways, pre-civilized men created the forms and bases of civilization. Looking backward upon this brief survey of primitive culture, we find every element of civilization except writing and the state. All the modes of economic life are invented for us here: hunting and fishing, herding and tillage, transport and building, industry and commerce, and finance. All the simpler structures of political life are organized: the clan, the family, the village community, and the tribe. Freedom and order, those hostile foci around which civilization revolves, find their first adjustment and reconciliation. Law and justice begin. The fundamentals of morals are established: the training of children, the regulation of the sexes, the inculcation of honor and decency, of manners and loyalty. The bases of religion are laid, and its hopes and terrors are applied to the encouragement of morals and the strengthening of the group. Speech is developed into complex languages, medicine and surgery appear, and modest beginnings are made in science, literature, and art. All in all, it is a picture of astonishing creation, of form rising out of chaos, of one road after another being opened from the animal to the sage. Without these savages and their 100,000 years of experiment and groping, civilization could not have been. We owe almost everything to them, as a fortunate and possibly degenerate youth inherits the means to culture, security, and ease through the long toil of an unlettered ancestry. Chapter 6. The Prehistoric Beginnings of Civilization. 1. Paleolithic Culture. The purpose of prehistory, the romances of archaeology. But we have spoken loosely. These primitive cultures that we have sketched as a means of studying the elements of civilization were not necessarily the ancestors of our own. For all that we know, they may be the degenerate remnants of higher cultures that decayed when human leadership moved in the wake of the receding ice from the tropics to the north temperate zone. We have tried to understand how civilization in general arises and takes form. We have still to trace the prehistoric origins of our own particular civilization. This word prehistoric will be used as applying to all ages before historical records. We wish now to inquire briefly, for this is a field that only borders upon our purpose, by what steps man, before history, prepared for the civilizations of history. How the man of the jungle or the cave became an Egyptian architect, a Babylonian astronomer, a Hebrew prophet, a Persian governor, a Greek poet, a Roman engineer, a Hindu saint, a Japanese artist, and a Chinese sage. We must pass from anthropology through archaeology to history. All over the earth, seekers are digging into the earth. Some for gold, some for silver, some for iron, some for coal, many of them for knowledge. What strange busyness of men exhuming Paleolithic tools from the banks of the Somme, studying with strained necks the vivid paintings on the ceilings of prehistoric caves, unearthing antique skulls at Choukoutien, revealing the buried cities of Mohenjo-Daro or Yucatan, carrying debris in basket caravans out of curse-ridden Egyptian tombs, lifting out of the dust the palaces of Minos and Priam, uncovering the ruins of Persepolis, burrowing into the soil of Africa for some remnant of Carthage, recapturing from the jungle the majestic temples of Angkor. In 1839, Jacques Boucher de Perthes found the first Stone Age flints at Abbeville in France. For 9 years the world laughed at him as a dupe. In 1872, Schliemann, with his own money, almost with his own hands, unearthed the youngest of the many cities of Troy, but all the world smiled incredulously. Never has any century been so interested in history as that which followed the voyage of young Champollion with young Napoleon to Egypt, 1796. Napoleon returned empty-handed, but Champollion came back with all Egypt, past and current, in his grasp. Every generation since has discovered new civilizations or cultures and has pushed farther and farther back the frontier of man's knowledge of his development. There are not many things finer in our murderous species than this noble curiosity, this restless and reckless passion to understand. 1. Men of the Old Stone Age. The geological background, Paleolithic types. Immense volumes have been written to expound our knowledge and conceal our ignorance of primitive man. We leave to other imaginative sciences the task of describing the men of the Old and the New Stone Age. Our concern is to trace the contributions of these Paleolithic and Neolithic cultures to our contemporary life. The picture we must form as background to the story is of an Earth considerably different from that which tolerates us transiently today. An Earth presumably shivering with the intermittent glaciations that made our now temperate zones Arctic for thousands of years, and piled up masses of rock like the Himalayas, the Alps, and the Pyrenees before the plow of the advancing ice. If we accept the precarious theories of contemporary science, the creature who became man by learning to speak was one of the adaptable species that survived from those frozen centuries. In the interglacial stages, while the ice was retreating, and for all we know long before that, this strange organism discovered fire, developed the art of fashioning stone and bone into weapons and tools, and thereby paved the way to civilization. Various remains have been found which, subject to later correction, are attributed to this prehistoric man. In 1929, a young Chinese paleontologist, W.C. Pei, discovered in a cave at Choukou-Tien, some 37 miles from Peiping, a skull adjudged to be human by such experts as the Abbé Brie and G. Elliott Smith. Near the skull were traces of fire, and stones, obviously worked into tools. But mingled with these signs of human agency were the bones of animals ascribed by common consent to the early Pleistocene epoch, 1,000,000 years ago. This Peking skull is by common opinion the oldest human fossil known to us, and the tools found with it are the first human artifacts in history. At Piltdown, in Sussex, England, Dawson and Woodward found in 1911 some possibly human fragments now known as Piltdown Man, or Eoanthropus, Dawn Man. The dates assigned to it range spaciously from 1,000,000 to 125,000 B.C. Similar uncertainties attached to the skull and thigh bones found in Java in 1891 and the jawbone found near Heidelberg in 1907. The earliest unmistakably human fossils were discovered at Neanderthal, near Düsseldorf, Germany, in 1857. They date apparently from 40,000 B.C., and so resemble human remains unearthed in Belgium, France, and Spain, and even on the shores of the Sea of Galilee, that a whole race of Neanderthal men has been pictured as possessing Europe some 40 millenniums before our era. They were short, but they had a cranial capacity of 1,600 cubic centimeters, which is 200 more than ours. These ancient inhabitants of Europe seem to have been displaced, some 20,000 B.C., by a new race named Cro-Magnon from the discovery of its relics, 1868, in a grotto of that name in the Dordogne region of southern France. Abundant remains of like type and age have been exhumed at various points in France, Switzerland, Germany, and Wales. They indicate a people of magnificent vigor and stature, ranging from 5 feet 10 inches to 6 feet 4 inches in height, and having a skull capacity of 1,590 to 1,715 cubic centimeters. Like the Neanderthals, Cro-Magnon men are known to us as cavemen because their remains are found in caves, but there is no proof that these were their sole dwelling place. It may be again but a jest of time that only those of them who lived in caves or died in them have transmitted their bones to archaeologists. According to present theory, this splendid race came from Central Asia through Africa into Europe by land bridges presumed to have then connected Africa with Italy and Spain. The distribution of their fossils suggests that they fought for many decades, perhaps centuries, a war with the Neanderthals for the possession of Europe. So old is the conflict between Germany and France. At all events, Neanderthal man disappeared. Cro-Magnon man survived, became the chief progenitor of the modern Western European, and laid the bases of that civilization which we inherit today. The cultural remains of these and other European types of the Old Stone Age have been classified into 7 main groups, according to the location of the earliest or principal finds in France. All are characterized by the use of unpolished stone implements. The first three took form in the precarious interval between the third and fourth glaciations. 1. The pre-Shellian culture, or industry, dating some 125,000 B.C. Most of the flints found in this low layer give little evidence of fashioning, and appear to have been used, if at all, as nature provided them. But the presence of many stones of a shape to fit the fist, and in some degree flaked and pointed, gives to pre-Shellian man the presumptive honor of having made the first known tool of European man, the coup de poing, or blow of the fist stone. 2. The Shellian culture, circa 100,000 B.C., improved this tool by roughly flaking it on both sides, pointing it into the shape of an almond and fitting it better to the hand. 3. The Acheulean culture, about 75,000 B.C., left an abundance of remains in Europe, Greenland, the United States, Canada, Mexico, Africa, the Near East, India, and China. It not only brought the coup de poing to greater symmetry and point, but it produced a vast variety of special tools: hammers, anvils, scrapers, planes, arrowheads, spearheads, and knives. Already one sees a picture of busy human industry. 4. The Mousterian culture is found on all continents, in a special association with the remains of Neanderthal man, about 40,000 B.C. Among these flints, the coup de poing is comparatively rare, as something already ancient and superseded. The implements were formed from a large single flake, lighter, sharper, and shapelier than before, and by skillful hands with a long-established tradition of artisanship. Higher in the Pleistocene strata of southern France appear the remains of 5. The Aurignacian culture, circa 25,000 B.C., the first of the post-glacial industries, and the first known culture of Cro-Magnon man. Bone tools, pins, anvils, polishers, etc., were now added to those of stone, and art appeared in the form of crude engravings on the rocks, or simple figurines in high relief, mostly of nude women. At a higher stage of Cro-Magnon development, 6. The Solutrean culture appears, circa 20,000 B.C., in France, Spain, Czechoslovakia, and Poland. Points, planes, drills, saws, javelins, and spears were added to the tools and weapons of Aurignacian days. Slim, sharp needles were made of bone. Many implements were carved out of reindeer horn, and the reindeer's antlers were engraved occasionally with animal figures appreciably superior to Aurignacian art. Finally, at the peak of Cro-Magnon growth, 7. The Magdalenian culture appears throughout Europe about 16,000 B.C. In industry, it was characterized by a large assortment of delicate utensils in ivory, bone, and horn, culminating in humble but perfect needles and pins. In art, it was the age of the Altamira drawings, the most perfect and subtle accomplishment of Cro-Magnon man. Through these cultures of the Old Stone Age, prehistoric man laid the bases of those handicrafts which were to remain part of the European heritage until the Industrial Revolution. Their transmission to the classic and modern civilizations was made easier by the widespread of Paleolithic industries. The skull and cave painting found in Rhodesia in 1921, the flints discovered in Egypt by De Morgan in 1896, the Paleolithic finds of Seton Kar in Somaliland, the Old Stone Age deposits in the basin of the Fayum, and the Still Bay culture of South Africa indicate that the Dark Continent went through approximately the same prehistoric periods of development in the art of flaking stone as those which we have outlined in Europe. Perhaps, indeed, the quasi-Aurignacian remains in Tunis and Algiers strengthen the hypothesis of an African origin or stopping point for the Cro-Magnon race, and therefore for European man. Paleolithic implements have been dug up in Syria, India, China, Siberia, and other sections of Asia. Andrews and his Jesuit predecessors came upon them in Mongolia. Neanderthal skeletons and Mousterian Aurignacian flints have been exhumed in great abundance in Palestine. And we have seen how the oldest known human remains and implements have lately been unearthed near Pepin. Bone tools have been discovered in Nebraska, which some patriotic authorities would place at 500,000 B.C. Arrowheads have been found in Oklahoma and New Mexico, which their finders assure us were made in 350,000 B.C. So vast was the bridge by which prehistoric transmitted the foundations of civilization to historic man. 2. Arts of the Old Stone Age: tools, fire, painting, sculpture. If now we sum up the implements fashioned by Paleolithic man, we shall gain a clearer idea of his life than by giving loose rein to our fancy. It was natural that a stone in the fist should be the first tool. Many an animal could have taught that to man. So the coup de poing, a rock sharp at one end, round at the other, to fit the palm of the hand, became for primeval man hammer, axe, chisel, scraper, knife, and saw. Even to this day the word hammer means, etymologically, a stone. Gradually these specific tools were differentiated out of one homogeneous form. Holes were bored to attach a handle, teeth were inserted to make a saw, branches were tipped with the coup de poing to make a pick, an arrow, or a spear. The scraper stone that had the shape of a shell became a shovel or a hoe. The rough-surfaced stone became a file. The stone in a sling became a weapon of war that would survive even classical antiquity. Given bone, wood, and ivory as well as stone, and Paleolithic man made himself a varied assortment of weapons and tools. Polishers, mortars, axes, planes, scrapers, drills, lamps, knives, chisels, choppers, lances, anvils, etchers, daggers, fishhooks, harpoons, wedges, awls, pins, and doubtless many more. Every day he stumbled upon new knowledge, and sometimes he had the wit to develop his chance discoveries into purposeful inventions. But his great achievement was fire. Darwin has pointed out how the hot lava of volcanoes might have taught men the art of fire. According to Aeschylus, Prometheus established it by igniting a narthex stalk in the burning crater of a volcano on the Isle of Lemnos. Among Neanderthal remains we find bits of charcoal and charred bones. Man-made fire, then, is at least 40,000 years old. Cro-Magnon man ground stone bowls to hold the grease that he burned to give him light. The lamp, therefore, is also of considerable age. Presumably it was fire that enabled man to meet the threat of cold from the advancing ice. Fire that left him free to sleep on the earth at night, since animals dreaded the marble as much as primitive men worshipped it. Fire that conquered the dark and began that lessening of fear which is one of the golden threads in the not quite golden web of history. Fire that created the old and honorable art of cooking, extending the diet of man to 1,000 foods inedible before. Fire that led at last to the fusing of metals, and the only real advance in technology from Cro-Magnon days to the Industrial Revolution. Strange to relate, and as if to illustrate Gautier's lines on robust art outlasting emperors and states, our clearest relics of Paleolithic man are fragments of his art. 60 years ago, Signor Marcelino de Sautuola came upon a large cave on his estate at Altamira, in northern Spain. For thousands of years the entrance had been hermetically sealed by fallen rocks naturally cemented with stalagmite deposits. Blasts for new construction accidentally opened the entrance. 3 years later, Sautuola explored the cave and noticed some curious markings on the walls. One day his little daughter accompanied him. Not compelled like her father to stoop as she walked through the cave, she could look up and observe the ceiling. There she saw, in vague outline, the painting of a great bison, magnificently colored and drawn. Many other drawings were found on closer examination of the ceiling and the walls. When in 1880 Sautuola published his report on these observations, archaeologists greeted him with genial skepticism. Some did him the honor of going to inspect the drawings, only to pronounce them the forgery of a hoaxer. For 30 years this quite reasonable incredulity persisted. Then the discovery of other drawings in caves generally conceded to be prehistoric, from their contents of unpolished flint tools and polished ivory and bone, confirmed Sautuola's judgment. But Sautuola now was dead. Geologists came to Altamira and testified with the unanimity of hindsight that the stalagmite coating on many of the drawings was a Paleolithic deposit. General opinion now places these Altamira drawings, and the greater portion of extant prehistoric art, in the Magdalenian culture, some 16,000 B.C. Paintings slightly later in time, but still of the Old Stone Age, have been found in many caves of France. Most often the subjects of these drawings are animals, reindeers, mammoths, horses, boars, bears, etc. These presumably were dietetic luxuries and therefore favored objects of the chase. Sometimes the animals are transfixed with arrows. These, in the view of Fraser and Reinach, were intended as magic images that would bring the animal under the power and into the stomach of the artist or the hunter. Conceivably they were just plain art, drawn with the pure joy of aesthetic creation. The crudest representations should have sufficed the purposes of magic, whereas these paintings are often of such delicacy, power, and skill as to suggest the unhappy thought that art, in this field at least, has not advanced much in the long course of human history. Here is life, action, nobility, conveyed overwhelmingly with one brave line or two. Here a single stroke, or is it that others have faded, creates a living, charging beast. Will Leonardo's Last Supper or El Greco's Assumption bear up as well as these Cro-Magnon paintings after 20,000 years? Painting is a sophisticated art, presuming many centuries of mental and technical development. If we may accept current theory, which it is always a perilous thing to do, Painting developed from statuary by a passage from carving in the round to bas-relief and thence to mere outline and coloring. Painting is sculpture minus a dimension. The intermediate prehistoric art is well represented by an astonishingly vivid bas-relief of an archer, or a spearman, on the Aurignacian cliffs at Locelle in France. In a cave in Ariège, France, Louis Beguin discovered, among other Magdalenian relics, several ornamental handles carved out of reindeer antlers. One of these is of mature and excellent workmanship, as if the art had already generations of tradition and development behind it. Throughout the prehistoric Mediterranean, Egypt, Crete, Italy, France, and Spain, countless figures of fat little women are found, which indicate either a worship of motherhood or an African conception of beauty. Stone statues of a wild horse, a reindeer, and a mammoth have been unearthed in Czechoslovakia, among remains uncertainly ascribed to 30,000 B.C. The whole interpretation of history as progress falters when we consider that these statues, bas-reliefs, and paintings, numerous though they are, may be but an infinitesimal fraction of the art that expressed or adorned the life of primeval man. What remains is found in caves, where the elements were in some measure kept at bay. It does not follow that prehistoric men were artists only when they were in caves. They may have carved as sedulously and ubiquitously as the Japanese, and may have fashioned statuary as abundantly as the Greeks. They may have painted not only the rocks in their caverns, but textiles, wood, everything, not excepting themselves. They may have created masterpieces far superior to the fragments that survive. In one grotto a tube was discovered, made from the bones of a reindeer and filled with pigment. In another a stone palette was picked up, still thick with red ochre paint, despite the transit of 200 centuries. Apparently the arts were highly developed and widely practiced 18,000 years ago. Perhaps there was a class of professional artists among Paleolithic men. Perhaps there were bohemians, starving in the less respectable caves, denouncing the commercial bourgeoisie, plotting the death of academies, and forging antiques. 2. Neolithic culture. The kitchen middens, the lake dwellers, the coming of agriculture, the taming of animals, technology, Neolithic weaving, pottery, building, transport, religion, science. Summary of the prehistoric preparation for civilization. At various times in the last 100 years, great heaps of seemingly prehistoric refuse have been found in France, Sardinia, Portugal, Brazil, Japan, and Manchuria, but above all in Denmark, where they received that queer name of kitchen middens, Keukenmøddinger, by which such ancient messes are now generally known. These rubbish heaps are composed of shells, especially of oysters, mussels, and periwinkles, of the bones of various land and marine animals, of tools and weapons of horn, bone, and unpolished stone, and of mineral remains like charcoal, ashes, and broken pottery. These unprepossessing relics are apparently signs of a culture formed about the 8th millennium before Christ, later than the true Paleolithic, and yet not properly Neolithic, because not yet arrived at the use of polished stone. We know hardly anything of the men who left these remains, except that they had a certain Catholic taste. Along with the slightly older culture of the Mas d'Azil in France, the middens represent a Mesolithic, middle stone, or transition period between the Paleolithic and the Neolithic age. In the year 1854, the winter being unusually dry, the level of the Swiss lakes sank and revealed another epoch in prehistory. At some 200 localities in these lakes, piles were found which had stood in place under the water for from 30 to 70 centuries. The piles were so arranged as to indicate that small villages had been built upon them, perhaps for isolation or defense. Each was connected with the land only by a narrow bridge, whose foundations in some cases were still in place. Here and there even the framework of the houses had survived the patient play of the waters. Amid these ruins were the tools of bone and polished stone, which became for archaeologists the distinguishing mark of the new Stone Age that flourished some 10,000 B.C. in Asia and some 5,000 B.C. in Europe. Akin to these remains are the gigantic tumuli left in the valleys of the Mississippi and its tributaries by the strange race that we call the mound builders, of which we know nothing except that in these mounds, shaped in the form of altars, geometric figures, or totem animals, are found objects of stone, shell, bone, and beaten metal which place these mysterious men at the end of the Neolithic period. If from such remains we attempt to patch together some picture of the new Stone Age, we find at once a startling innovation: agriculture. In one sense, all human history hinges upon two revolutions: the Neolithic passage from hunting to agriculture, and the modern passage from agriculture to industry. No other revolutions have been quite as real or basic as these. The remains show that the lake dwellers ate wheat, millet, rye, barley, and oats, besides 120 kinds of fruit and many varieties of nut. No plows have been found in these ruins, probably because the first plowshares were of wood, some strong tree trunk and branch fitted with a flint edge. But a Neolithic rock carving unmistakably shows a peasant guiding a plow drawn by 2 oxen. This marks the appearance of one of the epical inventions of history. Before agriculture, the earth could have supported, in the rash estimate of Sir Arthur Keith, only some 20 million men, and the lives of these were shortened by the mortality of the chase and war. Now began that multiplication of mankind which definitely confirmed man's mastery of the planet. Meanwhile, the men of the New Stone Age were establishing another of the foundations of civilization, the domestication and breeding of animals. Doubtless this was a long process, probably antedating the Neolithic period. A certain natural sociability may have contributed to the association of man and animal, as we may still see in the delight that primitive people take in taming wild beasts and in filling their huts with monkeys, parrots, and similar companions. The oldest bones in the Neolithic remains, circa 8000 B.C., are those of the dog, the most ancient and honorable companion of the human race. A little later, circa 6000 B.C., came the goat, the sheep, the pig, and the ox. Finally, the horse, which to Paleolithic man had been, if we may judge from the cave drawings, merely a beast of prey, was taken into camp, tamed, and turned into a beloved slave. In 100 ways he was now put to work to increase the leisure, the wealth, and the power of man. The new lord of the earth began to replenish his food supply by breeding as well as hunting, and perhaps he learned, in this same Neolithic age, to use cow's milk as food. Neolithic inventors slowly improved and extended the tool chest and armory of man. Here among the remains are pulleys, levers, grindstones, awls, pincers, axes, hoes, ladders, chisels, spindles, looms, sickles, saws, fishhooks, skates, needles, brooches, and pins. Here above all is the wheel, another fundamental invention of mankind, one of the modest essentials of industry and civilization. Already in this new Stone Age it was developed into disc and spoked varieties. Stones of every sort, even obdurate diorite and obsidian, were ground, bored, and finished into a polished form. Flints were mined on a large scale. In the ruins of a Neolithic mine at Brandon, England, 8 worn picks of deer horn were found, on whose dusty surfaces were the fingerprints of the workmen who had laid down those tools 10,000 years ago. In Belgium, the skeleton of such a new Stone Age miner, who had been crushed by falling rock, was discovered with his deer horn pick still clasped in his hands. Across 100 centuries we feel him as one of us, and share in weak imagination his terror and agony. Through how many bitter millenniums men have been tearing out of the bowels of the earth the mineral bases of civilization. Having made needles and pins, man began to weave, or beginning to weave, he was moved to make needles and pins. No longer content to clothe himself with the furs and hides of beast, he wove the wool of his sheep and the fibers found in the plants into garments from which came the robe of the Hindu, the toga of the Greek, the skirt of the Egyptian, and all the fascinating gamut of human dress. Dyes were mixed from the juices of plants or the minerals of the earth, and garments were stained with colors into luxuries for kings. At first men seem to have plaited textiles as they plaited straw by interlacing one fiber with another. Then they pierced holes into animal skins and bound the skins with coarse fibers passing through the holes, as with the corsets of yesterday and the shoes of today. Gradually the fibers were refined into thread, and sewing became one of the major arts of womankind. The stone distaffs and spindles among the Neolithic ruins reveal one of the great origins of human industry. Even mirrors are found in these remains. Everything was ready for civilization. No pottery has been discovered in the earlier Paleolithic graves. Fragments of it appear in the remains of the Magdalenian culture in Belgium, but it is only in the Mesolithic age of the kitchen middens that we find any developed use of earthenware. The origin of the art, of course, is unknown. Perhaps some observant primitive noticed that the trough made by his foot in clay held water with little seepage. Perhaps some accidental baking of a piece of wet clay by an adjoining fire gave him the hint that fertilized invention, and revealed to him the possibilities of a material so abounding in quantity, so pliable to the hand, and so easy to harden with fire or the sun. Doubtless he had for thousands of years carried his food and drink in such natural containers as gourds and coconuts and the shells of the sea. Then he had made himself cups and ladles of wood or stone, and baskets and hampers of rushes or straw. Now he made lasting vessels of baked clay, and created another of the major industries of mankind. So far as the remains indicate, Neolithic man did not know the potter's wheel, but with his own hands he fashioned clay into forms of beauty as well as use, decorated it with simple designs, and made pottery, almost at the outset, not only an industry, but an art. Here, too, we find the first evidences of another major industry, building. Paleolithic man left no known trace of any other home than the cave. But in the Neolithic remains we find such building devices as the ladder, the pulley, the lever, and the hinge. The lake dwellers were skillful carpenters, fastening beam to pile with sturdy wooden pins, or mortising them head to head, or strengthening them with cross beams notched into their sides. The floors were of clay, the walls of wattle were coated with clay, the roofs of bark, straw, rushes, or weeds. With the aid of the pulley and the wheel, building materials were carried from place to place, and great stone foundations were laid for villages. Transport, too, became an industry. Canoes were built, and must have made the lakes live with traffic. Trade was carried on over mountains and between distant continents. Amber, diorite, jadeite, and obsidian were imported into Europe from afar. Similar words, letters, myths, pottery, and designs betray the cultural contacts of diverse groups of prehistoric men. Outside of pottery, the New Stone Age has left us no art, nothing to compare with the painting and statuary of Paleolithic man. Here and there, among the scenes of Neolithic life from England to China, we find circular heaps of stone called dolmens, upright monoliths called menhirs, and gigantic cromlechs, stone structures of unknown purpose, like those at Stonehenge or in Morbihan. Probably we shall never know the meaning or function of these megaliths. Presumably they are the remains of altars and temples. For Neolithic man doubtless had religions, myths with which to dramatize the daily tragedy and victory of the sun, the death and resurrection of the soil, and the strange earthly influences of the moon. We cannot understand the historic faiths unless we postulate such prehistoric origins. Perhaps the arrangement of the stones was determined by astronomic considerations and suggests, as Schneider thinks, an acquaintance with the calendar. Some scientific knowledge was present, for certain Neolithic skulls give evidence of trephining, and a few skeletons reveal limbs apparently broken and reset. We cannot properly estimate the achievements of prehistoric men, for we must guard against describing their life with imagination that transcends the evidence, while on the other hand we suspect that time has destroyed remains that would have narrowed the gap between primeval and modern man. Even so, the surviving record of Stone Age advances is impressive enough. Paleolithic tools, fire and art, Neolithic agriculture, animal breeding, weaving, pottery, building, transport, and medicine, and the definite domination and wider peopling of the earth by the human race. All the bases had been laid. Everything had been prepared for the historic civilizations except, perhaps, metals, writing, and the state. Let men find a way to record their thoughts and achievements, and thereby transmit them more securely across the generations, and civilization would begin. 3. The transition to history. 1. The coming of metals: copper, bronze, iron. When did the use of metals come to man, and how? Again, we do not know. We merely surmise that it came by accident, and we presume, from the absence of earlier remains, that it began towards the end of the Neolithic Age. Dating this end about 4000 B.C., we have a perspective in which the age of metals and of writing and civilization is a mere 6,000 years appended to an age of stone lasting at least 40,000 years, and an age of man lasting 1,000,000 years. So young is the subject of our history. The oldest known metal to be adapted to human use was copper. This book is continued on Cassette 4, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 4, Side 1. The oldest known metal to be adapted to human use was copper. We find it in a lake dwelling at Robenhausen, Switzerland, circa 6000 B.C., in prehistoric Mesopotamia, circa 4500 B.C., in the Badarian graves of Egypt, towards 4000 B.C., in the ruins of Ur, circa 3100 B.C., and in the relics of the North American mound builders at an unknown age. The age of metals began not with their discovery, but with their transformation to human purpose by fire and working. Metallurgists believe that the first fusing of copper out of its stony ore came by haphazard when a primeval campfire melted the copper lurking in the rocks that enclosed the flames. Such an event has often been seen at primitive campfires in our own day. Possibly this was the hint which, many times repeated, led early man, so long content with refractory stone, to seek in this malleable metal a substance more easily fashioned into durable weapons and tools. Presumably the metal was first used as it came from the profuse but careless hand of nature, sometimes nearly pure, most often grossly alloyed. Much later, doubtless, apparently about 3500 BC in the region around the eastern Mediterranean, men discovered the art of smelting, of extracting metals from their ores. Then, towards 1500 BC, as we may judge from bas-reliefs on the tomb of Rekhmara in Egypt, they proceeded to cast metal. Dropping the molten copper into a clay or sand receptacle, they let it cool into some desired form, like a spearhead or an axe. That process, once discovered, was applied to a great variety of metals, and provided man with those doughty elements that were to build his greatest industries and give him his conquest of the earth, the sea, and the air. Perhaps it was because the eastern Mediterranean lands were rich in copper that vigorous new cultures arose in the 4th millennium BC, in Elam, Mesopotamia, and Egypt, and spread thence in all directions to transform the world. But copper by itself was soft, admirably pliable for some purposes. What would our electrified age do without it? But too weak for the heavier tasks of peace and war. An alloy was needed to harden it. Though nature suggested many and often gave man copper already mixed and hardened with tin or zinc, forming therefore ready-made bronze or brass, he may have dallied for centuries before taking the next step, the deliberate fusing of metal with metal to make compounds more suited to his needs. The discovery is at least 5,000 years old, for bronze is found in Cretan remains of 3000 BC, in Egyptian remains of 2800 BC, and in the second city of Troy, 2000 BC. We can no longer speak strictly of an age of bronze, for the metal came to different peoples at diverse epochs, and the term would therefore be without chronological meaning. Furthermore, some cultures, like those of Finland, northern Russia, Polynesia, Central Africa, southern India, North America, Australia, and Japan, passed over the Bronze Age directly from stone to iron. And in those cultures where bronze appears, it seems to have had a subordinate place as a luxury of priests, aristocrats, and kings, while commoners had still to be content with stone. Even the terms Old Stone Age and New Stone Age are precariously relative and describe conditions rather than times. To this day, many primitive peoples, for example the Eskimos and the Polynesian Islanders, remain in the age of stone, knowing iron only as a delicacy brought to them by explorers. Captain Cook bought several pigs for a sixpenny nail when he landed in New Zealand in 1778, and another traveler described the inhabitants of Dog Island as covetous chiefly of iron, so as to want to take the nails out of the ship. Bronze is strong and durable, but the copper and tin which were needed to make it were not available in such convenient quantities and locations as to provide man with the best material for industry and war. Sooner or later iron had to come, and it is one of the anomalies of history that, being so abundant, it did not appear at least as early as copper and bronze. Men may have begun the art by making weapons out of meteoric iron, as the mound builders seem to have done, and as some primitive peoples do to this day. Then perhaps they melted it from the ore by fire and hammered it into wrought iron. Fragments of apparently meteoric iron have been found in pre-dynastic Egyptian tombs, and Babylonian inscriptions mention iron as a costly rarity in Hammurabi's capital, 2100 BC. An iron foundry, perhaps 4,000 years old, has been discovered in northern Rhodesia. Mining in South Africa is no modern invention. The oldest wrought iron known is a group of knives found at Gerar in Palestine and dated by Petrie about 1350 BC. A century later, the metal appears in Egypt in the reign of the great Ramesses II. Still another century, and it is found in the Aegean. In Western Europe, it turns up first at Hallstatt, Austria, circa 900 BC, and in Latten industry in Switzerland, circa 500 BC. It entered India with Alexander, America with Columbus, Oceania with Cook. In this leisurely way, century by century, iron has gone about its rough conquest of the earth. 2. Writing. Its possible ceramic origins, the Mediterranean signary, hieroglyphics, alphabets. But by far the most important step in the passage to civilization was writing. Bits of pottery from Neolithic remains show in some cases painted lines, which several students have interpreted as signs. This is doubtful enough, but it is possible that writing, in the broad sense of graphic symbols of specific thoughts, began with marks impressed by nails or fingers upon the still soft clay to adorn or identify pottery. In the earliest Sumerian hieroglyphics, the pictograph for bird bears a suggestive resemblance to the bird decorations on the oldest pottery at Susa, in Elam. And the earliest pictograph for grain is taken directly from the geometrical grain decoration of Susan and Sumerian vases. The linear script of Sumeria, on its first appearance, circa 3600 BC, is apparently an abbreviated form of the signs and pictures painted or impressed upon the primitive pottery of Lower Mesopotamia and Elam. Writing, like painting and sculpture, is probably in its origin a ceramic art. It began as a form of etching and drawing, and the same clay that gave vases to the potter, figures to the sculptor, and bricks to the builder supplied writing materials to the scribe. From such a beginning to the cuneiform writing of Mesopotamia would be an intelligible and logical development. The oldest graphic symbols known to us are those found by Flinders Petrie on shards, vases, and stones discovered in the prehistoric tombs of Egypt, Spain, and the Near East, to which, with his usual generosity, he attributes an age of 7,000 years. This Mediterranean signory numbered some 300 signs. Most of them were the same in all localities, indicating commercial bonds from one end of the Mediterranean to the other as far back as 5000 BC. They were not pictures, but chiefly mercantile symbols, marks of property, quantity, or other business memoranda. The berated bourgeoisie may take consolation in the thought that literature originated in bills of lading. The signs were not letters, since they represented entire words or ideas, but many of them were astonishingly like letters of the Phoenician alphabet. Petrie concludes that a wide body of signs had been gradually brought into use in primitive times for various purposes. They were interchanged by trade and spread from land to land, until a couple of dozen signs triumphed and became common property to a group of trading communities, while the local survivals of other forms were gradually extinguished in isolated seclusion. That this signory was the source of the alphabet is an interesting theory, which Professor Petrie has the distinction of holding alone. Whatever may have been the development of these early commercial symbols, there grew up alongside them a form of writing which was a branch of drawing and painting, and conveyed connected thought by pictures. Rocks near Lake Superior still bear remains of the crude pictures with which the American Indians proudly narrated for posterity, or more probably for their associates, the story of their crossing the mighty lake. A similar evolution of drawing into writing seems to have taken place throughout the Mediterranean world at the end of the Neolithic Age. Certainly by 3600 BC, and probably long before that, Elam, Sumeria, and Egypt had developed a system of thought pictures called hieroglyphics, because practiced chiefly by the priests. A similar system appeared in Crete circa 2500 BC. We shall see later how these hieroglyphics, representing thoughts, were, by the corruption of use, schematized and conventionalized into syllabaries, i.e. collections of signs indicating syllables, and how at last signs were used to indicate not the whole syllable but its initial sound, and therefore became letters. Such alphabetic writing probably dates back to 3000 BC in Egypt. In Crete it appears circa 1600 BC. The Phoenicians did not create the alphabet, they marketed it. Taking it apparently from Egypt and Crete, they imported it piecemeal to Tyre, Sidon, and Byblos, and exported it to every city on the Mediterranean. They were the middlemen, not the producers of the alphabet. By the time of Homer, the Greeks were taking over this Phoenician, or the allied Aramaic alphabet, and were calling it by the Semitic names of the first two letters, Alpha, Beta, Hebrew, Aleph, Bet. Writing seems to be a product and convenience of commerce. Here again culture may see how much it owes to trade. When the priests devised a system of pictures with which to write their magical, ceremonial, and medical formulas, the secular and clerical strains in history, usually in conflict, merged for a moment to produce the greatest human invention since the coming of speech. The development of writing almost created civilization by providing a means for the recording and transmission of knowledge, the accumulation of science, the growth of literature, and the spread of peace and order among varied but communicating tribes brought by one language under a single state. The earliest appearance of writing marks that ever-receding point at which history begins. 3. Lost civilizations. Polynesia, Atlantis. In approaching now the history of civilized nations, we must note that not only shall we be selecting a mere fraction of each culture for our study, but we shall be describing perhaps a minority of the civilizations that have probably existed on the earth. We cannot entirely ignore the legends, current throughout history, of civilizations once great and cultured, destroyed by some catastrophe of nature or war, and leaving not a rack behind. Our recent exhuming of the civilizations of Crete, Sumeria, and Yucatan indicates how true such tales may be. The Pacific contains the ruins of at least one of these lost civilizations. The gigantic statuary of Easter Island, the Polynesian tradition of powerful nations and heroic warriors once ennobling Samoa and Tahiti, the artistic ability and poetic sensitivity of their present inhabitants, indicate a glory departed, a people not rising to civilization but fallen from a high estate. And in the Atlantic, from Iceland to the South Pole, the raised central bed of the oceans lends some support to the legend so fascinatingly transmitted to us by Plato, of a civilization that once flourished on an island continent between Europe and Asia, and was suddenly lost when a geological convulsion swallowed that continent into the sea. A submarine plateau from 2,000 to 3,000 meters below the surface runs north and south through the mid-Atlantic, surrounded on both sides by deeps of 5,000 to 6,000 meters. Schliemann, the resurrector of Troy, believed that Atlantis had served as a mediating link between the cultures of Europe and Yucatan, and that Egyptian civilization had been brought from Atlantis. Perhaps America itself was Atlantis, and some pre-Mayan culture may have been in touch with Africa and Europe in Neolithic times. Possibly, every discovery is a rediscovery. Certainly it is probable, as Aristotle thought, that many civilizations came, made great inventions and luxuries, were destroyed and lapsed from human memory. History, said Bacon, is the planks of a shipwreck. More of the past is lost than has been saved. We console ourselves with the thought that as the individual memory must forget the greater part of experience in order to be sane, so the race has preserved in its heritage only the most vivid and impressive, or is it only the best recorded, of its cultural experiments? Even if that racial heritage were but 1/10 as rich as it is, no one could possibly absorb it all. We shall find the story full enough. 4. Cradles of Civilization. Central Asia, Anau, Lines of Dispersion. It is fitting that this chapter of unanswerable questions should end with the query, where did civilization begin? Which is also unanswerable. If we may trust the geologists who deal with prehistoric mists as airy as any metaphysics, the arid regions of Central Asia were once moist and temperate, nourished with great lakes and abundant streams. The recession of the last ice wave slowly dried up this area until the rainfall was insufficient to support towns and states. City after city was abandoned as men fled west and east, north and south in search of water. Half buried in the desert lie ruined cities like Bactra, which must have held a teeming population within its 22 miles of circumference. As late as 1868, some 80,000 inhabitants of western Turkestan were forced to migrate because their district was being inundated by the moving sand. There are many who believe that these now dying regions saw the first substantial development of that vague complex of order and provision, manners and morals, comfort and culture which constitutes civilization. In 1907, Pumpelly unearthed at Anau in southern Turkestan pottery and other remains of a culture which he has ascribed to 9,000 BC with a possible exaggeration of 4,000 years. Here we find the cultivation of wheat, barley, and millet, the use of copper, the domestication of animals, and the ornamentation of pottery in styles so conventionalized as to suggest an artistic background and tradition of many centuries. Apparently the culture of Turkestan was already very old in 5000 BC. Perhaps it had historians who delved into its past in a vain search for the origins of civilization, and philosophers who eloquently mourned the degeneration of a dying race. From this center, if we may imagine, where we cannot know, a people driven by a rainless sky and betrayed by a desiccated earth migrated in 3 directions, bringing their arts and civilization with them. The arts, if not the race, reached eastward to China, Manchuria, and North America, southward to northern India, westward to Elam, Sumeria, Egypt, even to Italy and Spain. At Susa, in ancient Elam, modern Persia, remains have been found so similar in type to those at Anau that the recreative imagination is almost justified in presuming cultural communication between Susa and Anau at the dawn of civilization, circa 4000 BC. A like kinship of early arts and products suggests a like relationship and continuity between prehistoric Mesopotamia and Egypt. We cannot be sure which of these cultures came first, and it does not much matter. They were in essence of one family and one type. If we violate honored precedents here and place Elam and Sumeria before Egypt, it is from no vainglory of unconventional innovation, but rather because the age of these Asiatic civilizations, compared with those of Africa and Europe, grows as our knowledge of them deepens. As the spades of archaeology, after a century of victorious inquiry along the Nile, pass across Suez into Arabia, Palestine, Mesopotamia, and Persia, it becomes more probable with every year of accumulating research that it was the rich delta of Mesopotamia's rivers that saw the earliest known scenes in the historic drama of civilization. Book 1, The Near East. At that time the gods called me, Hammurabi, the servant whose deeds are pleasing, who helped his people in time of need, who brought about plenty and abundance, to prevent the strong from oppressing the weak, to enlighten the land and further the welfare of the people. Code of Hammurabi, Prologue. Chapter 7. Sumeria. Orientation, Contributions of the Near East to Western Civilization. Written history is at least 6,000 years old. During half of this period, the center of human affairs, so far as they are now known to us, was in the Near East. By this vague term, we shall mean here all southwestern Asia south of Russia and the Black Sea, and west of India and Afghanistan. Still more loosely, we shall include within it Egypt, too, as anciently bound up with the Near East in one vast web and communicating complex of Oriental civilization. In this rough theater of teeming peoples and conflicting cultures were developed the agriculture and commerce, the horse and wagon, the coinage and letters of credit, the crafts and industries, the law and government, the mathematics and medicine, the enemas and drainage systems, the geometry and astronomy, the calendar and clock and zodiac, the alphabet and writing, the paper and ink, the books and libraries and schools, the literature and music, the sculpture and architecture, the glazed pottery and fine furniture, the monotheism and monogamy, the cosmetics and jewelry, the checkers and dice, the tenpins and income tax, the wet nurses and beer, from which our own European and American culture derive by a continuous succession through the mediation of Crete and Greece and Rome. The Aryans did not establish civilization, they took it from Babylonia and Egypt. Greece did not begin civilization, it inherited far more civilization than it began. It was the spoiled heir of 3 millenniums of arts and sciences brought to its cities from the Near East by the fortunes of trade and war. In studying and honoring the Near East, we shall be acknowledging a debt long due to the real founders of European and American civilization. 1. Elam, the culture of Susa, the potter's wheel, the wagon wheel. If the reader will look at a map of Persia and will run his finger north along the Tigris, from the Persian Gulf to Amara, and then east across the Iraq border to the modern town of Shushan, he will have located the site of the ancient city of Susa, center of a region known to the Jews as Elam, the highland. In this narrow territory, protected on the west by marshes and on the east by the mountains that shoulder the great Iranian plateau, a people of unknown race and origin developed one of the first historic civilizations. Here, a generation ago, French archaeologists found human remains dating back 20,000 years and evidences of an advanced culture as old as 4500 B.C. Professor Breasted believes that the antiquity of this culture and that of Anau has been exaggerated by De Morgan, Pompelli, and other students. Apparently the Elamites had recently emerged from a nomad life of hunting and fishing, but already they had copper weapons and tools, cultivated grains and domesticated animals, hieroglyphic writing and business documents, mirrors and jewelry, and a trade that reached from Egypt to India. In the midst of chipped flints that bring us back to the Neolithic age, we find finished vases elegantly rounded and delicately painted with geometric designs, or with picturesque representations of animals and plants. Some of this pottery is ranked among the finest ever made by man. Here is the oldest appearance not only of the potter's wheel, but of the wagon wheel. This modest but vital vehicle of civilization is found only later in Babylonia, and still later in Egypt. From these already complex beginnings, the Elamites rose to troubled power, conquering Sumeria and Babylon, and being conquered by them turn by turn. The city of Susa survived 6,000 years of history, lived through the imperial zeniths of Sumeria, Babylonia, Egypt, Assyria, Persia, Greece, and Rome, and flourished under the name of Shushan as late as the 14th century of our era. At various times it grew to great wealth. When Ashurbanipal captured and sacked it, 646 B.C., his historians recounted without understatement the varied booty of gold and silver, precious stones and royal ornaments, costly garments and regal furniture, cosmetics and chariots, which the conqueror brought in his train to Nineveh. History so soon began its tragic alternance of art and war. 2. The Sumerians. 1. The historical background. The exhuming of Sumeria, geography, race, appearance, the Sumerian flood, the kings, an ancient reformer, Sargon of Akkad, the golden age of Ur. If we return to our map and follow the combined Tigris and Euphrates from the Persian Gulf to where these historic streams diverge, at modern Kurna, and then follow the Euphrates westward, we shall find, north and south of it, the buried cities of ancient Sumeria. Eridu, now Abu Shahrain, Ur, now Mukayyar, Uruk, biblical Erech, now Warka, Larsa, biblical Elasar, now Sankara, Lagash, now Shipurla, Nippur, Nefer, and Nizan. Follow the Euphrates northwest to Babylon, once the most famous city of Mesopotamia, the land between the rivers. Observe directly east of it Kish, site of the oldest culture known in this region. Then pass some 60 miles farther up the Euphrates to Agada, capital in ancient days of the kingdom of Akkad. The early history of Mesopotamia is, in one aspect, the struggle of the non-Semitic peoples of Sumeria to preserve their independence against the expansion and inroads of the Semites from Kish and Agada and other centers in the north. In the midst of their struggles, these varied stocks, unconsciously, perhaps unwillingly, cooperated to produce the first extensive civilization known to history, and one of the most creative and unique. The unearthing of this forgotten culture is one of the romances of archaeology. To those whom, with a poor sense of the amplitude of time, we call the ancients, that is, to the Romans, the Greeks, and the Jews, Sumeria was unknown. Herodotus apparently never heard of it. If he did, he ignored it as something more ancient to him than he to us. Berosus, a Babylonian historian writing about 250 B.C., knew of Sumeria only through the veil of a legend. He described a race of monsters, led by one Oannes, coming out of the Persian Gulf and introducing the arts of agriculture, metalworking, and writing. All the things that make for the amelioration of life, he declares, were bequeathed to men by Oannes, and since that time no further inventions have been made. Not till 2,000 years after Berosus was Sumeria rediscovered. In 1850, Hincks recognized that cuneiform writing, made by pressing a wedge-pointed stylus upon soft clay and used in the Semitic languages of the Near East, had been borrowed from an earlier people with a largely non-Semitic speech, and Oppert gave to this hypothetical people the name Sumerian. About the same time, Rawlinson and his aides found, among Babylonian ruins, tablets containing vocabularies of this ancient tongue, with interlinear translations, in modern college style, from the older language into Babylonian. In 1854, 2 Englishmen uncovered the sites of Ur, Eridu, and Uruk. At the end of the 19th century, French explorers revealed the remains of Lagash, including tablets recording the history of the Sumerian kings. And in our own time, Professor Woolley of the University of Pennsylvania and many others have exhumed the primeval city of Ur, where the Sumerians appear to have reached civilization by 4500 B.C. So the students of many nations have worked together on this chapter of that endless mystery story in which the detectives are archaeologists and the prey is historic truth. Nevertheless, there has been as yet only a beginning of research in Sumeria. There is no telling what vistas of civilization and history will be opened up when the ground has been worked and the material studied, as men have worked and studied in Egypt during the last 100 years. Despite much research, we cannot tell of what race the Sumerians were, nor by what route they entered Sumeria. Perhaps they came from Central Asia, or the Caucasus, or Armenia, and moved through northern Mesopotamia down the Euphrates and the Tigris, along which, as at Ashur, evidences of their earliest culture have been found. Perhaps, as the legend says, they sailed in from the Persian Gulf, from Egypt or elsewhere, and slowly made their way up the great rivers. Perhaps they came from Susa, among whose relics is an asphalt head bearing all the characteristics of the Sumerian type. Perhaps even they were of remote Mongolian origin, for there is much in their language that resembles the Mongol speech. We do not know. The remains show them as a short and stocky people, with high, straight, non-Semitic nose, slightly receding forehead, and downward-sloping eyes. Many wore beards, some were clean-shaven, most of them shaved the upper lip. They clothed themselves in fleece and finely woven wool. The women draped the garment from the left shoulder, the men bound it at the waist and left the upper half of the body bare. Later, the male dress crept up towards the neck with the advance of civilization, but servants, male and female, while indoors, continued to go naked from head to waist. The head was usually covered with a cap, and the feet were shod with sandals, but well-to-do women had shoes of soft leather, heel-less, and laced like our own. Bracelets, necklaces, anklets, finger rings, and earrings made the women of Sumeria, as recently in America, show windows of their husbands' prosperity. When their civilization was already old, about 2300 BC, the poets and scholars of Sumeria tried to reconstruct its ancient history. The poets wrote legends of a creation, a primitive paradise, and a terrible flood that engulfed and destroyed it because of the sin of an ancient king. This flood passed down into Babylonian and Hebrew tradition and became part of the Christian creed. In 1929, Professor Woolley, digging into the ruins of Ur, discovered at considerable depth an 8-foot layer of silt and clay. This, if we are to believe him, was deposited during a catastrophic overflow of the Euphrates, which lingered in later memory as the flood. Beneath that layer were the remains of a pre-Diluvian culture that would later be pictured by the poets as a golden age. Meanwhile, the priest historians sought to create a past spacious enough for the development of all the marvels of Sumerian civilization. They formulated lists of their ancient kings, extending the dynasties before the flood to 432,000 years, and told such impressive stories of two of these rulers, Tammuz and Gilgamesh, that the latter became the hero of the greatest poem in Babylonian literature, and Tammuz passed down into the pantheon of Babylon and became the Adonis of the Greeks. Perhaps the priests exaggerated a little the antiquity of their civilization. We may vaguely judge the age of Sumerian culture by observing that the ruins of Nippur are found to a depth of 66 feet, of which almost as many feet extend below the remains of Sargon of Akkad as rise above it to the topmost stratum, circa 1 A.D. On this basis, Nippur would go back to 5262 B.C. Tenacious dynasties of city kings seem to have flourished at Kish circa 4500 B.C. and at Ur circa 3500 B.C. In the competition of these two primeval centers, we have the first form of that opposition between Semite and non-Semite, which was to be one bloody theme of Near Eastern history from the Semitic ascendancy of Kish and the conquests of the Semitic kings Sargon I and Hammurabi, through the capture of Babylon by the Aryan generals Cyrus and Alexander in the 6th and 4th centuries before Christ, and the conflicts of Crusaders and Saracens for the Holy Sepulchre and the emoluments of trade, down to the efforts of the British government to dominate and pacify the divided Semites of the Near East today. From 3000 B.C. onward, the clay tablet records kept by the priests and found in the ruins of Ur present a reasonably accurate account of the accessions and coronations, uninterrupted victories and sublime deaths of the petty kings who ruled the city-states of Ur, Lagash, Uruk, and the rest. The writing of history and the partiality of historians are very ancient things. One king, Urukagina of Lagash, was a royal reformer, an enlightened despot who issued decrees aimed at the exploitation of the poor by the rich and of everybody by the priests. The high priest, says one edict, must no longer come into the garden of a poor mother and take wood therefrom, nor gather tax in fruit therefrom. Burial fees were to be cut to 1/5 of what they had been, and the clergy and high officials were forbidden to share among themselves the revenues and cattle offered to the gods. It was the king's boast that he gave liberty to his people, and surely the tablets that preserve his decrees reveal to us the oldest, briefest, and justest code of laws in history. This lucid interval was ended, normally, by one Lugal-Zagisi, who invaded Lagash, overthrew Urukagina, and sacked the city at the height of its prosperity. The temples were destroyed, the citizens were massacred in the streets, and the statues of the gods were led away in ignominious bondage. One of the earliest poems in existence is a clay tablet, apparently 4,800 years old, on which the Sumerian poet Dingaradamu mourns for the raped goddess of Lagash. For the city, alas, the treasures, my soul doth sigh. For my city, Girsu, Lagash, alas, the treasures, my soul doth sigh. In holy Girsu the children are in distress. Into the interior of the splendid shrine he, the invader, pressed. The august queen from her temple he brought forth. O lady of my city, desolated, when wilt thou return? We pass by the bloody Lugal-Zagisi and other Sumerian kings of mighty name, Lugal-Shagengur, Lugal-Kigub-Nidudu, Ninigi-Dubti, Lugal-Andanukunga. Meanwhile, another people of Semitic race had built the kingdom of Akkad under the leadership of Sargon I, and had established its capital at Agada, some 200 miles northwest of the Sumerian city-states. A monolith found at Susa portrays Sargon armed with the dignity of a majestic beard and dressed in all the pride of long authority. His origin was not royal. History could find no father for him, and no other mother than a temple prostitute. Sumerian legend composed for him an autobiography quite mosaic in its beginning. My humble mother conceived me, in secret she brought me forth. She placed me in a basket boat of rushes, with pitch she closed my door. Rescued by a workman, he became a cupbearer to the king, grew in favor and influence, rebelled, displaced his master, and mounted the throne of Agada. He called himself King of Universal Dominion, and ruled a small portion of Mesopotamia. Historians call him the Great, for he invaded many cities, captured much booty, and killed many men. Among his victims was that same Lugal-Zagasi who had despoiled Lagash and violated its goddess. Him Sargon defeated and carried off to Nippur in chains. East and west, north and south, the mighty warrior marched, conquering Elam, washing his weapons in symbolic triumph in the Persian Gulf, crossing western Asia, reaching the Mediterranean, and establishing the first great empire in history. For 55 years he held sway, while legends gathered about him and prepared to make him a god. His reign closed with all his empire in revolt. 3 sons succeeded him in turn. The third, Naram-Sin, was a mighty builder of whose works nothing remains but a lovely stele, or memorial slab, recording his victory over an obscure king. This powerful relief, found by de Morgan at Susa in 1897, and now a treasure of the Louvre, shows a muscular Naram-Sin armed with bow and dart, stepping with royal dignity upon the bodies of his fallen foes, and apparently prepared to answer with quick death the appeal of the vanquished for mercy, while between them another victim, pierced through the neck with an arrow, falls dying. Behind them tower the Zagros Mountains, and on one hill is the record in elegant cuneiform of Naram-Sin's victory. Here the art of carving is already adult and confident, already guided and strengthened with a long tradition. To be burned to the ground is not always a lasting misfortune for a city. It is usually an advantage from the standpoint of architecture and sanitation. By the 26th century B.C., we find Lagash flourishing again, now under another enlightened monarch, Gudea, whose stocky statues are the most prominent remains of Sumerian sculpture. The diorite figure in the Louvre shows him in a pious posture, with his head crossed by a heavy band resembling a model of the Colosseum, hands folded in his lap, bare shoulders and feet, and short chubby legs covered by a bell-like skirt embroidered with a volume of hieroglyphics. The strong but regular features reveal a man thoughtful and just, firm and yet refined. Gudea was honored by his people not as a warrior, but as a Sumerian Aurelius, devoted to religion, literature, and good works. He built temples, promoted the study of classical antiquities in the spirit of the expeditions that unearthed him, and tempered the strength of the strong in mercy to the weak. One of his inscriptions reveals the policy for which his people worshipped him after his death as a god. During 7 years the maidservant was the equal of her mistress, the slave walked beside his master, and in my town the weak rested by the side of the strong. Meanwhile, Ur of the Chaldees was having one of the most prosperous epochs in its long career from 3500 B.C., the apparent age of its oldest graves, to 700 B.C. Its greatest king, Ur-Engur, brought all Western Asia under his pacific sway and proclaimed for all Sumeria the first extensive code of laws in history. By the laws of righteousness of Shamash forever I establish justice. As Ur grew rich by the trade that flowed through it on the Euphrates, Ur-Engur, like Pericles, beautified his city with temples, and built lavishly in the subject cities of Larsa, Uruk, and Nippur. His son Dungi continued his work through a reign of 58 years and ruled so wisely that the people deified him as the god who had brought back their ancient paradise. But soon that glory faded. The warlike Elamites from the east and the rising Amorites from the west swept down upon the leisure, prosperity, and peace of Ur, captured its king, and sacked the city with primitive thoroughness. The poets of Ur sang sad chants about the rape of the statue of Ishtar, their beloved mother goddess, torn from her shrine by profane invaders. The form of these poems is unexpectedly first-personal, and the style does not please the sophisticated ear, but across the 4,000 years that separate us from the Sumerian singer, we feel the desolation of his city and his people. Me the foe hath ravished, yea, with hands unwashed. Me his hands have ravished, made me die of terror. Oh, I am wretched. Naught of reverence hath he. Stripped me of my robes, and clothed therein his consort, tore my jewels from me, therewith decked his daughter. Now I tread his courts, my very person sought he in the shrines. Alas, the day when to go forth I trembled. He pursued me in my temple, he made me quake with fear, there within my walls, and like a dove that fluttered, percheth on a rafter, like a flitting owlet in a cavern hidden, bird-like from my shrine he chased me. From my city like a bird he chased me sighing, far behind me is my temple. So for 200 years, which to our self-centered eyes seem but an empty moment, Elam and Amor ruled Sumeria. Then from the north came the great Hammurabi, king of Babylon, retook from the Elamites Uruk and Ezin, bided his time for 23 years, invaded Elam and captured its king, established his sway over Amor and distant Assyria, built an empire of unprecedented power, and disciplined it with a universal law. For many centuries now, until the rise of Persia, the Semites would rule the land between the rivers. Of the Sumerians, nothing more is heard. Their little chapter in the book of history was complete. 2. Economic life: the soil, industry, trade, classes, science. But Sumerian civilization remained. Sumer and Akkad still produced handicraftsmen, poets, artists, sages, and saints. The culture of the southern cities passed north along the Euphrates and the Tigris to Babylonia and Assyria as the initial heritage of Mesopotamian civilization. At the basis of this culture was a soil made fertile by the annual overflow of rivers swollen with the winter rains. The overflow was perilous as well as useful. The Sumerians learned to channel it safely through irrigation canals that ribbed and crossed their land, and they commemorated those early dangers by legends that told of a flood, and how at last the land had been separated from the waters and mankind had been saved. This irrigation system, dating from 4000 B.C., was one of the great achievements of Sumerian civilization, and certainly its foundation. Out of these carefully watered fields came abounding crops of corn, barley, spelt, dates, and many vegetables. The plough appeared early, drawn by oxen as even with us until yesterday, and already furnished with a tubular seed drill. Gathered harvest was threshed by drawing it over great sledges of wood armed with flint teeth that cut the straw for the cattle and released the grain for men. It was in many ways a primitive culture. The Sumerians made some use of copper and tin, and occasionally mixed them to produce bronze. Now and then they went so far as to make large implements of iron. But metal was still a luxury and a rarity. Most Sumerian tools were of flint. Some, like the sickles for cutting the barley, were of clay, and certain finer articles, such as needles and awls, used ivory and bone. Weaving was done on a large scale under the supervision of overseers appointed by the king, after the latest fashion of governmentally controlled industry. Houses were made of reeds, usually plastered with an adobe mixture of clay and straw moistened with water and hardened by the sun. Such dwellings are still easy to find in what was once Sumeria. The hut had wooden doors, revolving upon socket hinges of stone. The floors were ordinarily the beaten earth. The roofs were arched by bending the reeds together at the top, or were made flat with mud-covered reeds stretched over crossbeams of wood. Cows, sheep, goats, and pigs roamed about the dwelling in primeval comradeship with man. Water for drinking was drawn from wells. Goods were carried chiefly by water. Since stone was rare in Sumeria, it was brought up the gulf or down the rivers, and then through numerous canals to the quays of the cities. But land transportation was developing. At Kish, the Oxford Field Expedition unearthed some of the oldest wheeled vehicles known. Here and there in the ruins are business seals bearing indications of traffic with Egypt and India. There was no coinage yet, and trade was normally by barter, but gold and silver were already in use as standards of value and were often accepted in exchange for goods, sometimes in the form of ingots and rings of definite worth, but generally in quantities measured by weight in each transaction. Many of the clay tablets that have brought down to us fragments of Sumerian writing are business documents revealing a busy commercial life. One tablet speaks with fin de siècle weariness of the city where the tumult of man is. Contracts had to be confirmed in writing and duly witnessed. A system of credit existed by which goods, gold or silver might be borrowed, interest to be paid in the same material as the loan, and at rates ranging from 15 to 33% per annum. Since the stability of a society may be partly measured by inverse relation with the rate of interest, we may suspect that Sumerian business, like ours, lived in an atmosphere of economic and political uncertainty and doubt. Gold and silver have been found abundantly in the tombs, not only as jewelry, but as vessels, weapons, ornaments, even as tools. Rich and poor were stratified into many classes and gradations. Slavery was highly developed, and property rights were already sacred. Between the rich and the poor, a middle class took form, composed of small businessmen, scholars, physicians, and priests. Medicine flourished and had a specific for every disease, but it was still bound up with theology and admitted that sickness, being due to possession by evil spirits, could never be cured without the exorcising of these demons. A calendar of uncertain age and origin divided the year into lunar months, adding a month every 3 or 4 years to reconcile the calendar with the seasons and the sun. Each city gave its own names to the months. 3. Government. The kings, ways of war, the feudal barons, law. Indeed, each city, as long as it could, maintained a jealous independence and indulged itself in a private king. It called him patesi, or priest-king, indicating by the very word that government was bound up with religion. By 2800 BC, the growth of trade made such municipal separatism impossible and generated empires, in which some dominating personality subjected the cities and their pateses to his power and wove them into an economic and political unity. The despot lived in a Renaissance atmosphere of violence and fear. At any moment he might be dispatched by the same methods that had secured him the throne. He dwelt in an inaccessible palace, whose 2 entrances were so narrow as to admit only one person at a time. To the right and left were recesses from which secret guards could examine every visitor or pounce upon him with daggers. Even the king's temple was private, hidden away in his palace, so that he might perform his religious duties without exposure, or neglect them inconspicuously. The king went to battle in a chariot, leading a motley host armed with bows, arrows, and spears. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 4, Side 2. The king went to battle in a chariot, leading a motley host armed with bows, arrows, and spears. The wars were waged frankly for commercial routes and goods, without catchwords as a sop for idealists. King Manishtusu of Akkad announced frankly that he was invading Elam to get control of its silver mines and to secure diorite stone to immortalize himself with statuary, the only instance known of a war fought for the sake of art. The defeated were customarily sold into slavery, or, if this was unprofitable, they were slaughtered on the battlefield. Sometimes 1/10 of the prisoners, struggling vainly in a net, were offered as living victims to the thirsty gods. As in Renaissance Italy, the chauvinistic separatism of the cities stimulated life and art, but led to civic violence and suicidal strife that weakened each petty state and at last destroyed Sumeria. In the empires, social order was maintained through a feudal system. After a successful war, the ruler gave tracts of land to his valiant chieftains and exempted such estates from taxation. These men kept order in their territories and provided soldiers and supplies for the exploits of the king. The finances of the government were obtained by taxes in kind, stored in royal warehouses, and distributed as pay to officials and employees of the state. To this system of royal and feudal administration was added a body of law already rich with precedents when Ur-Engur and Dungi codified the statutes of Ur. This was the fountainhead of Hammurabi's famous code. It was cruder and simpler than later legislation, but less severe. Where, for example, the Semitic code killed a woman for adultery, the Sumerian code merely allowed the husband to take a second wife and reduce the first to a subordinate position. The law covered commercial as well as sexual relations, and regulated all loans and contracts, all buying and selling, all adoptions and bequests. Courts of justice sat in the temples, and the judges were for the most part priests. Professional judges presided over a superior court. The best element in this code was a plan for avoiding litigation. Every case was first submitted to a public arbitrator, whose duty it was to bring about an amicable settlement without recourse to law. It is a poor civilization from which we may not learn something to improve our own. 4. Religion and morality, the Sumerian pantheon, the food of the gods, mythology, education, a Sumerian prayer, temple prostitutes, the rights of woman, Sumerian cosmetics. King Ur-Engur proclaimed his code of laws in the name of the great god Shamash, for government had so soon discovered the political utility of heaven. Having been found useful, the gods became innumerable. Every city and state, every human activity had some inspiring and disciplinary divinity. Sun worship, doubtless already old when Sumeria began, expressed itself in the cult of Shamash, light of the gods, who passed the night in the depths of the north until dawn opened its gates for him. Then he mounted the sky like a flame, driving his chariot over the steeps of the firmament. The sun was merely a wheel of his fiery cart. Nippur built great temples to the god Enlil and his consort Ninlil. Uruk worshipped especially the virgin earth goddess Inini, known to the Semites of Akkad as Ishtar, the loose and versatile Aphrodite Demeter of the Near East. Kish and Lagash worshipped a Mater Dolorosa, the sorrowful mother goddess Ninkarsag, who, grieved with the unhappiness of men, interceded for them with sterner deities. Ningirsu was the god of irrigation, the lord of floods. Abu, or Tammuz, was the god of vegetation. Even Sin was a god, of the moon. He was represented in human form with a thin crescent about his head, presaging the halos of medieval saints. The air was full of spirits, beneficent angels, one each as protector to every Sumerian, and demons or devils who sought to expel the protective deity and take possession of body and soul. Most of the gods lived in the temples, where they were provided by the faithful with revenue, food, and wives. The tablets of Gudea list the objects which the gods preferred: oxen, goats, sheep, doves, chickens, ducks, fish, dates, figs, cucumbers, butter, oil, and cakes. We may judge from this list that the well-to-do Sumerian enjoyed a plentiful cuisine. Originally, it seems, the gods preferred human flesh, but as human morality improved, they had to be content with animals. A liturgical tablet found in the Sumerian ruins says with strange theological premonitions, "The lamb is the substitute for humanity. He hath given up a lamb for his life." Enriched by such beneficence, the priests became the wealthiest and most powerful class in the Sumerian cities. In most matters they were the government. It is difficult to make out to what extent the patesi was a priest, and to what extent a king. Urukagina rose like a Luther against the exactions of the clergy, denounced them for their veracity, accused them of taking bribes in their administration of the law, and charged that they were levying such taxes upon farmers and fishermen as to rob them of the fruits of their toil. He swept the courts clear for a time of these corrupt officials, and established laws regulating the taxes and fees paid to the temples, protecting the helpless against extortion, and providing against the violent alienation of funds or property. Already the world was old and well established in its time-honored ways. Presumably the priests recovered their power when Urukagina died, quite as they were to recover their power in Egypt after the passing of Ikhnaton. Men will pay any price for mythology. Even in this early age, the great myths of religion were taking form. Since food and tools were placed in the graves with the dead, we may presume that the Sumerians believed in an afterlife. But like the Greeks, they pictured the other world as a dark abode of miserable shadows, to which all the dead descended indiscriminately. They had not yet conceived heaven and hell, eternal reward and punishment. They offered prayer and sacrifice not for eternal life, but for tangible advantages here on the earth. Later legend told how Adapa, a sage of Eridu, had been initiated into all lore by Ea, goddess of wisdom. One secret only had been refused him, the knowledge of deathless life. Another legend narrated how the gods had created man happy, how man by his free will had sinned, and been punished with a flood, from which but one man, Tog-Tug the weaver, had survived. Tog-Tug forfeited longevity and health by eating the fruit of a forbidden tree. The priests transmitted education as well as mythology, and doubtless sought to teach as well as to rule by their myths. To most of the temples were attached schools wherein the clergy instructed boys and girls in writing and arithmetic, formed their habits into patriotism and piety, and prepared some of them for the high profession of scribe. School tablets survive, encrusted with tables of multiplication and division, square and cube roots, and exercises in applied geometry. That the instruction was not much more foolish than that which is given to our children appears from a tablet which is a Lucretian outline of anthropology. Mankind, when created, did not know of bread for eating or garments for wearing. The people walked with limbs on the ground. They ate herbs with their mouths like sheep. They drank ditch water. What nobility of spirit and utterance this first of the historic religions could rise to shines out in the prayer of King Gudea to the goddess Bau, the patron deity of Lagash. O my queen, the mother who established Lagash, the people on whom thou lookest is rich in power. The worshipper on whom thou lookest, his life is prolonged. I have no mother, thou art my mother. I have no father, thou art my father. My goddess Bau, thou knowest what is good. Thou hast given me the breath of life. Under the protection of thee, my mother, in thy shadow I will reverently dwell. Women were attached to every temple, some as domestics, some as concubines for the gods or their duly constituted representatives on earth. To serve the temples in this way did not seem any disgrace to a Sumerian girl. Her father was proud to devote her charms to the alleviation of divine monotony, and celebrated the admission of his daughter to these sacred functions with ceremonial sacrifice and the presentation of the girl's marriage dowry to the temple. Marriage was already a complex institution regulated by many laws. The bride kept control of the dowry given her by her father in marriage, and though she held it jointly with her husband, she alone determined its bequest. She exercised equal rights with her husband over their children, and in the absence of the husband and a grown-up son she administered the estate as well as the home. She could engage in business independently of her husband, and could keep or dispose of her own slaves. Sometimes, like Shub-Ad, she could rise to the status of queen and rule her city with luxurious and imperious grace. But in all crises the man was lord and master. Under certain conditions he could sell his wife or hand her over as a slave to pay his debts. The double standard was already in force as a corollary of property and inheritance. Adultery in the man was a forgivable whim, but in the woman it was punished with death. She was expected to give many children to her husband and the state. If barren, she could be divorced without further reason. If merely averse to continuous maternity, she was drowned. Children were without legal rights. Their parents, by the act of publicly disowning them, secured their banishment from the city. Nevertheless, as in most civilizations, the women of the upper classes almost balanced, by their luxury and their privileges, the toil and disabilities of their poorer sisters. Cosmetics and jewelry are prominent in the Sumerian tombs. In Queen Shub-Ad's grave, Professor Woolley picked up a little compact of blue-green malachite, golden pins with knobs of lapis lazuli, and a vanity case of filigree gold shell. This vanity case, as large as a little finger, contained a tiny spoon, presumably for scooping up rouge from the compact, a metal stick, perhaps for training the cuticle, and a pair of tweezers, probably used to train the eyebrows or to pluck out inopportune hairs. The queen's rings were made of gold wire. One ring was inset with segments of lapis lazuli. Her necklace was of fluted lapis and gold. Surely there is nothing new under the sun, and the difference between the first woman and the last could pass through the eye of a needle. 5. Letters and arts. Writing, literature, temples and palaces, statuary, ceramics, jewelry, summary of Sumerian civilization. The startling fact in the Sumerian remains is writing. The marvelous art seems already well advanced, fit to express complex thought in commerce, poetry, and religion. The oldest inscriptions are on stone and date apparently as far back as 3600 B.C. Towards 3200 the clay tablet appears, and from that time on the Sumerians seem to have delighted in the great discovery. It is our good fortune that the people of Mesopotamia wrote not upon fragile ephemeral paper in fading ink, but upon moist clay deftly impressed with the wedge-like, cuneiform, point of a stylus. With this malleable material, the scribe kept records, executed contracts, drew up official documents, recorded property, judgments, and sales, and created a culture in which the stylus became as mighty as the sword. Having completed the writing, the scribe baked the clay tablet with heat or in the sun, and made it thereby a manuscript far more durable than paper, and only less lasting than stone. This development of cuneiform script was the outstanding contribution of Sumeria to the civilizing of mankind. Sumerian writing reads from right to left. The Babylonians were, so far as we know, the first people to write from left to right. The linear script, as we have seen, was apparently a stylized and conventionalized form of the signs and pictures painted or impressed upon primitive Sumerian pottery. Presumably from repetition and haste over centuries of time, the original pictures were gradually contracted into signs, so unlike the objects which they had once represented that they became the symbols of sounds rather than of things. We should have an analogous process in English if the picture of a bee should in time be shortened and simplified and come to mean not a bee, but the sound bee, and then serve to indicate that syllable in any combination, as in being. The Sumerians and Babylonians never advanced from such representation of syllables to the representation of letters, never dropped the vowel in the syllabic sign to make be mean the letter B. It seems to have remained for the Egyptians to take this simple but revolutionary step. The transition from writing to literature probably required many hundreds of years. For centuries, writing was a tool of commerce, a matter of contracts and bills, of shipments and receipts, and secondarily, perhaps, it was an instrument of religious record, an attempt to preserve magic formulas, ceremonial procedures, sacred legends, prayers, and hymns from alteration or decay. Nevertheless, by 2700 BC, great libraries have been formed in Sumeria. At Tello, for example, in ruins contemporary with Gudea, de Sarzac discovered a collection of over 30,000 tablets ranged one upon another in neat and logical array. As early as 2000 BC, Sumerian historians began to reconstruct the past and record the present for the edification of the future. Portions of their work have come down to us not in the original form, but as quotations in later Babylonian chronicles. Among the original fragments, however, is a tablet found at Nippur, bearing the Sumerian prototype of the Epic of Gilgamesh, which we shall study later in its developed Babylonian expression. Some of the shattered tablets contain dirges of no mean power and of significant literary form. Here at the outset appears the characteristic Near Eastern trick of chanting repetition, many lines beginning in the same way, many clauses reiterating or illustrating the meaning of the clause before. Through these salvaged relics we see the religious origin of literature in the songs and lamentations of the priests. The first poems were not madrigals, but prayers. Behind these apparent beginnings of culture were doubtless many centuries of development in Sumeria and other lands. Nothing has been created, it has only grown. Just as in writing Sumeria seems to have created cuneiform, so in architecture it seems to have created at once the fundamental shapes of home and temple, column and vault and arch. The Sumerian peasant made his cottage by planting reeds in a square, a rectangle, or a circle, bending the tops together and binding them to form an arch, a vault, or a dome. This, we surmise, is the simple origin or earliest known appearance of these architectural forms. Among the ruins of Nippur is an arched drain 5,000 years old. In the royal tombs of Ur, there are arches that go back to 3500 BC, and arched doors were common at Ur 2000 BC. And these were true arches, that is, their stones were set in full voussoir fashion, each stone a wedge tapering downward tightly into place. The richer citizens built palaces, perched on a mound sometimes 40 feet above the plain, and made purposely inaccessible except by one path, so that every Sumerian's home might be his castle. Since stone was scarce, these palaces were mostly of brick. The plain red surface of the walls was relieved by terracotta decoration in every form, spirals, chevrons, triangles, even lozenges and diapers. The inner walls were plastered and painted in simple mural style. The house was built around a central court, which gave shade and some coolness against the Mediterranean sun. For the same reason, as well as for security, the rooms opened upon this court rather than upon the outer world. Windows were a luxury, or perhaps they were not wanted. Water was drawn from wells, and an extensive system of drainage drew the waste from the residential districts of the towns. Furniture was not complex or abundant, but neither was it without taste. Some beds were inlaid with metal or ivory, and occasionally, as in Egypt, armchairs flaunted feet like lions' claws. For the temples, stone was imported and adorned with copper entablatures and friezes inlaid with semi-precious material. The temple of Nanar at Ur set a fashion for all Mesopotamia with pale blue enameled tiles. while its interior was paneled with rare woods like cedar and cypress, inlaid with marble, alabaster, onyx, agate, and gold. Usually the most important temple in the city was not only built upon an elevation, but was topped with a ziggurat, a tower of 3, 4, or 7 stories, surrounded with a winding external stairway, and set back at every stage. Here on the heights the loftiest of the city's gods might dwell, and here the government might find a last spiritual and physical citadel against invasion or revolt. The temples were sometimes decorated with statuary of animals, heroes, and gods, figures plain, blunt, and powerful, but severely lacking in sculptural finish and grace. Most of the extant statues are of King Gudea, executed resolutely but crudely in resistant diorite. In the ruins of Tel el-Ubaid, from the early Sumerian period, a copper statuette of a bull was found, much abused by the centuries, but still full of life and bovine complacency. A cow's head in silver from the grave of Queen Shub-ad at Ur is a masterpiece that suggests a developed art too much despoiled by time to permit of our giving it its due. This is almost proved by the bas-reliefs that survive. The stele of the vultures, set up by King Eannatum of Lagash, the porphyry cylinder of Ibn Shar, the humorous caricatures, as surely they must be, of Urnina, and above all the victory stele of Naram-Sin, share the crudity of Sumerian sculpture, but have in them a lusty vitality of drawing and action characteristic of a young and flourishing art. Of the pottery one may not speak so leniently. Perhaps time misleads our judgment by having preserved the worst. Perhaps there were many pieces as well carved as the alabaster vessels discovered at Eridu. But for the most part Sumerian pottery, though turned on the wheel, is mere earthenware and cannot compare with the vases of Elam. Better work was done by the goldsmiths. Vessels of gold, tasteful in design and delicate in finish, have been found in the earliest graves at Ur, some as old as 4000 B.C. The silver vase of Entemenu, now in the Louvre, is as stocky as Gudea, but is adorned with a wealth of animal imagery, finely engraved. Best of all is the gold sheath and lapis lazuli dagger exhumed at Ur. Here, if one may judge from photographs, the form almost touches perfection. The ruins have given us a great number of cylindrical seals, mostly made of precious metal or stone, with reliefs carefully carved upon a square inch or two of surface. These seem to have served the Sumerians in place of signatures, and indicate a refinement of life and manners disturbing to our naive conception of progress as a continuous rise of man through the unfortunate cultures of the past to the unrivaled zenith of today. Sumerian civilization may be summed up in this contrast between crude pottery and consummate jewelry. It was a synthesis of rough beginnings and occasional but brilliant mastery. Here, within the limits of our present knowledge, are the first states and empires, the first irrigation, the first use of gold and silver as standards of value, the first business contracts, the first credit system, the first code of law, the first extensive development of writing, the first stories of the creation and the flood, the first libraries and schools, the first literature and poetry, the first cosmetics and jewelry, the first sculpture and bas-relief, the first palaces and temples, the first ornamental metal and decorative themes, the first arch, column, vault, and dome. Here, for the first known time, on a large scale, appear some of the sins of civilization: slavery, despotism, ecclesiastism, and imperialistic war. It was a life differentiated and subtle, abundant and complex. Already the natural inequality of men was producing a new degree of comfort and luxury for the strong, and a new routine of hard and disciplined labor for the rest. The theme was struck on which history would strum its myriad variations. 3. Passage to Egypt. Sumerian influence in Mesopotamia, ancient Arabia, Mesopotamian influence in Egypt. Nevertheless, we are still so near the beginning of recorded history when we speak of Sumeria that it is difficult to determine the priority or sequence of the many related civilizations that developed in the ancient Near East. The oldest written records known to us are Sumerian. This, which may be a whim of circumstance, a sport of mortality, does not prove that the first civilization was Sumerian. Statuettes and other remains akin to those of Sumeria have been found at Ashur and Samarra, in what became Assyria. We do not know whether this early culture came from Sumeria or passed to it along the Tigris. The code of Hammurabi resembles that of Ur-Engur and Dungi, but we cannot be sure that it was evolved from it rather than from some predecessor ancestral to them both. It is only probable, not certain, that the civilizations of Babylonia and Assyria were derived from or fertilized by that of Sumer and Akkad. The gods and myths of Babylon and Nineveh are in many cases modifications or developments of Sumerian theology, and the languages of these later cultures bear the same relationship to Sumeria that French and Italian bear to Latin. Schweinfurt has called attention to the interesting fact that though the cultivation of barley, millet, and wheat, and the domestication of cattle, goats, and sheep appear in both Egypt and Mesopotamia as far back as our records go, these cereals and animals are found in their wild and natural state not in Egypt, but in Western Asia, especially in Yemen or ancient Arabia. He concludes that civilization, that is, in this context, the cultivation of cereals and the use of domesticated animals, appeared in unrecorded antiquity in Arabia and spread thence in a triangular culture to Mesopotamia, Sumeria, Babylonia, Assyria, and Egypt. Current knowledge of primitive Arabia is too slight to make this more than a presentable hypothesis. More definite is the derivation of certain specific elements of Egyptian culture from Sumeria and Babylonia. We know that trade passed between Mesopotamia and Egypt, certainly via the isthmus at Suez, and probably by water from the ancient outlets of Egyptian rivers on the Red Sea. A look at the map explains why Egypt, throughout its known history, has belonged to Western Asia rather than to Africa. Trade and culture could pass from Asia along the Mediterranean to the Nile, but shortly beyond that it was balked by the desert, which, with the cataracts of the Nile, isolated Egypt from the remainder of Africa. Hence it is natural that we should find many Mesopotamian elements in the primitive culture of Egypt. The farther back we trace the Egyptian language, the more affinities it reveals with the Semitic tongues of the Near East. The pictographic writing of the pre-dynastic Egyptians seems to have come in from Sumeria. The cylindrical seal, which is of unquestionably Mesopotamian origin, appears in the earliest period of known Egyptian history and then disappears, as if an imported custom had been displaced by a native mode. The potter's wheel is not known in Egypt before the 4th dynasty, long after its appearance in Sumeria. Presumably it came into Egypt from the land between the rivers, along with the wheel and the chariot. Early Egyptian and Babylonian mace heads are completely identical in form. A finely worked flint knife, found in pre-dynastic Egyptian remains at Gebel el-Arak, bears reliefs in Mesopotamian themes and style. Copper was apparently developed in Western Asia and brought thence to Egypt. Early Egyptian architecture resembles Mesopotamian in the use of the recessed panel as a decoration for brick walls. Pre-dynastic pottery, statuettes, and decorative motives are in many cases identical or unmistakably allied with Mesopotamian products. Among these early Egyptian remains are small figures of a goddess of evident Asiatic origin. At a time when Egyptian civilization seems to have only begun, the artists of Ur were making statuary and reliefs whose style and conventions demonstrate the antiquity of these arts in Sumeria. Egypt could well afford to concede the priority of Sumeria, for whatever the Nile may have borrowed from the Tigris and the Euphrates, it soon flowered into a civilization specifically and uniquely its own, one of the richest and greatest, one of the most powerful and yet one of the most graceful cultures in history. By its side, Sumeria was but a crude beginning, and not even Greece or Rome would surpass it. Chapter 8. Egypt. 1. The Gift of the Nile. 1. In the Delta. Alexandria, the Nile, the Pyramids, the Sphinx. This is a perfect harbor. Outside the long breakwater the waves topple over one another roughly. Within it, the sea is a silver mirror. There, on the little island of Pharos, when Egypt was very old, Sostratus built his great lighthouse of white marble, 500 feet high, as a beacon to all ancient mariners of the Mediterranean, and as one of the 7 wonders of the world. Time and the nagging waters have washed it away, but a new lighthouse has taken its place and guides the steamer through the rocks to the quays of Alexandria. Here that astonishing boy-statesman Alexander founded the subtle polyglot metropolis that was to inherit the culture of Egypt, Palestine, and Greece. In this harbor, Caesar received without gladness the severed head of Pompey. As the train glides through the city, glimpses come of unpaved alleys and streets, heat waves dancing in the air, workmen naked to the waist, black-garbed women bearing burdens sturdily, white-robed and turbaned Moslems of regal dignity, and in the distance spacious squares and shining palaces, perhaps as fair as those that the Ptolemies built when Alexandria was the meeting place of the world. Then suddenly it is open country, and the city recedes into the horizon of the fertile delta, that green triangle which looks on the map like the leaves of a lofty palm tree held up on the slender stalk of the Nile. Once, no doubt, this delta was a bay. Patiently the broad stream filled it up, too slowly to be seen, with detritus carried down 1,000 miles. Now, from this little corner of mud, enclosed by the many mouths of the river, 6 million peasants grow enough cotton to export $100 million worth of it every year. There, bright and calm under the glaring sun, fringed with slim palms and grassy banks, is the most famous of all rivers. We cannot see the desert that lies so close beyond it, or the great empty wadis, riverbeds, where once its fertile tributaries flowed. We cannot realize yet how precariously narrow a thing this Egypt is, owing everything to the river, and harassed on either side with hostile shifting sand. Now the train passes amid the alluvial plain. The land is half covered with water, and crossed everywhere with irrigation canals. In the ditches and the fields, black fellahin labor, knowing no garment but a cloth about the loins. The river has had one of its annual inundations, which begin at the summer solstice and last for 100 days. Through that overflow, the desert became fertile, and Egypt blossomed, in Herodotus's phrase, as the gift of the Nile. It is clear why civilization found here one of its earliest homes. Nowhere else was a river so generous in irrigation and so controllable in its rise. Only Mesopotamia could rival it. For thousands of years the peasants have watched this rise with anxious eagerness. To this day public criers announce its progress each morning in the streets of Cairo. So the past, with the quiet continuity of this river, flows into the future, lightly touching the present on its way. Only historians make divisions. Time does not. But every gift must be paid for, and the peasant, though he valued the rising waters, knew that without control they could ruin as well as irrigate his fields. So from time beyond history he built these ditches that cross and recross the land. He caught the surplus in canals, and when the river fell he raised the water with buckets pivoted on long poles, singing as he worked the songs that the Nile has heard for 5,000 years. For as these peasants are now, somber and laughterless even in their singing, so they have been, in all likelihood, for 50 centuries. This water-raising apparatus is as old as the pyramids, and 1 million of these fellahin, despite the conquests of Arabic, still speak the language of the ancient monuments. Here in the delta, 50 miles southeast of Alexandria, is the site of Naucratis, once filled with industrious, scheming Greeks. 30 miles farther east, the site of Sais, where in the centuries before the Persian and Greek conquests, the native civilization of Egypt had its last revival. And then, 129 miles southeast of Alexandria, is Cairo. A beautiful city, but not Egyptian. The conquering Moslems founded it in A.D. 968. Then the bright spirit of France overcame the gloomy Arab and built here a Paris in the desert, exotic and unreal. One must pass through it by motor car or leisurely fiacre to find old Egypt at the pyramids. How small they appear from the long road that approaches them. Did we come so far to see so little? But then they grow larger, as if they were being lifted up into the air. Round a turn in the road we surprise the edge of the desert, and there suddenly the pyramids confront us, bare and solitary in the sand, gigantic and morose against an Italian sky. A motley crowd scrambles about their base, stout businessmen on blinking donkeys, stouter ladies secure in carts, young men prancing on horseback, young women sitting uncomfortably on camelback, their silk knees glistening in the sun, and everywhere grasping Arabs. We stand where Caesar and Napoleon stood, and remember that 50 centuries look down upon us, where the father of history came 400 years before Caesar and heard the tales that were to startle Pericles. A new perspective of time comes to us. 2 millenniums seem to fall out of the picture, and Caesar, Herodotus, and ourselves appear for a moment contemporary and modern before these tombs that were more ancient to them than the Greeks are to us. Nearby, the Sphinx, half lion and half philosopher, grimly claws the sand and glares unmoved at the transient visitor and the eternal plain. It is a savage monument, as if designed to frighten old lechers and make children retire early. The lion body passes into a human head with prognathous jaws and cruel eyes. The civilization that built it, circa 2990 B.C., had not quite forgotten barbarism. Once the sand covered it, and Herodotus, who saw so much that is not there, says not a word of it. Nevertheless, what wealth these old Egyptians must have had, what power and skill, even in the infancy of history, to bring these vast stones 600 miles, to raise some of them weighing many tons to a height of 1,000 feet, and to pay or even to feed the 100,000 slaves who toiled for 20 years on these pyramids. Herodotus has preserved for us an inscription that he found on one pyramid, recording the quantity of radishes, garlic, and onions consumed by the workmen who built it. These things, too, had to have their immortality. Despite these familiar friends, we go away disappointed. There is something barbarically primitive, or barbarically modern, in this brute hunger for size. It is the memory and imagination of the beholder that, swollen with history, make these monuments great. In themselves they are a little ridiculous, vainglorious tombs in which the dead sought eternal life. Perhaps pictures have too much ennobled them. Photography can catch everything but dirt, and enhances man-made objects with noble vistas of land and sky. The sunset at Giza is greater than the pyramids. 2. Upstream. Memphis, the masterpiece of Queen Hatshepsut. The Colossi of Memnon, Luxor and Karnak, the grandeur of Egyptian civilization. From Cairo, a little steamer moves up the river, that is, southward, through 6 leisurely days to Karnak and Luxor. 20 miles below Cairo, it passes Memphis, the most ancient of Egypt's capitals. Here, where the great 3rd and 4th dynasties lived, in a city of 2 million souls, nothing now greets the eye but a row of small pyramids and a grove of palms. For the rest there is only desert, infinite villainous sand, slipping under the feet, stinging the eyes, filling the pores, covering everything, stretching from Morocco across Sinai, Arabia, Turkestan, Tibet, to Mongolia. Along that sandy belt across 2 continents, civilization once built its seats and now is gone, driven away, as the ice receded, by increasing heat and decreasing rain. By the Nile, for a dozen miles on either side, runs a ribbon of fertile soil. From the Mediterranean to Nubia, there is only this strip redeemed from the desert. This is the thread upon which hung the life of Egypt. And yet how brief seems the lifespan of Greece or the millennium of Rome beside the long record from Menes to Cleopatra. A week later the steamer is at Luxor. On this site, now covered with Arab hamlets or drifting sand, once stood the greatest of Egypt's capitals, the richest city of the very ancient world, known to the Greeks as Thebes, and to its own people as Wessi and Ne. On the eastern slope of the Nile is the famous winter palace of Luxor, aflame with bougainvillea. Across the river the sun is setting over the tombs of the kings into a sea of sand, and the sky is flaked with gaudy tints of purple and gold. Far in the west, the pillars of Queen Hatshepsut's noble temple gleam, looking for all the world like some classic colonnade. In the morning, lazy sailboats ferry the seeker across a river so quiet and unpretentious that no one would suspect that it had been flowing here for uncounted centuries. Then, over mile after mile of desert, through dusty mountain passes and by historic graves, until the masterpiece of the great queen rises still and white in the trembling heat. Here the artist decided to transform nature and her hills into a beauty greater than her own. Into the very face of the granite cliff he built these columns, as stately as those that Ictinus made for Pericles. It is impossible, seeing these, to doubt that Greece took her architecture, perhaps through Crete, from this initiative race. And on the walls vast bas-reliefs, alive with motion and thought, tell the story of the first great woman in history, and not the least of queens. On the road back sit 2 giants in stone, representing the most luxurious of Egypt's monarchs, Amenhotep III, but mistakenly called the Colossi of Memnon by the Baedekers of Greece. Each is 70 feet high, weighs 700 tons, and is carved out of a single rock. On the base of one of them are the inscriptions left by Greek tourists who visited these ruins 2,000 years ago. Again, the centuries fall out of reckoning, and those Greeks seem strangely contemporary with us in the presence of these ancient things. A mile to the north lie the stone remains of Ramesses II, one of the most fascinating figures in history, beside whom Alexander is an immature trifle. Alive for 99 years, emperor for 67, father of 150 children. Here he is a statue, once 56 feet high, now 56 feet long, prostrate and ridiculous in the sand. Napoleon's savants measured him zealously. They found his ear 3.5 feet long, his foot 5 feet wide, his weight 1,000 tons. For him, Bonaparte should have used his later salutation of Goethe, Voilà un homme. Behold a man. All around now on the west bank of the Nile is the city of the dead. At every turn some burrowing Egyptologist has unearthed a royal tomb. The grave of Tutankhamun is closed, locked even in the faces of those who thought that gold would open anything. But the tomb of Seti I is open, and there in the cool earth one may gaze at decorated ceilings and passages, and marvel at the wealth and skill that could build such sarcophagi and surround them with such art. In one of these tombs, the excavators saw on the sand the footprints of the slaves who had carried the mummy to its place 3,000 years before. But the best remains adorn the eastern side of the river. Here at Luxor, the lordly Amenhotep III, with the spoils of Thutmose III's victories, began to build his most pretentious edifice. Death came upon him as he built. Then, after the work had been neglected for a century, Ramesses II finished it in regal style. At once the quality of Egyptian architecture floods the spirit. Here are scope and power, not beauty merely, but a masculine sublimity. A wide court, now waste with sand, paved of old with marble. On three sides majestic colonnades matched by Karnak alone. On every hand carved stone in bas-relief and royal statues proud, even in desolation. Imagine 8 long stems of the papyrus plant, nurse of letters and here the form of art. At the base of the fresh unopened flowers bind the stems with 5 firm bands that will give beauty strength. Then picture the whole stately stalk in stone. This is the papyriform column of Luxor. Fancy a court of such columns, upholding massive entablatures and shade-giving porticos. See the whole as the ravages of 30 centuries have left it. Then estimate the men who, in what we once thought the childhood of civilization, could conceive and execute such monuments. Through ancient ruins and modern squalor, a rough footpath leads to what Egypt keeps as its final offering, the temples of Karnak. 100 pharaohs took part in building them, from the last dynasties of the Old Kingdom to the days of the Ptolemies. Generation by generation the structures grew, until 60 acres were covered with the lordliest offerings that architecture ever made to the gods. An avenue of sphinxes leads to the place where Champollion, founder of Egyptology, stood in 1828 and wrote, "I went at last to the palace, or rather to the city of monuments, to Karnak. There all the magnificence of the pharaohs appeared to me, all that men have imagined and executed on the grandest scale. No people, ancient or modern, has conceived the art of architecture on a scale so sublime, so great, so grandiose, as the ancient Egyptians. They conceived like men 100 feet high." To understand it would require maps and plans, and all an architect's learning. A spacious enclosure of many courts, 1/3 of a mile on each side, a population of once 86,000 statues, a main group of buildings constituting the Temple of Ammon, 1,000 by 300 feet, great pylons or gates between one court and the next, the perfect heraldic pillars of Thutmose III, broken off rudely at the top but still of astonishingly delicate carving and design, the festival hall of the same formidable monarch, its fluted shafts here and there anticipating all the power of the Doric column in Greece, the little temple of Ptah with graceful pillars rivaling the living palms beside them, the promenade, again the work of Thutmose's builders, with bare and massive colonnades, symbol of Egypt's Napoleon. Above all, the hypostyle hall, a very forest of 140 gigantic columns, crowded close to keep out the exhausting sun, flowering out at their tops into spreading palms of stone, and holding up with impressive strength a roof of mammoth slabs stretched in solid granite from capital to capital. Nearby, 2 slender obelisks, monoliths complete in symmetry and grace, rise like pillars of light amid the ruins of statues and temples, and announce in their inscriptions the proud message of Queen Hatshepsut to the world. These obelisks, the carving says, are of hard granite from the quarries of the south. Their tops are of fine gold chosen from the best in all foreign lands. They can be seen from afar on the river. The splendor of their radiance fills the 2 lands, and when the solar disk appears between them, it is truly as if he rose up into the horizon of the sky. You who after long years shall see these monuments, who shall speak of what I have done, you will say, we do not know how they can have made a whole mountain of gold. To gild them I have given gold measured by the bushel, as though it were sacks of grain, for I knew that Karnak is the celestial horizon of the earth. What a queen, and what kings! Perhaps this first great civilization was the finest of all, and we have but begun to uncover its glory. Near the sacred lake at Karnak, men are digging, carrying away the soil patiently in little paired baskets slung over the shoulder on a pole. An Egyptologist is bending absorbed over hieroglyphics on 2 stones just rescued from the earth. He is one of 1,000 such men, carters and breasteds and masperos, Petries and Kapars and Vigals, living simply here in the heat and dust, trying to read for us the riddle of the Sphinx, to snatch from the secretive soil the art and literature, the history and wisdom of Egypt. Every day the earth and the elements fight against them. Superstition curses and hampers them. Moisture and corrosion attack the very monuments they have exhumed, and the same Nile that gives food to Egypt creeps in its overflow into the ruins of Karnak, loosens the pillars, tumbles them down, and leaves upon them, when it subsides, a deposit of saltpeter that eats like a leprosy into the stone. Let us contemplate the glory of Egypt once more in her history and her civilization before her last monuments crumble into the sand. 2. The Master Builders. 1. The Discovery of Egypt. Champollion and the Rosetta Stone. The recovery of Egypt is one of the most brilliant chapters in archaeology. The Middle Ages knew of Egypt as a Roman colony and a Christian settlement. The Renaissance presumed that civilization had begun with Greece. Even the Enlightenment, though it concerned itself intelligently with China and India, knew nothing of Egypt beyond the pyramids. Egyptology was a byproduct of Napoleonic imperialism. When the great Corsican led a French expedition to Egypt in 1798, he took with him a number of draftsmen and engineers to explore and map the terrain, and made place also for certain scholars absurdly interested in Egypt for the sake of a better understanding of history. This book is continued on Cassette 5, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 5, Side 1. When the great Corsican led a French expedition to Egypt in 1798, he took with him a number of draftsmen and engineers to explore and map the terrain, and made place also for certain scholars absurdly interested in Egypt for the sake of a better understanding of history. It was this corps of men who first revealed the temples of Luxor and Karnak to the modern world, and the elaborate Description de l'Égypte, 1809 to 1813, which they prepared for the French Academy, was the first milestone in the scientific study of this forgotten civilization. For many years, however, they were unable to read the inscriptions surviving on the monuments. Typical of the scientific temperament was the patient devotion with which Champollion, one of these savants, applied himself to the decipherment of the hieroglyphics. He found at last an obelisk covered with such sacred carvings in Egyptian, but bearing at the base a Greek inscription which indicated that the writing concerned Ptolemy and Cleopatra. Guessing that 2 hieroglyphics often repeated with a royal cartouche attached were the names of these rulers, he made out tentatively, 1822, 11 Egyptian letters. This was the first proof that Egypt had had an alphabet. Then he applied this alphabet to a great black stone slab that Napoleon's troops had stumbled upon near the Rosetta mouth of the Nile. This Rosetta stone contained an inscription in 3 languages, first in hieroglyphics, second in Demotic, the popular script of the Egyptians, and third in Greek. With his knowledge of Greek and the 11 letters made out from the obelisk, Champollion, after more than 20 years of labor, deciphered the whole inscription, discovered the entire Egyptian alphabet, and opened the way to the recovery of a lost world. It was one of the peaks in the history of history. 2. Prehistoric Egypt, Paleolithic, Neolithic, the Badarians, Pre-dynastic, Race. Since the radicals of one age are the reactionaries of the next, it was not to be expected that the men who created Egyptology should be the first to accept as authentic the remains of Egypt's Old Stone Age. After 40, les savants ne sont pas curieux. When the first flints were unearthed in the valley of the Nile, Sir Flinders Petrie, not usually hesitant with figures, classed them as the work of post-dynastic generations, and Maspero, whose lordly erudition did no hurt to his urbane and polished style, ascribed Neolithic Egyptian pottery to the Middle Kingdom. Nevertheless, in 1895, De Morgan revealed an almost continuous gradation of Paleolithic cultures. corresponding substantially with their succession in Europe, in the flint hand-axes, harpoons, arrowheads, and hammers exhumed all along the Nile. Imperceptibly, the Paleolithic remains graduate into Neolithic at depths indicating an age 10,000 to 4,000 BC. The stone tools became more refined and reach indeed a level of sharpness, finish, and precision unequaled by any other Neolithic culture known. Towards the end of the period, metalwork enters in the form of vases, chisels, and pins of copper, and ornaments of silver and gold. Finally, as a transition to history, agriculture appears. In the year 1901, near the little town of Badari, halfway between Cairo and Karnak, bodies were excavated amid implements indicating a date approximating to 40 centuries before Christ. In the intestines of these bodies, preserved through 6 millenniums by the dry heat of the sand, were husks of unconsumed barley. Since barley does not grow wild in Egypt, it is presumed that the Badarians had learned to cultivate cereals. From that early age, the inhabitants of the Nile Valley began the work of irrigation, cleared the jungles and the swamps, won the river from the crocodile and the hippopotamus, and slowly laid the groundwork of civilization. These and other remains give us some inkling of Egyptian life before the first of the historic dynasties. It was a culture midway between hunting and agriculture, and just beginning to replace stone with metal tools. The people made boats, ground corn, wove linen and carpets, had jewels and perfumes, barbers and domesticated animals, and delighted to draw pictures, chiefly of the prey they pursued. They painted upon their simple pottery figures of mourning women, representations of animals and men, and geometrical designs. And they carved such excellent products as the Gabel el-Arak knife. They had pictographic writing and Sumerian-like cylinder seals. No one knows whence these early Egyptians came. Learned guesses incline to the view that they were a cross between Nubian, Ethiopian, and Libyan natives on one side, and Semitic or Armenoid immigrants on the other. Even at that date there were no pure races on the earth. Probably the invaders or immigrants from Western Asia brought a higher culture with them, and their intermarriage with the vigorous native stocks provided that ethnic blend which is often the prelude to a new civilization. Slowly, from 4,000 to 3,000 BC, these mingling groups became a people and created the Egypt of history. 3. The Old Kingdom. The Nomes, the first historic individual, Cheops, Khephren, the purpose of the pyramids, art of the tombs, mummification. Already, by 4,000 BC, these peoples of the Nile had forged a form of government. The population along the river was divided into nomes, in each of which the inhabitants were essentially of one stock, acknowledged the same totem, obeyed the same chief, and worshipped the same gods by the same rites. Throughout the history of ancient Egypt, these nomes persisted, their nomarchs, or rulers, having more or less power and autonomy according to the weakness or strength of the reigning pharaoh. As all developing structures tend toward an increasing interdependence of the parts, so in this case the growth of trade and the rising costliness of war forced the nomes to organize themselves into 2 kingdoms, one in the south, one in the north, a division probably reflecting the conflict between African natives and Asiatic immigrants. This dangerous accentuation of geographic and ethnic differences was resolved for a time when Menes, a half-legendary figure, brought the 2 lands under his united power, promulgated a body of laws given him by the god Thoth, established the first historic dynasty, built a new capital at Memphis, taught the people, in the words of an ancient Greek historian, to use tables and couches, and introduced luxury and an extravagant manner of life. The first real person in known history is not a conqueror or a king, but an artist and a scientist, Imhotep, physician, architect, and chief advisor of King Zoser, circa 3150 BC. He did so much for Egyptian medicine that later generations worshipped him as a god of knowledge, author of their sciences and their arts, and at the same time he appears to have founded the school of architecture, which provided the next dynasty with the first great builders in history. It was under his administration, according to Egyptian tradition, that the first stone house was built. It was he who planned the oldest Egyptian structure extant, the step pyramid of Saqqara, a terraced structure of stone which for centuries set the style in tombs. And apparently it was he who designed the funerary temple of Zoser, with its lovely lotus columns and its limestone-paneled walls. In these old remains at Saqqara, at what is almost the beginning of historic Egyptian art, we find fluted shafts as fair as any that Greece would build, reliefs full of realism and vitality, green faience, richly colored glazed earthenware, rivaling the products of medieval Italy, and a powerful stone figure of King Zoser himself, obscured in its details by the blows of time, but still revealing an astonishingly subtle and sophisticated face. We do not know what concourse of circumstances made the Fourth Dynasty the most important in Egyptian history before the 18th. Perhaps it was the lucrative mining operations in the last reign of the Third, perhaps the ascendancy of Egyptian merchants in Mediterranean trade, perhaps the brutal energy of Khufu, the Cheops of Herodotus, who reigned from 3098 to 3075 BC, first pharaoh of the new house. Herodotus has passed on to us the traditions of the Egyptian priests concerning this builder of the first of Giza's pyramids. Now they tell me that to the reign of Rhampsinitus there was a perfect distribution of justice, and that all Egypt was in a high state of prosperity, but that after him Cheops, coming to reign over them, plunged into every kind of wickedness, for that, having shut up all the temples, he ordered all the Egyptians to work for himself. Some, accordingly, were appointed to draw stones from the quarries in the Arabian mountains down the Nile. Others he ordered to receive the stones when transported in vessels across the river. And they worked to the number of 100,000 men at a time, each party during 3 months. The time during which the people were thus harassed by toil lasted 10 years on the road which they constructed and along which they drew the stones, a work, in my opinion, not much less than the pyramid. Of his successor and rival builder, Khafre, the Khephren of Herodotus, who ruled from 3067 to 3011 BC, we know something almost at first hand, for the diorite portrait which is among the treasures of the Cairo Museum pictures him, if not as he looked, certainly as we might conceive this pharaoh of the second pyramid, who ruled Egypt for 56 years. On his head is the falcon, symbol of the royal power, but even without that sign we should know that he was every inch a king. Proud, direct, fearless, piercing eyes, a powerful nose, and a frame of reserved and quiet strength. It is evident that nature had long since learned how to make men, and art had long since learned how to represent them. Why did these men build pyramids? Their purpose was not architectural, but religious. The pyramids were tombs, lineally descended from the most primitive of burial mounds. Apparently the pharaoh believed, like any commoner among his people, that every living body was inhabited by a double, or ka, which need not die with the breath, and that the ka would survive all the more completely if the flesh were preserved against hunger, violence, and decay. The pyramid, by its height, its form, and its position, sought stability as a means to deathlessness, and except for its square corners, it took the natural form that any homogeneous group of solids would take if allowed to fall unimpeded to earth. Again, it was to have permanence and strength. Therefore stones were piled up here with mad patience, as if they had grown by the wayside and had not been carried from quarries hundreds of miles away. In Khufu's pyramid there are 2.5 million blocks, some of them weighing 150 tons, all of them averaging 2.5 tons. They cover 500,000 square feet and rise 481 feet into the air, and the mass is solid. Only a few blocks were omitted to leave a secret passageway for the carcass of the king. A guide leads the trembling visitor on all fours into the cavernous mausoleum, up 100 crouching steps to the very heart of the pyramid. There in the damp, still center, buried in darkness and secrecy, once rested the bones of Khufu and his queen. The marble sarcophagus of the pharaoh is still in place, but broken and empty. Even these stones could not deter human thievery, nor all the curses of the gods. Since the ka was conceived as the minute image of the body, it had to be fed, clothed, and served after the death of the frame. Lavatories were provided in some royal tombs for the convenience of the departed soul, and a funerary text expresses some anxiety lest the ka, for want of food, should feed upon its own excreta. One expects the Egyptian burial customs, if traced to their source, would lead to the primitive interment of a warrior's weapons with his corpse, or some institution like the Hindu sati, the burial of a man's wives and slaves with him that they may attend to his needs. This having proved irksome to the wives and slaves, painters and sculptors were engaged to draw pictures, carve bas-reliefs, and make statuettes resembling these aids. By a magic formula usually inscribed upon them, the carving or painted objects would be quite as effective as the real ones. A man's descendants were inclined to be lazy and economical, and even if he had left an endowment to cover the costs, they were apt to neglect the rule that religion originally put upon them of supplying the dead with provender. Hence, pictorial substitutes were in any case a wise precaution. They could provide the ka of the deceased with fertile fields, plump oxen, innumerable servants, and busy artisans at an attractively reduced rate. Having discovered this principle, the artist accomplished marvels with it. One tomb picture shows a field being plowed, the next shows the grain being reaped or threshed, another the bread being baked. One shows the bull copulating with the cow, another the calf being born, another the grown cattle being slaughtered, another the meat served hot on the dish. A fine limestone bas-relief in the tomb of Prince Rahotep portrays the dead man enjoying the varied victuals on the table before him. Never since has art done so much for men. Finally, the Ka was assured long life not only by burying the cadaver in a sarcophagus of the hardest stone, but by treating it to the most painstaking mummification. So well was this done that to this day bits of hair and flesh cling to the royal skeletons. Herodotus vividly describes the Egyptian embalmer's art. First they draw out the brains through the nostrils with an iron hook, raking part of it out in this manner, the rest by the infusion of drugs. Then with a sharp stone they make an incision in the side and take out all the bowels, and having cleansed the abdomen and rinsed it with palm wine, they next sprinkle it with pounded perfume. Then, having filled the belly with pure myrrh, cassia, and other perfumes, they sew it up again. And when they have done this, they steep it in natron, leaving it under for 70 days. For a longer time than this it is not lawful to steep it. Natron is a silicate of sodium and aluminum. At the expiration of 70 days they wash the corpse and wrap the whole body in bandages of waxen cloth, smearing it with gum, which the Egyptians commonly use instead of glue. After this the relations, having taken the body back again, make a wooden case in the shape of a man, and having made it they enclose the body, and then having fastened it up, they store it in a sepulchral chamber, setting it upright against the wall. In this manner they prepare the bodies that are embalmed in the most expensive way. All the world fears time, says an Arab proverb, but time fears the pyramids. However, the pyramid of Khufu has lost 20 feet of its height, and all its ancient marble casing is gone. Perhaps time is only leisurely with it. Beside it stands Khafre's pyramid, a trifle smaller, but still capped with the granite casing that once covered it all. Humbly beyond this squats the pyramid of Khafre's successor, Menkaure, the Mycerinus of Herodotus, who reigned from 3011 to 2988 B.C., covered not with granite but with shamefaced brick, as if to announce that when men raised it, the zenith of the old kingdom had passed. The statues of Menkaure that have come down to us show him as a man more refined and less forceful than Khafre. Civilization, like life, destroys what it has perfected. Already, it may be, the growth of comforts and luxuries, the progress of manners and morals had made men lovers of peace and haters of war. Suddenly a new figure appeared, usurped Menkaure's throne, and put an end to the pyramid builders' dynasty. 4. The Middle Kingdom. The Feudal Age, the 12th Dynasty, the Hyksos domination. Kings were never so plentiful as in Egypt. History lumps them into dynasties, monarchs of one line or family, but even then they burden the memory intolerably. One of these early pharaohs, Pepi II, ruled Egypt for 94 years, 2738 to 2644 B.C., the longest reign in history. When he died, anarchy and dissolution ensued, the pharaohs lost control, and feudal barons ruled the nomes independently. This alternation between centralized and decentralized power is one of the cyclical rhythms of history, as if men tired alternately of immoderate liberty and excessive order. After a dark age of 4 chaotic centuries, a strong-willed Charlemagne arose, set things severely in order, changed the capital from Memphis to Thebes, and under the title of Amenemhet I, inaugurated that 12th dynasty, during which all the arts, excepting perhaps architecture, reached a height of excellence never equaled in known Egypt before or again. Through an old inscription, Amenemhet speaks to us. I was one who cultivated grain and loved the harvest god. The Nile greeted me and every valley. None was hungry in my years, none thirsted then. Men dwelt in peace through that which I wrought, and conversed of me. His reward was a conspiracy among the Talleyrans and Fouchés whom he had raised to high office. He put it down with a mighty hand, but left for his son, Polonius-like, a scroll of bitter counsel, an admirable formula for despotism, but a heavy price to pay for royalty. Hearken to that which I say to thee, that thou mayest be king of the earth, that thou mayest increase good, Harden thyself against all subordinates. The people give heed to him who terrorizes them. Approach them not alone. Fill not thy heart with a brother. No, not a friend. When thou sleepest, guard for thyself thine own heart, for a man hath no friend in the day of evil. This stern ruler, who seems to us so human across 4,000 years, established a system of administration that held for half a millennium. Wealth grew again, and then art. Senusret I built a great canal from the Nile to the Red Sea, repelled Nubian invaders, and erected great temples at Heliopolis, Abydos, and Karnak. 10 colossal seated figures of him have cheated time and litter the Cairo Museum. Another Senusret III began the subjugation of Palestine, drove back the recurrent Nubians, and raised a stele or slab at the southern frontier, not from any desire that ye should worship it, but that ye should fight for it. Amenemhet III, a great administrator, builder of canals and irrigation, put an end, perhaps too effectively, to the power of the barons and replaced them with appointees of the king. 13 years after his death, Egypt was plunged into disorder by a dispute among rival claimants to the throne, and the Middle Kingdom ended in 2 centuries of turmoil and disruption. Then the Hyksos, nomads from Asia, invaded disunited Egypt, set fire to the cities, razed the temples, squandered the accumulated wealth, destroyed much of the accumulated art, and for 200 years subjected the Nile Valley to the rule of the shepherd kings. Ancient civilizations were little isles in a sea of barbarism, prosperous settlements surrounded by hungry, envious, and warlike hunters and herders. At any moment the wall of defense might be broken down. So the Kassites raided Babylonia, the Gauls attacked Greece and Rome, the Huns overran Italy, the Mongols came down upon Peking. Soon, however, the conquerors in their turn grew fat and prosperous and lost control. The Egyptians rose in a war of liberation, expelled the Hyksos, and established the 18th dynasty, which was to lift Egypt to greater power, wealth, and glory than ever before. 5. The Empire. The Great Queen, Thutmose III, the zenith of Egypt. Perhaps the invasion had brought another rejuvenation by the infusion of fresh blood, but at the same time the new age marked the beginning of a 1,000-year struggle between Egypt and Western Asia. Thutmose I not only consolidated the power of the new empire, but, on the ground that Western Asia must be controlled to prevent further interruptions, invaded Syria, subjugated it from the coast to Carchemish, put it under guard and tribute, and returned to Thebes laden with spoils and the glory that always comes from the killing of men. At the end of his 30-year reign he raised his daughter Hatshepsut to partnership with him on the throne. For a time her husband and stepbrother ruled as Thutmose II, and dying named as his successor Thutmose III, son of Thutmose I, by a concubine. But Hatshepsut set this high-destined youngster aside, assumed full royal powers, and proved herself a king in everything but gender. Even this exception was not conceded by her, since sacred tradition required that every Egyptian ruler should be a son of the great god Ammon. Hatshepsut arranged to be made at once male and divine. A biography was invented for her by which Ammon had descended upon Hatshepsut's mother Amasai in a flood of perfume and light. His attentions had been gratefully received, and on his departure he had announced that Amasai would give birth to a daughter, in whom all the valor and strength of the god would be made manifest on earth. To satisfy the prejudices of her people and perhaps the secret desire of her heart, the great queen had herself represented on the monuments as a bearded and breastless warrior. And though the inscriptions referred to her with the feminine pronoun, they did not hesitate to speak of her as Son of the Sun and Lord of the Two Lands. When she appeared in public, she dressed in male garb and wore a beard. She had a right to determine her own sex, for she became one of the most successful and beneficent of Egypt's many rulers. She maintained internal order without undue tyranny, and external peace without laws. She organized a great expedition to Punt, presumably the eastern coast of Africa, giving new markets to her merchants and new delicacies to her people. She helped to beautify Karnak, raised their 2 majestic obelisks, built at Deir el-Bahri, the stately temple which her father had designed, and repaired some of the damage that had been done to older temples by the Hyksos kings. "I have restored that which was in ruins," one of her proud inscriptions tells us. "I have raised up that which was unfinished, since the Asiatics were in the midst of the Northland, overthrowing that which had been made." Finally, she built for herself a secret and ornate tomb among the sand-swept mountains on the western side of the Nile, in what came to be called the Valley of the King's Tombs. Her successors followed her example until some 60 royal sepulchres had been cut into the hills, and the city of the dead began to rival living Thebes in population. The West End in Egyptian cities was the abode of dead aristocrats. To go west meant to die. For 22 years the queen ruled in wisdom and peace. Thutmose III followed with a reign of many wars. Syria took advantage of Hatshepsut's death to revolt. It did not seem likely to the Syrians that Thutmose, a lad of 22, would be able to maintain the empire created by his father. But Thutmose set off in the very year of his accession, marched his army through Kantara and Gaza at 20 miles a day, and confronted the rebel forces at Har Megiddo, that is, Mount Megiddo, a little town so strategically placed between the rival Lebanon ranges on the road from Egypt to the Euphrates that it has been the Armageddon of countless wars from that day to General Allenby's. In the same pass where in 1918 the British defeated the Turks, Thutmose III, 3,397 years before, defeated the Syrians and their allies. Then Thutmose marched victorious through western Asia, subduing, taxing, and levying tribute, and returned to Thebes in triumph 6 months after his departure. This was the first of 15 campaigns in which the irresistible Thutmose made Egypt master of the Mediterranean world. Not only did he conquer, but he organized. Everywhere he left doughty garrisons and capable governors. The first man in known history to recognize the importance of sea power, he built a fleet that kept the Near East effectively in leash. The spoils that he seized became the foundation of Egyptian art in the period of the empire. The tribute that he drained from Syria gave his people an Epicurean ease and created a new class of artists who filled all Egypt with precious things. We may vaguely estimate the wealth of the new imperial government when we learn that on one occasion the treasury was able to measure out 9,000 pounds of gold and silver alloy. Trade flourished in Thebes as never before. The temples groaned with offerings, and at Karnak the lordly promenade and festival hall rose to the greater glory of king and god. Then the king retired from the battlefield, designed exquisite vases, and gave himself to internal administration. His vizier or prime minister said of him, as tired secretaries were to say of Napoleon, "Lo, his majesty was one who knew what happened. There was nothing of which he was ignorant. He was the god of knowledge in everything. There was no matter that he did not carry out." He passed away after a rule of 32, some say 54 years, having made Egyptian leadership in the Mediterranean world complete. After him another conqueror, Amenhotep II, subdued again certain idolaters of liberty in Syria, and returned to Thebes with 7 captive kings, still alive, hanging head downward from the prow of the imperial galley. 6 of them he sacrificed to Ammon with his own hand. Then another Thutmose, who does not count, and in 1412 Amenhotep III began a long reign in which the accumulated wealth of a century of mastery brought Egypt to the acme of her splendor. A fine bust in the British Museum shows him as a man at once of refinement and of strength, able to hold firmly together the empire bequeathed to him, and yet living in an atmosphere of comfort and elegance that might have been envied by Petronius or the Medici. Only the exhuming of Tutankhamun's relics could make us credit the traditions and records of Amenhotep's riches and luxury. In his reign, Thebes was as majestic as any city in history. Her streets crowded with merchants, her markets filled with the goods of the world, her buildings surpassing in magnificence all those of ancient or modern capitals, her imposing palaces receiving tribute from an endless chain of vassal states, her massive temples enriched all over with gold and adorned with every art, her spacious villas and costly chateaux, her shaded promenades and artificial lakes, providing the scene for sumptuous displays of fashion that anticipated imperial Rome. Such was Egypt's capital in the days of her glory, in the reign before her fall. 3. The civilization of Egypt. 1. Agriculture. Behind these kings and queens were pawns. Behind these temples, palaces, and pyramids were the workers of the cities and the peasants of the fields. The population of Egypt in the 4th century before Christ is estimated at some 7 million souls. Herodotus describes them optimistically as he found them about 450 B.C. They gather in the fruits of the earth with less labor than any other people, for they have not the toil of breaking up the furrow with the plow, nor of hoeing, nor of any other work which all other men must labor at to obtain a crop of corn. But when the river has come of its own accord and irrigated their fields, and having irrigated them has subsided, then each man sows his own land and turns his swine into it. And when the seed has been trodden into it by the swine, he waits for harvest time. Then he gathers it in. As the swine trod in the seed, so apes were tamed and taught to pluck fruit from the trees. And the same Nile that irrigated the fields deposited upon them in its inundation thousands of fish in shallow pools. Even the same net with which the peasant fished during the day was used around his head at night as a double protection against mosquitoes. Nevertheless, it was not he who profited by the bounty of the river. Every acre of the soil belonged to the Pharaoh, and other men could use it only by his kind indulgence. Every tiller of the earth had to pay him an annual tax of 10 or 20% in kind. Large tracts were owned by the feudal barons or other wealthy men. The size of some of these estates may be judged from the circumstance that one of them had 1,500 cows. Cereals, fish, and meat were the chief items of diet. One fragment tells the schoolboy what he is permitted to eat. It includes 33 forms of flesh, 48 baked meats, and 24 varieties of drink. The rich washed down their meals with wine, the poor with barley beer. The lot of the peasant was hard. The free farmer was subject only to the middleman and the tax collector, who dealt with him on the most time-honored of economic principles, taking all that the traffic would bear out of the produce of the land. Here is how a complacent contemporary scribe conceived the life of the men who fed ancient Egypt. Dost thou not recall the picture of the farmer when the 10th of his grain is levied? Worms have destroyed half the wheat, and the hippopotami have eaten the rest. There are swarms of rats in the fields. The grasshoppers alight there, the cattle devour, the little birds pilfer, and if the farmer loses sight for an instant of what remains on the ground, it is carried off by robbers. Moreover, the thongs which bind the iron and the hoe are worn out, and the team has died at the plough. It is then that the scribe steps out of the boat at the landing place to levy the tithe, and there come the keepers of the doors of the king's granary with cudgels, and negroes with ribs of palm leaves, crying, "Come now, come!" There is none, and they throw the cultivator full length upon the ground, bind him, drag him to the canal, and fling him in head first. His wife is bound with him, his children are put into chains. The neighbors, in the meantime, leave him and fly to save their grain. It is a characteristic bit of literary exaggeration, but the author might have added that the peasant was subject at any time to the corvée, doing forced labor for the king, dredging the canals, building roads, tilling the royal lands, or dragging great stones and obelisks for pyramids, temples, and palaces. Probably a majority of the laborers in the field were moderately content, accepting their poverty patiently. Many of them were slaves, captured in the wars or bonded for debt. Sometimes slave raids were organized, and women and children from abroad were sold to the highest bidder at home. An old relief in the Leiden Museum pictures a long procession of Asiatic captives passing gloomily into the land of bondage. One sees them still alive on that vivid stone, their hands tied behind their backs or their heads, or thrust through rude handcuffs of wood, their faces empty with the apathy that has known the last despair. 2. Industry. Miners, manufacturers, workers, engineers, transport, postal service, commerce, and finance, scribes. Slowly, as the peasants toiled, an economic surplus grew, and food was laid aside for workers in industry and trade. Having no minerals, Egypt sought them in Arabia and Nubia. The great distances offered no temptation to private initiative, and for many centuries mining was a government monopoly. Copper was mined in small quantities, iron was imported from the Hittites, gold mines were found along the eastern coast in Nubia and in every vassal treasury. Diodorus Siculus, 56 B.C., describes Egyptian miners following with lamp and pick the veins of gold in the earth, children carrying up the heavy ore, stone mortars pounding it to bits, old men and women washing the dirt away. We cannot tell to what extent nationalistic exaggeration distorts the famous passage. The kings of Egypt collect condemned prisoners, prisoners of war and others who, beset by false accusations, have been in a fit of anger thrown into prison. These, sometimes alone, sometimes with their entire family, they send to the gold mines, partly to exact a just vengeance for crimes committed by the condemned, partly to secure for themselves a big revenue through their toil. As these workers can take no care of their bodies and have not even a garment to hide their nakedness, there is no one who, seeing these luckless people, would not pity them because of the excess of their misery. For there is no forgiveness or relaxation at all for the sick or the maimed or the old or for woman's weakness, but all with blows are compelled to stick to their labor until, worn out, they die in their servitude. Thus the poor wretches even account the future more dreadful than the present because of the excess of their punishment, and look to death as more desirable than life. In its earliest dynasties, Egypt learned the art of fusing copper with tin to make bronze. First, bronze weapons, swords, helmets, and shields, then bronze tools, wheels, rollers, levers, pulleys, windlasses, wedges, lathes, screws, drills that bored the toughest diorite stone, saws that cut the massive slabs of the sarcophagi. Egyptian workers made brick, cement, and plaster of Paris. They glazed pottery, blew glass, and glorified both with color. They were masters in the carving of wood. They made everything from boats and carriages, chairs and beds, to handsome coffins that almost invited men to die. Out of animal skins they made clothing, quivers, shields, and seats. All the arts of the tanner are pictured on the walls of the tombs, and the curved knives represented there in the tanner's hand are used by cobblers to this day. From the papyrus plant, Egyptian artisans made ropes, mats, sandals, and paper. Other workmen developed the arts of enameling and varnishing and applied chemistry to industry. Still others wove tissues of the subtlest weave in the history of the textile art. Specimens of linen woven 4,000 years ago show today, despite time's corrosion, a weave so fine that it requires a magnifying glass to distinguish it from silk. The best work of the modern machine loom is coarse in comparison with this fabric of the ancient Egyptian hand loom. If, says Peschel, we compare the technical inventory of the Egyptians with our own, it is evident that before the invention of the steam engine we scarcely excelled them in anything. The workers were mostly freemen, partly slaves. In general, every trade was a caste, as in modern India, and sons were expected to follow and take over the occupations of their fathers. The great wars brought in thousands of captives, making possible the large estates and the triumphs of engineering. Ramesses III presented 113,000 slaves to the temples during the course of his reign. The free artisans were usually organized for the specific undertaking by a chief workman or overseer, who sold their labor as a group and paid them individually. A chalk tablet in the British Museum contains a chief workman's record of 43 workers, listing their absences and their causes, ill or sacrificing to the god or just plain lazy. Strikes were frequent. Once, their pay being long overdue, the workmen besieged the overseer and threatened him. "We have been driven here by hunger and thirst," they told him. "We have no clothes, we have no oil, we have no food. Write to our lord the Pharaoh on the subject, and write to the governor of the nome, who is over us, that they may give us something for our sustenance." A Greek tradition reports a great revolt in Egypt in which the slaves captured a province and held it so long that time, which sanctions everything, gave them legal ownership of it. But of this revolt there is no record in Egyptian inscriptions. It is surprising that a civilization so ruthless in its exploitation of labor should have known or recorded so few revolutions. Egyptian engineering was superior to anything known to the Greeks or Romans, or to Europe before the Industrial Revolution. Only our time has excelled it, and we may be mistaken. Senusret III, for example, built a wall 27 miles long to gather into Lake Moeris the waters of the Fayum Basin, thereby reclaiming 25,000 acres of marshland for cultivation and providing a vast reservoir for irrigation. Great canals were constructed, some from the Nile to the Red Sea. The caisson was used for digging, and obelisks weighing 1,000 tons were transported over great distances. If we may credit Herodotus, or judge from later undertakings of the same kind represented in the reliefs of the 18th dynasty, these immense stones were drawn on greased beams by thousands of slaves and raised to the desired level on inclined approaches beginning far away. Machinery was rare because muscle was cheap. See in one relief 800 rowers in 27 boats dragging a barge laden with 2 obelisks. This is the Eden to which our romantic machine wreckers would return. Ships 100 feet long by half 100 feet wide plied the Nile and the Red Sea, and finally sailed the Mediterranean. On land, goods were transported by human muscle, later by donkeys, later by the horse, which probably the Hyksos brought to Egypt. The camel did not appear till Ptolemaic days. The poor man walked or paddled his simple boat. The rich man rode in sedan chairs carried by slaves, or later in chariots clumsily made with the weight placed entirely in front of the axle. There was a regular postal service. An ancient papyrus says, "Write to me by the letter carrier." Communication, however, was difficult. Roads were few and bad, except for the military highway through Gaza to the Euphrates, and the serpentine form of the Nile, which was the main high road of Egypt, doubled the distance from town to town. Trade was comparatively primitive. Most of it was by barter in village bazaars. Foreign commerce grew slowly, restricted severely by the most up-to-date tariff walls. The various kingdoms of the Near East believed strongly in the protective principle, for customs dues were a mainstay of their royal treasuries. Nevertheless, Egypt grew rich by importing raw materials and exporting finished products. Syrian, Cretan, and Cypriot merchants crowded the markets of Egypt, and Phoenician galleys sailed up the Nile to the busy wharves of Thebes. Coinage had not yet developed. Payments, even of the highest salaries, were made in goods: corn, bread, yeast, beer, etc. Taxes were collected in kind, and the pharaoh's treasuries were not a mint of money, but storehouses of 1,000 products from the fields and shops. After the influx of precious metals that followed the conquests of Thutmose III, merchants began to pay for goods with rings or ingots of gold, measured by weight at every transaction, but no coins of definite value guaranteed by the state arose to facilitate exchange. Credit, however, was highly developed. Written transfers frequently took the place of barter or payment. Scribes were busy everywhere, accelerating business with legal documents of exchange, accounting, and finance. Every visitor to the Louvre has seen the statue of the Egyptian scribe, squatting on his haunches, almost completely nude, dressed with a pen behind the ears reserved for the one he holds in his hand. He keeps record of work done and goods paid, of prices and costs, of profits and loss. He counts the cattle as they move to the slaughter, or corn as it is measured out in sale. He draws up contracts and wills, and makes out his master's income tax. Verily, there is nothing new under the sun. He is sedulously attentive and mechanically industrious. He has just enough intelligence not to be dangerous. His life is monotonous, but he consoles himself by writing essays on the hardships of the manual worker's existence and the princely dignity of those whose food is paper and whose blood is ink. 3. Government: the bureaucrats, law, the vizier, the pharaoh. With these scribes as a clerical bureaucracy, the pharaoh and the provincial nobles maintained law and order in the state. Ancient slabs show such clerks taking the census and examining income tax returns. Through nilometers that measured the rise of the river, the scribe officials forecast the size of the harvest and estimated the government's future revenue. They allotted appropriations in advance to governmental departments, supervised industry and trade, and in some measure achieved, almost at the outset of history, a planned economy regulated by the state. Civil and criminal legislation were highly developed, and already in the Fifth Dynasty the law of private property and bequest was intricate and precise. As in our own days, there was absolute equality before the law, whenever the contesting parties had equal resources and influence. The oldest legal document in the world is a brief in the British Museum, presenting to the court a complex case in inheritance. Judges required cases to be pled and answered, re-argued and rebutted, not in oratory but in writing, which compares favorably with our windy litigation. Perjury was punished with death. There were regular courts, rising from local judgment seats in the nomes to supreme courts at Memphis, Thebes, or Heliopolis. Torture was used occasionally as a midwife to truth. Beating with a rod was a frequent punishment. Mutilation by cutting off nose or ears, hand or tongue was sometimes resorted to, or exile to the mines, or death by strangling, impaling, beheading, or burning at the stake. The extreme penalty was to be embalmed alive, to be eaten slowly by an inescapable coating of corrosive natron. Criminals of high rank were saved the shame of public execution by being permitted to kill themselves, as in samurai Japan. We find no signs of any system of police. Even the standing army, always small because of Egypt's protected isolation between deserts and seas, was seldom used for internal discipline. Security of life and property and the continuity of law and government rested almost entirely on the prestige of the pharaoh, maintained by the schools and the church. No other nation except China has ever dared to depend so largely upon psychological discipline. It was a well-organized government with a better record of duration than any other in history. At the head of the administration was the vizier, who served at once as prime minister, chief justice, and head of the treasury. He was the court of last resort under the pharaoh himself. A tomb relief shows us the vizier leaving his house early in the morning to hear the petitions of the poor, to hear, as the inscription reads, what the people say in their demands, and to make no distinction between small and great. A remarkable papyrus roll, which comes down to us from the days of the empire, purports to be the form of a dress, Perhaps it is but a literary invention with which the Pharaoh installed a new vizier. Look to the office of the vizier. Be watchful over all that is done therein. Behold, it is the established support of the whole land. The vizierate is not sweet, it is bitter. Behold, it is not to show respect of persons to princes and counselors. It is not to make for himself slaves of any people. Behold, when a petitioner comes from Upper or Lower Egypt, see thou to it that everything is done in accordance with law, that everything is done according to the custom thereof, giving to every man his right. It is an abomination of the god to show partiality. Look upon him who is known to thee like him who is unknown to thee, and him who is near the king like him who is far from his house. Behold, a prince who does this, he shall endure here in this place. The dread of a prince is that he does justice. Behold the regulation that is laid upon thee. The Pharaoh himself was the supreme court. Any case might under certain circumstances be brought to him if the plaintiff was careless of expense. Ancient carvings show us the great house from which he ruled, and in which the offices of the government were gathered. From this great house, which the Egyptians called Pero, and which the Jews translated Pharaoh, came the title of the emperor. Here he carried on an arduous routine of executive work, sometimes with a schedule as rigorous as Chandragupta's, Louis XIV's, or Napoleon's. When he traveled, the nobles met him at the feudal frontiers, escorted and entertained him, and gave him presents proportionate to their expectations. One lord, says a proud inscription, gave to Amenhotep II carriages of silver and gold, statues of ivory and ebony, jewels, weapons, and works of art, 680 shields, 140 bronze daggers, and many vases of precious metal. The Pharaoh reciprocated by taking one of the baron's sons to live with him at court, a subtle way of exacting a hostage of fidelity. The oldest of the courtiers constituted a council of elders called Saru, or the Great Ones, who served as an advisory cabinet to the king. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 5, Side 2. The oldest of the courtiers constituted a council of elders called Saru, or the Great Ones, who served as an advisory cabinet to the king. Such council was in a sense superfluous, for the Pharaoh, with the help of the priests, assumed divine descent, powers, and wisdom. This alliance with the gods was the secret of his prestige. Consequently, he was greeted with forms of address always flattering, sometimes astonishing, as when, in the story of Sinuhe, a good citizen hails him, "O long-living king, may the golden one," Hathor the goddess, "give life to thy nose." As became so godlike a person, the Pharaoh was waited upon by a variety of aides, including generals, launderers, bleachers, guardians of the imperial wardrobe, and other men of high degree. 20 officials collaborated to take care of his toilet: barbers, who were permitted only to shave him and cut his hair, hairdressers, who adjusted the royal cowl and diadem to his head, manicurists, who cut and polished his nails, perfumers, who deodorized his body, blackened his eyelids with kohl, and reddened his cheeks and lips with rouge. One tomb inscription describes its occupant as overseer of the cosmetic box, overseer of the cosmetic pencil, sandal-bearer to the king, doing in the matter of the king's sandals to the satisfaction of his law. So pampered, he tended to degenerate, and sometimes brightened his boredom by manning the imperial barge with young women clad only in network of a large mesh. The luxury of Amenhotep III prepared for the debacle of Iknaton. 4. Morals: royal incest, the harem, marriage, the position of woman, the matriarchate in Egypt, sexual morality. The government of the pharaohs resembled that of Napoleon, even to the incest. Very often the king married his own sister, occasionally his own daughter, to preserve the purity of the royal blood. It is difficult to say whether this weakened the stock. Certainly Egypt did not think so. After several thousand years of experiment, the institution of sister marriage spread among the people, and as late as the 2nd century after Christ, 2/3 of the citizens of Arsinoe were found to be practicing the custom. The words brother and sister in Egyptian poetry have the same significance as lover and beloved among ourselves. In addition to his sisters, the pharaoh had an abundant harem, recruited not only from captive women but from the daughters of the nobles and the gifts of foreign potentates. So Amenhotep III received from a prince of Naharina his eldest daughter and 300 select maidens. Some of the nobility imitated this tiresome extravagance on a small scale, adjusting their morals to their resources. For the most part, the common people, like persons of moderate income everywhere, contented themselves with monogamy. Family life was apparently as well-ordered, as wholesome in moral tone and influence as in the highest civilizations of our time. Divorce was rare until the decadent dynasties. The husband could dismiss his wife without compensation if he detected her in adultery. If he divorced her for other reasons, he was required to turn over to her a substantial share of the family property. The fidelity of the husband, so far as we can fathom such arcana, was as painstaking as in any later culture, and the position of woman was more advanced than in most countries today. No people, ancient or modern, said Max Müller, has given women so high a legal status as did the inhabitants of the Nile Valley. The monuments picture them eating and drinking in public, going about their affairs in the streets unattended and unharmed, and freely engaging in industry and trade. Greek travelers, accustomed to confine their Xanthipes narrowly, were amazed at this liberty. They jibed at the henpecked husbands of Egypt, and Diodorus Siculus, perhaps with a twinkle in his eye, reported that along the Nile obedience of the husband to the wife was required in the marriage bond, a stipulation not necessary in America. Women held and bequeathed property in their own names. One of the most ancient documents in history is the Third Dynasty will, in which the lady Neb-Sent transmits her lands to her children. Hatshepsut and Cleopatra rose to be queens and ruled and ruined like kings. Sometimes a cynical note is heard in the literature. One ancient moralist warns his readers, "Beware of a woman from abroad who is not known in her city. Look not upon her when she comes, and know her not. She is like the vortex of deep waters, whose whirling is unfathomable. The woman whose husband is far away, she writes to thee every day. If there is no witness with her, she arises and spreads her net. Oh, deadly crime if one hearkens." But the more characteristically Egyptian tone sounds in Ptahhotep's instructions to his son. "If thou art successful and hast furnished thy house, and lovest the wife of thy bosom, then fill her stomach and clothe her back. Make glad her heart during the time thou hast her, for she is a field profitable to its owner. If thou oppose her, it will mean thy ruin." And the Bulak Papyrus admonishes the child with touching wisdom. "Thou shalt never forget thy mother, for she carried thee long beneath her breast as a heavy burden, and after thy months were accomplished she bore thee. 3 long years she carried thee upon her shoulder, and gave thee her breast to thy mouth. She nurtured thee, and took no offense from thy uncleanliness. And when thou didst enter school, and wast instructed in the writings, daily she stood by the master with bread and beer from the house." It is likely that this high status of woman arose from the mildly matriarchal character of Egyptian society. Not only was woman full mistress in the house, but all estates descended in the female line. Even in late times, says Petrie, the husband made over all his property and future earnings to his wife in his marriage settlement. Men married their sisters not because familiarity had bred romance, but because they wished to enjoy the family inheritance, which passed down from mother to daughter, and they did not care to see this wealth give aid and comfort to strangers. The powers of the wife underwent a slow diminution in the course of time, perhaps through contact with the patriarchal customs of the Hyksos, and through the transit of Egypt from agricultural isolation and peace to imperialism and war. Under the Ptolemies, the influence of the Greeks was so great that freedom of divorce, claimed in earlier times by the wife, became the exclusive privilege of the husband. Even then, however, the change was accepted only by the upper classes. The Egyptian commoner adhered to matriarchal ways. Possibly because of the mastery of woman over her own affairs, infanticide was rare. Diodorus thought it a peculiarity of the Egyptians that every child born to them was reared, and tells us that parents guilty of infanticide were required by law to hold the dead child in their arms for 3 days and nights. Families were large, and children swarmed in both hovels and palaces. The well-to-do were hard put to it to keep count of their offspring. Even in courtship, the woman usually took the initiative. The love poems and letters that have come down to us are generally addressed by the lady to the man. She begs for assignations, she presses her suit directly, she formally proposes marriage. "O my beautiful friend," says one letter, "my desire is to become, as thy wife, the mistress of all thy possessions." Hence modesty, as distinct from fidelity, was not prominent among the Egyptians. They spoke of sexual affairs with a directness alien to our late morality, adorned their very temples with pictures and bas-reliefs of startling anatomical candor, and supplied their dead with obscene literature to amuse them in the grave. Blood ran warm along the Nile. Girls were nubile at 10, and premarital morals were free and easy. One courtesan in Ptolemaic days was reputed to have built a pyramid with her savings. Even sodomy had its clientele. Dancing girls in the manner of Japan were accepted into the best male society as providers of entertainment and physical edification. They dressed in diaphanous robes or contented themselves with anklets, bracelets, and rings. Evidences occur of religious prostitution on a small scale. As late as the Roman occupation, the most beautiful girl among the noble families of Thebes was chosen to be consecrated to Ammon. When she was too old to satisfy the god, she received an honorable discharge, married, and moved in the highest circles. It was a civilization with different prejudices from our own. 5. Manners. Character, games, appearance, cosmetics, costume, jewelry. If we try to visualize the Egyptian character, we find it difficult to distinguish between the ethics of the literature and the actual practices of life. Very frequently noble sentiments occur. A poet, for example, counsels his countrymen, "Give bread to him who has no field, and create for thyself a good name for evermore." And some of the elders give very laudable advice to their children. A papyrus in the British Museum, known to scholars as the Wisdom of Amenemope, circa 950 B.C., prepares a student for public office with admonitions that probably influenced the author or authors of the Proverbs of Solomon. "Be not greedy for a cubit of land, and trespass not on the boundary of the widow. Plough the fields that thou mayest find thy needs, and receive thy bread from thine own threshing floor. Better is a bushel which God giveth to thee than 5,000 gained by transgression. Better is poverty in the hand of God than riches in the storehouse. And better are loaves when the heart is joyous than riches in unhappiness." Such pious literature did not prevent the normal operation of human greed. Plato described the Athenians as loving knowledge, the Egyptians as loving wealth. Perhaps he was too patriotic. In general, the Egyptians were the Americans of antiquity, enamored of size, given to gigantic engineering and majestic building, industrious and accumulative, practical even in the midst of many ultra-mundane superstitions. They were the arch-conservatives of history. The more they changed, the more they remained the same. Through 40 centuries, their artists copied the old conventions religiously. They appear to us from their monuments to have been a matter-of-fact people, not given to non-theological nonsense. They had no sentimental regard for human life and killed with the clear conscience of nature. Egyptian soldiers cut off the right hand or the phallus of a slain enemy and brought it to the proper scribe that it might be put into the record to their credit. In the later dynasties, the people, long accustomed to internal peace and to none but distant wars, lost all military habits and qualities, until at last a few Roman soldiers sufficed to master all Egypt. The accident that we know them chiefly from the remains in their tombs or the inscriptions on their temples has misled us into exaggerating their solemnity. We perceive from some of their sculptures and reliefs, and from their burlesque stories of the gods, that they had a jolly turn for humor. They played many public and private games, such as checkers and dice. They gave many modern toys to their children, like marbles, bouncing balls, 10-pins, and tops. They enjoyed wrestling contests, boxing matches, and bullfights. At feasts and recreations they were anointed by attendants, were wreathed with flowers, feted with wines, and presented with gifts. From the painting and the statuary, we picture them as a physically vigorous people, muscular, broad-shouldered, thin-waisted, full-lipped, and flat-footed from going unshod. The upper classes are represented as fashionably slender, imperiously tall, with oval face, sloping forehead, regular features, a long straight nose, and magnificent eyes. Their skin was white at birth, indicating an Asiatic rather than an African origin, but rapidly darkened under the Egyptian sun. Their artists idealized them in painting the men red, the women yellow. Perhaps these colors were merely cosmetic styles. The man of the people, however, is pictured as short and squat, like the Sheikh el-Beled, formed by heavy toil and an unbalanced ration. His features are rough, his nose blunt and wide. He is intelligent but coarse. Perhaps, as in so many other instances, the people and their rulers were of different races. The rulers of Asiatic, the people of African derivation. The hair was dark, sometimes curly, but never woolly. Women bobbed their hair in the most modern mode. Men shaved lips and chin, but consoled themselves with magnificent wigs. Often, in order to wear these more comfortably, they shaved the head. Even the queen consort, for example, Iknaton's mother, Tia, cut off all her hair to wear more easily the royal wig and crown. It was a matter of rigid etiquette that the king should have the biggest wig. According to their means, they repaired the handiwork of nature with subtle cosmetic art. Faces were rouged, lips were painted, nails were colored, hair and limbs were oiled. Even in the sculptures the Egyptian women have painted eyes. Those who could afford it had 7 creams and 2 kinds of rouge put into their tombs when they died. The remains abound in toilet sets, mirrors, razors, hair curlers, hairpins, combs, cosmetic boxes, dishes, and spoons, made of wood, ivory, alabaster, or bronze, and designed in delightful and appropriate forms. Eye paint still survives in some of the tubes. The kohl that women use today for painting the eyebrows and the face is a lineal descendant of the oil used by the Egyptians. It has come down to us through the Arabs, whose word for it, al-kohl, has given us our word alcohol. Perfumes of all sorts were used on the body and the clothes, and homes were made fragrant with incense and myrrh. Their clothing ran through every gradation from primitive nudity to the gorgeous dress of empire days. Children of both sexes went about till their teens naked, except for earrings and necklaces. The girls, however, showed a beseeming modesty by wearing a string of beads around the middle. Servants and peasants limited their everyday wardrobe to a loincloth. Under the Old Kingdom, free men and women went naked to the navel and covered themselves from waist to knees with a short, tight skirt of white linen. Since shame is a child of custom rather than of nature, these simple garments contented the conscience as completely as Victorian petticoats and corsets, or the evening dress of the contemporary American male. Our virtues lie in the interpretation of the time. Even the priests in the first dynasties wore nothing but loincloths, as we see from the statue of Ranofer. When wealth increased, clothing increased. The Middle Kingdom added a second and larger skirt over the first, and the Empire added a covering for the breast, with now and then a cape. Coachmen and grooms took on formidable costumes, and ran through the streets in full livery to clear a way for the chariots of their masters. Women in the prosperous dynasties abandoned the tight skirt for a loose robe that passed over the shoulder and was joined in a clasp under the right breast. Flounces, embroideries, and 1,000 frills appeared, and fashion entered like a serpent to disturb the paradise of primitive nudity. Both sexes loved ornament, and covered neck, breast, arms, wrists, and ankles with jewelry. As the nation fattened on the tribute of Asia and the commerce of the Mediterranean world, jewelry ceased to be restricted to the aristocracy and became a passion with all classes. Every scribe and merchant had his seal of silver or gold. Every man had a ring. Every woman had an ornamental chain. These chains, as we see them in the museums today, are of infinite variety, some of them 2 to 3 inches, some of them 5 feet in length, some thick and heavy, some as slight and flexible as the finest Venetian lace. About the time of the 18th dynasty, earrings became de rigueur. Everyone had to have the ears pierced for them, not only girls and women, but boys and men. Men as well as women decorated their persons with bracelets and rings, pendants, and beads of costly stone. The women of ancient Egypt could learn very little from us in the matter of cosmetics and jewelry if they were reincarnated among us today. 6. Letters. Education, schools of government, paper and ink, stages in the development of writing, forms of Egyptian writing. The priests imparted rudimentary instruction to the children of the well-to-do in schools attached to the temples, as in the Roman Catholic parishes of our age. One high priest, who was what we should term minister or secretary of education, calls himself chief of the royal stable of instruction. In the ruins of a school which was apparently part of the Ramesseum, a large number of shells has been found, still bearing the lessons of the ancient pedagogue. The teacher's function was to produce scribes for the clerical work of the state. To stimulate his pupils, he wrote eloquent essays on the advantages of education. "Give thy heart to learning, and love her like a mother," says one edifying papyrus, "for there is nothing so precious as learning." "Behold," says another, "there is no profession that is not governed. It is only the learned man who rules himself." "It is a misfortune to be a soldier," writes an early bookworm. "It is a weariness to till the earth. The only happiness is to turn the heart to books during the daytime and to read during the night." Copybooks survived from the days of the Empire, with the corrections of the masters still adorning the margins. The abundance of errors would console the modern schoolboy. The chief method of instruction was the dictation or copying of texts, which were written upon potsherds or limestone flakes. The subjects were largely commercial, for the Egyptians were the first and greatest utilitarians. But the chief topic of pedagogic discourse was virtue, and the chief problem, as ever, was discipline. "Do not spend thy time in wishing, or thou wilt come to a bad end," we read in one of the copybooks. "Let thy mouth read the book in thy hand. Take advice from those who know more than thou dost." This last is probably one of the oldest phrases in any language. Discipline was vigorous and based upon the simplest principles. "The youth has a back," says a euphemistic manuscript, "and it tends when he is beaten. For the ears of the young are placed on the back." A pupil writes to his former teacher, "Thou didst beat my back, and thy instructions went into my ear." That this animal training did not always succeed appears from a papyrus in which a teacher laments that his former pupils love books much less than beer. Nevertheless, a large number of the temple students were graduated from the hands of the priests to high schools attached to the offices of the state treasury. There, in the first known school of government, the young scribes were instructed in public administration. On graduating, they were apprenticed to officials who taught them through plenty of work. Perhaps it was a better way of securing and training public servants than our modern selection of them by popularity and subserviency, and the noise of the hustings. In this manner, Egypt and Babylonia developed more or less simultaneously the earliest school systems in history. Not till the 19th century of our era was the public instruction of the young to be so well organized again. In the higher grades, the student was allowed to use paper, one of the main items of Egyptian trade, and one of the permanent gifts of Egypt to the world. The stem of the papyrus plant was cut into strips. Other strips were placed crosswise upon these. The sheet was pressed, and paper, the very stuff and nonsense of civilization, was made. How well they made it may be judged from the fact that manuscripts written by them 5,000 years ago are still intact and legible. Sheets were combined into books by gumming the right edge of one sheet to the left edge of the next. In this way rolls were produced, which were sometimes 40 yards in length. They were seldom longer, for there were no verbose historians in Egypt. Ink, black and indestructible, was made by mixing water with soot and vegetable gums on a wooden pallet. The pen was a simple reed, fashioned at the tip into a tiny brush. With these modern instruments, the Egyptians wrote the most ancient of literatures. Their language had probably come in from Asia. The oldest specimens of it show many Semitic affinities. The earliest writing was apparently pictographic. An object was represented by drawing a picture of it. For example, the word for house, Egyptian per, was indicated by a small rectangle with an opening on one of the long sides. As some ideas were too abstract to be literally pictured, pictography passed into ideography. Certain pictures were by custom and convention used to represent not the objects pictured, but the ideas suggested by them. So the forepart of a lion meant supremacy, as in the Sphinx. A wasp meant royalty, and a tadpole stood for thousands. As a further development along this line, abstract ideas, which had at first resisted representation, were indicated by picturing objects whose names happened to resemble the spoken words that corresponded to the ideas. So the picture of a lute came to mean not only lute, but good, because the Egyptian word sound for lute, nefer, resembled the word sound for good, nofer. Queer rebus combinations grew out of these homonyms, words of like sound but different meanings. Since the verb to be was expressed in the spoken language by the sound kopiru, the scribe, being puzzled to find a picture for so intangible a conception, split the word into parts, ko, pi, ru, expressed these by picturing in succession a sieve, called in the spoken language cow, a mat, pi, and a mouth, ru. Use and wont, which sanctify so many absurdities, soon made this strange assortment of characters suggest the idea of being. In this way, the Egyptian arrived at the syllable, the syllabic sign, and the syllabary, that is, a collection of syllabic signs. And by dividing difficult words into syllables, finding homonyms for these, and drawing in combination the objects suggested by these syllabic sounds, he was able in the course of time to make the hieroglyphic signs convey almost any idea. Only one step remained, to invent letters. The sign for a house meant at first the word for house, per. Then it meant the sound, per, or pr, with any vowel in between, as a syllable in any word. Then the picture was shortened and used to represent the sound po, pa, pu, pe, or p in any word, and since vowels were never written, this was equivalent to having a character for the letter P. By a like development, the sign for a hand, Egyptian dot, came to mean do, da, etc., and finally the letter D. The sign for mouth, ro or ru, came to mean the letter R. The sign for snake, zt, zit, became the letter Z. The sign for lake, she, shy, became sh. The result was an alphabet of 24 consonants, which passed the Egyptian and Phoenician trade to all quarters of the Mediterranean and came down via Greece and Rome as one of the most precious parts of our Oriental heritage. Hieroglyphics are as old as the earliest dynasties. Alphabetic characters appear first in inscriptions left by the Egyptians in the mines of the Sinai Peninsula, variously dated at 2500 and 1500 B.C. Whether wisely or not, the Egyptians never adopted a completely alphabetic writing. Like modern stenographers, they mingled pictographs, ideographs, and syllabic signs with their letters to the very end of their civilization. This has made it difficult for scholars to read Egyptian, but it is quite conceivable that such a medley of longhand and shorthand facilitated the business of writing for those Egyptians who could spare the time to learn it. Since English speech is no honorable guide to English spelling, it is probably as difficult for a contemporary lad to learn the devious ways of English orthography as it was for the Egyptian scribe to memorize by use the 500 hieroglyphs, their secondary syllabic meanings, and their tertiary alphabetic uses. In the course of time, a more rapid and sketchy form of writing was developed for manuscripts, as distinguished from the careful sacred carvings of the monuments. Since this corruption of hieroglyphic was first made by the priests and the temple scribes, it was called by the Greeks hieratic, but it soon passed into common use for public, commercial, and private documents. A still more abbreviated and careless form of this script was developed by the common people and therefore came to be known as Demotic. On the monuments, however, the Egyptian insisted on having his lordly and lovely hieroglyphic, perhaps the most picturesque form of writing ever made. 7. Literature. Texts and libraries. The Egyptian Sinbad, the story of Sinuhe, fiction, an amorous fragment, love poems, history, a literary revolution. Most of the literature that survives from ancient Egypt is written in hieratic script. Little of it remains, and we are forced to estimate it from the fragments that do it only the blind justice of chance. Perhaps time destroyed the Shakespeares of Egypt and preserved only the poets laureate. A great official of the Fourth Dynasty is called on his tomb Scribe of the House of Books. We cannot tell whether this primeval library was a repository of literature or only a dusty storehouse of public records and documents. The oldest extant Egyptian literature consists of the pyramid texts, pious matter engraved on the walls in 5 pyramids of the 5th and 6th dynasties. Libraries have come down to us from as far back as 2000 B.C., papyri rolled and packed in jars, labeled and ranged on shelves. In one such jar was found the oldest form of the story of Sinbad the Sailor, or as we might rather call it, Robinson Crusoe. The story of the shipwrecked sailor is a simple autobiographical fragment, full of life and feeling. "How glad is he," says this ancient mariner in a line reminiscent of Dante, "that relateth what he hath experienced when the calamity hath passed." I will relate to thee something that was experienced by me myself when I had set out for the mines of the Sovereign and had gone down to the sea in a ship of 180 feet in length and 60 feet in breadth, and therein were 120 sailors of the pick of Egypt. They scanned the sky, they scanned the earth, and their hearts were more than those of lions. They foretold a storm, or ever it came, and a tempest when as yet it was not. A storm burst while we were yet at sea. We flew before the wind, and it made a wave 8 cubits high. Then the ship perished, and of them that were in it not one survived. And I was cast unto an island by a wave of the sea, and I spent 3 days alone with mine heart as my companion. I slept under the shelter of a tree, and embraced the shade. Then I stretched forth my feet in order to find out what I could put into my mouth. I found figs and vines there, and all manner of fine leeks. There were fish there and fowl, and there was nothing that was not in it. When I had made me a fire drill, I kindled a fire and made a burnt offering for the gods. Another tale recounts the adventures of Sinuhe, a public official who flees from Egypt at the death of Amenemhet I, wanders from country to country of the Near East, and despite prosperity and honors there, suffers unbearably from lonesomeness for his native land. At last he gives up riches and makes his way through many hardships back to Egypt. "O God, whosoever thou art, that didst ordain this flight, bring me again to the house, that is the Pharaoh. Peradventure thou wilt suffer me to see the place wherein mine heart dwelleth. What is a greater matter than that my corpse should be buried in the land wherein I was born? Come to mine aid. May good befall, may God show me mercy. In the sequel we find him home again, weary and dusty with many miles of desert travel, and fearful lest the Pharaoh reprove him for his long absence from a land which, like all others, looked upon itself as the only civilized country in the world. But the Pharaoh forgives him and extends to him every cosmetic courtesy. I was placed in the house of a king's son, in which there was noble equipment, and a bath was therein. Years were made to pass away from my body. I was shaved, and my hair was combed. A load of dirt was given over to the desert, and the filthy clothes to the sandfarers, and I was arrayed in finest linen and anointed with the best oil. Short stories are diverse and plentiful in the fragments that have come down to us of Egyptian literature. There are marvelous tales of ghosts, miracles, and other fascinating concoctions, as credible as the detective stories that satisfy modern statesmen. There are high-sounding romances of princes and princesses, kings and queens, including the oldest-known form of the tale of Cinderella, her exquisite foot, her wandering slipper, and her royal hymeneal denouement. There are fables of animals illustrating by their conduct the foibles and passions of humanity, and pointing morals sagely, a kind of premonitory plagiarism from Aesop and La Fontaine. Typical of the Egyptian mingling of natural and supernatural is the tale of Anupu and Bitiu, older and younger brothers, who live happily on their farm until Anupu's wife falls in love with Bitiu, is repulsed by him, and revenges herself by accusing him to his brother of having offered her violence. Gods and crocodiles come to Bitiu's aid against Anupu, but Bitiu, disgusted with mankind, mutilates himself to prove his innocence, retires time and light to the woods, and places his heart unreachably high on the topmost flower of a tree. The gods, pitying his loneliness, create for him a wife of such beauty that the Nile falls in love with her and steals a lock of her hair. Drifting down the stream, the lock is found by the Pharaoh, who, intoxicated by its scent, commands his henchmen to find the owner. She is found and brought to him, and he marries her. Jealous of Bitiu, he sends men to cut down the tree on which Bitiu has placed his heart. The tree is cut down, and as the flower touches the earth, Bitiu dies. How little the taste of our ancestors differed from our own. The early literature of the Egyptians is largely religious, and the oldest Egyptian poems are the hymns of the pyramid texts. Their form is also the most ancient poetic form known to us, that parallelism of members, or repetition of the thought in different phrase, which the Hebrew poets adopted from the Egyptians and Babylonians and immortalized in the Psalms. As the Old passes into the Middle Kingdom, the literature tends to become secular and profane. We catch some glimpse of a lost body of amorous literature in a fragment preserved to us through the laziness of a Middle Kingdom scribe who did not complete his task of wiping clear an old papyrus, but left legible some 25 lines that tell of a simple shepherd's encounter with a goddess. This goddess, says the story, met with him as he wended his way to the pool, and she had stripped off her clothes and disarrayed her hair. The shepherd reports the matter cautiously. Behold ye, when I went down to the swamp, I saw a woman therein, and she looked not like a mortal being. My hair stood on end when I saw her tresses, because her color was so bright. Never will I do what she said. Awe of her is in my body. The love songs abound in number and beauty, but as they celebrate chiefly the amours of brothers and sisters, they will shock or amuse the modern ear. One collection is called The Beautiful Joyous Songs of Thy Sister Whom Thy Heart Loves, Who Walks in the Fields. An ostrakhan or shell, dating back to the 19th or 20th dynasty, plays a modern theme on the ancient chords of desire. The love of my beloved leaps on the bank of the stream. A crocodile lies in the shadows. Yet I go down into the water and breast the wave. My courage is high on the stream, and the water is as land to my feet. It is her love that makes me strong. She is a book of spells to me. When I behold my beloved coming, my heart is glad. My arms are spread apart to embrace her. My heart rejoices forever, since my beloved came. When I embrace her, I am as one who is in incense land, as one who carries perfumes. When I kiss her, her lips are opened, and I am made merry without beer. Would that I were her negress slave who is in attendance on her. So should I behold the hue of all her limbs. The lines have been arbitrarily divided here. We cannot tell from the external form of the original that it is verse. The Egyptians knew that music and feeling are the twin essences of poetry. If these were present, the outward shape did not matter. Often, however, the rhythm was accentuated, as we have seen, by parallelism of members. Sometimes the poet used the device of beginning every sentence or stanza with the same word. Sometimes he played like a punster, with like sounds meaning unlike or incongruous things. It is clear from the texts that the trick of alliteration is as old as the pyramids. These simple forms were enough. With them the Egyptian poet could express almost every shade of that romantic love which Nietzsche supposed was an invention of the troubadours. The Harris Papyrus shows that such sentiments could be expressed by a woman as well as by a man. I am thy first sister, and thou art to me as the garden which I have planted with flowers and all sweet-smelling herbs. I directed a canal into it, that thou mightst dip thy hand into it when the north wind blows cool. The beautiful place where we take a walk, when thy hand rests within mine, with thoughtful mind and joyous heart, because we walk together. It is intoxicating to me to hear thy voice, and my life depends upon hearing thee. Whenever I see thee, it is better to me than food or drink. All in all, it is astonishing how varied the fragments are. Formal letters, legal documents, historical narratives, magic formulas, laborious hymns, books of devotion, songs of love and war, romantic novelettes, moral exhortations, philosophical treatises. Everything is represented here except epic and drama, and even of these one might, by stretching a point, find instances. The story of Ramesses II's dashing victories, engraved patiently in verse upon brick after brick of the great pylon at Luxor, is epic at least in length and dullness. In another inscription, Ramesses IV boasts that in a play he had defended Osiris from Set, and had recalled Osiris to life. Our knowledge does not allow us to amplify this hint. Historiography in Egypt is as old as history. Even the kings of the pre-dynastic period kept historical records proudly. Official historians accompanied the pharaohs on their expeditions, never saw their defeats, and recorded or invented the details of their victories. Already the writing of history had become a cosmetic art. As far back as 2500 B.C., Egyptian scholars made lists of their kings, named the years from them, and chronicled the outstanding events of each year and reign. By the time of Thutmose III, these documents became full-fledged histories, eloquent with patriotic emotion. Egyptian philosophers of the Middle Kingdom thought both man and history old and effete, and mourned the lusty youth of their race. Kikapera-Sonbu, a savant of the reign of Senusret II, about 2150 B.C., complained that all things had long since been said, and nothing remained for literature except repetition. Would, he cried unhappily, that I had words that are unknown, utterances and sayings in new language that hath not yet passed away, and without that which hath been said repeatedly, not an utterance that hath grown stale, what the ancestors have already said. Distance blurs for us the variety and changefulness of Egyptian literature, as it blurs the individual differences of unfamiliar peoples. Nevertheless, in the course of its long development, Egyptian letters passed through movements and moods as varied as those that have disturbed the history of European literature. As in Europe, so in Egypt the language of everyday speech diverged gradually, at last almost completely from that in which the books of the Old Kingdom had been written. For a long time authors continued to compose in the ancient tongue. Scholars acquired it in school, and students were compelled to translate the classics with the help of grammars and vocabularies, and with the occasional assistance of interlinears. In the 14th century B.C., Egyptian authors rebelled against this bondage to tradition, and like Dante and Chaucer, dared to write in the language of the people. Ikhnaton's famous hymn to the sun is itself composed in the popular speech. The new literature was realistic, youthful, buoyant. It took delight in flouting the old forms and describing the new life. In time, this language also became literary and formal, refined and precise, rigid and impeccable, with conventions of word and phrase. Once again, the language of letters separated from the language of speech, and scholasticism flourished. The schools of Saite Egypt spent half their time studying and translating the classics of Ikhnaton's day. Similar transformations of the native tongue went on under the Greeks, under the Romans, under the Arabs. Another is going on today. Panta rei, all things flow, only scholars never change. 8. Science. Origins of Egyptian science, mathematics, astronomy and the calendar, anatomy and physiology, medicine, surgery, and hygiene. The scholars of Egypt were mostly priests, enjoying, far from the turmoil of life, the comfort and security of the temples, and it was these priests who, despite all their superstitions, laid the foundations of Egyptian science. According to their own legends, the sciences had been invented some 18,000 B.C. by Thoth, the Egyptian god of wisdom, during his 3,000-year-long reign on earth, and the most ancient books in each science were among the 20,000 volumes composed by this learned deity. Our knowledge does not permit us to improve substantially upon this theory of the origins of science in Egypt. At the very outset of recorded Egyptian history, we find mathematics highly developed. The design and construction of the pyramids involved a precision of measurement impossible without considerable mathematical lore. The dependence of Egyptian life upon the fluctuations of the Nile led to careful records and calculations of the rise and recession of the river. Surveyors and scribes were continually remeasuring the land whose boundaries had been obliterated by the inundation, and this measuring of the land was evidently the origin of geometry. Nearly all the ancients agreed in ascribing the invention of this science to the Egyptians. Josephus, however, thought that Abraham had brought arithmetic from Chaldea, that is, Mesopotamia, to Egypt, and it is not impossible that this and other arts came to Egypt from Ur of the Chaldees, or some other center of Western Asia. The figures used were cumbersome: 1 stroke for 1, 2 strokes for 2, 9 strokes for 9, with a new sign for 10. 2 10 signs stood for 20, 3 10 signs for 30, 9 for 90, with a new sign for 100. 2 100 signs stood for 200, 3 100 signs for 300, 9 for 900, with a new sign for 1,000. The sign for 1,000,000 was a picture of a man striking his hands above his head as if to express amazement that such a number should exist. The Egyptians fell just short of the decimal system. They had no zero, and never reached the idea of expressing all numbers with 10 digits. For example, they used 27 signs to write 999. They had fractions, but always with the numerator 1. To express 3/4, they wrote 1/2 plus 1/4. Multiplication and division tables are as old as the pyramids. The oldest mathematical treatise known is the Ames Papyrus, dating back to 2000 to 1700 B.C., but this in turn refers to mathematical writings 500 years more ancient than itself. It illustrates by examples the computation of the capacity of a barn or the area of a field, and passes to algebraic equations of the first degree. Egyptian geometry measured not only the area of squares, circles, and cubes, but also the cubic content of cylinders and spheres. And it arrived at 3.16 as the value of pi. We enjoy the honor of having advanced from 3.16 to 3.1416 in 4,000 years. Of Egyptian physics and chemistry we know nothing, and almost as little of Egyptian astronomy. The stargazers of the temples seem to have conceived the earth as a rectangular box, with mountains at the corners upholding the sky. They made no note of eclipses, and were in general less advanced than their Mesopotamian contemporaries. Nevertheless, they knew enough to predict the day on which the Nile would rise, and to orient their temples toward that point on the horizon where the sun would appear on the morning of the summer solstice. Perhaps they knew more than they cared to publish among a people whose superstitions were so precious to their rulers. The priests regarded their astronomical studies as an esoteric and mysterious science, which they were reluctant to disclose to the common world. For century after century they kept track of the position and movements of the planets until their records stretched back for thousands of years. They distinguished between planets and fixed stars, noted in their catalogues stars of the 5th magnitude, practically invisible to the unaided eye, and charted what they thought were the astral influences of the heavens on the fortunes of men. From these observations they built the calendar, which was to be another of Egypt's greatest gifts to mankind. They began by dividing the year into 3 seasons of 4 months each. First, the rise, overflow, and recession of the Nile. Second, the period of cultivation. And third, the period of harvesting. To each of these months they assigned 30 days as being the most convenient approximation to the lunar month of 29½ days. Their word for month, like ours, was derived from their symbol for the moon. At the end of the 12th month they added 5 days to bring the year into harmony with the river and the sun. As the beginning of their year, they chose the day on which the Nile usually reached its height, and on which, originally, the great star Sirius, which they called Sothis, rose simultaneously with the sun. Since their calendar allowed only 365 instead of 365¼ days to a year, this heliacal rising of Sirius, that is, its appearance just before sunrise after having been invisible for a number of days, came a day later every 4 years, and in this way the Egyptian calendar diverged by 6 hours annually from the actual calendar of the sky. The Egyptians never corrected this error. Many years later, 46 B.C., the Greek astronomers of Alexandria, by direction of Julius Caesar, improved this calendar by adding an extra day every 4th year. This was the Julian calendar. Under Pope Gregory XIII, 1582, a more accurate correction was made by omitting this extra day, February 29th, in century years not divisible by 400. This is the Gregorian calendar that we use today. Our calendar is essentially the creation of the ancient Near East. Since the heliacal rising of Sirius occurred 1 day later every 4 years than the Egyptian calendar demanded, the error amounted to 365 days in 1460 years. On the completion of this Sothic cycle, as the Egyptians called it, the paper calendar and the celestial calendar again agreed. This book is continued on Cassette 6, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 1, by Will Durant, continued, Cassette 6, Side 1. Since the heliacal rising of Sirius occurred 1 day later every 4 years than the Egyptian calendar demanded, the error amounted to 365 days in 1460 years. On the completion of this Sothic cycle, as the Egyptians called it, the paper calendar and the celestial calendar again agreed. Since we know from the Latin author Censorius that the heliacal rising of Sirius coincided in 139 A.D. with the beginning of the Egyptian calendar year, we may presume that a similar coincidence occurred every 1460 years previously, that is, in 1321 B.C., 2781 B.C., 4241 B.C., etc. And since the Egyptian calendar was apparently established in a year when the heliacal rising of Sirius took place on the first day of the first month, we conclude that that calendar came into operation in a year that opened a Sothic cycle. The earliest mention of the Egyptian calendar is in the religious texts inscribed in the pyramids of the 4th dynasty. Since this dynasty is unquestionably earlier than 1321 B.C., the calendar must have been established in 2781 B.C., or 4241 B.C., or still earlier. The older date, once acclaimed as the first definite date in history, has been disputed by Professor Scharf, and it is possible that we shall have to accept 2781 B.C. as the approximate birth year of the Egyptian calendar. This would require a foreshortening by 300 or 400 years of the dates assigned above for the early dynasties and the Great Pyramids. As the matter is very much in dispute, the chronology of the Cambridge Ancient History has been adopted in these pages. Despite the opportunities offered by embalming, the Egyptians made relatively poor progress in the study of the human body. They thought that the blood vessels carried air, water, and excretory fluids, and they believed the heart and bowels to be the seat of the mind. Perhaps if we knew what they meant by these terms, we should find them not so divergent from our own ephemeral certainties. They described with general accuracy the larger bones and viscera, and recognized the function of the heart as the driving power of the organism and the center of the circulatory system. Its vessels, says the Ebers Papyrus, lead to all the members, whether the doctor lays his finger on the forehead, on the back of the head, on the hands, or on the feet. Everywhere he meets with the heart. From this to Leonardo and Harvey was but a step, which took 3,000 years. The glory of Egyptian science was medicine. Like almost everything else in the cultural life of Egypt, it began with the priests and dripped with evidences of its magical origins. Among the people, amulets were more popular than pills as preventive or curative of disease. Disease was to them a possession by devils and was to be treated with incantations. A cold, for instance, could be exorcised by such magic words as, "Depart cold, son of a cold, thou who breakest the bones, destroyest the skull, makest ill the 7 openings of the head. Go out on the floor, stink, stink, stink." A cure probably as effective as contemporary remedies for this ancient disease. From such depths we rise in Egypt to great physicians, surgeons, and specialists, who acknowledged an ethical code that passed down into the famous Hippocratic Oath. Some of them specialized in obstetrics or gynecology, some treated only gastric disorders, some were oculists so internationally famous that Cyrus sent for one of them to come to Persia. The general practitioner was left to gather the crumbs and heal the poor, in addition to which he was expected to provide cosmetics, hair dyes, skin culture, limb beautification, and flea exterminators. Several papyri devoted to medicine have come down to us. The most valuable of them, named from the Edwin Smith who discovered it, is a roll 15 feet long, dating about 1600 B.C., and going back for its sources to much earlier works. Even in its extant form, it is the oldest scientific document known to history. It describes 48 cases in clinical surgery, from cranial fractures to injuries of the spine. Each case is treated in logical order, under the heads of provisional diagnosis, examination, semiology, diagnosis, prognosis, treatment, and glosses on the terms used. The author notes, with the clarity unrivaled till the 18th century of our era, that control of the lower limbs is localized in the brain, a word which here appears for the first time in literature. The Egyptians enjoyed a great variety of diseases, though they had to die of them without knowing their Greek names. The mummies and papyri tell of spinal tuberculosis, arteriosclerosis, gallstones, smallpox, infantile paralysis, anemia, rheumatic arthritis, epilepsy, gout, mastoiditis, appendicitis, and such marvelous affections as spondylitis deformans and achondroplasia. There are no signs of syphilis or cancer, but pyorrhea and dental caries, absent in the oldest mummies, become frequent in the later ones, indicating the progress of civilization. The atrophy and fusion of the bones of the small toe, often ascribed to the modern shoe, was common in ancient Egypt, where nearly all ages and ranks went barefoot. Against these diseases, the Egyptian doctors were armed with an abundant pharmacopoeia. The Ebers Papyrus lists 700 remedies for everything from snake bite to puerperal fever. The Kahun Papyrus, circa 1850 B.C., prescribes suppositories apparently used for contraception. The tomb of an 11th dynasty queen revealed a medicine chest containing vases, spoons, dried drugs, and roots. Prescriptions hovered between medicine and magic, and relied for their effectiveness in great part on the repulsiveness of the concoction. Lizard's blood, swine's ears and teeth, putrid meat and fat, a tortoise's brains, an old book boiled in oil, the milk of a lying-in woman, the water of a chaste woman, the excreta of men, donkeys, dogs, lions, cats, and lice, all these are found in the prescriptions. Baldness was treated by rubbing the head with animal fat. Some of these cures passed from the Egyptians to the Greeks, from the Greeks to the Romans, and from the Romans to us. We still swallow trustfully the strange mixtures that were brewed 4,000 years ago on the banks of the Nile. The Egyptians tried to promote health by public sanitation. Excavations reveal arrangements for the collection of rainwater and the disposal of sewage by a system of copper pipes. By circumcision of males, even the earliest tombs give evidence of this practice, and by teaching the people the frequent use of the enema. Diodorus Siculus tells us, in order to prevent sicknesses, they look after the health of their body by means of drenches, fastings, and emetics, sometimes every day and sometimes at intervals of 3 or 4 days. For they say that the larger part of the food taken into the body is superfluous, and that it is from this superfluous part that diseases are engendered. So old is the modern saw that we live on 1/4 of what we eat and the doctors live on the rest. Pliny believed that this habit of taking enemas was learned by the Egyptians from observing the ibis, a bird that counteracts the constipation character of its food by using its long bill as a rectal syringe. Herodotus reports that the Egyptians purged themselves every month, 3 days successively, seeking to preserve health by emetics and enemas, for they suppose that all diseases to which men are subject proceed from the food they use. And this first historian of civilization ranks the Egyptians as, next to the Libyans, the healthiest people in the world. 9. Art. Architecture, Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, Empire, and Saite sculpture. Bas-relief, painting, minor arts, music, the artists. The greatest element in this civilization was its art. Here, almost at the threshold of history, we find an art powerful and mature, superior to that of any modern nation, and equaled only by that of Greece. At first the luxury of isolation and peace, and then under Thutmose III and Ramesses II, the spoils of oppression and war, gave to Egypt the opportunity and the means for massive architecture, masculine statuary, and 100 minor arts that so early touched perfection. The whole theory of progress hesitates before Egyptian art. Architecture was the noblest of the ancient arts because it combined in imposing form, mass and duration, beauty and use. It began humbly in the adornment of tombs and the external decoration of homes. Dwellings were mostly of mud, and here and there some pretty woodwork, a Japanese lattice, a well-carved portal, and a roof strengthened with the tough and pliable trunks of the palm. Around the house normally was a wall enclosing a court. From the court steps led to the roof. From this the tenants passed down into the rooms. The well-to-do had private gardens, carefully landscaped. The cities provided public gardens for the poor, and hardly a home but had its ornament of flowers. Inside the house the walls were hung with colored mattings, and the floors, if the master could afford it, were covered with rugs. People sat on these rugs rather than on chairs. The Egyptians of the Old Kingdom squatted for their meals at tables 6 inches high in the fashion of the Japanese, and ate with their fingers, like Shakespeare. Under the Empire, when slaves were cheap, the upper classes sat on high cushioned chairs and had their servants hand them course after course. Stone for building was too costly for homes. It was a luxury reserved for priests and kings. Even the nobles, ambitious though they were, left the greatest wealth and the best building materials to the temples. In consequence, the palaces that overlooked almost every mile of the river in the days of Amenhotep III crumbled into oblivion, while the abodes of the gods and the tombs of the dead remained. By the 12th dynasty, the pyramid had ceased to be the fashionable form of sepulture. Khnum-Hotep, circa 2180 B.C., chose at Beni Hassan the quieter form of a colonnade built into the mountainside, and this theme, once established, played 1,000 variations among the hills on the western slope of the Nile. From the time of the pyramids to the Temple of Hathor at Dendera, that is, for some 3,000 years, there rose out of the sands of Egypt such a succession of architectural achievements as no civilization has ever surpassed. At Karnak and Luxor, a riot of columns raised by Thutmose I and III, Amenhotep III, Seti I, Ramesses II, and other monarchs from the 12th to the 22nd dynasty. At Medinet Habu, circa 1300 B.C., a vast but less distinguished edifice on whose columns an Arab village rested for centuries. At Abydos, the temple of Seti I, dark and somber in its massive ruins. At Elephantine, the little temple of Khnum, circa 1400 B.C., positively Greek in its precision and elegance. At Deir el-Bahri, the stately colonnades of Queen Hatshepsut. Near it, the Ramesseum, another forest of colossal columns and statues reared by the architects and slaves of Ramesses II. At Philae, the lovely temple of Isis, circa 240 B.C., desolate and abandoned, now that the damming of the Nile at Aswan has submerged the bases of its perfect columns. These are sample fragments of the many monuments that still adorn the valley of the Nile, and attest even in their ruins the strength and courage of the race that reared them. Here perhaps is an excess of pillars, a crowding of columns against the tyranny of the sun, a Far Eastern aversion to symmetry, a lack of unity, a barbaric modern adoration of size. But here, too, are grandeur, sublimity, majesty, and power. Here are the arch and the vault, used sparingly because not needed, but ready to pass on their principles to Greece and Rome and modern Europe. Here are decorative designs never surpassed. Here are papyriform columns, lotiform columns, proto-Doric columns, caryatid columns, Hathor capitals, palm capitals, clerestories, and magnificent architraves full of the strength and stability that are the very soul of architecture's powerful appeal. The Egyptians were the greatest builders in history. Some would add that they were also the greatest sculptors. Here at the outset is the Sphinx, conveying by its symbolism the leonine quality of some masterful pharaoh, perhaps Khafre-Khephren. It has not only size, as some have thought, but character. The cannon shot of the Mamelukes have broken the nose and shorn the beard, but nevertheless those gigantic features portray with impressive skill the force and dignity, the calm and skeptical maturity of a natural king. Across those motionless features a subtle smile has hovered for 5,000 years, as if already the unknown artist or monarch had understood all that men would ever understand about men. It is a Mona Lisa in stone. There is nothing finer in the history of sculpture than the diorite statue of Khafre in the Cairo Museum. As ancient to Praxiteles as Praxiteles to us, it nevertheless comes down across 50 centuries almost unhurt by time's rough usages. Cut in the most intractable of stones, it passes on to us completely the strength and authority, the willfulness and courage, the sensitivity and intelligence of the artist or the king. Near it, and even older, Pharaoh Zoser sits pouting in limestone. Farther on, the guide with lighted match reveals the transparency of an alabaster Menkauri. Quite as perfect in artistry as these portraits of royalty are the figures of the Sheikh el-Beled and the scribe. The scribe has come down to us in many forms, all of uncertain antiquity. The most illustrious is the squatting scribe of the Louvre. The sheikh is no sheikh, but only an overseer of labor, armed with the staff of authority and stepping forward as if in supervision or command. His name apparently was Ka'apiru, but the Arab workmen who rescued him from his tomb at Saqqara were struck with his resemblance to the Sheikh el-Beled, that is, the mayor of the village, under whom they lived, and this title which their good humor gave him is now inseparable from his fame. He is carved only in mortal wood, but time has not seriously reduced his portly figure or his chubby legs. His waistline has all the amplitude of the comfortable bourgeois in every civilization. His rotund face beams with the content of a man who knows his place and glories in it. The bald head and carelessly loosened robe display the realism of an art already old enough to rebel against idealization, but here too is a fine simplicity, a complete humanity, expressed without bitterness, and with the ease and grace of a practiced and confident hand. If, says Maspero, some exhibition of the world's masterpieces were to be inaugurated, I should choose this work to uphold the honor of Egyptian art. Or would that honor rest more securely on the head of Khafre? These are the chefs-d'oeuvre of Old Kingdom statuary, but lesser masterpieces abound. The seated portraits of Rahotep and his wife Nofret, the powerful figure of Ranofer the priest, the copper statues of King Phaops and his son, a falcon head in gold, the humorous figures of the beer brewer and the dwarf Knemhotep, all but one in the Cairo Museum, all without exception instinct with character. It is true that the earlier pieces are coarse and crude, that by a strange convention running throughout Egyptian art, figures are shown with the body and eyes facing forward, but the hands and feet in profile, that not much attention was given to the body, which was left in most cases stereotyped and unreal, all female bodies young, all royal bodies strong, and that individualization, though masterly, was generally reserved for the head. There are important exceptions to this. For example, the Sheikh el-Beled and the scribe. Obviously the convention was not due to incapacity or ignorance. But with all the stiffness and sameness that priestly conventions and control forced upon statuary, paintings, and reliefs, these works were fully redeemed by the power and depth of the conception, the vigor and precision of the execution, the character, line, and finish of the product. Never was sculpture more alive. The sheikh exudes authority. The woman grinding grain gives every sense and muscle to her work. The scribe is on the very verge of writing. And the 1,000 little puppets placed in the tombs to carry on essential industries for the dead were molded with a like vivacity, so that we can almost believe, with the pious Egyptian, that the deceased could not be unhappy while these ministrants were there. Not for many centuries did Egyptian sculpture equal again the achievements of the early dynasties. Because most of the statuary was made for the temples or the tombs, the priests determined to a great degree what forms the artists should follow, and the natural conservatism of religion crept into art, slowly stifling sculpture into a conventional, stylistic degeneration. Under the powerful monarchs of the 12th dynasty, the secular spirit reasserted itself, and art recaptured something of its old vigor and more than its old skill. A head of Amenemhet III in black diorite suggests at once the recovery of character and the recovery of art. Here is the quiet hardness of an able king, carved with the competence of a master. A colossal statue of Senusret III is crowned with a head and face equal in conception and execution to any portrait in the history of sculpture, and the ruined torso of Senusret I in the Cairo Museum ranks with the torso of Hercules in the Louvre. Animal figures abound in the Egyptian sculpture of every age and are always full of humor and life. Here is a mouse chewing a nut, an ape devotedly strumming a harp, a porcupine with every spine on the qui-vive. Then came the shepherd kings, and for 300 years Egyptian art almost ceased to be. In the age of Hatshepsut, the Tutmosis, the Amenhoteps, and the Ramesses, art underwent a second resurrection along the Nile. Wealth poured in from subject Syria, passed into the temples and the courts and trickled through them to nourish every art. Colossi of Thutmose III and Ramesses II began to challenge the sky. Statuary crowded every corner of the temples. Masterpieces were flung forth with unprecedented abundance by a race exhilarated with what they thought was world supremacy. The fine granite bust of the Great Queen in the Metropolitan Museum of Art at New York, the basalt statue of Thutmose III in the Cairo Museum, the lion sphinx of Amenhotep III in the British Museum, the limestone-seated Iknaton in the Louvre, the granite statue of Ramesses II in Turin, the perfect crouching figure of the same incredible monarch making an offering to the gods, the meditative cow of Deir el-Bahri, which Maspero considered equal if not superior to the best achievements of Greece and Rome in this genre, the two lions of Amenhotep III, which Ruskin ranked as the best animal statuary surviving from antiquity, the colossi cut into the rocks at Abu Simbel by the sculptors of Ramesses II, the amazing remains found among the ruins of the artist Thutmose's studio at Tel el Amarna, a plaster model of Iknaton's head full of the mysticism and poetry of that tragic king, the lovely limestone bust of Iknaton's queen, Nofreteti, and the even finer sandstone head of the same fair lady. These scattered examples may illustrate the sculptural accomplishments of this abounding empire age. Amid all these lofty masterpieces, humor continues to find place. Egyptian sculptors frolic with jolly caricatures of men and animals, and even the kings and queens in Iknaton's iconoclastic age are made to smile and play. After Ramesses II, this magnificence passed rapidly away. For many centuries after him, art contented itself with repeating traditional works and forms. Under the Saite kings, it sought to rejuvenate itself by returning to the simplicity and sincerity of the old kingdom masters. Sculptors attacked bravely the hardest stones, basalt, breccia, serpentine, diorite, and carved them into such realistic portraits as that of Montumahite, and the green basalt head of a bald unknown, now looking out blackly upon the walls of the State Museum at Berlin. In bronze they cast the lovely figure of the Lady Tekoshet. Again, they delighted in catching the actual features and movements of men and beasts. They molded laughable figures of quaint animals, slaves, and gods, and they formed in bronze a cat and a goat's head, which are among the trophies of Berlin. Then the Persians came down like a wolf on the fold, conquered Egypt, desecrated its temples, broke its spirit, and put an end to its art. These, architecture and sculpture, are the major Egyptian arts, but if abundance counted, bas-relief would have to be added to them. No other people so tirelessly carved its history or legends upon its walls. At first we are shocked by the dull similarity of these glyptic narratives, the crowded confusion, the absence of proportion and perspective, or the ungainly attempt to achieve this by representing the far above the near. We are surprised to see how tall the pharaoh is, and how small are his enemies, and, as in the sculpture, we find it hard to adjust our pictorial habits to eyes and breasts that face us boldly, while noses, chins, and feet turn coldly away. But then we find ourselves caught by the perfect line and grace of the falcon and serpent carved on King Wenephes' tomb, by the limestone reliefs of King Zoser on the step pyramid at Saqqara, by the wood relief of Prince Hesire from his grave in the same locality, and by the wounded Libyan on a 5th dynasty tomb at Abusir, a patient study of muscles taut in pain. At last we bear with equanimity the long reliefs that tell how Thutmose III and Ramesses II carried all before them. We recognize the perfection of flowing line in the reliefs carved for Seti I at Abydos and Karnak. And we follow with interest the picturesque engravings wherein the sculptors of Hatshepsut tell on the walls of Deir el-Bahri the story of the expedition sent by her to the mysterious land of Punt, Somaliland. We see the long ships with full-spread sail and serried oars heading south amid waters alive with octopi, crustacea, and other toilers of the sea. We watch the fleet arriving on the shores of Punt, welcomed by a startled but fascinated people and king. We see the sailors carrying on board 1,000 loads of native delicacies. We read the jest of the Punt workmen. "Be careful of your feet. You over there, look out." Then we accompany the heavy-laden vessels as they return northward, filled, the inscription tells us, with the marvels of the land of Punt, all the odoriferous trees of the lands of the gods, incense, ebony, ivory, gold, woods of divers kinds, cosmetics for the eyes, monkeys, dogs, panther skins. Never have like things been brought back for any king from the beginning of the world. The ships come through the great canal between the Red Sea and the Nile. We see the expedition landing at the docks of Thebes, depositing its varied cargo at the very feet of the queen. And lastly we are shown, as if after the lapse of time, all these imported goods beautifying Egypt. On every side ornaments of gold and ebony, boxes of perfumes and unguents, elephants' tusks and animals' hides, while the trees brought back from Punt are flourishing so well on the soil of Thebes that under their branches oxen enjoy the shade. It is one of the supreme reliefs in the history of art. Bas-relief is a liaison between sculpture and painting. In Egypt, except during the reign of the Ptolemies and under the influence of Greece, painting never rose to the status of an independent art. It remained an accessory to architecture, sculpture, and relief. The painter filled in the outlines carved by the cutting tool. But though subordinate, it was ubiquitous. Most statues were painted, all surfaces were colored. It is an art perilously subject to time and lacking the persistence of statuary and building. Very little remains to us of Old Kingdom painting beyond a remarkable picture of 6 geese from a tomb at Medum. But from this alone we are justified in believing that already in the early dynasties this art too had come near to perfection. In the Middle Kingdom we find distemper painting of a delightful decorative effect in the tombs of Ameni and Khnumhotep at Beni Hassan, and such excellent examples of the art as the gazelles and the peasants, and the cat watching the prey. Here again the artist has caught the main point, that his creations must move and live. Under the Empire, the tombs become a riot of painting. The Egyptian artist had now developed every color in the rainbow, and was anxious to display his skill. On the walls and ceilings of homes, temples, palaces, and graves, he tried to portray refreshingly the life of the sunny fields. Birds in flight through the air, fishes swimming in the sea, beasts of the jungle in their native haunts. Floors were painted to look like transparent pools, and ceilings sought to rival the jewelry of the sky. Around these pictures were borders of geometric or floral design, ranging from a quiet simplicity to the most fascinating complexity. The dancing girl, so full of originality and esprit, the bird hunt in a boat, the slim naked beauty in ochre mingling with other musicians in the tomb of Nakht at Thebes. These are stray samples of the painted population of the graves. Here, as in the bas-reliefs, the line is good and the composition poor. The participants in an action, whom we should portray as intermingled, are represented separately in succession. Superposition is again preferred to perspective. The stiff formalism and conventions of Egyptian sculpture are the order of the day and do not reveal that enlivening humor and realism which distinguish the later statuary. But through these pictures runs a freshness of conception, a flow of line and execution, a fidelity to the life and movement of natural things, and a joyous exuberance of color and ornament which make them a delight to the eye and the spirit. With all its shortcomings, Egyptian painting would never be surpassed by any Oriental civilization until the middle dynasties of China. The minor arts were the major art of Egypt. The same skill and energy that had built Karnak and the pyramids, and had crowded the temples with a populace of stone, devoted itself also to the internal beautification of the home, the adornment of the body, and the development of all the graces of life. Weavers made rugs, tapestries, and cushions rich in color and incredibly fine in texture. The designs which they created passed down into Syria and are used there to this day. The relics of Tutankhamun's tomb have revealed the astonishing luxury of Egyptian furniture, the exquisite finish of every piece and part, chairs covered gaudily with silver and gold, beds of sumptuous workmanship and design, jewel boxes and perfume baskets of minute artistry, and vases that only China would excel. Tables bore costly vessels of silver, gold, and bronze, crystal goblets, and sparkling bowls of diorite so finely ground that the light shone through their stone walls. The alabaster vessels of Tutankhamun and the perfect lotus cups and drinking bowls unearthed amid the ruins of Amenhotep III's villa at Thebes indicate to what a high level the ceramic art was raised. Finally, the jewelers of the Middle Kingdom and the Empire brought forth a profusion of precious ornaments seldom surpassed in design and workmanship. Necklaces, crowns, rings, bracelets, mirrors, pectorals, chains, medallions, gold and silver, carnelian and felspar, lapis lazuli and amethyst. Everything is here. The rich Egyptians took the same pleasure as the Japanese in the beauty of the little things that surrounded them. Every square of ivory on their jewel boxes had to be carved in relief and refined in precise detail. They dressed simply, but they lived completely, and when their day's work was done, they refreshed themselves with music softly played on lutes, harps, sistrums, flutes, and lyres. The lute was made by stretching a few strings along a narrow sounding board. The sistrum was a group of small discs shaken on wires. Temples and palaces had orchestras and choirs, and on the pharaoh's staff was a superintendent of singing, who organized players and musicians for the entertainment of the king. There is no trace of a musical notation in Egypt, but this may be merely a lacuna in the remains. Snefrenofer and Raymery Ptah were the Carusos and Dereshkis of their day, and across the centuries we hear their boast that they fulfill every wish of the king by their beautiful singing. It is exceptional that their names survive, for in most cases the artists whose labors preserved the features or memory of princes, priests, and kings had no means of transmitting their own names to posterity. We hear of Imhotep, the almost mythical architect of Zoser's reign, of Inanni, who designed great buildings like Deir el-Bahri for Thutmose I, of Pwimri and Hapuseneb and Senmut, who carried on the architectural enterprises of Queen Hatshepsut, of the artist Thutmose, in whose studio so many masterpieces have been found, and of Beck, the proud sculptor who tells us in Gautier's strain that he has saved Iknaton from oblivion. Amenhotep III had as his chief architect another Amenhotep, son of Hapu. The pharaoh placed almost limitless wealth at the disposal of his talents, and this favored artist became so famous that later Egypt worshipped him as a god. For the most part, however, the artist worked in obscurity and poverty, and was ranked no higher than other artisans or handicraftsmen by the priests and potentates who engaged him. Egyptian religion cooperated with Egyptian wealth to inspire and foster art, and cooperated with Egypt's loss of empire and affluence to ruin it. Religion offered motives, ideas, and the inspiration, but it imposed conventions and restraints which bound art so completely to the church that when sincere religion died among the artists, the arts that had lived on it died too. This is the tragedy of almost every civilization, that its soul is in its faith, and seldom survives philosophy. 10. Philosophy. The instructions of Ptahhotep, the admonitions of Ipuwer, the dialogue of a misanthrope, the Egyptian Ecclesiastes. Historians of philosophy have been wont to begin their story with the Greeks, the Hindus, who believe that they invented philosophy, and the Chinese, who believe that they perfected it, smile at our provincialism. It may be that we are all mistaken, for among the most ancient fragments left to us by the Egyptians are writings that belong, however loosely and untechnically, under the rubric of moral philosophy. The wisdom of the Egyptians was a proverb with the Greeks, who felt themselves children beside this ancient race. The oldest work of philosophy known to us is the Instructions of Ptahhotep, which apparently goes back to 2880 B.C., 2,300 years before Confucius, Socrates, and Buddha. Ptahhotep was governor of Memphis and prime minister to the king under the 5th dynasty. Retiring from office, he decided to leave to his son a manual of everlasting wisdom. It was transcribed as an antique classic by some scholars prior to the 18th dynasty. The vizier begins, "O prince, my lord, the end of life is at hand. Old age descendeth upon me, feebleness cometh, and childishness is renewed. He that is old lieth down in misery every day. The eyes are small, the ears are deaf. Energy is diminished, the heart hath no rest. Command thy servant, therefore, to make over my princely authority to my son. Let me speak unto him the words of them that hearken to the counsel of the men of old time, those that once heard the gods. I pray thee, let this thing be done." His gracious majesty grants the permission, advising him, however, to discourse without causing weariness, advice not yet superfluous for philosophers. Whereupon Ptahhotep instructs his son, "Be not proud because thou art learned, but discourse with the ignorant man as with the sage. For no limit can be set to skill, neither is there any craftsman that possesseth full advantages. Fair speech is more rare than the emerald that is found by slave maidens among the pebbles. Live, therefore, in the house of kindliness, and men shall come and give gifts of themselves. Beware of making enmity by thy words. Overstep not the truth, neither repeat that which any man, be he prince or peasant, saith in opening the heart, It is abhorrent to the soul. If thou wouldst be a wise man, beget a son for the pleasing of the God. If he make straight his course after thine example, if he arrange thine affairs in due order, do all unto him that is good. If he be heedless, and trespass thy rules of conduct, and is violent, if every speech that cometh from his mouth is a vile word, then beat thou him, that his talk may be fitting. Precious to a man is the virtue of his son, and good character is a thing remembered. Wheresoever thou goest, beware of consorting with women. If thou wouldst be wise, provide for thine house, and love thy wife that is in thine arms. Silence is more profitable to thee than abundance of speech. Consider how thou mayest be opposed by an expert that speaketh in counsel. It is a foolish thing to speak on every kind of work. If thou be powerful, make thyself to be honored for knowledge and for gentleness. Beware of interruption, and of answering words with heat. Put it from thee. Control thyself. And Ptahhotep concludes with Horatian pride. Nor shall any word that hath here been set down cease out of this land forever, but shall be made a pattern whereby princes shall speak well. My words shall instruct a man how he shall speak. Yea, he shall become as one skillful in obeying, excellent in speaking. Good fortune shall befall him. He shall be gracious until the end of his life. He shall be contented always. This note of good cheer does not persist in Egyptian thought. Age comes upon it quickly and sours it. Another sage, Ipuwer, bemoans the disorder, violence, famine, and decay that attended the passing of the old kingdom. He tells of skeptics who would make offerings if they knew where the god is. He comments upon increasing suicide and adds, like another Schopenhauer, "Would that there might be an end of men, that there might be no conception, no birth, if the land would but cease from noise and strife be no more." It is clear that Ipuwer was tired and old. In the end, he dreams of a philosopher king who will redeem men from chaos and injustice. He brings cooling to the flame of the social conflagration. It is said he is the shepherd of all men. There is no evil in his heart. When his herds are few, he passes the day to gather them together, their hearts being fevered. Would that he had discerned their character in the first generation. Then would he have smitten evil. He would have stretched forth his arm against it. He would have smitten the seed thereof and their inheritance. Where is he today? Doth he sleep perchance? Behold, his might is not seen. This already is the voice of the prophets. The lines are cast into strophic form like the prophetic writings of the Jews, and Breasted properly acclaims these admonitions as the earliest emergence of a social idealism which among the Hebrews we call Messianism. Another scroll from the Middle Kingdom denounces the corruption of the age in words that almost every generation hears. To whom do I speak today? Brothers are evil. Friends of today are not of love. To whom do I speak today? Hearts are thievish. Every man seizes his neighbor's goods. To whom do I speak today? The gentle man perishes. The bold-faced goes everywhere. To whom do I speak today? When a man should arouse wrath by his evil conduct, he stirs all men to mirth, although his iniquity is wicked. And then this Egyptian Swinburne pours out a lovely eulogy of death. Death is before me today like the recovery of a sick man, like going forth into a garden after sickness. Death is before me today like the odor of myrrh, like sitting under the sail on a windy day. Death is before me today like the odor of lotus flowers, like sitting on the shore of drunkenness. Death is before me today like the course of a freshet, like the return of a man from the war galley to his house. Death is before me today as a man longs to see his home when he had spent years of captivity. Saddest of all is a poem engraved upon a slab now in the Leiden Museum, dating back to 2200 B.C. Carpe diem, it sings, snatch the day. I have heard the words of Imhotep and Hardedef, words greatly celebrated as their utterances. Behold the places thereof. Their walls are dismantled, their places are no more, as if they had never been. None cometh from thence, that he may tell us how they fare, that he may content our hearts until we too depart to the place whither they have gone. Encourage thy heart to forget it. Make it pleasant for thee to follow thy desire while thou livest. Put myrrh upon thy head, and garments upon thee of fine linen, imbued with marvelous luxuries, the genuine things of the gods. Increase yet more thy delights, and let not thy heart languish. Follow thy desire and thy good. Fashion thy affairs on earth after the mandates of thine own heart. till that day of lamentation come to thee, when the silent-hearted dead hears not their lamentation, nor he that is in the tomb attends the mourning. Celebrate the glad day. Be not weary therein. Lo, no man taketh his goods with him. Yea, none returneth again that is gone thither. This pessimism and skepticism were the result, it may be, of the broken spirit of a nation humiliated and subjected by the Hyksos invaders. They bear the same relation to Egypt that Stoicism and Epicureanism bear to a defeated and enslaved Greece. In part, such literature represents one of those interludes, like our own moral interregnum, in which thought has for a time overcome belief, and men no longer know how or why they should live. Such periods do not endure. Hope soon wins the victory over thought. The intellect is put down to its customary menial place, and religion is born again, giving to men the imaginative stimulus apparently indispensable to life and work. We need not suppose that such poems express the views of any large number of Egyptians. Behind and around the small but vital minority that pondered the problems of life and death in secular and naturalistic terms were millions of simple men and women who remained faithful to the gods and never doubted that right would triumph, that every earthly pain and grief would be atoned for bountifully in a haven of happiness and peace. 11. Religion. Sky gods, the sun god, plant gods, animal gods, sex gods, human gods, Osiris, Isis and Horus, minor deities, the priests, immortality, the Book of the Dead, the negative confession, magic, corruption. For beneath and above everything in Egypt was religion. We find it there in every stage and form, from totemism to theology. We see its influence in literature, in government, in art, in everything except morality. And it is not only varied, it is tropically abundant. Only in Rome and India shall we find so plentiful a pantheon. We cannot understand the Egyptian or man until we study his gods. In the beginning, said the Egyptian, was the sky, and to the end this and the Nile remained his chief divinities. All these marvelous heavenly bodies were not mere bodies. They were the external forms of mighty spirits, gods whose wills, not always concordant, ordained their complex and varied movements. The sky itself was a vault, across whose vastness a great cow stood, who was the goddess Hathor. The earth lay beneath her feet, and her belly was clad in the beauty of 10,000 stars. Or, for the gods and myths differed from nome to nome, the sky was the god Sibu, lying tenderly upon the earth, which was the goddess Nuit. From their gigantic copulation all things had been born. Constellations and stars might be gods. For example, Sahu and Soptit, Orion and Sirius, were tremendous deities. Sahu ate gods 3 times a day regularly. Occasionally some such monster ate the moon, but only for a moment. Soon the prayers of men and the anger of the other gods forced the greedy sow to vomit it up again. In this manner the Egyptian populace explained an eclipse of the moon. The moon was a god, perhaps the oldest of all that were worshipped in Egypt. But in the official theology the greatest of the gods was the sun. Sometimes it was worshipped as the supreme deity Ra, or Re, the bright father who fertilized Mother Earth with rays of penetrating heat and light. Sometimes it was a divine calf, born anew at every dawn, sailing the sky slowly in a celestial boat, and descending into the west at evening like an old man tottering to his grave. Or the sun was the god Horus, taking the graceful form of a falcon, flying majestically across the heavens day after day, as if in supervision of his realm, and becoming one of the recurrent symbols of Egyptian religion and royalty. Always Ra, or the sun, was the creator. At his first rising, seeing the earth desert and bare, he had flooded it with his energizing rays, and all living things, vegetable, animal, and human, had sprung pell-mell from his eyes and been scattered over the world. The earliest men and women, being direct children of Ra, had been perfect and happy. By degrees their descendants had taken to evil ways and had forfeited this perfection and happiness, whereupon Ra, dissatisfied with his creatures, had destroyed a large part of the human race. Learned Egyptians questioned this popular belief and asserted on the contrary, like certain Sumerian scholars, that the first men had been like brutes, without articulate speech or any of the arts of life. All in all, it was an intelligent mythology, expressing piously man's gratitude to earth and sun. So exuberant was this piety that the Egyptians worshipped not merely the source, but almost every form of life. Many plants were sacred to them, the palm tree that shaded them amid the desert, the spring that gave them drink in the oasis, the grove where they could meet and rest, the sycamore flourishing miraculously in the sand. These were, with excellent reason, holy things, and to the end of his civilization the simple Egyptian brought them offerings of cucumbers, grapes, and figs. Even the lowly vegetable found its devotees, and Ten amused himself by showing how the onion that so displeased Bossuet had been a divinity on the banks of the Nile. More popular were the animal gods. They were so numerous that they filled the Egyptian pantheon like a chattering menagerie. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 6, Side 2. More popular were the animal gods. They were so numerous that they filled the Egyptian pantheon like a chattering menagerie. In one nome or another, in one period or another, Egyptians worshipped the bull, the crocodile, the hawk, the cow, the goose, the goat, the ram, the cat, the dog, the chicken, the swallow, the jackal, the serpent, and allowed some of these creatures to roam in the temples with the same freedom that is accorded to the sacred cow in India today. When the gods became human, they still retained animal doubles and symbols. Ammon was represented as a goose or a ram, Ra as a grasshopper or a bull, Osiris as a bull or a ram, Sebek as a crocodile, Horus as a hawk or falcon, Hathor as a cow, and Thoth, the god of wisdom, as a baboon. Sometimes women were offered to certain of these animals as sexual mates. The bull in particular, as the incarnation of Osiris, received this honor. And at Mendes, says Plutarch, the most beautiful women were offered in coitus to the divine goat. From beginning to end, this totemism remained as an essential and native element in Egyptian religion. Human gods came to Egypt much later, and probably as gifts from Western Asia. The goat and the bull were especially sacred to the Egyptians as representing sexual creative power. They were not merely symbols of Osiris, but incarnations of him. Often Osiris was depicted with large and prominent organs as a mark of his supreme power, and models of him in this form, or with a triple phallus, were borne in religious processions by the Egyptians. On certain occasions the women carried such phallic images and operated them mechanically with strings. Signs of sex worship appear not only in the many cases in which figures are depicted on temple reliefs with erect organs, but in the frequent appearance in Egyptian symbolism of the crux ansata, a cross with a handle, as a sign of sexual union and vigorous life. At last the gods became human, or rather men became gods. Like the deities of Greece, the personal gods of Egypt were merely superior men and women, made in heroic mold, but composed of bone and muscle, flesh and blood. They hungered and ate, thirsted and drank, loved and mated, hated and killed, grew old and died. There was Osiris, for example, god of the beneficent Nile, whose death and resurrection were celebrated yearly as symbolizing the fall and rise of the river, and perhaps the decay and growth of the soil. Every Egyptian of the later dynasties could tell the story of how Set, or Sit, the wicked god of desiccation, who shriveled up harvests with his burning breath, was angered at Osiris, the Nile, for extending with his overflow the fertility of the earth, slew him and reigned in dry majesty over Osiris's kingdom, that is, the river once failed to rise, until Horus, brave son of Isis, overcame Set and banished him, whereafter Osiris, brought back to life by the warmth of Isis's love, ruled benevolently over Egypt, suppressed cannibalism, established civilization, and then ascended to heaven to reign there endlessly as a god. It was a profound myth, for history, like Oriental religion, is dualistic, a record of the conflict between creation and destruction, fertility and desiccation, rejuvenation and exhaustion, good and evil, life and death. Profound, too, was the myth of Isis, the Great Mother. She was not only the loyal sister and wife of Osiris. In a sense, she was greater than he, for, like woman in general, she had conquered death through love. Nor was she merely the black soil of the delta, fertilized by the touch of Osiris Nile, and making all Egypt rich with her fecundity. She was, above all, the symbol of that mysterious creative power which had produced the earth and every living thing, and of that maternal tenderness whereby, at whatever cost to the mother, the young new life is nurtured to maturity. She represented in Egypt, as Kali, Ishtar, and Cybele represented in Asia, Demeter in Greece, and Ceres in Rome, the original priority and independence of the female principle in creation and in inheritance, and the originative leadership of woman in tilling the earth. For it was Isis, said the myth, who had discovered wheat and barley growing wild in Egypt, and had revealed them to Osiris, man. The Egyptians worshipped her with special fondness and piety, and raised up jeweled images to her as the mother of God. Her tonsured priests praised her in sonorous matins and vespers, and in midwinter of each year, coincident with the annual rebirth of the sun towards the end of our December, the temples of her divine child, Horus, god of the sun, showed her in holy effigy nursing in a stable the babe that she had miraculously conceived. These poetic philosophic legends and symbols profoundly affected Christian ritual and theology. Early Christians sometimes worshipped before the statues of Isis suckling the infant Horus, seeing in them another form of the ancient and noble myth by which woman, that is the female principle, creating all things, becomes at last the mother of God. These, Ra, or as he was called in the south, Ammon, Osiris, Isis, and Horus, were the greater gods of Egypt. In later days, Ra, Ammon, and another god, Ptah, were combined as three embodiments or aspects of one supreme and triune deity. There were countless lesser divinities, Anubis the jackal, Shu, Tefnut, Nephthys, Ket, Nut, but we must not make these pages a museum of dead gods. Even Pharaoh was a god, always the son of Ammon-Ra, ruling not merely by divine right but by divine birth, as a deity transiently tolerating the earth as his home. On his head was the falcon, symbol of Horus and totem of the tribe. From his forehead rose the uraeus, or serpent, symbol of wisdom and life, and communicating magic virtues to the crown. The king was chief priest of the faith, and led the great processions and ceremonies that celebrated the festivals of the gods. It was through this assumption of divine lineage and powers that he was able to rule so long with so little force. Hence the priests of Egypt were the necessary props of the throne and the secret police of the social order. Given a faith of such complexity, a class had to arise adept in magic and ritual, whose skill would make it indispensable in approaching the gods. In effect, though not in law, the office of priest passed down from father to son, and a class grew up which, through the piety of the people and the politic generosity of the kings, became in time richer and stronger than the feudal aristocracy or the royal family itself. The sacrifices offered to the gods supplied the priests with food and drink. The temple buildings gave them spacious homes. The revenues of temple lands and services furnished them with ample incomes, and their exemption from forced labor, military service, and ordinary taxation left them in an enviable position of prestige and power. They deserved not a little of this power, for they accumulated and preserved the learning of Egypt, educated the youth, and disciplined themselves with rigor and zeal. Herodotus describes them almost with awe. They are of all men the most excessively attentive to the worship of the gods, and observe the following ceremonies. They wear linen garments, constantly fresh-washed. They are circumcised for the sake of cleanliness, thinking it better to be clean than handsome. They shave their whole body every third day, that neither lice nor any other impurity may be found upon them. They wash themselves in cold water twice every day and twice every night. What distinguished this religion above everything else was its emphasis on immortality. If Osiris, the Nile, and all vegetation might rise again, so might man. The amazing preservation of the dead body in the dry soil of Egypt lent some encouragement to this belief, which was to dominate Egyptian faith for thousands of years, and to pass from it by its own resurrection into Christianity. The body, Egypt believed, was inhabited by a small replica of itself called the Ka, and also by a soul that dwelt in the body like a bird flitting among trees. All of these, body, Ka, and soul, survived the appearance of death. They could escape mortality for a time in proportion as the flesh was preserved from decay. But if they came to Osiris clean of all sin, they would be permitted to live forever in the happy field of food, those heavenly gardens where there would always be abundance and security. Judge the harassed penury that spoke in this consoling dream. These Elysian fields, however, could be reached only through the services of a ferryman, an Egyptian prototype of Charon, and this old gentleman would receive into his boat only such men and women as had done no evil in their lives. Or Osiris would question the dead, weighing each candidate's heart in the scale against a feather to test his truthfulness. Those who failed in this final examination would be condemned to lie forever in their tombs, hungering and thirsting, fed upon by hideous crocodiles, and never coming forth to see the sun. According to the priests, there were clever ways of passing these tests, and they offered to reveal these ways for a consideration. One was to fit up the tomb with food, drink, and servants to nourish and help the dead. Another was to fill the tomb with talismans pleasing to the gods, fish, vultures, snakes, above all the scarab, a beetle which, because it reproduced itself apparently with fertilization, typified the resurrected soul. If these were properly blessed by a priest, they would frighten away every assailant and annihilate every evil. A still better way was to buy the Book of the Dead, scrolls for which the priests had written prayers, formulas, and charms calculated to appease, even to deceive Osiris. When, after 100 vicissitudes and perils, the dead soul at last reached Osiris, it was to address the great judge in some such manner as this: O thou who speedest time's advancing wing, thou dweller in all mysteries of life, thou guardian of every word I speak, behold, thou art ashamed of me, thy son. Thy heart is full of sorrow and of shame, for that my sins were grievous in the world, and proud my wickedness and my transgression. O be at peace with me, O be at peace, and break the barriers that loom between us. Let all my sins be washed away, and fall forgotten to the right and left of thee. Yea, do away with all my wickedness, and put away the shame that fills thy heart, that thou and I henceforth may be at peace. Or the soul was to declare its innocence of all major sins in a negative confession that represents for us one of the earliest and noblest expressions of the moral sense in man. Hail to thee, great God, Lord of truth and justice! I have come before thee, my master. I have been brought to see thy beauties. I bring unto you truth. I have not committed iniquity against men. I have not oppressed the poor. I have not laid labor upon any free man beyond that which he wrought for himself. I have not defaulted. I have not committed that which is an abomination to the gods. I have not caused the slave to be ill-treated of his master. I have not starved any man. I have not made any to weep. I have not assassinated any man. I have not committed treason against any. I have not in aught diminished the supplies of the temple. I have not spoiled the showbread of the gods. I have done no carnal act within the sacred enclosure of the temple. I have not blasphemed. I have not falsified the balance. I have not taken away milk from the mouths of sucklings. I have not taken with nets the birds of the gods. I am pure, I am pure, I am pure. For the most part, however, Egyptian religion had little to say about morality. The priests were busier selling charms, mumbling incantations, and performing magic rites than inculcating ethical precepts. Even the Book of the Dead teaches the faithful that charms blessed by the clergy will overcome all the obstacles that the deceased soul may encounter on its way to salvation. And the emphasis is rather on reciting the prayers than on living the good life. Says one roll, "If this can be known by the deceased, he shall come forth by day," that is, rise to eternal life. Amulets and incantations were designed and sold to cover a multitude of sins and secure the entrance of the devil himself into paradise. At every step the pious Egyptian had to mutter strange formulas to avert evil and attract the good. Here, for example, an anxious mother trying to drive out demons from her child. "Run out, thou who comest in darkness, who enterest in stealth. Comest thou to kiss this child? I will not let thee kiss him. Comest thou to take him away? I will not let thee take him away from me. I have made his protection against thee out of ephet herb, which makes pain, out of onions which harm thee, out of honey which is sweet to the living and bitter to the dead, out of the evil parts of the ebdu fish, out of the backbone of the perch." The gods themselves used magic and charms against one another. The literature of Egypt is full of magicians, of wizards who dry up lakes with a word, or cause severed limbs to jump back into place, or raise the dead. The king had magicians to help or guide him, and he himself was believed to have a magical power to make the rain fall or the river rise. Life was full of talismans, spells, divinations. Every door had to have a god to frighten away evil spirits or fortuitous strokes of bad luck. Children born on the 23rd of the month of Thoth would surely die soon. Those born on the 20th of Choyak would go blind. Each day and month, says Herodotus, is assigned to some particular god, and according to the day on which each person is born, they determine what will befall him, how he will die, and what kind of person he will be. In the end, the connection between morality and religion tended to be forgotten. The road to eternal bliss led not through a good life, but through magic, ritual, and generosity to the priests. Let a great Egyptologist express the matter. The dangers of the hereafter were now greatly multiplied, and for every critical situation the priest was able to furnish the dead with an effective charm which would infallibly cure him. Besides many charms which enabled the dead to reach the world of the hereafter, there were those which prevented him from losing his mouth, his head, his heart, others which enabled him to remember his name, to breathe, eat, drink, avoid eating his own foulness, to prevent his drinking water from turning into flame, to turn darkness into light, to ward off all serpents and other hostile monsters, and many others. Thus the earliest moral development which we can trace in the ancient East was suddenly arrested, or at least checked, by the detestable devices of a corrupt priesthood eager for gain. Such was the state of religion in Egypt when Ikhnaton, poet and heretic, came to the throne and inaugurated the religious revolution that destroyed the empire of Egypt. 4. The Heretic King. The character of Ikhnaton, the new religion, a hymn to the sun, monotheism, the new dogma, the new art, reaction, Nefertiti, breakup of the empire, death of Ikhnaton. In the year 1380 B.C., Amenhotep III, who had succeeded Thutmose III, died after a life of worldly luxury and display, and was followed by his son, Amenhotep IV, destined to be known as Ikhnaton. A profoundly revealing portrait bust of him, discovered at Tel el Amarna, shows a profile of incredible delicacy, a face feminine in softness and poetic in its sensitivity, large eyelids like a dreamer's, a long misshapen skull, a frame slender and weak. Here was a Shelley called to be a king. He had hardly come to power when he began to revolt against the religion of Ammon and the practices of Ammon's priests. In the great temple at Karnak, there was now a large harem, supposedly the concubines of Ammon, but in reality serving to amuse the clergy. The young emperor, whose private life was a model of fidelity, did not approve of this sacred harlotry. The blood of the ram slaughtered in sacrifice to Ammon stank in his nostrils, and the traffic of the priests in magic and charms, and their use of the oracle of Ammon to support religious obscurantism and political corruption, disgusted him to the point of violent protest. "More evil are the words of the priests," he said, "than those which I heard until the year 4 of his reign. More evil are they than those which King Amenhotep III heard." His youthful spirit rebelled against the sordidness into which the religion of his people had fallen. He abominated the indecent wealth and lavish ritual of the temples, and the growing hold of a mercenary hierarchy on the nation's life. With a poet's audacity, he threw compromise to the winds and announced bravely that all these gods and ceremonies were a vulgar idolatry, that there was but one god, Aton. Like Akbar in India 30 centuries later, Ikhnaton saw divinity above all in the sun, in the source of all earthly life and light. We cannot tell whether he had adopted his theory from Syria, and whether Aton was merely a form of Adonis. Of whatever origin, the new god filled the king's soul with delight. He changed his own name from Amenhotep, which contained the name of Ammon, to Ikhnaton, meaning Aton is satisfied. And, helping himself with old hymns and certainly monotheistic poems published in the preceding reign, he composed passionate songs to Aton, of which this, the longest and the best, is the fairest surviving remnant of Egyptian literature. Thy dawning is beautiful in the horizon of the sky, O living Aton, beginning of life. When thou risest in the eastern horizon, thou fillest every land with thy beauty. Thou art beautiful, great, glittering, high above every land. Thy rays, they encompass the land, even all that thou hast made. Thou art ray, and thou carriest them all away captive. Thou bindest them by thy love. Though thou art far away, thy rays are upon earth. Though thou art on high, thy footprints are the day. When thou settest in the western horizon of the sky, the earth is in darkness like the dead. They sleep in their chambers, their heads are wrapped up, their nostrils are stopped, and none seeth the other. All their things are stolen which are under their heads, and they know it not. Every lion cometh forth from his den, all serpents they sting. The world is in silence, he that made them resteth in his horizon. Bright is the earth when thou risest in the horizon. When thou shinest as Aton by day, thou drivest away the darkness. When thou sendest forth thy rays, the two lands are in daily festivity, awake and standing upon their feet when thou hast raised them up. Their limbs bathed, they take their clothing, their arms uplifted in adoration to thy dawning. In all the world they do their work. All cattle rest upon their pasturage, the trees and the plants flourish, the birds flutter in their marshes, their wings uplifted in adoration to thee. All the sheep dance upon their feet, all winged things fly. They live when thou hast shone upon them. The barks sail upstream and downstream. Every highway is open because thou dawnest. The fish in the river leap up before thee. Thy rays are in the midst of the great green sea. Creator of the germ in woman, maker of seed in man, giving life to the son in the body of his mother, soothing him that he may not weep, nurse even in the womb, giver of breath to animate every one that he maketh. When he cometh forth from the body on the day of his birth, thou openest his mouth in speech, thou suppliest his necessities. When the fledgling in the egg chirps in the egg, thou givest him breath therein to preserve him alive. When thou hast brought him together to the point of bursting the egg, he cometh forth from the egg to chirp with all his might. He goeth about upon his 2 feet, when he hath come forth therefrom. How manifold are thy works! They are hidden from before us, O sole God, whose powers no other possesseth. Thou didst create the earth according to thy heart, while thou wast alone. Men, all cattle large and small, all that are upon the earth, that go about upon their feet, all that are on high that fly with their wings, the foreign countries, Syria and Cush, the land of Egypt, thou settest every man into his place, thou suppliest their necessities. Thou makest the Nile in the nether world, thou bringest it as thou desirest, to preserve alive the people. How excellent are thy designs, O Lord of eternity! There is a Nile in the sky for the strangers and for the cattle of every country that go upon their feet. Thy rays nourish every garden. When thou risest, they live, they grow by thee. Thou makest the seasons in order to create all thy work, winter to bring them coolness, and heat that they may taste thee. Thou didst make the distant sky to rise therein, in order to behold all that thou hast made, thou alone, shining in the form as living Aton. Dawning, glittering, going afar and returning, thou makest millions of forms through thyself alone, cities, towns, and tribes, highways and rivers. All eyes see thee before them, for thou art Aton of the day over the earth. Thou art in my heart. There is no other that knoweth thee, save thy son Ichnaton. Thou hast made him wise in thy designs and in thy might. The world is in thy hand, even as thou hast made them. When thou hast risen, they live. When thou settest, they die. For thou art length of life of thyself. Men live through thee, while their eyes are upon thy beauty until thou settest. All labor is put away when thou settest in the west. Thou didst establish the world, and raised them up for thy son, Ichnaton, whose life is long, and for the chief royal wife, his beloved, mistress of the 2 lands, Nefer-Nephru-Aton, Nephro-Teti, living and flourishing forever and ever. This is not only one of the great poems of history. It is the first outstanding expression of monotheism, 700 years before Isaiah. Perhaps, as Breasted suggests, this conception of one sole God was a reflex of the unification of the Mediterranean world under Egypt by Thutmose III. Ichnaton conceives his God as belonging to all nations equally, and even names other countries before his own as in Aton's care. This was an astounding advance upon the old tribal deities. Note the vitalistic conception. Aton is to be found not in battles and victories, but in flowers and trees, in all forms of life and growth. Aton is the joy that causes the young sheep to dance upon their legs and the birds to flutter in their marshes. Nor is the god a person limited to human form. The real divinity is the creative and nourishing heat of the sun. The flaming glory of the rising or setting orb is but an emblem of that ultimate power. Nevertheless, because of its omnipresent fertilizing beneficence, the sun becomes to Ichnaton also the Lord of love, the tender nurse that creates the man-child in woman and fills the 2 lands of Egypt with love. So at last Aton grows by symbolism into a solicitous father, compassionate and tender, not like Yahweh, a lord of hosts, but a god of gentleness and peace. It is one of the tragedies of history that Ichnaton, having achieved his elevating vision of universal unity, was not satisfied to let the noble quality of his new religion slowly win the hearts of men. He was unable to think of his truth in relative terms. The thought came to him that other forms of belief and worship were indecent and intolerable. Suddenly he gave orders that the names of all gods but Aton should be erased and chiseled from every public inscription in Egypt. He mutilated his father's name from 100 monuments to cut from it the word Ammon. He declared all creeds but his own illegal and commanded that all the old temples should be closed. He abandoned Thebes as unclean, and built for himself a beautiful new capital at Akhet-Aton, city of the horizon of Aton. Rapidly, Thebes decayed as the offices and emoluments of government were taken from it, and Akhet-Aton became a rich metropolis, busy with fresh building and a renaissance of arts liberated from the priestly bondage of tradition. The joyous spirit expressed in the new religion passed over into its art. At Tel El Amarna, a modern village on the site of Akhet-Aton, Sir William Flinders Petrie unearthed a beautiful pavement adorned with birds, fishes, and other animals painted with the most delicate grace. Ikhnaton forbade the artists to make images of Aton on the lofty ground that the true god has no form. For the rest, he left art free, merely asking his favorite artists, Bek, Auta, and Nutmos, to describe things as they saw them and to forget the conventions of the priests. They took him at his word and represented him as a youth of gentle, almost timid face and strangely dolichocephalic head. Taking their lead from his vitalistic conception of deity, they painted every form of plant and animal life with loving detail and with a perfection hardly surpassed in any other place or time. For a while, art, which in every generation knows the pangs of hunger and obscurity, flourished in abundance and happiness. Had Ikhnaton been a mature mind, he would have realized that the change which he had proposed from a superstitious polytheism, deeply rooted in the needs and habits of the people, to a naturalistic monotheism that subjected imagination to intelligence, was too profound to be effected in a little time. He would have made haste slowly and softened the transition with intermediate steps. But he was a poet rather than a philosopher. Like Shelley announcing the demise of Yahweh to the bishops of Oxford, he grasped for the absolute and brought the whole structure of Egypt down upon his head. At one blow he had dispossessed and alienated a wealthy and powerful priesthood, and had forbidden the worship of deities made dear by long tradition and belief. When he had Ammon hacked out from his father's name, it seemed to his people a blasphemous impiety. Nothing could be more vital to them than the honoring of the ancestral dead. He had underestimated the strength and pertinacity of the priests, and he had exaggerated the capacity of the people to understand a natural religion. Behind the scenes, the priests plotted and prepared, and in the seclusion of their homes the populace continued to worship their ancient and innumerable gods. 100 crafts that had depended upon the temples muttered in secret against the heretic. Even in his palace his ministers and generals hated him and prayed for his death, for was he not allowing the empire to fall to pieces in his hands? Meanwhile, the young poet lived in simplicity and trust. He had 7 daughters, but no son, and though by law he might have sought an heir by his secondary wives, he would not, but preferred to remain faithful to Nofreteti. A little ornament has come down to us that shows him embracing the queen. He allowed artists to depict him riding in a chariot through the streets, engaged in pleasantries with his wife and children. On ceremonial occasions the queen sat beside him and held his hand, while their daughters frolicked at the foot of the throne. He spoke of his wife as mistress of his happiness, at hearing whose voice the king rejoices, and for an oath he used the phrase, "As my heart is happy in the queen and her children." It was a tender interlude in Egypt's epic of power. Into this simple happiness came alarming messages from Syria. The dependencies of Egypt in the Near East were being invaded by Hittites and other neighboring tribes. The governors appointed by Egypt pleaded for immediate reinforcements. Ikhnaton hesitated. He was not quite sure that the right of conquest warranted him in keeping these states in subjection to Egypt, and he was loath to send Egyptians to die on distant fields for so uncertain a cause. When the dependencies saw that they were dealing with a saint, they deposed their Egyptian governors, quietly stopped all payment of tribute, and became to all effects free. Almost in a moment Egypt ceased to be a vast empire and shrank back into a little state. Soon the Egyptian treasury, which had for a century depended upon foreign tribute as its mainstay, was empty. Domestic taxation had fallen to a minimum, and the working of the gold mines had stopped. Internal administration was in chaos. Ikhnaton found himself penniless and friendless in a world that had seemed all his own. Every colony was in revolt, and every power in Egypt was arrayed against him, waiting for his fall. He was hardly 30 when, in 1362 B.C., he died, broken with the realization of his failure as a ruler and the unworthiness of his race. 5. Decline and Fall. Tutankhamun, the labors of Ramesses II, the wealth of the clergy, the poverty of the people, the conquest of Egypt, summary of Egyptian contributions to civilization. 2 years after his death, his son-in-law, Tutankhamun, a favorite of the priests, ascended the throne. He changed the name of Tutankhaten, which his father-in-law had given him, returned the capital to Thebes, made his peace with the powers of the church, and announced to a rejoicing people the restoration of the ancient gods. The words Aton and Ikhnaton were effaced from all the monuments, the priests forbade the name of the heretic king to pass any man's lips, and the people referred to him as the great criminal. The names that Ikhnaton had removed were recarved upon the monuments, and the feast days that he had abolished were renewed. Everything was as before. For the rest, Tutankhamen reigned without distinction. The world would hardly have heard of him, had not unprecedented treasures been found in his grave. After him, a doughty general, Harmhab, marched his armies up and down the coast, restoring Egypt's external power and internal peace. Seti I wisely reaped the fruits of renewed order and wealth, built the hypostyle hall at Karnak, began to cut a mighty temple into the cliffs at Abu Simbel, commemorated his grandeur in magnificent reliefs, and had the pleasure of lying for thousands of years in one of the most ornate of Egypt's tombs. At this point the romantic Ramesses II, last of the great pharaohs, mounted the throne. Seldom is history known so picturesque a monarch. Handsome and brave, he added to his charms by his boyish consciousness of them, and his exploits in war, which he never tired of recording, were equaled only by his achievements in love. After brushing aside a brother who had inopportune rights to the throne, he sent an expedition to Nubia to tap the gold mines there and replenish the treasury of Egypt, and with the resultant funds he undertook the reconquest of the Asiatic provinces, which had again rebelled. 3 years he gave to recovering Palestine. Then he pushed on, met a great army of the Asiatic allies at Kadesh, 1288 B.C., and turned defeat into victory by his courage and leadership. It may have been as a result of these campaigns that a considerable number of Jews were brought into Egypt as slaves or as immigrants, and Ramesses II is believed to have been the pharaoh of the Exodus. He had his victories commemorated, without undue impartiality, on 100 walls, commissioned a poet to celebrate him in epic verse, and rewarded himself with several hundred wives. When he died, he left 100 sons and 50 daughters to testify to his quality by their number and their proportion. He married several of his daughters, so that they too might have splendid children. His offspring were so numerous that they constituted for 400 years a special class in Egypt, from which for over a century her rulers were chosen. He deserved these consolations, for he seems to have ruled Egypt well. He built so lavishly that half the surviving edifices of Egypt are ascribed to his reign. He completed the main hall at Karnak, added to the temple of Luxor, raised his own vast shrine, the Ramesseum, west of the river, finished the great mountain sanctuary at Abu Simbel, and scattered colossi of himself throughout the land. Commerce flourished under him, both across the Isthmus of Suez and on the Mediterranean. He built another canal from the Nile to the Red Sea, but the shifting sands filled it up soon after his death. He yielded up his life in 1225 B.C., aged 90, after one of the most remarkable reigns of history. Only one human power in Egypt had excelled his, and that was the clergy. Here, as everywhere in history, ran the endless struggle between church and state. Throughout his reign and those of his immediate successors, the spoils of every war and the lion's share of taxes from the conquered provinces went to the temples and the priests. These reached the zenith of their wealth under Ramesses III. They possessed at that time 107,000 slaves, 1/30th of the population of Egypt. They held 750,000 acres, 1/7 of all the arable land. They owned 500,000 head of cattle. They received the revenues from 169 towns in Egypt and Syria, and all this property was exempt from taxation. The generous or timorous Ramesses III showered unparalleled gifts upon the priests of Ammon, including 32,000 kilograms of gold and 1,000,000 kilograms of silver. Every year he gave them 185,000 sacks of corn. When the time came to pay the workmen employed by the state, he found his treasury empty. More and more the people starved in order that the gods might eat. Under such a policy it was only a matter of time before the kings would become the servants of the priests. In the reign of the last Ramesside king, the high priest of Ammon usurped the throne and ruled as openly supreme. The empire became a stagnant theocracy, in which architecture and superstition flourished, and every other element in the national life decayed. Omens were manipulated to give a divine sanction to every decision of the clergy. The most vital forces of Egypt were sucked dry by the thirst of the gods at the very time when foreign invaders were preparing to sweep down upon all this concentrated wealth. For meanwhile, on every frontier, trouble brewed. The prosperity of the country had come in part from its strategic place on the main line of Mediterranean trade. Its metals and wealth had given it mastery over Libya on the west and over Phoenicia, Syria, and Palestine on the north and east. But now at the other end of this trade route, in Assyria, Babylon, and Persia, new nations were growing to maturity and power, were strengthening themselves with invention and enterprise, and were daring to compete in commerce and industry with the self-satisfied and pious Egyptians. The Phoenicians were perfecting the trireme galley, and with it were gradually wresting from Egypt the control of the sea. The Dorians and Achaeans had conquered Crete and the Aegean, circa 1400 B.C., and were establishing a commercial empire of their own. Trade moved less and less in slow caravans over the difficult and robber-infested mountains and deserts of the Near East. It moved more and more, at less expense and with less loss, in ships that passed through the Black Sea and the Aegean to Troy, Crete, and Greece, at last to Carthage, Italy, and Spain. The nations along the northern shores of the Mediterranean ripened and blossomed. The nations on the southern shores faded and rotted away. Egypt lost her trade, her gold, her power, her art, at last even her pride. One by one her rivals crept down upon her soil, harassed and conquered her, and laid her waste. In 954 B.C. the Libyans came in from the western hills and laid about them with fury. In 722 the Ethiopians entered from the south and avenged their ancient slavery. In 674 the Assyrians swept down from the north and subjected priest-ridden Egypt to tribute. For a time, Psamtik, prince of Sais, repelled the invaders and brought Egypt together again under his leadership. During his long reign and those of his successors came the Saite revival of Egyptian art. The architects and sculptors, poets and scientists of Egypt gathered up the technical and aesthetic traditions of their schools and prepared to lay them at the feet of the Greeks. But in 525 B.C. the Persians, under Cambyses, crossed Suez and again put an end to Egyptian independence. In 332 B.C. Alexander sallied out of Asia and made Egypt a province of Macedon. In 48 B.C. Caesar arrived to capture Egypt's new capital, Alexandria, and to give to Cleopatra the son and heir whom they vainly hoped to crown as the unifying monarch of the greatest empires of antiquity. In 30 B.C. Egypt became a province of Rome and disappeared from history. For a time it flourished again when saints peopled the desert, and Cyril dragged Hypatia to her death in the streets, 415 A.D., and again when the Moslems conquered it, circa A.D. 650, built Cairo with the ruins of Memphis, and filled it with bright-domed mosques and citadels. But these were alien cultures, not really Egypt's own, and they too passed away. Today there is a place called Egypt, but the Egyptian people are not masters there. Long since they have been broken by conquest and merged in language and marriage with their Arab conquerors. Their cities know only the authority of Moslems and Englishmen, and the feet of weary pilgrims who travel thousands of miles to find that the pyramids are merely heaps of stones. Perhaps greatness could grow there again if Asia should once more become rich and make Egypt the halfway house of the planet's trade. But of the morrow, as Lorenzo sang, there is no certainty. Today the only certainty is decay. On all sides gigantic ruins, monuments and tombs, memorials of a savage and titanic energy. On all sides poverty and desolation and the exhaustion of an ancient blood. And on all sides the hostile engulfing sands, blown about forever by hot winds and grimly resolved to cover everything in the end. Nevertheless, the sands have destroyed only the body of ancient Egypt. Its spirit survives in the lore and memory of our race. The improvement of agriculture, metallurgy, industry and engineering, the apparent invention of glass and linen, of paper and ink, of the calendar and the clock, of geometry and the alphabet, the refinement of dress and ornament, of furniture and dwellings, of society and life, the remarkable development of orderly and peaceful government, of census and post, of primary and secondary education, even of technical training for office and administration, the advancement of writing and literature, of science and medicine, the first clear formulation known to us of individual and public conscience, the first cry for social justice, the first widespread monogamy, the first monotheism, the first essays in moral philosophy, the elevation of architecture, sculpture, and the minor arts to a degree of excellence and power never, so far as we know, reached before, and seldom equaled since. These contributions were not lost, even when their finest exemplars were buried under the desert or overthrown by some convulsion of the globe. Through the Phoenicians, the Syrians, and the Jews, through the Cretans, the Greeks, and the Romans, the civilization of Egypt passed down to become part of the cultural heritage of mankind. The effect or remembrance of what Egypt accomplished at the very dawn of history has influence in every nation and every age. It is even possible, as Faure has said, that Egypt, through the solidarity, the unity, and the disciplined variety of its artistic products, through the enormous duration and the sustained power of its effort, offers the spectacle of the greatest civilization that has yet appeared on the earth. We shall do well to equal it. Chapter 9. Babylonia. From Hammurabi to Nebuchadrezzar. Babylonian contributions to modern civilization, the land between the rivers, Hammurabi, his capital, the Kassite domination, the Amarna letters, the Assyrian conquest, Nebuchadrezzar, Babylon in the days of its glory. Civilization, like life, is a perpetual struggle with death, and as life maintains itself only by abandoning old and recasting itself in younger and fresher forms, so civilization achieves a precarious survival by changing its habitat or its blood. It moved from Ur to Babylon and Judea, from Babylon to Nineveh, from these to Persepolis, Sardis, and Miletus, and from these, Egypt and Crete, to Greece and Rome. No one looking at the site of ancient Babylon today would suspect that these hot and dreary wastes along the Euphrates were once the rich and powerful capital of a civilization that almost created astronomy, added richly to the progress of medicine, established the science of language, prepared the first great codes of law, taught the Greeks the rudiments of mathematics, physics, and philosophy, gave the Jews the mythology which they gave to the world, and passed on to the Arabs part of that scientific and architectural lore with which they aroused the dormant soul of medieval Europe. Standing before the silent Tigris and Euphrates, one finds it hard to believe that they are the same rivers that watered Sumeria and Akkad and nourished the hanging gardens of Babylon. In some ways they are not the same rivers, not only because one never steps twice into the same stream, but because these old rivers have long since remade their beds along new courses and mow with their scythes of whiteness other shores. As in Egypt, the Nile, so here the Tigris and the Euphrates provided for thousands of miles an avenue of commerce and, in their southern reaches, springtime inundations that helped the peasant to fertilize his soil. For rain comes to Babylonia only in the winter months. From May to November it comes not at all, and the earth, but for the overflow of the rivers, would be as arid as northern Mesopotamia was then and is today. Through the abundance of the rivers and the toil of many generations of men, Babylonia became the Eden of Semitic legend, the garden and granary of Western Asia. Historically and ethnically, Babylonia was a product of the union of the Akkadians and the Sumerians. Their mating generated the Babylonian type, in which the Akkadian Semitic strain proved dominant. Their warfare ended in the triumph of Akkad and the establishment of Babylon as the capital of all Lower Mesopotamia. At the outset of this history stands the powerful figure of Hammurabi, 2123 to 2081 B.C., conqueror and lawgiver through a reign of 43 years. Primeval seals and inscriptions transmit him to us partially, a youth full of fire and genius, a very whirlwind in battle, who crushes all rebels, cuts his enemies into pieces, marches over inaccessible mountains, and never loses an engagement. Under him, the petty warring states of the lower valley were forced into unity and peace, and disciplined into order and security by an historic code of laws. The Code of Hammurabi was unearthed at Susa in 1902, beautifully engraved upon a diorite cylinder that had been carried from Babylon to Elam, circa 1100 B.C., as a trophy of war. Like that of Moses, this legislation was a gift from heaven, for one side of the cylinder shows the king receiving the laws from Shamash, the sun god himself. The prologue is almost in heaven. When the lofty Anu, king of the Anunnaki, and Bel, lord of heaven and earth, he who determines the destiny of the land, committed the rule of all mankind to Marduk. When they pronounced the lofty name of Babylon, when they made it famous among the quarters of the world, and in its midst established an everlasting kingdom whose foundations were firm as heaven and earth. At that time Anu and Bel called me, Hammurabi, the exalted prince, the worshipper of the gods, to cause justice to prevail in the land, to destroy the wicked and the evil, to prevent the strong from oppressing the weak, to enlighten the land and to further the welfare of the people. Hammurabi, the governor named by Bel, am I, who brought about plenty and abundance, who made everything for Nippur and Durilu complete, who gave life to the city of Uruk, who supplied water in abundance to its inhabitants, who made the city of Borsippa beautiful, who stored up grain for the mighty Urash, who helped his people in time of need, who establishes in security their property in Babylon, the governor of the people, the servant, whose deeds are pleasing to Anunit. Many of the words here have a modern ring. One would not readily attribute them to an Oriental despot, 2100 B.C., or suspect that the laws that they introduced were based upon Sumerian prototypes now 6,000 years old. This book is continued on Cassette 7, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 7, Side 1. Many of the words here have a modern ring. One would not readily attribute them to an Oriental despot, 2100 B.C., or suspect that the laws that they introduced were based upon Sumerian prototypes, now 6,000 years old. This ancient origin combined with Babylonian circumstance to give the code a composite and heterogeneous character. It begins with compliments to the gods, but takes no further notice of them in its astonishingly secular legislation. It mingles the most enlightened laws with the most barbarous punishments, and sets the primitive lex talionis and trial by ordeal alongside elaborate judicial procedures and a discriminating attempt to limit marital tyranny. All in all, these 285 laws, arranged almost scientifically under the headings of personal property, real estate, trade and business, the family, injuries, and labor, form a code more advanced and civilized than that of Assyria 1,000 and more years later, and in many respects as good as that of a modern European state. The Mosaic Code apparently borrows from it or derives with it from a common original. The habit of stamping a legal contract with an official seal goes back to Hammurabi. There are few words finer in the history of law than those with which the great Babylonian brings his legislation to a close. The righteous laws which Hammurabi, the wise king, established, and by which he gave the land stable support and pure government. I am the guardian governor. In my bosom I carried the people of the land of Sumer and Akkad. In my wisdom I restrained them, that the strong might not oppress the weak, and that they should give justice to the orphan and the widow. Let any oppressed man who has a cause come before my image as king of righteousness. Let him read the inscription on my monument. Let him give heed to my weighty words. And may my monument enlighten him as to his cause, and may he understand his case. May he set his heart at ease, exclaiming, Hammurabi indeed is a ruler who is like a real father to his people. He has established prosperity for his people for all time, and given a pure government to the land. In the days that are yet to come, for all future time, may the king who is in the land observe the words of righteousness which I have written upon my monument. This unifying legislation was but one of Hammurabi's accomplishments. At his command, a great canal was dug between Kish and the Persian Gulf, thereby irrigating a large area of land and protecting the cities of the south from the destructive floods which the Tigris had been wont to visit upon them. In another inscription, which has found its devious way from his time to ours, he tells us proudly how he gave water, that noble and unappreciated commonplace which was once a luxury, security and government to many tribes. Even through the boasting, an honest mannerism of the Orient, we hear the voice of statesmanship. When Anu and Enlil, the gods of Uruk and Nippur, gave me the lands of Sumer and Akkad to rule, and they entrusted this scepter to me, I dug the canal Hammurabi Nukushnishi, Hammurabi the abundance of the people, which bringeth copious water to the land of Sumer and Akkad. Its banks on both sides I turned into cultivated ground. I heaped up piles of grain. I provided unfailing water for the lands. The scattered people I gathered. With pasturage and water I provided them. I pastured them with abundance and settled them in peaceful dwellings. Despite the secular quality of his laws, Hammurabi was clever enough to gild his authority with the approval of the gods. He built temples as well as forts, and coddled the clergy by constructing at Babylon a gigantic sanctuary for Marduk and his wife, the national deities, and a massive granary to store up wheat for gods and priests. These and similar gifts were an astute investment, from which he expected steady returns in the awed obedience of the people. From their taxes he financed the forces of law and order, and had enough left over to beautify his capital. Palaces and temples rose on every hand. A bridge spanned the Euphrates to let the city spread itself along both banks. Ships manned with 90 men plied up and down the river. 2,000 years before Christ, Babylon was already one of the richest cities that history had yet known. The people were of Semitic appearance, dark in hair and features, masculinely bearded for the most part, and occasionally bewigged. Both sexes wore the hair long. Sometimes even the men dangled curls. Frequently the men, as well as the women, disguised themselves with perfumes. The common dress for both sexes was a white linen tunic reaching to the feet. In the women it left one shoulder bare, in the men it was augmented with mantle and robe. As wealth grew, the people developed a taste for color and dyed for themselves garments of blue on red or red on blue, in stripes, circles, checks, or dots. The bare feet of the Sumerian period gave way to shapely sandals, and the male head in Hammurabi's time was swathed in turbans. The women wore necklaces, bracelets, and amulets, and strings of beads in their carefully coiffured hair. The men flourished walking sticks with carved heads, and carried on their girdles the prettily designed seals with which they attested their letters and documents. The priests wore tall conical caps to conceal their humanity. It is almost a law of history that the same wealth that generates a civilization announces its decay. For wealth produces ease as well as art. It softens a people to the ways of luxury and peace, and invites invasion from stronger arms and hungrier mouths. On the eastern boundary of the new state, a hardy tribe of mountaineers, the Kassites, looked with envy upon the riches of Babylon. 8 years after Hammurabi's death, they inundated the land, plundered it, retreated, raided it again and again, and finally settled down in it as conquerors and rulers. This is the normal origin of aristocracies. They were of non-Semitic stock, perhaps descendants of European immigrants from Neolithic days. Their victory over Semitic Babylon represented one more swing of the racial pendulum in Western Asia. For several centuries, Babylonia lived in an ethnic and political chaos that put a stop to the development of science and art. We have a kaleidoscope of this stifling disorder in the Amarna letters, in which the kinglets of Babylonia and Syria, having sent modest tribute to imperial Egypt after the victories of Thutmose III, beg for aid against rebels and invaders, and quarrel about the value of the gifts that they exchange with the disdainful Amenhotep III and the absorbed and negligent Ikhnaton. The Kassites were expelled after almost 6 centuries of rule as disruptive as the similar sway of the Hyksos in Egypt. The disorder continued for 400 years more under obscure Babylonian rulers, whose polysyllabic roster might serve as an obligato to Gray's elegy, until the rising power of Assyria in the north stretched down its hand and brought Babylonia under the kings of Nineveh. When Babylon rebelled, Sennacherib destroyed it almost completely, but the genial despotism of Esarhaddon restored it to prosperity and culture. The rise of the Medes weakened Assyria, and with their help, Nabopolassar liberated Babylonia, set up an independent dynasty, and, dying, bequeathed this second Babylonian kingdom to his son, Nebuchadrezzar II, villain of the vengeful and legendary Book of Daniel. Nebuchadrezzar's inaugural address to Marduk, god-in-chief of Babylon, reveals a glimpse of an Oriental monarch's aims and character. As my precious life do I love thy sublime appearance. Outside of my city Babylon, I have not selected among all settlements any dwelling. At thy command, O merciful Marduk, may the house that I have built endure forever. May I be satiated with its splendor, attain old age therein, with abundant offspring, and receive therein tribute of the kings of all regions, from all mankind. He lived almost up to his hopes, for though illiterate and not unquestionably sane, he became the most powerful ruler of his time in the Near East, and the greatest warrior, statesman, and builder in all the succession of Babylonian kings after Hammurabi himself. When Egypt conspired with Assyria to reduce Babylonia to vassalage again, Nebuchadrezzar met the Egyptian hosts at Carchemish, on the upper reaches of the Euphrates, and almost annihilated them. Palestine and Syria then fell easily under his sway, and Babylonian merchants controlled all the trade that flowed across western Asia from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean Sea. Nebuchadrezzar spent the tolls of this trade, the tributes of these subjects, and the taxes of his people, in beautifying his capital and assuaging the hunger of the priests. Is not this the great Babylon that I built? He resisted the temptation to be merely a conqueror. He sallied forth occasionally to teach his subjects the virtues of submission, but for the most part he stayed at home, making Babylon the unrivaled capital of the Near East, the largest and most magnificent metropolis of the ancient world. Nabopolassar had laid plans for the reconstruction of the city. Nebuchadrezzar used his long reign of 43 years to carry them to completion. Herodotus, who saw Babylon a century and a half later, described it as standing in a spacious plain and surrounded by a wall 56 miles in length, so broad that a 4-horse chariot could be driven along the top, and enclosing an area of some 200 square miles. Probably this included not only the city proper, but a large agricultural hinterland within the walls, designed to provide the teeming metropolis with sustenance in time of siege. Through the center of the town ran the palm-fringed Euphrates, busy with commerce and spanned by a handsome bridge. If we may trust Diodorus Siculus, a tunnel 15 feet wide and 12 feet high connected the two banks. Practically all the better buildings were of brick, for stone was rare in Mesopotamia, but the bricks were often faced with enameled tiles of brilliant blue, yellow, or white, adorned with animal and other figures in glazed relief, which remain to this day supreme in their kind. Nearly all the bricks so far recovered from the site of Babylon bear the proud inscription, "I am Nebuchadrezzar, king of Babylon." Approaching the city, the traveler saw first, at the crown of a very mountain of masonry, an immense and lofty ziggurat, rising in 7 stages of gleaming enamel to a height of 650 feet, crowned with a shrine containing a massive table of solid gold, and an ornate bed on which each night some woman slept to await the pleasure of the god. This structure, taller than the pyramids of Egypt and surpassing in height all but the latest of modern buildings, was probably the Tower of Babel of Hebraic myth, the many-storied audacity of a people who did not know Yahweh, and whom the god of hosts was supposed to have confounded with a multiplicity of tongues. Babel, however, does not mean confusion or babble, as the legend supposes. As used in the word Babylon, it meant the gate of God. South of the ziggurat stood the gigantic temple of Marduk, tutelary deity of Babylon. Around and below this temple, the city spread itself out in a few wide and brilliant avenues, crossed by crowded canals and narrow winding streets, alive, no doubt, with traffic and bazaars, and orientally odorous with garbage and humanity. Connecting the temples was a spacious sacred way paved with asphalt-covered bricks overlaid with flags of limestone and red breccia. Over this the gods might pass without muddying their feet. This broad avenue was flanked with walls of colored tile, on which stood out in low relief 120 brightly enameled lions, snarling to keep the impious away. At one end of the sacred way rose the magnificent Ishtar Gate, a massive double portal of resplendent tiles, adorned with enameled flowers and animals of admirable color, vitality, and line. 600 yards north of the Tower of Babel rose a mound called Kasser, on which Nebuchadrezzar built the most imposing of his palaces. At its center stood his principal dwelling place, the walls of finely made yellow brick, the floors of white and mottled sandstone. Reliefs of vivid blue glaze adorned the surfaces, and gigantic basalt lions guarded the entrance. Nearby, supported on a succession of superimposed circular colonnades, were the famous hanging gardens, which the Greeks included among the 7 wonders of the world. The gallant Nebuchadrezzar had built them for one of his wives, the daughter of Cyaxares, king of the Medes. This princess, unaccustomed to the hot sun and dust of Babylon, pined for the verdure of her native hills. The topmost terrace was covered with rich soil to the depth of many feet, providing space and nourishment not merely for varied flowers and plants, but for the largest and most deep-rooted trees. Hydraulic engines, concealed in the columns and manned by shifts of slaves, carried water from the Euphrates to the highest tier of the gardens. Here, 75 feet above the ground, in the cool shade of tall trees and surrounded by exotic shrubs and fragrant flowers, the ladies of the royal harem walked unveiled, secure from the common eye, while on the plains and streets below, the common man and woman plowed, wove, built, carried burdens, and reproduced their kind. 2. The toilers. Hunting, tillage, food, industry, transport, the perils of commerce, moneylenders, slaves. Part of the country was still wild and dangerous. Snakes wandered in the thick grass, and the kings of Babylonia and Assyria made it their royal sport to hunt in hand-to-hand conflict the lions that prowled in the woods, posed placidly for artists, but fled timidly at the nearer approach of men. Civilization is an occasional and temporary interruption of the jungle. Most of the soil was tilled by tenants or by slaves, some of it by peasant proprietors. In the earlier centuries, the ground was broken up with stone hoes, as in Neolithic tillage. A seal dating some 1400 B.C. is our earliest representation of the plow in Babylonia. Probably, this ancient and honorable tool had already a long history behind it in the land between the rivers, and yet it was modern enough, for though it was drawn by oxen in the manner of our fathers, it had, attached to the plow as in Sumeria, a tube through which the seed was sown in the manner of our children. The waters of the rising rivers were not allowed to flood the land as in Egypt. On the contrary, every farm was protected from the inundation by ridges of earth, some of which can still be seen today. The overflow was guided into a complex network of canals, or stored into reservoirs, from which it was sluiced into the fields as needed, or raised over the ridges by shadoufs, buckets lifted and lowered on a pivoted and revolving pole. Nebuchadrezzar distinguished his reign by building many canals and gathering the surplus waters of the overflow into a reservoir 140 miles in circumference, which nourished by its outlets vast areas of land. Ruins of these canals can be seen in Mesopotamia today, and, as if further to bind the quick and the dead, the primitive shadouf is still used in the valleys of the Euphrates and the Loire. So watered, the land produced a variety of cereals and pulses, great orchards of fruits and nuts, and above all the date. From this beneficent concoction of sun and soil, the Babylonians made bread, honey, cake, and other delicacies. They mixed it with meal to make one of their most sustaining foods, and to encourage its reproduction they shook the flowers of the male palm over those of the female. From Mesopotamia, the grape and the olive were introduced into Greece and Rome, and thence into Western Europe. From nearby Persia came the peach, and from the shores of the Black Sea, Lucullus brought the cherry tree to Rome. Milk, so rare in the distant Orient, now became one of the staple foods of the Near East. Meat was rare and costly, but fish from the great streams found their way into the poorest mouths. And in the evening, when the peasant might have been disturbed by thoughts on life and death, he quieted memory and anticipation with wine pressed from the date, or beer brewed from the corn. Meanwhile others pried into the earth, struck oil, and mined copper, lead, iron, silver, and gold. Strabo tells how what he calls naphtha, or liquid asphalt, was taken from the soil of Mesopotamia then as now, and how Alexander, hearing that this was a kind of water that burned, tested the report incredulously by covering a boy with the strange fluid and igniting him with a torch. Tools, which had still been of stone in the days of Hammurabi, began at the turn of the last millennium before Christ to be made of bronze, then of iron, and the art of casting metal appeared. Textiles were woven of cotton and wool, stuffs were dyed and embroidered with such skill that these tissues became one of the most valued exports of Babylonia, praised to the skies by the writers of Greece and Rome. As far back as we can go in Mesopotamian history, we find the weaver's loom and the potter's wheel. These were almost the only machines. Buildings were mostly of adobe. Clay mixed with straw, or bricks still soft and moist, were placed one upon the other and allowed to dry into a solid wall cemented by the sun. It was observed that the bricks in the fireplace became harder and more durable than those that the sun had baked. The process of hardening them in kilns was then a natural development, and thenceforth there was no end to the making of bricks in Babylon. Trades multiplied and became diversified and skilled, and as early as Hammurabi, industry was organized into guilds, called tribes of masters and apprentices. Local transport used wheeled carts drawn by patient asses. The horse is first mentioned in Babylonian records about 2100 B.C. as the ass from the east. Apparently it came from the tablelands of Central Asia, conquered Babylonia with the Kassites, and reached Egypt with the Hyksos. With this new means of locomotion and carriage, trade expanded from local to foreign commerce. Babylon grew wealthy as the commercial hub of the Near East, and the nations of the ancient Mediterranean world were drawn into closer contact for good and ill. Nebuchadrezzar facilitated trade by improving the highways. "I have turned inaccessible tracks," he reminds the historian, "into serviceable roads." Countless caravans brought to the bazaars and shops of Babylon the products of half the world. From India they came via Kabul, Herat, and Ecbatana. From Egypt via Pelusium and Palestine. From Asia Minor through Tyre, Sidon, and Sardis to Carchemish, and then down the Euphrates. As a result of all this trade, Babylon became, under Nebuchadrezzar, a thriving and noisy marketplace from which the wealthy sought refuge in residential suburbs. Note the contemporary ring of a rich suburbanite's letter to King Cyrus of Persia, circa 539 B.C. "Our estate seemed to me the finest in the world, for it was so near to Babylon that we enjoyed all the advantages of a great city, and yet could come back home and be rid of all its rush and worry." Government in Mesopotamia never succeeded in establishing such economic order as that which the pharaohs achieved in Egypt. Commerce was harassed with a multiplicity of dangers and tolls. The merchant did not know which to fear the more, the robbers that might beset him on the way, or the towns and baronies that exacted heavy fees from him for the privilege of using their roads. It was safer, where possible, to take the great national highway, the Euphrates, which Nebuchadrezzar had made navigable from the Persian Gulf to Thapsacus. His campaigns in Arabia and his subjugation of Tyre opened up to Babylonian commerce the Indian and Mediterranean seas, but these opportunities were only partially explored. For on the open sea, as in the mountain passes and the desert wastes, perils beset the merchant at every hour. Vessels were large, but reefs were many and treacherous. Navigation was not yet a science, and at any moment pirates or the ambitious dwellers on the shore might board the ships, appropriate the merchandise, and enslave or kill the crew. The merchants reimbursed themselves for such losses by restricting their honesty to the necessities of each situation. These difficult transactions were made easier by a well-developed system of finance. The Babylonians had no coinage, but even before Hammurabi they used, besides barley and corn, ingots of gold and silver as standards of value and mediums of exchange. The metal was unstamped and was weighed at each transaction. The smallest unit of currency was the shekel, a half ounce of silver worth from $2.50 to $5 of our contemporary currency. 60 such shekels made a mina, and 60 minas made a talent, from $10,000 to $20,000. Loans were made in goods or currency, but at a high rate of interest, fixed by the state at 20% per annum for loans of money, and 33% for loans in kind. Even these rates were exceeded by lenders who could hire clever scribes to circumvent the law. There were no banks, but certain powerful families carried on from generation to generation the business of lending money. They dealt also in real estate, and financed industrial enterprises, and persons who had funds on deposit with such men could pay their obligations by written drafts. The priests also made loans, particularly to finance the sowing and reaping of the crops. The law occasionally took the side of the debtor. For example, if a peasant mortgaged his farm and through storm or drought or other act of God had no harvest from his toil, then no interest could be exacted from him in that year. But for the most part the law was written with an eye to protecting property and preventing losses. It was a principle of Babylonian law that no man had a right to borrow money unless he wished to be held completely responsible for its repayment. Hence the creditor could seize the debtor's slave or son as hostage for an unpaid debt, and could hold him for not more than 3 years. A plague of usury was the price that Babylonian industry, like our own, paid for the fertilizing activity of a complex credit system. It was essentially a commercial civilization. Most of the documents that have come down from it are of a business character: sales, loans, contracts, partnerships, commissions, exchanges, bequests, agreements, promissory notes, and the like. We find in these tablets abundant evidence of wealth and a certain materialistic spirit that managed, like some later civilizations, to reconcile piety with greed. We see in the literature many signs of a busy and prosperous life, but we find also at every turn reminders of the slavery that underlies all cultures. The most interesting contracts of sale from the age of Nebuchadnezzar are those that have to do with slaves. They were recruited from captives taken in battle, from slave raids carried out upon foreign states by marauding Bedouins, and from the reproductive enthusiasm of the slaves themselves. Their value ranged from $20 to $65 for a woman, and from $50 to $100 for a man. Most of the physical work in the towns was done by them, including nearly all of the personal service. Female slaves were completely at the mercy of their purchaser, and were expected to provide him with bed as well as board. It was understood that he would breed through them a copious supply of children, and those slaves who were not so treated felt themselves neglected and dishonored. The slave and all his belongings were his master's property. He might be sold or pledged for debt. He might be put to death if his master thought him less lucrative alive than dead. If he ran away, no one could legally harbor him, and a reward was fixed for his capture. Like the free peasant, he was subject to conscription for both the army and the corvée, that is, for forced labor in such public works as cutting roads and digging canals. On the other hand, the slave's master paid his doctor's fees, and kept him moderately alive through illness, slack employment, and old age. He might marry a free woman, and his children by her would be free. Half his property in such a case went on his death to his family. He might be set up in business by his master and retain part of the profits, with which he might then buy his freedom, or his master might liberate him for exceptional or long and faithful service. But only a few slaves achieved such freedom. The rest consoled themselves with a high birth rate until they became more numerous than the free. A great slave class moved like a swelling subterranean river underneath the Babylonian state. 3. The law. The Code of Hammurabi, the powers of the king, trial by ordeal, lex talionis, forms of punishment, codes of wages and prices, state restoration of stolen goods. Such a society, of course, never dreamed of democracy. Its economic character necessitated a monarchy supported by commercial wealth or feudal privilege, and protected by the judicious distribution of legal violence. A landed aristocracy, gradually displaced by a commercial plutocracy, helped to maintain social control and served as intermediary between people and king. The latter passed his throne down to any son of his choosing, with the result that every son considered himself heir apparent, formed a clique of supporters, and, as like as not, raised a war of succession if his hopes were unfulfilled. Within the limits of this arbitrary rule, the government was carried on by central and local lords or administrators appointed by the king. These were advised and checked by provincial or municipal assemblies of elders or notables, who managed to maintain, even under Assyrian domination, a proud measure of local self-government. Every administrator, and usually the king himself, acknowledged the guidance and authority of that great body of law which had been given form under Hammurabi, and had maintained its substance, despite every change of circumstance and detail, through 15 centuries. The legal development was from supernatural to secular sanctions, from severity to lenience, and from physical to financial penalties. In the earlier days, an appeal to the gods was taken through trial by ordeal. A man accused of sorcery or a woman charged with adultery was invited to leap into the Euphrates, and the gods were on the side of the best swimmers. If the woman emerged alive, she was innocent. If the sorcerer was drowned, his accuser received his property. If he was not, he received the property of his accuser. The first judges were priests, and to the end of Babylonian history the courts were for the most part located in the temples. But already in the days of Hammurabi, secular courts responsible only to the government were replacing the judgment seats presided over by the clergy. Penology began with the lex talionis, or law of equivalent retaliation. If a man knocked out an eye or a tooth or broke a limb of a patrician, precisely the same was to be done to him. If a house collapsed and killed the purchaser, the architect or builder must die. If the accident killed the buyer's son, the son of the architect or builder must die. If a man struck a girl and killed her, not he but his daughter must suffer the penalty of death. Gradually, these punishments in kind were replaced by awards of damages. A payment of money was permitted as an alternative to the physical retaliation, and later the fine became the sole punishment. So the eye of the commoner might be knocked out for 60 shekels of silver, and the eye of a slave might be knocked out for 30. For the penalty varied not merely with the gravity of the offense, but with the rank of the offender and the victim. A member of the aristocracy was subject to severer penalties for the same crime than a man of the people, but an offense against such an aristocrat was a costly extravagance. A plebeian striking a plebeian was fined 10 shekels, or $50. To strike a person of title or property cost 6 times more. From such dissuasions, the law passed to barbarous punishments by amputation or death. A man who struck his father had his hands cut off. A physician whose patient died or lost an eye as the result of an operation had his fingers cut off. A nurse who knowingly substituted one child for another had to sacrifice her breasts. Death was decreed for a variety of crimes: rape, kidnapping, brigandage, burglary, incest, procurement of a husband's death by his wife in order to marry another man, the opening or entering of a wine shop by a priestess, the harboring of a fugitive slave, cowardice in the face of the enemy, malfeasance in office, careless or uneconomical housewifery, or malpractice in the selling of beer. In such rough ways, through thousands of years, these traditions and habits of order and self-restraint were established, which became part of the unconscious basis of civilization. Within certain limits, the state regulated prices, wages, and fees. What the surgeon might charge was established by law, and wages were fixed by the Code of Hammurabi for builders, brickmakers, tailors, stonemasons, carpenters, boatmen, herdsmen, and laborers. The law of inheritance made the man's children, rather than his wife, his natural and direct heirs. The widow received her dowry and her wedding gift and remained head of the household as long as she lived. There was no right of primogeniture. The sons inherited equally, and in this way the largest estates were soon redivided, and the concentration of wealth was in some measure checked. Private property in land and goods was taken for granted by the code. We find no evidence of lawyers in Babylonia, except for priests who might serve as notaries, and the scribe who would write for pay anything from a will to a madrigal. The plaintiff preferred his own plea, without the luxury of terminology. Litigation was discouraged. The very first law of the code reads with almost illegal simplicity, "If a man bring an accusation against a man and charge him with a capital crime but cannot prove it, the accuser shall be put to death." There are signs of bribery and of tampering with witnesses. A court of appeals, staffed by the king's judges, sat at Babylon, and a final appeal might be carried to the king himself. There was nothing in the code about the rights of the individual against the state. That was to be a European innovation. But Articles 22 to 24 provided, if not political, at least economic protection. If a man practices brigandage and be captured, that man shall be put to death. If the brigand be not captured, the man who has been robbed shall, in the presence of the god, make an itemized statement of his loss, and the city and governor within whose province and jurisdiction the robbery was committed shall compensate him for whatever was lost. If it be a life that was lost, the city and governor shall pay 1 mina, $300, to the heirs. What modern city is so well governed that it would dare to offer such reimbursements to the victims of its negligence? Has the law progressed since Hammurabi, or only increased and multiplied? 4. The gods of Babylon. Religion and the state, the functions and powers of the clergy, the lesser gods, Marduk, Ishtar, the Babylonian stories of the creation and the flood, the love of Ishtar and Tammuz, the descent of Ishtar into hell, the death and resurrection of Tammuz, ritual and prayer, penitential psalms, sin, magic, superstition. The power of the king was limited not only by the law and the aristocracy, but by the clergy. Technically, the king was merely the agent of the city god. Taxation was in the name of the god and found its way directly or deviously into the temple treasuries. The king was not really king in the eyes of the people until he was invested with royal authority by the priests, took the hands of Bel, and conducted the image of Marduk in solemn procession through the streets. In these ceremonies, the monarch was dressed as a priest, symbolizing the union of church and state, and perhaps the priestly origin of the kingship. All the glamour of the supernatural hedged about the throne, and made rebellion a colossal impiety which risked not only the neck but the soul. Even the mighty Hammurabi received his laws from the god. From the Ptasis, or priest-governors of Sumeria, to the religious coronation of Nebuchadnezzar, Babylonia remained in effect a theocratic state, always under the thumb of the priests. The wealth of the temples grew from generation to generation, as the uneasy rich shared their dividends with the gods. The kings, feeling an especial need of divine forgiveness, built the temples, equipped them with furniture, food, and slaves, deeded to them great areas of land, and assigned to them an annual income from the state. When the army won a battle, the first share of the captives and the spoils went to the temples. When any special good fortune befell the king, extraordinary gifts were dedicated to the gods. Certain lands were required to pay to the temples a yearly tribute of dates, corn, or fruit. If they failed, the temples could foreclose on them, and in this way the lands usually came into possession by the priests. Poor as well as rich turned over to the temples as much as they thought profitable of their earthly gains. Gold, silver, copper, lapis lazuli, gems, and precious woods accumulated in the sacred treasury. As the priests could not directly use or consume this wealth, they turned it into productive or investment capital, and became the greatest agriculturists, manufacturers, and financiers of the nation. Not only did they hold vast tracts of land, they owned a great number of slaves or controlled hundreds of laborers who were hired out to other employers or worked for the temples in their divers trades, from the playing of music to the brewing of beer. The priests were also the greatest merchants and financiers of Babylonia. They sold the varied products of the temple shops and handled a large proportion of the country's trade. They had a reputation for wise investment, and many persons entrusted their savings to them, confident of a modest but reliable return. They made loans on more lenient terms than the private moneylenders. Sometimes they lent to the sick or the poor without interest, merely asking a return of the principal when Marduk should smile upon the borrower again. Finally, they performed many legal functions. They served as notaries, attesting and signing contracts and making wills. They heard and decided suits and trials, kept official records, and recorded commercial transactions. Occasionally, the king commandeered some of the temple accumulations to meet an expensive emergency, but this was rare and dangerous, for the priests had laid terrible curses upon all who should touch unpermitted the smallest jot of ecclesiastical property. Besides, their influence with the people was ultimately greater than that of the king, and they might in most cases depose him if they set their combined wits and powers to this end. They had also the advantage of permanence. The king died, but the god lived on. The council of priests, free from the fortunes of elections, illnesses, assassinations, and wars, had a corporate perpetuity that made possible long-term and patient policies, such as characterize great religious organizations to this day. The supremacy of the priests under these conditions was inevitable. It was fated that the merchants should make Babylon, and that the priests should enjoy it. Who were the gods that formed the invisible constabulary of the state? They were numerous, for the imagination of the people was limitless, and there was hardly any end to the needs that deities might serve. An official census of the gods, undertaken in the 9th century before Christ, counted them as some 65,000. Every town had its tutelary divinity, and as in our own time and face, localities and villages, after making formal acknowledgment of the Supreme Being, worship specific minor gods with a special devotion, so Larsa lavished its temples on Shamash, Uruk on Ishtar, Ur on Nanar, for the Sumerian pantheon had survived the Sumerian state. The gods were not aloof from men. Most of them lived on earth in the temples, ate with a hearty appetite, and, through nocturnal visits to pious women, gave unexpected children to the busy citizens of Babylon. Oldest of all were the astronomic gods. Anu, the immovable firmament, Shamash, the sun, Nanar, the moon, and Bel, or Baal, the earth into whose bosom all Babylonians returned after death. Every family had household gods to whom prayers were said and libations poured each morning and night. Every individual had a protective divinity, or as we should say a guardian angel, to keep him from harm and joy, and genii of fertility hovered beneficently over the fields. It was probably out of this multitude of spirits that the Jews molded their cherubim. We do not find among the Babylonians such signs of monotheism as appear in Ikhnaton and the second Isaiah. Two forces, however, brought them near to it. The enlargement of the state by conquest and growth brought local deities under the supremacy of a single god, and several of the cities patriotically conferred omnipotence upon their favored divinities. "Trust in Nebo," says Nebo, "trust in no other god." This is not unlike the first of the commandments given to the Jews. Gradually, the number of the gods was lessened by interpreting the minor ones as forms or attributes of the major deities. In these ways, the god of Babylon, Marduk, originally a sun god, became sovereign of all Babylonian divinities. Hence his title, Bel-Marduk, that is, Marduk the god. To him and to Ishtar the Babylonians sent up the most eloquent of their prayers. Ishtar, Astarte to the Greeks, Ashtoreth to the Jews, interests us not only as analogue of the Egyptian Isis and prototype of the Grecian Aphrodite and the Roman Venus, but as the formal beneficiary of one of the strangest of Babylonian customs. She was Demeter as well as Aphrodite, no mere goddess of physical beauty and love, but the gracious divinity of bounteous motherhood, the secret inspiration of the growing soil, and the creative principle everywhere. It is impossible to find much harmony from a modern point of view in the attributes and functions of Ishtar. She was the goddess of war as well as of love, of prostitutes as well as of mothers. She called herself a compassionate courtesan. She was represented sometimes as a bearded bisexual deity, sometimes as a nude female offering her breasts to suck. And though her worshippers repeatedly addressed her as the Virgin, the Holy Virgin, and the Virgin Mother, this merely meant that her amours were free from all taint of wedlock. Gilgamesh rejected her advances on the ground that she could not be trusted. Had she not once loved, seduced, and then slain a lion? It is clear that we must put our own moral code to one side if we are to understand her. Note with what fervor the Babylonians could lift up to her throne litanies of laudation, only less splendid than those which a tender piety once raised to the Mother of God. I beseech thee, Lady of ladies, Goddess of goddesses, Ishtar, Queen of all cities, Leader of all men. Thou art the light of the world, thou art the light of heaven, mighty daughter of Sin, the moon god. Supreme is thy might, O Lady, exalted art thou above all gods. Thou renderest judgment, and thy decision is righteous. Unto thee are subject the laws of the earth and the laws of heaven, the laws of the temples and the shrines, the laws of the private apartment and the secret chamber. Where is the place where thy name is not, and where is the spot where thy commandments are not known? At thy name the earth and the heavens shake, and the gods they tremble. Thou lookest upon the oppressed, and to the downtrodden thou bringest justice every day. How long, Queen of heaven and earth? How long, shepherdess of pale-faced men, wilt thou tarry? How long, O Queen, whose feet are not weary, and whose knees make haste? How long, Lady of hosts, Lady of battles? Glorious one, whom all the spirits of heaven fear, who subduest all angry gods, mighty above all rulers, who holdest the reins of kings, opener of the womb of all women, great is thy light. Shining light of heaven, light of the world, and lightener of all the places where men dwell, who gatherest together the hosts of the nations. Goddess of men, divinity of women, thy counsel passeth understanding. Where thou glancest, the dead come to life, and the sick rise and walk. The mind of the diseased is healed when it looks upon thy face. How long, O Lady, shall mine enemy triumph over me? Command, and at thy command the angry god will turn back. Ishtar is great, Ishtar is queen. My lady is exalted, my lady is queen. Inini, the mighty daughter of Sin. There is none like unto her. With these gods as dramatis personae, the Babylonians constructed myths which have in large measure come down to us through the Jews as part of our own religious lore. There was, first of all, the myth of the creation. In the beginning was chaos. In the time when nothing which was called heaven existed above, and when nothing below had yet received the name of earth, Apsu, the ocean, who first was their father, and Tiamat, chaos, who gave birth to them all, mingled their waters in one. Things slowly began to grow and take form, but suddenly the monster goddess Tiamat set out to destroy all the other gods, and to make herself, chaos, supreme. A mighty revolution ensued in which all order was destroyed. Then another god, Marduk, slew Tiamat with her own medicine by casting a hurricane of wind into her mouth as she opened it to swallow him. Then he thrust his lance into Tiamat's wind-swollen paunch, and the goddess of chaos blew up. Marduk, recovering his calm, says the legend, split the dead Tiamat into 2 longitudinal halves, as one does a fish for drying. Then he hung up one of the halves on high, which became the heavens. The other half he spread out under his feet to form the earth. This is as much as we yet know about creation. Perhaps the ancient poet meant to suggest that the only creation of which we can know anything is the replacement of chaos with order, for in the end this is the essence of art and civilization. We should remember, however, that the defeat of chaos is only a myth. The Babylonian story of creation consists of 7 tablets, one for each day of creation, found in the ruins of Ashurbanipal's library at Kuyunjik, Nineveh, in 1854. They are a copy of a legend that came down to Babylonia and Assyria from Sumeria. Having moved heaven and earth into place, Marduk undertook to knead earth with his blood and thereby make men for the service of the gods. Mesopotamian legends differed on the precise way in which this was done. They agreed in general that man was fashioned by the deity from a lump of clay. Usually, they represented him as living at first not in a paradise, but in bestial simplicity and ignorance, until a strange monster called Oannes, half fish and half philosopher, taught him the arts and sciences, the rules for founding cities and the principles of law, after which Oannes plunged into the sea and wrote a book on the history of civilization. Presently, however, the gods became dissatisfied with the men whom they had created, and sent a great flood to destroy them and all their works. The god of wisdom, Ea, took pity on mankind and resolved to save one man at least, Shamash-Napishtim, and his wife. The flood raged. Men encumbered the sea like fishes spawn. Then suddenly the gods wept and gnashed their teeth at their own folly, asking themselves, "Who will make the accustomed offerings now?" But Shamash-Napishtim had built an ark, had survived the flood, had perched on the mount of Nisir, and had sent out a reconnoitering dove. Now he decided to sacrifice to the gods, who accepted his gifts with surprise and gratitude. The gods snuffed up the odor, the gods snuffed up the excellent odor, the gods gathered like flies above the offering. Lovelier than this vague memory of some catastrophic inundation is the vegetation myth of Ishtar and Tammuz. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 1, by Will Durant, continued, Cassette 7, Side 2. Lovelier than this vague memory of some catastrophic inundation is the vegetation myth of Ishtar and Tammuz. In the Sumerian form of the tale, Tammuz is Ishtar's young brother. In the Babylonian form, he is sometimes her lover, sometimes her son. Both forms seem to have entered into the myths of Venus and Adonis, Demeter and Persephone, and 100 scattered legends of death and resurrection. Tammuz, son of the great god Ea, is a shepherd pasturing his flock under the great tree Erida, which covers the whole earth with its shade, when Ishtar, always insatiable, falls in love with him and chooses him to be the spouse of her youth. But Tammuz, like Adonis, is gored to death by a wild boar, and descends, like all the dead, into that dark subterranean Hades, which the Babylonians called Aralu, and over which they set as ruler Ishtar's jealous sister, Ereshkigal. Ishtar, mourning inconsolably, resolves to go down to Aralu and restore Tammuz to life by bathing his wounds in the waters of a healing spring. Soon she appears at the gates of Hades in all her imperious beauty and demands entrance. The tablets tell the story vigorously. When Ereshkigal heard this, as when one hews down a tamarisk, she trembled. As when one cuts a reed, she shook. What has moved her heart? What has stirred her liver? Ho there, does this one wish to dwell with me? To eat clay as food? To drink dust as wine? I weep for the men who have left their wives. I weep for the wives torn from the embrace of their husbands, for the little ones cut off before their time. Go, gatekeeper, open thy gate for her. Deal with her according to the ancient decree. The ancient decree is that none but the nude shall enter Aralu. Therefore, at each of the successive gates through which Ishtar must pass, the keeper divests her of some garment or ornament, first her crown, then her earrings, then her necklace, then the ornaments from her bosom, then her many-jeweled girdle, then the spangles from her hands and feet, and lastly her loincloth, and Ishtar, protesting gracefully, yields. Now when Ishtar had gone down into the land of no return, Ereshkigal saw her and was angered at her presence. Ishtar without reflection threw herself at her. Ereshkigal opened her mouth and spoke to Namtar, her messenger. Go, Namtar, imprison her in my palace. Send against her 60 diseases, eye disease against her eyes, disease of the side against her side, foot disease against her foot, heart disease against her heart, head disease against her head, against her whole being. While Ishtar is detained in Hades by these sisterly attentions, the earth, missing the inspiration of her presence, forgets incredibly all the arts and ways of love. Plant no longer fertilizes plant, vegetation languishes, animals experience no heat, men cease to yearn. After the lady Ishtar had gone down into the land of no return, the bull did not mount the cow, the ass approached not the she-ass. To the maid in the street no man drew near, the man slept in his apartment, the maid slept by herself. Population begins to diminish, and the gods note with alarm a sharp decline in the number of offerings from the earth. In panic they command Ereshkigal to release Ishtar. It is done, but Ishtar refuses to return to the surface of the earth unless she is allowed to take Tammuz with her. She wins her point, passes triumphantly through the 7 gates, receives her loincloth, her spangles, her girdle, her pectorals, her necklace, her earrings, and her crown. As she appears, plants grow and bloom again, the land swells with food, and every animal resumes the business of reproducing his kind. Love, stronger than death, is restored to its rightful place as master of gods and men. To the modern scholar it is only an admirable legend, symbolizing delightfully the yearly death and rebirth of the soil, and that omnipotence of Venus which Lucretius was to celebrate in his own strong verse. To the Babylonians it was sacred history, faithfully believed and annually commemorated in a day of mourning and wailing for the dead Tammuz, followed by riotous rejoicing over his resurrection. Nevertheless, the Babylonian derived no satisfaction from the idea of personal immortality. His religion was terrestrially practical. When he prayed, he asked not for celestial rewards, but for earthly goods. He could not trust his gods beyond the grave. It is true that one text speaks of Marduk as he who gives back life to the dead, and the story of the flood represents its 2 survivors as living forever. But for the most part the Babylonian conception of another life was like that of the Greeks. Dead men, saints and villains, geniuses and idiots alike, went to a dark and shadowy realm within the bowels of the earth, and none of them saw the light again. There was a heaven, but only for the gods. The Aralu to which all men descended was a place frequently of punishment, never of joy. There the dead lay bound hand and foot forever, shivering with cold, and subject to hunger and thirst unless their children placed food periodically in their graves. Those who had been especially wicked on earth were subjected to horrible tortures. Leprosy consumed them, or some other of the diseases which Nergal and Alat, male and female lords of Aralu, had arranged for their rectification. Most bodies were buried in vaults. A few were cremated, and their remains were preserved in urns. The dead body was not embalmed, but professional mourners washed and perfumed it, clad it presentably, painted its cheeks, darkened its eyelids, put rings upon its fingers, and provided it with a change of linen. If the corpse was that of a woman, it was equipped with scent bottles, combs, cosmetic pencils, and eye paint to preserve its fragrance and complexion in the netherworld. If not properly buried, the dead would torment the living. If not buried at all, the soul would prowl about sewers and gutters for food, and might afflict an entire city with pestilence. It was a medley of ideas not as consistent as Euclid, but sufficing to prod the simple Babylonian to keep his gods and priests well fed. The usual offering was food and drink, for these had the advantage that if they were not entirely consumed by the gods, the surplus need not go to waste. A frequent sacrifice on Babylonian altars was the lamb, and an old Babylonian incantation strangely anticipates the symbolism of Judaism and Christianity. The lamb as a substitute for a man, the lamb he gives for his life. Sacrifice was a complex ritual requiring the expert services of a priest. Every act and word of the ceremony was settled by sacred tradition, and any amateur deviation from these forms might mean that the gods would eat without listening. In general, to the Babylonian, religion meant correct ritual rather than the good life. To do one's duty to the gods, one had to offer a proper sacrifice to the temples and recite the appropriate prayers. For the rest, he might cut out the eyes of his fallen enemy, cut off the hands and feet of captives, and roast their remainders alive in a furnace without much offense to heaven. To participate in, or reverently to attend, long and solemn processions like those in which the priests carried from sanctuary to sanctuary the image of Marduk, and performed the sacred drama of his death and resurrection, to anoint the idols with sweet-scented oils, to burn incense before them, clothe them with rich vestments, or adorn them with jewelry, to offer up the virginity of their daughters in the great festival of Ishtar, to put food and drink before the gods, and to be generous to the priests, these were the essential works of the devout Babylonian soul. Perhaps we misjudge him, as doubtless the future will misjudge us from the fragments that accident will rescue from our decay. Some of the finest literary relics of the Babylonians are prayers that breathe a profound and sincere piety. Hear the proud Nebuchadrezzar humbly addressing Marduk. Without thee, Lord, what could there be for the king thou lovest and dost call his name? Thou shalt bless his title as thou wilt, and unto him vouchsafe a path direct. I, the prince, obeying thee, am what thy hands have made. 'Tis thou who art my creator, entrusting me with the rule of hosts of men. According to thy mercy, Lord, turn into loving kindness thy dread power, and make to spring up in my heart a reverence for thy divinity. Give as thou thinkest best. The surviving literature abounds in hymns full of that passionate self-abasement with which the Semite tries to control and conceal his pride. Many of them take the character of penitential psalms and prepare us for the magnificent feeling and imagery of David. Who knows but they served as models for that many-headed muse? I, thy servant, full of sighs, cry unto thee. Thou acceptest the fervent prayer of him who is burdened with sin. Thou lookest upon a man, and that man lives. Look with true favor upon me, and accept my supplication. And then, as if uncertain of the sex of the god, How long, my God, how long, my goddess, until thy face be turned to me? How long, known and unknown God, until the anger of thy heart shall be appeased? How long, known and unknown goddess, until thy unfriendly heart be appeased? Mankind is perverted and has no judgment. Of all men who are alive, who knows anything? They do not know whether they do good or evil. O Lord, do not cast aside thy servant. He is cast into the mire. Take his hand. The sin which I have sinned, turn to mercy. The iniquity which I have committed, let the wind carry away. My many transgressions tear off like a garment. My God, my sins are 7 times 7. Forgive my sins. My goddess, my sins are 7 times 7. Forgive my sins. Forgive my sins, and I will humble myself before thee. May thy heart, as the heart of a mother who hath borne children, be glad. As a mother who hath borne children, as a father who hath begotten, may it be glad. Such psalms and hymns were sung sometimes by the priests, sometimes by the congregation, sometimes by both in strophe and antistrophe. Perhaps the strangest circumstance about them is that, like all the religious literature of Babylon, they were written in the ancient Sumerian language, which served the Babylonian and Assyrian churches precisely as Latin serves the Roman Catholic Church today. And just as a Catholic hymnal may juxtapose the Latin text to a vernacular translation, so some of the hymns that have come down to us from Mesopotamia have a Babylonian or Assyrian translation written between the lines of the classic Sumerian original, in the fashion of a contemporary schoolboy's interlinear. And as the form of these hymns and rituals led to the psalms of the Jews and the liturgy of the Roman Church, so their content presaged the pessimistic and sin-struck plaints of the Jews, the early Christians, and the modern Puritans. The sense of sin, though it did not interfere victoriously in Babylonian life, filled the Babylonian chants and rang a note that survives in all Semitic liturgies and their anti-Semitic derivatives. "Lord," cries one hymn, "my sins are many, great are my misdeeds. I sink under affliction, I can no longer raise my head. I turn to my merciful God to call upon him, and I groan. Lord, reject not thy servant." These groanings were rendered more sincere by the Babylonian conception of sin. Sin was no mere theoretical state of the soul. Like sickness, it was the possession of the body by a demon that might destroy it. Prayer was in the nature of an incantation against a demon that had come down upon the individual out of the ocean of magic forces in which the ancient Orient lived and moved. Everywhere in the Babylonian view these hostile demons lurked. They hid in strange crannies, slipped through doors or even through bolts and sockets, and pounced upon their victims in the form of illness or madness whenever some sin had withdrawn for a moment the beneficent guardianship of the gods. Giants, dwarfs, cripples, above all women, had sometimes the power, even with a glance of the evil eye, to infuse such a destructive spirit into the bodies of those toward whom they were ill-disposed. Partial protection against these demons was provided by the use of magic amulets, talismans, and kindred charms. Images of the gods, carried on the body, would usually suffice to frighten the devils away. Little stones, strung on a thread or a chain and hung about the neck, were especially effective, but care had to be taken that the stones were such as tradition associated with good luck, and the thread had to be of black, white, or red according to the purpose in view. Thread spun from virgin kids was particularly powerful, but in addition to such means it was wise also to exorcise the demon by fervent incantation and magic ritual, for example by sprinkling the body with water taken from the sacred streams, the Tigris or the Euphrates. Or an image of the demon could be made, placed on a boat, and sent over the water with a proper formula. If the boat could be made to capsize, so much the better. The demon might be persuaded by the appropriate incantation to leave its human victim and enter an animal, a bird, a pig, most frequently a lamb. Magic formulas for the elimination of demons, the avoidance of evil, and the provision of the future constitute the largest category in the Babylonian writings found in the library of Ashurbanipal. Some of the tablets are manuals of astrology, others are lists of omens, celestial and terrestrial, with expert advice for reading them. Others are treatises on the interpretation of dreams, rivaling in their ingenious incredibility the most advanced products of modern psychology. Still others offer instruction in divining the future by examining the entrails of animals, or by observing the form and position of a drop of oil let fall into a jar of water. Hepatoscopy, observation of the liver of animals, was a favorite method of divination among the Babylonian priests, and passed from them into the classical world, for the liver was believed to be the seat of the mind in both animals and men. No king would undertake a campaign or advance to a battle, no Babylonian would risk a crucial decision or begin an enterprise of great moment, without employing a priest or a soothsayer to read the omens for him in one or another of these recondite ways. Never was a civilization richer in superstitions. Every turn of chance, from the anomalies of birth to the varieties of death, received a popular, sometimes an official and sacerdotal interpretation in magical or supernatural terms. Every movement of the rivers, every aspect of the stars, every dream, every unusual performance of man or beast revealed the future to the properly instructed Babylonian. The fate of a king could be forecast by observing the movements of a dog, just as we foretell the length of the winter by spying upon a groundhog. The superstitions of Babylonia seem ridiculous to us because they differ superficially from our own. There is hardly an absurdity of the past that cannot be found flourishing somewhere in the present. Underneath all civilization, ancient or modern, moved and still moves a sea of magic, superstition, and sorcery. Perhaps they will remain when the works of our reason have passed away. 5. The morals of Babylon. Religion divorced from morals, sacred prostitution, free love, marriage, adultery, divorce, the position of woman, the relaxation of morals. This religion, with all its failings, probably helped to prod the common Babylonian into some measure of decency and civic docility, else we should be hard put to explain the generosity of the kings to the priests. Apparently, however, it had no influence upon the morals of the upper classes in the later centuries, for, in the eyes and words of her prejudiced enemies, the whore of Babylon was a sink of iniquity, and a scandalous example of luxurious laxity to all the ancient world. Even Alexander, who was not above dying of drinking, was shocked by the morals of Babylon. The most striking feature of Babylonian life, to an alien observer, was the custom known to us chiefly from a famous page in Herodotus. Every native woman is obliged once in her life to sit in the temple of Venus and have intercourse with some stranger, and many disdaining to mix with the rest, being proud on account of their wealth, come in covered carriages and take up their station at the temple with a numerous train of servants attending them. But the far greater part do thus. Many sit down in the temple of Venus, wearing a crown of cord round their heads. Some are continually coming in, and others are going out. Passages marked out in a straight line lead in every direction through the women, along which strangers pass and make their choice. When a woman has once seated herself, she must not return home till some stranger has thrown a piece of silver into her lap, and lain with her outside the temple. He who throws the silver must say thus, "I beseech the goddess Melita to favor thee," for the Assyrians called Venus Melita. Assyrians meant for the Greeks both Assyrians and Babylonians. Melita was one of the forms of Ishtar. The silver may be ever so small, for she will not reject it, inasmuch as it is not lawful for her to do so, for such silver is accounted sacred. The woman follows the first man that throws, and refuses no one. But when she has had intercourse and has absolved herself from her obligation to the goddess, she returns home, and after that time, however great a sum you may give her, you will not gain possession of her. Those that are endowed with beauty and symmetry of shape are soon set free, but the deformed are detained a long time, from inability to satisfy the law, for some wait for a space of 3 or 4 years. What was the origin of this strange rite? Was it a relic of ancient sexual communism, a concession by the future bridegroom of the jus primae noctis, or right of the first night, to the community as represented by any casual and anonymous citizen? Was it due to the bridegroom's fear of harm from the violation of the taboo against shedding blood? Was it a physical preparation for marriage, such as is still practiced among some Australian tribes? Or was it simply a sacrifice to the goddess, an offering of first fruits? We do not know. Such women, of course, were not prostitutes, but various classes of prostitutes lived within the temple precincts, plied their trade there, and amassed, some of them, great fortunes. Such temple prostitutes were common in Western Asia. We find them in Israel, Phrygia, Phoenicia, Syria, etc. In Lydia and Cyprus, the girls earned their marriage dowries in this way. Sacred prostitution continued in Babylonia until abolished by Constantine, circa 325 A.D. Alongside it, in the wine shops kept by women, secular prostitution flourished. In general, the Babylonians were allowed considerable premarital experience. It was considered permissible for men and women to form unlicensed unions, trial marriages terminable at the will of either party. But the woman in such cases was obliged to wear an olive, in stone or terracotta, as a sign that she was a concubine. Some of the tablets indicate that the Babylonians wrote poems and sang songs of love, but all that remains of these is an occasional first line, like, "My love is a light," or "My heart is full of merriment and song." One letter, dating from 2100 B.C., is in the tone of Napoleon's early messages to Josephine. To Bibia, may Shamash and Marduk give thee health forever. I have sent to ask after thy health. Let me know how thou art. I have arrived in Babylon and see thee not. I am very sad. Legal marriage was arranged by the parents and was sanctioned by an exchange of gifts obviously descended from marriage by purchase. The suitor presented to the father of the bride a substantial present, but the father was expected to give her a dowry greater in value than the gift, so that it was difficult to say who was purchased, the woman or the man. Sometimes, however, the arrangement was unabashed purchase. Shamash Nazir, for example, received 10 shekels, or $50, as the price of his daughter. If we are to believe the father of history, Those who had marriageable daughters used to bring them once a year to a place where a great number of men gathered round them. A public crier made them stand up and sold them all one after another. He began with the most beautiful, and having got a large sum for her, he put up the second fairest. But he only sold them on condition that the buyers married them. This very wise custom no longer exists. Despite these strange practices, Babylonian marriage seems to have been as monogamous and faithful as marriage in Christendom is today. Premarital freedom was followed by the rigid enforcement of marital fidelity. The adulterous wife and her paramour, according to the code, were drowned, unless the husband, in his mercy, preferred to let his wife off by turning her almost naked into the streets. Hammurabi out-Caesared Caesar. If the finger have been pointed at the wife of a man because of another man, and she have not been taken in lying with another man, for her husband's sake she shall throw herself into the river. Perhaps the law was intended as a discouragement to gossip. The man could divorce his wife simply by restoring her dowry to her and saying, "Thou art not my wife." But if she said to him, "Thou art not my husband," she was to be drowned. Childlessness, adultery, incompatibility, or careless management of the household might satisfy the law as ground for granting the man a divorce. Indeed, if she have not been a careful mistress, have gadded about, have neglected her house, and have belittled her children, they shall throw that woman into the water. As against this incredible severity of the code, we find that in practice the woman, though she might not divorce her husband, was free to leave him if she could show cruelty on his part and fidelity on her own. In such cases she could return to her parents and take her marriage portion with her, along with what other property she might have acquired. The women of England did not enjoy these rights till the end of the 19th century. If a woman's husband was kept from her through business or war for any length of time, and had left no means for her maintenance, she might cohabit with another man without legal prejudice to her reunion with her husband on the latter's return. In general, the position of woman in Babylonia was lower than in Egypt or Rome, and yet not worse than in classic Greece or medieval Europe. To carry out her many functions, begetting and rearing children, fetching water from the river or the public well, grinding corn, cooking, spinning, weaving, cleaning, she had to be free to go about in public very much like the man. She could own property, enjoy its income, sell and buy, inherit and bequeath. Some women kept shops and carried on commerce. Some even became scribes, indicating that girls as well as boys might receive an education. But the Semitic practice of giving almost limitless power to the oldest male of the family won out against any matriarchal tendencies that may have existed in prehistoric Mesopotamia. Among the upper classes, by a custom that led to the purdah of Islam and India, the women were confined to certain quarters of the house, and when they went out they were chaperoned by eunuchs and pages. Among the lower classes they were maternity machines, and if they had no dowry they were little more than slaves. The worship of Ishtar suggests a certain reverence for woman and motherhood, like the worship of Mary in the Middle Ages, but we get no glimpse of chivalry in Herodotus's report that the Babylonians, when besieged, had strangled their wives to prevent the consumption of their provisions. With some excuse, then, the Egyptians looked down upon the Babylonians as not quite civilized. We miss here the refinement of character and feeling indicated by Egyptian literature and art. When refinement came to Babylon, it was in the guise of an effeminate degeneracy. Young men dyed and curled their hair, perfumed their flesh, rouged their cheeks, and adorned themselves with necklaces, bangles, earrings, and pendants. After the Persian conquest, the death of self-respect brought an end of self-restraint. The manners of the courtesan crept into every class. Women of good family came to consider it mere courtesy to reveal their charms indiscriminately for the greatest happiness of the greatest number. And every man of the people in his poverty, if we may credit Herodotus, prostituted his daughters for money. "There is nothing more extraordinary than the manners of this city," wrote Quintus Curtius, 42 A.D., "and nowhere are things better arranged with a view to voluptuous pleasures." Morals grew lax when the temples grew rich, and the citizens of Babylon, wedded to delight, bore with equanimity the subjection of their city by the Kassites, the Assyrians, the Persians, and the Greeks. 6. Letters and literature. Cuneiform, its decipherment, language, literature, the Epic of Gilgamesh. Did this life of venery, piety, and trade receive any ennobling enshrinement in literary or artistic form? It is possible. We cannot judge a civilization from such fragments as the ocean of time has thrown up from the wreckage of Babylon. These fragments are chiefly liturgical, magical, and commercial. Whether through accident or through cultural poverty, Babylonia, like Assyria and Persia, has left us a very middling heritage of literature as compared with Egypt and Palestine. Its gifts were in commerce and law. Nevertheless, scribes were as numerous in cosmopolitan Babylon as in Memphis or Thebes. The art of writing was still young enough to give its master a high rank in society. It was the open sesame to governmental and sacerdotal office. Its possessor never failed to mention the distinction in narrating his deeds, and usually he engraved a notice of it on his cylinder seal, precisely as Christian scholars and gentlemen once listed their academic degrees on their cards. The Babylonians wrote in cuneiform upon tablets of damp clay, with a stylus or pencil cut at the end into a triangular prism or wedge. When the tablets were filled, they dried and baked them into strange but durable manuscripts of brick. If the thing written was a letter, it was dusted with powder and then wrapped in a clay envelope stamped with the sender's cylindrical seal. Tablets in jars, classified and arranged on shelves, filled numerous libraries in the temples and palaces of Babylonia. These Babylonian libraries are lost, but one of the greatest of them, that of Borsippa, was copied and preserved in the library of Ashurbanipal, whose 30,000 tablets are the main source of our knowledge of Babylonian life. The decipherment of Babylonian baffled students for centuries. Their final success is an honorable chapter in the history of scholarship. In 1802, Georg Grotefend, professor of Greek at the University of Göttingen, told the Göttingen Academy how for years he had puzzled over certain cuneiform inscriptions from ancient Persia, how at last he had identified 8 of the 42 characters used, and had made out the names of 3 kings in the inscriptions. There, for the most part, the matter rested until 1835, when Henry Rawlinson, a British diplomatic officer stationed in Persia, quite unaware of Grotefend's work, likewise worked out the names of Hystaspes, Darius, and Xerxes in an inscription couched in Old Persian, a cuneiform derivative of Babylonian script, and through these names he finally deciphered the entire document. This, however, was not Babylonian. Rawlinson had still to find, like Champollion, a Rosetta Stone, in this case some inscription bearing the same text in Old Persian and Babylonian. He found it 300 feet high on an almost inaccessible rock at Behistun, in the mountains of Media, where Darius I had caused his carvers to engrave a record of his wars and victories in 3 languages, Old Persian, Assyrian, and Babylonian. Day after day Rawlinson risked himself on these rocks, often suspending himself by a rope, copying every character carefully, even making plastic impressions of all the engraved surfaces. After 12 years of work, he succeeded in translating both the Babylonian and the Assyrian texts in 1847. To test these and similar findings, the Royal Asiatic Society sent an unpublished cuneiform document to 4 Assyriologists and asked them, working without contact or communication with one another, to make independent translations. The 4 reports were found to be in almost complete agreement. Through these unheralded campaigns of scholarship, the perspective of history was enriched with a new civilization. The Babylonian language was a Semitic development of the old tongues of Sumeria and Akkad. It was written in characters originally Sumerian, but the vocabulary diverged in time, like French from Latin, into a language so different from Sumerian that the Babylonians had to compose dictionaries and grammars to transmit the old classic and sacerdotal tongue of Sumeria to young scholars and priests. Almost a fourth of the tablets found in the Royal Library at Nineveh is devoted to dictionaries and grammars of the Sumerian, Babylonian, and Assyrian languages. According to tradition, such dictionaries had been made as far back as Sargon of Akkad, so old is scholarship. In Babylonian, as in Sumerian, the characters represented not letters but syllables. Babylon never achieved an alphabet of its own, but remained content with a syllabary of some 300 signs. The memorizing of these syllabic symbols formed, with mathematics and religious instruction, the curriculum of the temple schools, in which the priests imparted to the young as much as it was expedient for them to know. One excavation unearthed an ancient classroom in which the clay tablets of boys and girls who had copied virtuous maxims upon them some 2,000 years before Christ still lay on the floor, as if some almost welcome disaster had suddenly interrupted the lesson. The Babylonians, like the Phoenicians, looked upon letters as a device for facilitating business. They did not spend much of their clay upon literature. We find animal fables in verse, one generation of an endless dynasty, hymns in strict meter, sharply divided lines and elaborate stanzas, very little surviving secular verse, religious rituals presaging but never becoming drama, and tons of historiography. Official chroniclers recorded the piety and conquests of the kings, the vicissitudes of each temple, and the important events in the career of each city. Berosus, the most famous of Babylonian historians, circa 280 B.C., narrated with confidence full details concerning the creation of the world and the early history of man. The first king of Babylonia had been chosen by a god and had reigned 36,000 years. From the beginning of the world to the great flood, said Berosus, with praiseworthy exactitude and comparative moderation, there had elapsed 691,200 years. 12 broken tablets found in Ashurbanipal's library, and now in the British Museum, form the most fascinating relic of Mesopotamian literature. The Epic of Gilgamesh. Like the Iliad, it is an accretion of loosely connected stories, some of which go back to Sumeria 3000 B.C. Part of it is the Babylonian account of the flood. Gilgamesh was a legendary ruler of Uruk or Erech, a descendant of the Shamash-Napishtim, who had survived the deluge and had never died. Gilgamesh enters upon the scene as a sort of Adonis Samson, tall, massive, heroically powerful, and troublesomely handsome. 2/3 of him is God, 1/3 of him is man. There's none can match the form of his body. All things he saw, even to the ends of the earth. He underwent all, learned to know all. He peered through all secrets, through wisdom's mantle that veileth all. What was hidden he saw, what was covered he undid. Of times before the storm flood he brought report. He went on a long, far way, giving himself toil and distress, wrote then on a stone tablet the whole of his labor. Fathers complain to Ishtar that he leads their sons out to exhausting toil, building the walls through the day, through the night, and husbands complain that he leaves not a wife to her master, not a single virgin to her mother. Ishtar begs Gilgamesh's godmother, Aruru, to create another son equal to Gilgamesh and able to keep him busy in conflict, so that the husbands of Uruk may have peace. Aruru kneads a bit of clay, spits upon it, and molds from it the satyr Enkidu, a man with the strength of a boar, the mane of a lion, and the speed of a bird. Enkidu does not care for the society of men, but turns and lives with the animals. He browses with the gazelles, he sports with the creatures of the water, he quenches his thirst with the beasts of the field. A hunter tries to capture him with nets and traps, but fails, and going to Gilgamesh, the hunter begs for the loan of a priestess who may snare Enkidu with love. "Go, my hunter," says Gilgamesh, "take a priestess. When the beasts come to the watering place, let her display her beauty. He will see her, and his beasts that troop around him will be scattered." The hunter and the priestess go forth and find Enkidu. "There he is, woman. Loosen thy buckle, unveil thy delight, that he may take his fill of thee. Hang not back, take up his lust. When he sees thee, he will draw near. Open thy robe, that he rest upon thee. Arouse in him rapture, the work of woman. Then will he become a stranger to his wild beasts, who on his own steps grew up with him. His bosom will press against thee." Then the priestess loosened her buckle, unveiled her delight, for him to take his fill of her. She hung not back, she took up his lust, she opened her robe that he rest upon her. She aroused in him rapture, the work of woman. His bosom pressed against her. Enkidu forgot where he was born. For 6 days but 7 nights Enkidu remains with the sacred woman. When he tires of pleasure, he awakes to find his friends the animals gone, whereupon he swoons with sorrow. But the priestess chides him. "Thou who art superb as a god, why dost thou live among the beasts of the field? Come, I will conduct thee to Uruk, where is Gilgamesh, whose might is supreme." Ensnared by the vanity of praise and the conceit of his strength, Enkidu follows the priestess to Uruk, saying, "Lead me to the place where is Gilgamesh. I will fight with him and manifest to him my power." Whereat the gods and husbands are well pleased. But Gilgamesh overcomes him, first with strength, then with kindness. They become devoted friends. They march forth together to protect Uruk from Elam. They return glorious with exploits and victory. Gilgamesh put aside his war harness. He put on his white garments. He adorned himself with the royal insignia and bound on the diadem. Whereupon Ishtar, the insatiate, falls in love with him, raises her great eyes to him and says, "Come, Gilgamesh, be my husband thou. Thy love give it to me as a gift. Thou shalt be my spouse, and I shall be thy wife. I shall place thee in a chariot of lapis and gold, with golden wheels and mountings of onyx. Thou shalt be drawn in it by great lions, and thou shalt enter our house with the odorous incense of cedar wood. All the country by the sea shall embrace thy feet. Kings shall bow down before thee. The gifts of the mountains and the plains they will bring before thee as tribute. Gilgamesh rejects her and reminds her of the hard fate she has inflicted upon her varied lovers, including Tammuz, a hawk, a stallion, a gardener, and a lion. Thou lovest me now, he tells her. Afterwards thou wilt strike me as thou didst these. The angry Ishtar asks of the great god Anu that he create a wild Urus to kill Gilgamesh. Anu refuses and rebukes her. Canst thou not remain quiet now that Gilgamesh has enumerated to thee thy unfaithfulness and ignominies? She threatens that unless he grants her request, she will suspend throughout the universe all the impulses of desire and love, and so destroy every living thing. Anu yields and creates the ferocious Urus, but Gilgamesh, helped by Enkidu, overcomes the beast, and when Ishtar curses the hero, Enkidu throws a limb of the Urus into her face. Gilgamesh rejoices and is proud, but Ishtar strikes him down in the midst of his glory by afflicting Enkidu with a mortal illness. Mourning over the corpse of his friend, whom he has loved more than any woman, Gilgamesh wonders over the mystery of death. Is there no escape from that dull fatality? One man eluded it, Shamash-Napishtim. He would know the secret of deathlessness. Gilgamesh resolves to seek Shamash-Napishtim, even if he must cross the world to find him. The way leads through a mountain guarded by a pair of giants whose heads touch the sky and whose breasts reach down to Hades. But they let him pass, and he picks his way for 12 miles through a dark tunnel. He emerges upon the shore of a great ocean and sees far over the waters the throne of Sabitu, virgin goddess of the seas. He calls out to her to help him across the water. If it cannot be done, I will lay me down on the land and die. Sabitu takes pity upon him and allows him to cross through 40 days of tempest to the happy island, where lives Shamash-Napishtim, possessor of immortal life. Gilgamesh begs of him the secret of deathlessness. Shamash-Napishtim answers by telling at length the story of the flood, and how the gods, relenting of their mad destructiveness, had made him and his wife immortal because they had preserved the human species. He offers Gilgamesh a plant whose fruit will confer renewed youth upon him who eats it, and Gilgamesh, happy, starts back on his long journey home. But on the way he stops to bathe, and while he bathes, a serpent crawls by and steals the plant. The snake was worshipped by many early peoples as a symbol of immortality because of its apparent power to escape death by molting its skin. Desolate, Gilgamesh reaches Uruk. He prays in temple after temple that Enkidu may be allowed to return to life, if only to speak to him for a moment. Enkidu appears, and Gilgamesh inquires of him the state of the dead. Enkidu answers, I cannot tell it thee. If I were to open the earth before thee, if I were to tell thee that which I have seen, terror would overthrow thee. Thou wouldst faint away. Gilgamesh, symbol of that brave stupidity, philosophy, persists in his quest for truth. Terror will overthrow me, I shall faint away, but tell it to me. Enkidu describes the miseries of Hades, and on this gloomy note the fragmentary epic ends. 7. Artists. The lesser arts: music, painting, sculpture, bas-relief, architecture. The story of Gilgamesh is almost the only example by which we may judge the literary art of Babylon. That a keen aesthetic sense, if not a profound creative spirit, survived to some degree the Babylonian absorption in commercial life, Epicurean recreation, and compensatory piety, may be seen in the chance relics of the minor arts: patiently glazed tiles, glittering stones, finely wrought bronze, iron, silver, and gold, delicate embroideries, soft rugs and richly dyed robes, luxurious tapestries, pedestaled tables, beds, and chairs. These lent grace, if not dignity or final worth, to Babylonian civilization. Jewelry abounded in quantity, but missed the subtle artistry of Egypt. It went in for a display of yellow metal, and thought it artistic to make entire statues of gold. There were many musical instruments: flutes, psalteries, harps, bagpipes, lyres, drums, horns, reed pipes, trumpets, cymbals, and tambourines. Orchestras played and singers sang, individually and chorally, in temples and palaces, and at the feasts of the well-to-do. Painting was purely subsidiary. It decorated walls and statuary, but made no attempt to become an independent art. We do not find among Babylonian ruins the distemper paintings that glorified the Egyptian tombs, or such frescoes as adorned the palaces of Crete. Babylonian sculpture remained similarly undeveloped and was apparently stiffened into an early death by conventions derived from Sumeria and enforced by the priests. All the faces portrayed are one face, all the kings have the same thick and muscular frame, all the captives are cast in one mold. Very little Babylonian statuary survives, and that without excuse. The bas-reliefs are better, but they too are stereotyped and crude. A great gulf separates them from the mobile vigor of the reliefs that the Egyptians had carved 1,000 years before. They reach sublimity only when they depict animals possessed of the silent dignity of nature or enraged by the cruelty of men. Babylonian architecture is safe from judgment now, for hardly any of its remains rise to more than a few feet above the sands, and there are no carved or painted representations among the relics to show us clearly the form and structure of palaces and temples. Houses were built of dried mud or among the rich of brick. They seldom knew windows, and their doors opened not upon the narrow street, but upon an interior court shaded from the sun. Tradition describes the better dwellings as rising to 3 or 4 stories in height. The temple was raised upon foundations level with the roofs of the houses whose life it was to dominate. Usually it was an enormous square of tilted masonry built like the houses around a court. In this court most of the religious ceremonies were performed. Near the temple in most cases rose a ziggurat, literally a high place, a tower of superimposed and diminishing cubical stories surrounded by external stairs. Its uses were partly religious, as a lofty shrine for the god, partly astronomic, as an observatory from which the priests could watch the all-revealing stars. The great ziggurat at Borsippa was called the Stages of the 7 Spheres. Each story was dedicated to one of the 7 planets known to Babylonia, and bore a symbolic color. The lowest was black, as the color of Saturn. The next above it was white, as the color of Venus. The next was purple for Jupiter, the 4th blue for Mercury, the 5th scarlet for Mars, the 6th silver for the Moon, the 7th gold for the Sun. These spheres and stars, beginning at the top, designated the days of the week. There was not much art in this architecture so far as we can vision it now. It was a mass of straight lines seeking the glory of size. This book is continued on Cassette 8, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued. Cassette 8, Side 1. There was not much art in this architecture, so far as we can vision it now. It was a mass of straight lines seeking the glory of size. Here and there among the ruins are vaults and arches, forms derived from Sumeria, negligently used and unconscious of their destiny. Decoration, interior and exterior, was almost confined to enameling some of the brick surfaces with bright glazes of yellow, blue, white, and red, with occasional tiled figures of animals or plants. The use of vitrified glaze, not merely to beautify but to protect the masonry from sun and rain, was at least as old as Naram Sin, and was to continue in Mesopotamia down to Moslem days. In this way, ceramics, though seldom producing rememberable pottery, became the most characteristic art of the ancient Near East. Despite such aid, Babylonian architecture remained a heavy and prosaic thing, condemned to mediocrity by the material it used. The temples rose rapidly out of the earth, which slave labor turned so readily into brick and cementing pitch. They did not require centuries for their erection, like the monumental structures of Egypt or medieval Europe, but they decayed almost as quickly as they rose. 50 years of neglect reduced them to the dust from which they had been made. The very cheapness of brick corrupted Babylonian design. With such materials it was easy to achieve size, difficult to compass beauty. Brick does not lend itself to sublimity, and sublimity is the soul of architecture. 8. Babylonian science: mathematics, astronomy, the calendar, geography, medicine. Being merchants, the Babylonians were more likely to achieve successes in science than in art. Commerce created mathematics and united with religion to beget astronomy. In their varied functions as judges, administrators, agricultural and industrial magnates, and soothsayers skilled in examining entrails and stars, the priests of Mesopotamia unconsciously laid the foundations of those sciences which, in the profane hands of the Greeks, were for a time to depose religion from its leadership of the world. Babylonian mathematics rested on a division of the circle into 360 degrees and of the year into 360 days. On this basis, it developed a sexagesimal system of calculation by 60s, which became the parent of later duodecimal systems of reckoning by 12s. The numeration used only 3 figures, a sign for 1, repeated up to 9, a sign for 10, repeated up to 90, and a sign for 100. Computation was made easier by tables, which showed not only multiplication and division, but the halves, quarters, thirds, squares, and cubes of the basic numbers. Geometry advanced to the measurement of complex and irregular areas. The Babylonian figure for pi, the ratio of the circumference to the diameter of a circle, was 3, a very crude approximation for a nation of astronomers. Astronomy was the special science of the Babylonians, for which they were famous throughout the ancient world. Here again magic was the mother of science. The Babylonians studied the stars not so much to chart the courses of caravans and ships as to divine the future fates of men. They were astrologers first and astronomers afterward. Every planet was a god, interested and vital in the affairs of men. Jupiter was Marduk, Mercury was Nabu, Mars was Nergal, the sun was Shamash, the moon was Sin, Saturn was Ninib, Venus was Ishtar. Every movement of every star determined or forecast some terrestrial event. If, for example, the moon was low, a distant nation would submit to the king. If the moon was in crescent, the king would overcome the enemy. Such efforts to wring the future out of the stars became a passion with the Babylonians. Priests skilled in astrology reaped rich rewards from both people and king. Some of them were sincere students, poring zealously over astrologic tomes which, according to their traditions, had been composed in the days of Sargon of Akkad. They complained of the quacks who, without such study, went about reading horoscopes for a fee or predicting the weather a year ahead in the fashion of our modern almanacs. Astronomy developed slowly out of this astrologic observation and charting of the stars. As far back as 2000 B.C., the Babylonians had made accurate records of the heliacal rising and setting of the planet Venus. They had fixed the position of various stars and were slowly mapping the sky. The Kassite conquest interrupted this development for 1,000 years. Then, under Nebuchadrezzar, astronomic progress was resumed. The priest-scientists plotted the orbits of sun and moon, noted their conjunctions and eclipses, calculated the courses of the planets, and made the first clear distinction between a planet and a star. To the Babylonians, a planet was distinguished from the fixed stars by its observable motion or wandering. In modern astronomy, a planet is defined as a heavenly body regularly revolving about the sun. They determined the dates of winter and summer solstices, of vernal and autumnal equinoxes, and, following the lead of the Sumerians, divided the ecliptic, that is, the path of the earth around the sun, into the 12 signs of the zodiac. Having divided the circle into 360 degrees, they divided the degree into 60 minutes, and the minute into 60 seconds. They measured time by a clepsydra, or water clock, and a sundial, and these seem to have been not merely developed, but invented by them. They divided the year into 12 lunar months, 6 having 30 days, 6 29. And as this made but 354 days in all, they added a 13th month occasionally to harmonize the calendar with the seasons. The month was divided into 4 weeks according to the 4 phases of the moon. An attempt was made to establish a more convenient calendar by dividing the month into 6 weeks of 5 days, but the phases of the moon proved more effective than the conveniences of men. The day was reckoned not from midnight to midnight, but from one rising of the moon to the next. It was divided into 12 hours, and each of these hours was divided into 30 minutes, so that the Babylonian minute had the feminine quality of being 4 times as long as its name might suggest. The division of our month into 4 weeks, of our clock into 12 hours instead of 24, and of our hour into 60 minutes, and of our minute into 60 seconds, are unsuspected Babylonian vestiges in our contemporary world. From charting the skies, the Babylonians turned to mapping the earth. The oldest maps of which we have any knowledge were those which the priests prepared of the roads and cities of Nebuchadrezzar's empire. A clay tablet found in the ruins of Gassur, 200 miles north of Babylon, and dated back to 1600 B.C., contains, in a space hardly an inch square, a map of the province of Shattazala. It represents mountains by rounded lines, water by tilting lines, rivers by parallel lines. The names of various towns are inscribed, and the direction of north and south is indicated in the margin. The dependence of Babylonian science upon religion had a more stagnant effect in medicine than in astronomy. It was not so much the obscurantism of the priests that held the science back as the superstition of the people. Already by the time of Hammurabi, the art of healing had separated itself in some measure from the domain and domination of the clergy. A regular profession of physician had been established with fees and penalties fixed by law. A patient who called in a doctor could know in advance just how much he would have to pay for such treatment or operation, and if he belonged to the poorer classes, the fee was lowered accordingly. If the doctor bungled badly, he had to pay damages to the patient. In extreme cases, as we have seen, his fingers were cut off so that he might not readily experiment again. But this almost secularized science found itself helpless before the demand of the people for supernatural diagnosis and magical cures. Sorcerers and necromancers were more popular than physicians, and enforced, by their influence with the populace, irrational methods of treatment. Disease was possession, and was due to sin. Therefore, it had to be treated mainly by incantations, magic, and prayer. When drugs were used, they were aimed not to cleanse the patient, but to terrify and exorcise the demon. The favorite drug was a mixture deliberately compounded of disgusting elements, apparently on the theory that the sick man had a stronger stomach than the demon that possessed him. The usual ingredients were raw meat, snake flesh, and wood shavings mixed with wine and oil, or rotten food, crushed bones, fat, and dirt mingled with animal or human urine or excrement. Occasionally, this drek apotek was replaced by an effort to appease the demon with milk, honey, cream, and sweet-smelling herbs. If all treatment failed, the patient was in some cases carried into the marketplace so that his neighbors might indulge their ancient propensity for prescribing infallible cures. Perhaps the 800 medical tablets that survive to inform us of Babylonian medicine do it injustice. Reconstruction of the whole from a part is hazardous in history, and the writing of history is the reconstruction of the whole from a part. Quite possibly these magical cures were merely subtle uses of the power of suggestion. Perhaps those evil concoctions were intended as emetics, and the Babylonian may have meant nothing more irrational by his theory of illness as due to invading demons and the patient's sins than we do by interpreting it as due to invading bacteria invited by culpable negligence, uncleanliness, or greed. We must not be too sure of the ignorance of our ancestors. 9. Philosophers. Religion and philosophy, the Babylonian Job, the Babylonian Koheleth, and anti-clerical. A nation is born Stoic and dies Epicurean. At its cradle, to repeat a thoughtful adage, religion stands, and philosophy accompanies it to the grave. In the beginning of all cultures, a strong religious faith conceals and softens the nature of things, and gives men courage to bear pain and hardship patiently. At every step the gods are with them, and will not let them perish until they do. Even then a firm faith will explain that it was the sins of the people that turned their gods to an avenging wrath. Evil does not destroy faith, but strengthens it. If victory comes, if war is forgotten in security and peace, then wealth grows. The life of the body gives way in the dominant classes to the life of the senses and the mind. Toil and suffering are replaced by pleasure and ease. Science weakens faith, even while thought and comfort weaken virility and fortitude. At last men begin to doubt the gods. They mourn the tragedy of knowledge, and seek refuge in every passing delight. Achilles is at the beginning, Epicurus at the end. After David comes Job, and after Job, Ecclesiastes. Since we know the thought of Babylon mostly from the later reigns, it is natural that we should find it shot through with the weary wisdom of tired philosophers who took their pleasures like Englishmen. On one tablet, Balta Atrua complains that, though he has obeyed the commands of the gods more strictly than anyone else, he has been laid low with a variety of misfortunes. He has lost his parents and his property, and even the little that remained to him has been stolen on the highway. His friends, like Job's, reply that his disaster must be in punishment of some secret sin, perhaps that hybris, or insolent pride of prosperity, which particularly arouses the jealous anger of the gods. They assure him that evil is merely good in disguise, some part of the divine plan seen too narrowly by frail minds unconscious of the whole. Let Balta Atrua keep faith and courage, and he will be rewarded in the end. Better still, his enemies will be punished. Balta Atrua calls out to the gods for help, and the fragment suddenly ends. Another poem, found among the ruins of Ashurbanipal's collection of Babylonian literature, presents the same problem more definitely in the person of Tabi Utul Enlil, who appears to have been a ruler in Nippur. He describes his difficulties. My eyeballs he obscured, bolting them as with a lock. My ears he bolted like those of a deaf person. A king, I have been changed into a slave. As a madman, my companions maltreat me. Send me help from the pit dug for me. By day, deep sighs, at night weeping. The month, cries. The year, distress. He goes on to tell what a pious fellow he has always been, the very last man in the world who should have met with so cruel a fate. As though I had not always set aside the portion for the god, and had not invoked the goddess at the meal, had not bowed my face and brought my tribute, as though I were one in whose mouth supplication and prayer were not constant. I taught my country to guard the name of the god, to honor the name of the goddess I accustomed my people. I thought that such things were pleasing to a god. Stricken with disease, despite all this formal piety, he muses on the impossibility of understanding the gods, and on the uncertainty of human affairs. Who is there that can grasp the will of the gods in heaven? The plan of a God full of mystery? Who can understand it? He who was alive yesterday is dead today. In an instant he is cast into grief. Of a sudden he is crushed. For a moment he sings and plays. In a twinkling he wails like a mourner. Like a net trouble has covered me. My eyes look but see not. My ears are open but they hear not. Pollution has fallen upon my genitals, and it has assailed the glands in my bowels. With death grows dark my whole body. All day the pursuer pursues me. During the night he gives me no breath for a moment. My limbs are dismembered, they march out of unison. In my dung I pass the night like an ox, like a sheep, I mix in my excrements. Like Job, he makes another act of faith. But I know the day of the cessation of my tears, a day of the grace of the protecting spirits. Then divinity will be merciful. In the end, everything turns out happily. A spirit appears and cures all of Tabi's ailments. A mighty storm drives all the demons of disease out of his frame. He praises Marduk, offers rich sacrifice, and calls upon everyone never to despair of the gods. It is probable that this composition, prototypes of which are found in Sumeria, influenced the author of the Book of Job. As there is but a step from this to the Book of Job, so we find in late Babylonian literature unmistakable premonitions of Ecclesiastes. In the epic of Gilgamesh, the goddess Sabitu advises the hero to give up his longing for a life after death, and to eat, drink, and be merry on the earth. O Gilgamesh, why dost thou run in all directions? The life that thou seekest thou wilt not find. When the gods created mankind, they determined death for mankind. Life they kept in their own hands. Thou, O Gilgamesh, fill thy belly. Day and night be thou merry. Day and night be joyous and content. Let thy garments be pure, thy head be washed. Wash thyself with water. Regard the little one who takes hold of thy hand. Enjoy the wife in thy bosom. Compare with Ecclesiastes, chapter 9, verses 7 to 9. Go thy way, eat thy bread with joy, and drink thy wine with a merry heart, for God now accepteth thy works. Let thy garments be always white, and let thy head lack no ointment. Live joyfully with the wife whom thou lovest, all the days of the life of thy vanity. In another tablet we hear a bitter note, culminating in atheism and blasphemy. Gubaru, a Babylonian Alcibiades, interrogates an elder skeptically. O very wise one, O possessor of intelligence, let thy heart groan. The heart of God is as far as the inner parts of the heavens. Wisdom is hard, and men do not understand it. To which the old man answers with a foreboding of Amos and Isaiah, Give attention, my friend, and understand my thought. Men exalt the work of the great man who is skilled in murder. They disparage the poor man who has done no sin. They justify the wicked man whose fault is grave. They drive away the just man who seeks the will of God. They let the strong take the food of the poor. They strengthen the mighty. They destroy the weak man. The rich man drives him away. He advises Gubaro to do the will of the gods nonetheless, but Gubaro will have nothing to do with gods or priests who are always on the side of the biggest fortunes. They have offered lies and untruth without ceasing. They say in noble words what is in favor of the rich man. Is his wealth diminished? They come to his help. They ill-treat the weak man like a thief. They destroy him in a tremor. They extinguish him like a flame. We must not exaggerate the prevalence of such moods in Babylon. Doubtless the people listened lovingly to their priests and crowded the temples to seek favors of the gods. The marvel is that they were so long loyal to a religion that offered them so little consolation. Nothing could be known, said the priests, except by divine revelation, and this revelation came only through the priests. The last chapter of that revelation told how the dead soul, whether good or bad, ascended into Aralu or Hades to spend there an eternity in darkness and suffering. Is it any wonder that Babylon gave itself to revelry, while Nebuchadrezzar, having all, understanding nothing, fearing everything, went mad? 10. Epitaph. Tradition and the Book of Daniel, unverified by any document known to us, tell how Nebuchadrezzar, after a long reign of uninterrupted victory and prosperity, after beautifying his city with roads and palaces and erecting 54 temples to the gods, fell into a strange insanity, thought himself a beast, walked on all fours, and ate grass. For 4 years his name disappears from the history and governmental records of Babylonia. It reappears for a moment, and then in 562 B.C. he passes away. Within 30 years after his death, his empire crumbled to pieces. Nabonidus, who held the throne for 17 years, preferred archaeology to government and devoted himself to excavating the antiquities of Sumeria while his own realm was going to ruin. The army fell into disorder, businessmen forgot love of country and the sublime internationalism of finance, the people, busy with trade and pleasure, unlearned the arts of war. The priests usurped more and more of the royal power and fattened their treasuries with wealth that tempted invasion and conquest. When Cyrus and his disciplined Persians stood at the gates, the anti-clericals of Babylon connived to open the city to him and welcomed his enlightened domination. For 2 centuries Persia ruled Babylonia as part of the greatest empire that history had yet known. Then the exuberant Alexander came, captured the unresisting capital, conquered all the Near East, and drank himself to death in the palace of Nebuchadrezzar. The civilization of Babylonia was not as fruitful for humanity as Egypt's, not as varied and profound as India's, not as subtle and mature as China's. And yet it was from Babylonia that those fascinating legends came which, through the literary artistry of the Jews, became an inseparable portion of Europe's religious lore. It was from Babylonia rather than from Egypt that the roving Greeks brought to their city-states and thence to Rome and ourselves the foundations of mathematics, astronomy, medicine, grammar, lexicography, archaeology, history, and philosophy. The Greek names for the metals and the constellations, for weights and measures, for musical instruments and many drugs are translations, sometimes mere transliterations of Babylonian names. While Greek architecture derived its forms and inspiration from Egypt and Crete, Babylonian architecture, through the ziggurat, led to the towers of Moslem mosques, the steeples and campaniles of medieval art, and the setback style of contemporary architecture in America. The laws of Hammurabi became for all ancient societies a legacy comparable to Rome's gift of order and government to the modern world. Through Assyria's conquest of Babylon, her appropriation of the ancient city's culture and her dissemination of that culture throughout her wide empire, through the long captivity of the Jews and the great influence upon them of Babylonian life and thought, through the Persian and Greek conquests, which opened with unprecedented fullness and freedom all the roads of communication and trade between Babylon and the rising cities of Ionia, Asia Minor, and Greece. Through these and many other ways, the civilization of the land between the rivers passed down into the cultural endowment of our race. In the end, nothing is lost. For good or evil, every event has effects forever. Chapter 10. Assyria. 1. Chronicles. Beginnings, cities, race, the conquerors, Sennacherib and Esarhaddon. Sardanapalus. Meanwhile, 300 miles north of Babylon, another civilization had appeared. Forced to maintain a hard military life by the mountain tribes always threatening it on every side, it had in time overcome its assailants, had conquered its parent cities in Elam, Sumeria, Akkad, and Babylonia, had mastered Phoenicia and Egypt, and had for 2 centuries dominated the Near East with brutal power. Sumeria was to Babylonia, and Babylonia to Assyria, what Crete was to Greece and Greece to Rome. The first created a civilization, the second developed it to its height, the third inherited it, added little to it, protected it, and transmitted it as a dying gift to the encompassing and victorious barbarians. For barbarism is always around civilization, amid it and beneath it, ready to engulf it by arms or mass migration or unchecked fertility. Barbarism is like the jungle. It never admits its defeat. It waits patiently for centuries to recover the territory it has lost. The new state grew about 4 cities fed by the waters or tributaries of the Tigris: Ashur, which is now at Kalat Shergat; Arbela, which is Irbil; Kalak, which is Nimrud; and Nineveh, which is Kuyunjik, just across the river from oily Mosul. At Ashur, prehistoric obsidian flakes and knives have been found, and black pottery with geometric patterns that suggest a Central Asian origin. At Tepe Gawra, near the site of Nineveh, a recent expedition unearthed a town which its proud discoverers date back to 3700 B.C. Despite its many temples and tombs, its well-carved cylinder seals, its combs and jewelry, and the oldest dice known to history, a thought for reformers. The god Ashur gave his name to a city and finally to all Assyria. There the earliest of the nation's kings had their residence, until its exposure to the heat of the desert and the attacks of the neighboring Babylonians led Ashur's rulers to build a secondary capital in cooler Nineveh, named also after a god, Nina, the Ishtar of Assyria. Here, in the heyday of Ashurbanipal, 300,000 people lived, and all the Western Orient came to pay tribute to the universal king. The population was a mixture of Semites from the civilized south, Babylonia and Akkadia, with non-Semitic tribes from the west, probably of Hittite or Mitannian affinity, and Kurdish mountaineers from the Caucasus. They took their common language and their arts from Sumeria, but modified them later into an almost indistinguishable similarity to the language and arts of Babylonia. Their circumstances, however, forbade them to indulge in the effeminate ease of Babylon. From beginning to end, they were a race of warriors, mighty in muscle and courage, abounding in proud hair and beard, standing straight, stern, and stolid in their monuments, and bestriding with tremendous feat the East Mediterranean world. Their history is one of kings and slaves, wars and conquests, bloody victories and sudden defeat. The early kings, once mere Patasis tributary to the south, took advantage of the Kassite domination of Babylonia to establish their independence, and soon enough one of them decked himself with that title which all the monarchs of Assyria were to display, King of Universal Reign. Out of the dull dynasties of these forgotten potentates, certain figures emerge whose deeds illuminate the development of their country. While Babylonia was still in the darkness of the Kassite era, Shalmaneser I brought the little city-states of the north under one rule and made Kalak his capital. But the first great name in Assyrian history is Tiglath-Pileser I. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. If it is wise to believe monarchs, he slew 120 lions on foot and 800 from his chariot. One of his inscriptions, written by a scribe more royalist than the king, tells how he hunted nations as well as animals. In my fierce valor I marched against the people of Kumu, conquered their cities, carried off their booty, their goods, and their property without reckoning, and burned their cities with fire, destroyed and devastated them. The people of Adansh left their mountains and embraced my feet. I imposed taxes upon them. In every direction he led his armies, conquering the Hittites, the Armenians, and 40 other nations, capturing Babylon and frightening Egypt into sending him anxious gifts. He was particularly mollified by a crocodile. With the proceeds of his conquests he built temples to the Assyrian gods and goddesses, who, like anxious debutantes, asked no questions about the source of his wealth. Then Babylon revolted, defeated his armies, pillaged his temples, and carried his gods into Babylonian captivity. Tiglath-Pileser died of shame. His reign was a symbol and summary of all Assyrian history, death and taxes, first for Assyria's neighbors, then for herself. Ashurnasirpal II conquered a dozen petty states, brought much booty home from the wars, cut out with his own hand the eyes of princely captives, enjoyed his harem, and passed respectably away. Shalmaneser III carried these conquests as far as Damascus, fought costly battles, killing 16,000 Syrians in one engagement, built temples, levied tribute, and was deposed by his son in a violent revolution. Samuramat ruled as queen mother for 3 years, and provided a frail historical basis, for this is all that we know of her, for the Greek legend of Semiramis, half goddess and half queen, great general, great engineer, and great statesman, so attractively detailed by Diodorus the Sicilian. Tiglath-Pileser III gathered new armies, reconquered Armenia, overran Syria and Babylonia, made vassal cities of Damascus, Samaria, and Babylon, extended the rule of Assyria from the Caucasus to Egypt, tired of war, became an excellent administrator, built many temples and palaces, held his empire together with an iron hand, and died peacefully in bed. Sargon II, an officer in the army, made himself king by a Napoleonic coup d'etat, led his troops in person, and took in every engagement the most dangerous post, defeated Elam and Egypt, reconquered Babylonia, and received the homage of the Jews, the Philistines, and even of the Cypriot Greeks, ruled his empire well, encouraged arts and letters, handicrafts, and trade, and died in a victorious battle that definitely preserved Assyria from invasion by the wild Cimmerian hordes. His son Sennacherib put down revolts in the distant provinces adjoining the Persian Gulf, attacked Jerusalem and Egypt without success, sacked 89 cities and 820 villages, captured 7,200 horses, 11,000 asses, 80,000 oxen, 800,000 sheep, and 208,000 prisoners. The official historian on his life did not understate these figures. Then, irritated by the prejudice of Babylon in favor of freedom, he besieged it, took it, and burned it to the ground. Nearly all the inhabitants, young and old, male and female, were put to death, so that mountains of corpses blocked the streets. The temples and palaces were pillaged to the last shekel, and the once omnipotent gods of Babylon were hacked to pieces or carried in bondage to Nineveh. Marduk, the god, became a menial to Ashur. Such Babylonians as survived did not conclude that Marduk had been overrated. They told themselves, as the captive Jews would tell themselves a century later in that same Babylon, that their god had condescended to be defeated in order to punish his people. With the spoils of his conquests and pillage, Sennacherib rebuilt Nineveh, changed the course of rivers to protect it, reclaimed waste lands with the vigor of countries suffering from an agricultural surplus, and was assassinated by his sons while piously mumbling his prayers. Another son, Esarhaddon, snatched the throne from his blood-stained brothers, invaded Egypt to punish her for supporting Syrian revolts, made her an Assyrian province, amazed Western Asia with his long triumphal progress from Memphis to Nineveh, dragging endless booty in his train, established Assyria in unprecedented prosperity as master of the whole Near Eastern world, delighted Babylonia by freeing and honoring its captive gods and rebuilding its shattered capital, conciliated Elam by feeding its famine-stricken people in an act of international beneficence almost without parallel in the ancient world, and died on the way to suppress a revolt in Egypt after giving his empire the justest and kindliest rule in its half-barbarous history. His successor, Ashurbanipal, the Sardanapalus of the Greeks, reaped the fruits of Esarhaddon's sowing. During his long reign, Assyria reached the climax of its wealth and prestige. After him, his country, ruined by 40 years of intermittent war, fell into exhaustion and decay, and ended its career hardly a decade after Ashurbanipal's death. A scribe has preserved to us a yearly record of this reign. It is a dull and bloody mess of war after war, siege after siege, starved cities and flayed captives. The scribe represents Ashurbanipal himself as reporting his destruction of Elam. For a distance of 1 month and 25 days' march, I devastated the districts of Elam. I spread salt and thorn bush there to injure the soil. Sons of the kings, sisters of the kings, members of Elam's royal family, young and old, prefects, governors, knights, artisans, as many as there were, inhabitants, male and female, big and little, horses, mules, asses, flocks, and herds, more numerous than a swarm of locusts, I carried them off as booty to Assyria. The dust of Susa, of Madaktu, of Haltemash, and of their other cities, I carried it off to Assyria. In a month of days I subdued Elam in its whole extent. The voice of man, the steps of flocks and herds, the happy shouts of mirth, I put an end to them in its fields, which I left for the asses, the gazelles, and all manner of wild beasts to people. The severed head of the Elamite king was brought to Ashurbanipal as he feasted with his queen in the palace garden. He had the head raised on a pole in the midst of his guests, and the royal revel went on. Later the head was fixed over the gate of Nineveh and slowly rotted away. The Elamite general, Dananu, was flayed alive, and then was bled like a lamb. His brother had his throat cut, and his body was divided into pieces, which were distributed over the country as souvenirs. It never occurred to Ashurbanipal that he and his men were brutal. These clean-cut penalties were surgical necessities in his attempt to remove rebellions and establish discipline, among the heterogeneous and turbulent peoples, from Ethiopia to Armenia and from Syria to Media, whom his predecessors had subjected to Assyrian rule. It was his obligation to maintain this legacy intact. He boasted of the peace that he had established in his empire and of the good order that prevailed in its cities, and the boast was not without truth. That he was not merely a conqueror intoxicated with blood, he proved by his munificence as a builder and as a patron of letters and the arts. Like some Roman ruler calling to the Greeks, he sent to all his dominions for sculptors and architects to design and adorn new temples and palaces. He commissioned innumerable scribes to secure and copy for him all the classics of Sumerian and Babylonian literature, and gathered these copies in his library at Nineveh, where modern scholarship found them almost intact after 25 centuries of time had flowed over them. Like another Frederick, he was as vain of his literary abilities as of his triumphs in war and the chase. Diodorus describes him as a dissolute and bisexual Nero, but in the wealth of documents that have come down to us from this period there is little corroboration for this view. From the composition of literary tablets, Ashurbanipal passed with royal confidence, armed with only a knife and javelin, to hand-to-hand encounters with lions. If we may credit the reports of his contemporaries, he did not hesitate to lead the attack in person, and often dealt with his own hand the decisive blow. Little wonder that Byron was fascinated with him, and wove about him a drama half legend and half history, in which all the wealth and power of Assyria came to their height and broke into universal ruin and royal despair. 2. Assyrian government, imperialism, Assyrian war, the conscript gods, law, delicacies of penology, administration, the violence of Oriental monarchies. If we should admit the imperial principle, that it is good for the sake of spreading law, security, commerce, and peace, that many states should be brought by persuasion or force under the authority of one government, then we should have to concede to Assyria the distinction of having established in Western Asia a larger measure and area of order and prosperity than that region of the earth had ever, to our knowledge, enjoyed before. The government of Ashurbanipal, which ruled Assyria, Babylonia, Armenia, Media, Palestine, Syria, Phoenicia, Sumeria, Elam, and Egypt, was without doubt the most extensive administrative organization yet seen in the Mediterranean or Near Eastern world. Only Hammurabi and Thutmose III had approached it, and Persia alone would equal it before the coming of Alexander. In some ways, it was a liberal empire. Its larger cities retained considerable local autonomy, and each nation in it was left its own religion, law, and ruler, provided it paid its tribute promptly. In so loose an organization, every weakening of the central power was bound to produce rebellions, or at the best a certain tributary negligence, so that the subject states had to be conquered again and again. To avoid these recurrent rebellions, Tiglath-Pileser III established the characteristic Assyrian policy of deporting conquered populations to alien habitats where, mingling with the natives, they might lose their unity and identity and have less opportunity to rebel. Revolts came nevertheless, and Assyria had to keep herself always ready for war. The army was therefore the most vital part of the government. Assyria recognized frankly that government is the nationalization of force, and her chief contributions to progress were in the art of war. Chariots, cavalry, infantry, and sappers were organized into flexible formations. Siege mechanisms were as highly developed as among the Romans. Strategy and tactics were well understood. Tactics centered about the idea of rapid movement making possible a piecemeal attack. So old is the secret of Napoleon. Ironworking had grown to the point of encasing the warrior with armor to a degree of stiffness rivaling a medieval knight. Even the archers and pikemen wore copper or iron helmets, padded loincloths, enormous shields, and a leather skirt covered with metal scales. The weapons were arrows, lances, cutlasses, maces, clubs, slings, and battle-axes. The nobility fought from chariots in the van of the battle, and the king in his royal chariot usually led them in person. Generals had not yet learned to die in bed. Ashurnasirpal introduced the use of cavalry as an aid to the chariots, and this innovation proved decisive in many engagements. The principal siege engine was a battering ram tipped with iron. Sometimes it was suspended from a scaffold by ropes, and was swung back to give it forward impetus. Sometimes it was run forward on wheels. The besieged fought from the walls with missiles, torches, burning pitch, chains designed to entangle the ram, and gaseous stinkpots, as they were called, to befuddle the enemy. Again, the novel is not new. A captured city was usually plundered and burnt to the ground, and its site was deliberately denuded by killing its trees. The loyalty of the troops was secured by dividing a large part of the spoils among them. Their bravery was ensured by the general rule of the Near East that all captives in war might be enslaved or slain. Soldiers were rewarded for every severed head they brought in from the field, so that the aftermath of a victory generally witnessed the wholesale decapitation of fallen foes. Most often the prisoners, who would have consumed much food in a long campaign and would have constituted a danger and nuisance in the rear, were dispatched after the battle. They knelt with their backs to their captors, who beat their heads in with clubs or cut them off with cutlasses. Scribes stood by to count the number of prisoners taken and killed by each soldier, and apportioned the booty accordingly. The king, if time permitted, presided at the slaughter. The nobles among the defeated were given more special treatment. Their ears, noses, hands, and feet were sliced off, or they were thrown from high towers, or they and their children were beheaded or flayed alive or roasted over a slow fire. No compunction seems to have been felt at this waste of human life. The birth rate would soon make up for it, and meanwhile it relieved the pressure of population upon the means of subsistence. Probably it was in part by their reputation for mercy to prisoners of war that Alexander and Caesar undermined the morale of the enemy and conquered the Mediterranean world. Next to the army, the chief reliance of the monarch was upon the church, and he paid lavishly for the support of the priests. The formal head of the state was, by concerted fiction, the god Ashur. All pronouncements were in his name, all laws were edicts of his divine will, all taxes were collected for his treasury, all campaigns were fought to furnish him, or occasionally another deity, with spoils and glory. The king had himself described as a god, usually an incarnation of Shamash, the sun. The religion of Assyria, like its language, its science, and its arts, was imported from Sumeria and Babylonia, with occasional adaptations to the needs of a military state. The adaptation was most visible in the case of the law, which was distinguished by a martial ruthlessness. Punishment ranged from public exhibition to forced labor, 20 to 100 lashes, the slitting of nose and ears, castration, pulling out the tongue, gouging out the eyes, impalement, and beheading. The laws of Sargon II prescribed such additional delicacies as the drinking of poison and the burning of the offender's son or daughter alive on the altar of the god. But there is no evidence of these laws being carried out in the last millennium before Christ. Adultery, rape, and some forms of theft were considered capital crimes. Trial by ordeal was occasionally employed. The accused, sometimes bound in fetters, was flung into the river, and his guilt was left to the arbitrament of the water. In general, Assyrian law was less secular and more primitive than the Babylonian Code of Hammurabi, which apparently preceded it in time. The oldest extant Assyrian laws are 90 articles contained on 3 tablets found at Ashur and dating circa 1300 B.C. Local administration, originally by feudal barons, fell in the course of time into the hands of provincial prefects or governors appointed by the king. This form of imperial government was taken over by Persia and passed on from Persia to Rome. The prefects were expected to collect taxes, to organize the corvée for works which, like irrigation, could not be left to personal initiative, and above all to raise regiments and lead them in the royal campaigns. Meanwhile, royal spies, or as we should say intelligence officers, kept watch on these prefects and their aides and informed the king concerning the state of the nation. All in all, the Assyrian government was primarily an instrument of war. For war was often more profitable than peace. It cemented discipline, intensified patriotism, strengthened the royal power, and brought abundant spoils and slaves for the enrichment and service of the capital. Hence, Assyrian history is largely a picture of cities sacked and villages or fields laid waste. When Ashurbanipal suppressed the revolt of his brother, Shamash-Shum-Ukin, and captured Babylon after a long and bitter siege, the city presented a terrible spectacle and shocked even the Assyrians. Most of the numerous victims to pestilence or famine lay about the streets or in the public squares, a prey to the dogs and swine. Such of the inhabitants and the soldiery as were comparatively strong had endeavored to escape into the country, and only those remained who had not sufficient strength to drag themselves beyond the walls. Ashurbanipal pursued the fugitives, and having captured nearly all of them, vented on them the full fury of his vengeance. He caused the tongues of the soldiers to be torn out, and then had them clubbed to death. He massacred the common folk in front of the great winged bulls which had already witnessed a similar butchery half a century before under his grandfather Sennacherib. The corpses of the victims remained long unburied, a prey to all unclean beasts and birds. The weakness of Oriental monarchies was bound up with this addiction to violence. Not only did the subject provinces repeatedly revolt, but within the royal palace or family itself, violence again and again attempted to upset what violence had established and maintained. At or near the end of almost every reign, some disturbance broke out over the succession to the throne. The aging monarch saw conspiracies forming around him, and in several cases he was hastened to his end by murder. The nations of the Near East preferred violent uprisings to corrupt elections, and their form of recall was assassination. Some of these wars were doubtless inevitable. Barbarians prowled about every frontier, and one reign of weakness would see the Scythians, the Cimmerians, or some other horde sweeping down upon the wealth of the Assyrian cities. And perhaps we exaggerate the frequency of war and violence in these Oriental states through the accident that ancient monuments and modern chroniclers have preserved the dramatic record of battles and ignored the victories of peace. Historians have been prejudiced in favor of bloodshed. They found it, or thought their readers would find it, more interesting than the quiet achievements of the mind. We think war less frequent today because we are conscious of the lucid intervals of peace, while history seems conscious only of the fevered crises of war. 3. Assyrian life: industry and trade, marriage and morals, religion and science, letters and libraries, the Assyrian ideal of a gentleman. The economic life of Assyria did not differ much from that of Babylonia, for in many ways the two countries were merely the north and south of one civilization. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 8, Side 2. The economic life of Assyria did not differ much from that of Babylonia, for in many ways the two countries were merely the north and south of one civilization. The southern kingdom was more commercial, the northern more agricultural. Rich Babylonians were usually merchants. Rich Assyrians were most often landed gentry, actively supervising great estates, and looking with Roman scorn upon men who made their living by buying cheap and selling dear. Nevertheless, the same rivers flooded and nourished the land, the same method of ridges and canals controlled the overflow, the same shadufs raised the water from ever deeper beds to fields sown with the same wheat and barley, millet and sesame. Other products of Assyrian cultivation were olives, grapes, garlic, onions, lettuce, cress, beets, turnips, radishes, cucumbers, alfalfa, and licorice. Meat was rarely eaten by any but the aristocracy. Except for fish, this warlike nation was largely vegetarian. The same industries supported the life of the towns, the same system of weights and measures governed the exchange of goods, and though Nineveh and her sister capitals were too far north to be great centers of commerce, the wealth brought to them by Assyria's sovereigns filled them with handicrafts and trade. Metal was mined or imported in new abundance, and towards 700 B.C. iron replaced bronze as the basic metal of industry and armament. Metal was cast, glass was blown, textiles were dyed, earthenware was enameled, and houses were as well equipped in Nineveh as in Europe before the Industrial Revolution. A tablet of Sennacherib, circa 700 B.C., contains the oldest known reference to cotton. The tree that bore wool they clipped and shredded for cotton. It was probably imported from India. During the reign of Sennacherib, an aqueduct was built which brought water to Nineveh from 30 miles away. 1,000 feet of it, recently discovered, constitute the oldest aqueduct known. Industry and trade were financed in part by private bankers who charged 25% for loans. Lead, copper, silver, and gold served as currency, and about 700 B.C. Sennacherib minted silver into half-shekel pieces, one of our earliest examples of an official coinage. The people fell into 5 classes: patricians or nobles, craftsmen or master artisans organized in guilds and including the professions as well as the trades, the unskilled but free workmen and peasants of town and village, serfs bound to the soil on great estates in the manner of medieval Europe, and slaves captured in war or attached for debt, compelled to announce their status by pierced ears and shaven head, and performing most of the menial labor everywhere. On a bas-relief of Sennacherib we see supervisors holding the whip over slaves who, in long parallel lines, are drawing a heavy piece of statuary on a wooden sledge. Like all military states, Assyria encouraged a high birth rate by its moral code and its laws. Abortion was a capital crime. A woman who secured miscarriage, even a woman who died of attempting it, was to be impaled on a stake. Though women rose to considerable power through marriage and intrigue, their position was lower than in Babylonia. Severe penalties were laid upon them for striking their husbands. Wives were not allowed to go out in public unveiled, and strict fidelity was exacted of them, though their husbands might well have all the concubines they could afford. Prostitution was accepted as inevitable and was regulated by the state. The king had a varied harem, whose inmates were condemned to a secluded life of dancing, singing, quarreling, needlework, and conspiracy. A cuckolded husband might kill his rival in flagrante delicto and was held to be within his rights. This is a custom that has survived many codes. For the rest, the law of matrimony was as in Babylonia, except that marriage was often by simple purchase, and in many cases the wife lived in her father's house, visited occasionally by her husband. In all departments of Assyrian life we meet with a patriarchal sternness natural to a people that lived by conquest, and in every sense on the border of barbarism. Just as the Romans took thousands of prisoners into lifelong slavery after their victories, and dragged others to the Circus Maximus to be torn to pieces by starving animals, so the Assyrians seemed to find satisfaction, or a necessary tutelage for their sons, in torturing captives, blinding children before the eyes of their parents, flaying men alive, roasting them in kilns, chaining them in cages for the amusement of the populace, and then sending the survivors off to execution. Ashurnasirpal tells how all the chiefs who had revolted I flayed, with their skins I covered the pillar, some in the midst I walled up, others on stakes I impaled, still others I arranged around the pillar on stakes. As for the chieftains and royal officers who had rebelled, I cut off their members. Ashurbanipal boasts that I burned 3,000 captives with fire. I left not a single one among them alive to serve as a hostage. Another of his inscriptions reads, These warriors who had sinned against Ashur and had plotted evil against me, from their hostile mouths have I torn their tongues, and I have compassed their destruction. As for the others who remained alive, I offered them as a funerary sacrifice. Their lacerated members have I given unto the dogs, the swine, the wolves. By accomplishing these deeds I have rejoiced the heart of the great gods. Another monarch instructs his artisans to engrave upon the bricks these claims on the admiration of posterity. My war chariots crush men and beasts. The monuments which I erect are made of human corpses, from which I have cut the head and limbs. I cut off the hands of all those whom I capture alive. Reliefs at Nineveh show men being impaled or flayed or having their tongues torn out. One shows a king gouging out the eyes of prisoners with a lance while he holds their heads conveniently in place with a cord passed through their lips. As we read such pages, we become reconciled to our own mediocrity. Religion apparently did nothing to mollify this tendency to brutality and violence. It had less influence with the government than in Babylonia, and took its cue from the needs and tastes of the kings. Ashur, the national deity, was a solar god, warlike and merciless to his enemies. His people believed that he took a divine satisfaction in the execution of prisoners before his shrine. The essential function of Assyrian religion was to train the future citizen to a patriotic docility, and to teach him the art of wheedling favors out of the gods by magic and sacrifice. The only religious texts that survive from Assyria are exorcisms and omens. Long lists of omens have come down to us in which the inevitable results of every manner of event are given, and methods of avoiding them are prescribed. The world was pictured as crowded with demons who had to be warded off by charms suspended about the neck, or by long and careful incantations. In such an atmosphere, the only science that flourished was that of war. Assyrian medicine was merely Babylonian medicine. Assyrian astronomy was merely Babylonian astrology. The stars were studied chiefly with a view to divination. We find no evidence of philosophical speculation, no secular attempt to explain the world. Assyrian philologists made lists of plants, probably for the use of medicine, and thereby contributed moderately to establish botany. Other scribes made lists of nearly all the objects they had found under the sun, and their attempts to classify these objects ministered slightly to the natural science of the Greeks. From these lists our language has taken, usually through the Greeks, such words as hanger, gypsum, camel, plinth, shekel, rose, ammonia, jasper, cane, cherry, laudanum, naphtha, sesame, hyssop, and myrrh. The tablets recording the deeds of the kings, though they have the distinction of being at once bloody and dull, must be accorded the honor of being among the oldest extant forms of historiography. They were in the early years mere chronicles, registering royal victories and admitting of no defeats. They became in later days embellished and literary accounts of the important events of the reign. The clearest title of Assyria to a place in a history of civilization was its libraries. That of Ashurbanipal contained 30,000 clay tablets, classified and catalogued, each tablet bearing an easily identifiable tag. Many of them bore the king's bookmark. Whoso shall carry off this tablet, may Ashur and Belit overthrow him in wrath, and destroy his name and posterity from the land. A large number of the tablets are copies of undated older works, of which earlier forms are being constantly discovered. The avowed purpose of Ashurbanipal's library was to preserve the literature of Babylonia from oblivion. But only a small number of the tablets would now be classed as literature. The majority of them are official records, astrological and augural observations, oracles, medical prescriptions and reports, exorcisms, hymns, prayers, and genealogies of the kings and the gods. Among the least dull of the tablets are two in which Ashurbanipal confesses, with quaint insistence, his scandalous delight in books and knowledge. I, Ashurbanipal, understood the wisdom of Nabu, the god of wisdom corresponding to Thoth, Hermes, and Mercury. I acquired an understanding of all the arts of tablet writing. I learned to shoot the bow, to ride horses and chariots, to hold the reins. Marduk, the wise one of the gods, presented me with information and understanding as a gift. Enurt and Nergal made me virile and strong, of incomparable force. I understood the craft of the wise Adapa, the hidden secrets of all the scribal art. In heavenly and earthly buildings I read and pondered. In the meetings of clerks I was present. I watched the omens. I explained the heavens with the learned priests, recited the complicated multiplications and divisions that are not immediately apparent. The beautiful writings in Sumerian that are obscure, in Akkadian that are difficult to bear in mind, it was my joy to repeat. I mounted colts, rode them with prudence, so that they were not violent. I drew the bow, sped the arrow, the sign of the warrior. I flung the quivering javelins like short lances. I held the reins like a charioteer. I directed the weaving of reed shields and breastplates like a pioneer. I had the learning that all clerks of every kind possess when their time of maturity comes. At the same time I learnt what is proper for lordship. I went my royal ways. 4. Assyrian art. Minor arts, bas-relief, statuary, building, a page from Sardanapalus. At last in the field of art Assyria equaled her preceptor Babylonia, and in bas-relief surpassed her. Stimulated by the influx of wealth into Ashur, Kalak, and Nineveh, artists and artisans began to produce, for nobles and their ladies, for kings and palaces, for priests and temples, jewels of every description, cast metal as skillfully designed and finely wrought as on the great gates at Balawat, and luxurious furniture of richly carved and costly woods, strengthened with metal and inlaid with gold, silver, bronze, or precious stones. Pottery was poorly developed, and music, like so much else, was merely imported from Babylon. But tempera painting in bright colors under a thin glaze became one of the characteristic arts of Assyria, from which it passed to its perfection in Persia. Painting, as always in the ancient East, was a secondary and dependent art. In the heyday of Sargon II, Sennacherib, Esarhaddon, and Ashurbanipal, and presumably through their lavish patronage, the art of bas-relief created new masterpieces for the British Museum. One of the best examples, however, dates from Ashurnasirpal II. It represents, in chased alabaster, the good god Marduk overcoming the evil god of chaos, Tiamat. The human figures in Assyrian reliefs are stiff and coarse and all alike, as if some perfect model had insisted on being reproduced forever. All the men have the same massive heads, the same brush of whiskers, the same stout bellies, the same invisible necks. Even the gods are these same Assyrians in very slight disguise. Only now and then do the human figures take on vitality, as in the alabaster relief depicting spirits in adoration before a palmetto tree, and the fine limestone stele of Shamsi-Adad VII found at Kalak. Usually it is the animal reliefs that stir us. Never before or since has carving pictured animals so successfully. The panels monotonously repeat scenes of war and of the hunt, but the eye never tires of their vigor of action, their flow of motion, and their simple directness of line. It is as if the artist, forbidden to portray his masters realistically or individually, had given all his lore and skill to the animals. He represents them in a profusion of species: lions, horses, asses, goats, dogs, deer, birds, grasshoppers, and in every attitude except rest. Too often he shows them in the agony of death, but even then they are the center and life of his picture and his art. The majestic horses of Sargon II on the reliefs at Khorsabad, the wounded lioness from Sennacherib's palace at Nineveh, the dying lion in alabaster from the palace of Ashurbanipal, the lion hunts of Ashurnasirpal II and Ashurbanipal, the resting lioness, and the lion released from a trap, the fragment in which a lion and his mate bask in the shade of the trees. These are among the world's choicest masterpieces in this form of art. The representation of natural objects in the reliefs is stylized and crude. The forms are heavy, the outlines are hard, the muscles are exaggerated, and there is no other attempt at perspective than the placing of the distant in the upper half of the picture, on the same scale as the foreground presented below. Gradually, however, the guild of sculptors under Sennacherib learned to offset these defects with a boldly realistic portrayal, a technical finish, and above all a vivid perception of action, which in the field of animal sculpture have never been surpassed. Bas-relief was to the Assyrian what sculpture was to the Greek, or painting to the Italians of the Renaissance. A favorite art uniquely expressing the national ideal of form and character. We cannot say as much for Assyrian sculpture. The carvers of Nineveh and Kalak seem to have preferred relief to work in the round. Very little full sculpture has come down to us from the ruins, and none of it is of a high order. The animals are full of power and majesty, as if conscious of not only physical but moral superiority to man, like the bulls that guarded the gateway at Khorsabad. The human or divine figures are primitively coarse and heavy, adorned but undistinguished, erect but dead. An exception might be made for the massive statue of Ashurnasirpal II, now in the British Museum. Through all its heavy lines one sees a man every inch a king, royal scepter firmly grasped, thick lips set with determination, eyes cruel and alert, a bull-like neck boding short shrift for enemies and falsifiers of tax reports, and two gigantic feet full poised on the back of the world. We must not take too seriously our judgments of this sculpture. Very likely the Assyrians idolized knotted muscles and short necks, and would have looked with martial scorn upon our almost feminine slenderness, or the smooth, voluptuous grace of Praxiteles' Hermes and the Apollo Belvedere. As for Assyrian architecture, how can we estimate its excellence when nothing remains of it but ruins almost level with the sand, and serving chiefly as a hook upon which brave archaeologists may hang their imaginative restorations? Like Babylonian and recent American architecture, the Assyrian aimed not at beauty but at grandeur, and sought it by mass design. Following the traditions of Mesopotamian art, Assyrian architecture adopted brick as its basic material, but went its own way by facing it more lavishly with stone. It inherited the arch and the vault from the south, developed them, and made some experiments in columns which led the way to the caryatids and the voluted Ionic capitals of the Persians and the Greeks. The palaces squatted over great areas of ground and were wisely limited to 2 or 3 stories in height. Ordinarily they were designed as a series of halls and chambers enclosing a quiet and shaded court. The portals of the royal residences were guarded with monstrous stone animals. The entrance hall was lined with historical reliefs and statuary. The floors were paved with alabaster slabs. The walls were hung with costly tapestries or panelled with precious woods and bordered with elegant mouldings. The roofs were reinforced with massive beams, sometimes covered with leaf of silver or gold, and the ceilings were often painted with representations of natural scenery. The 6 mightiest warriors of Assyria were also its greatest builders. Tiglath-Pileser I rebuilt in stone the temples of Ashur, and left word about one of them that he had made its interior brilliant like the vault of heaven, decorated its walls with the splendor of the rising stars, and made it superb with shining brightness. The later emperors gave generously to the temples, but like Solomon they preferred their palaces. Ashurnasirpal II built at Kalak an immense edifice of stone-faced brick, ornamented with reliefs praising piety and war. Nearby at Balawat, Rassam found the ruins of another structure, from which he rescued 2 bronze gates of magnificent workmanship. Sargon II commemorated himself by raising a spacious palace at Dur-Sharrukin. that is, Fort Sargon, on the site of the modern Khorsabad. Its gateway was flanked by winged bulls, its walls were decorated with reliefs and shining tiles, its vast rooms were equipped with delicately carved furniture, and were adorned with imposing statuary. From every victory Sargon brought more slaves to work on this construction, and more marble, lapis lazuli, bronze, silver, and gold to beautify it. Around it he set a group of temples, and in the rear he offered to the god a ziggurat of 7 stories, topped with silver and gold. Sennacherib raised at Nineveh a royal mansion called the Incomparable, surpassing in size all other palaces of antiquity. Its walls and floors sparkled with precious metals, woods, and stones. Its tiles vied in their brilliance with the luminaries of day and night. The metal workers cast for it gigantic lions and oxen of copper, and the sculptors carved for it winged bulls of limestone and alabaster, and lined its walls with pastoral symphonies in bas-relief. Esarhaddon continued the rebuilding and enlargement of Nineveh, and excelled all his predecessors in the grandeur of his edifices and the luxuriousness of their equipment. A dozen provinces provided him with materials and men. New ideas for columns and decorations came to him during his sojourn in Egypt, and when at last his palaces and temples were complete, they were filled with the artistic booty and conceptions of the whole Near Eastern world. The worst commentary on Assyrian architecture lies in the fact that within 60 years after Esarhaddon had finished his palace, it was crumbling into ruins. Ashurbanipal tells us how he rebuilt it. As we read his inscription, the centuries fade, and we see dimly into the heart of the king. At that time the harem, the resting place of the palace, which Sennacherib, my grandfather, had built for his royal dwelling, had become old with joy and gladness, and its walls had fallen. I, Ashurbanipal, the great king, the mighty king, the king of the world, the king of Assyria, because I had grown up in that harem, and Ashur, Sin, Shamash, Raman, Bel, Nabu, Ishtar, Ninib, Nergal, and Nusku had preserved me therein as crown prince, and had extended their good protection and shelter of prosperity over me, and had constantly sent me joyful tidings therein of victory over my enemies. And because my dreams in my bed at night were pleasant, and in the morning my fancies were bright, I tore down its ruins. In order to extend its area, I tore it all down. I erected a building the site of whose structure was 50 tibki in extent. I raised a terrace, but I was afraid before the shrines of the great gods my lords, and did not raise that structure very high. In a good month, on a favorable day, I put in its foundations upon that terrace, and laid its brickwork. I emptied wine of sesame and wine of grapes upon its cellar, and poured them also upon its earthen wall. In order to build that harem, the people of my land hauled its bricks there in wagons of Elam, which I had carried away as spoil by the command of the gods. I made the kings of Arabia, who had violated their treaty with me, and whom I had captured alive in battle with my own hands, carry baskets and wear workmen's caps in order to build that harem. They spent their days in molding its bricks and performing forced service for it to the playing of music. With joy and rejoicing I built it from its foundations to its roof. I made more room in it than before, and made the work upon it splendid. I laid upon it long beams of cedar, which grew upon Sirara and Lebanon. I covered doors of liaru wood, whose odor is pleasant, with a sheath of copper, and hung them in its doorways. I planted around it a grove of all kinds of trees, and fruits of every kind. I finished the work of its construction, offered splendid sacrifices to the gods my lords, dedicated it with joy and rejoicing, and entered therein under a splendid canopy. 5. Assyria passes. The last days of a king, sources of Assyrian decay, the fall of Nineveh. Nevertheless, the great king, the mighty king, the king of the world, the king of Assyria, complained in his old age of the misfortunes that had come to his lot. The last tablet bequeathed us by his wedge raises again the questions of Ecclesiastes and Job. I did well unto God and man, to dead and living. Why have sickness and misery befallen me? I cannot do away with the strife in my country and the dissensions in my family. Disturbing scandals oppress me always. Illness of mind and flesh bow me down. With cries of woe I bring my days to an end. On the day of the city god, the day of the festival, I am wretched. Death is seizing hold upon me and bears me down. With lamentation and mourning I wail day and night. I groan, O God, grant even to one who is impious that he may see thy light. Diodorus, how reliably we cannot say, pictures the king as rioting away his years in feminine comforts and genderless immorality, and credits him with composing his own reckless epitaph. Knowing full well that thou wert mortal born, thy heart lift up, take thy delight in feasts. When dead, no pleasure more is thine. Thus I, who once o'er mighty Ninus ruled, am naught but dust. Yet these are mine which gave me joy in life, the food I ate, my wantonness, and love's delights. But all these other things men deem felicities are left behind. Perhaps there is no inconsistency between this mood and that pictured in the text. The one may have been the medical preliminary to the other. We do not know how Ashurbanipal died. The story dramatized by Byron, that he set fire to his own palace and perished in the flames, rests on the authority of the marvel-loving Ctesias, and may be merely legend. His death was in any case a symbol and an omen. Soon Assyria too was to die, and from causes of which Ashurbanipal had been a part. For the economic vitality of Assyria had been derived too rashly from abroad. It depended upon profitable conquests bringing in riches and trade. At any moment it could be ended with a decisive defeat. Gradually the qualities of body and character that had helped to make the Assyrian armies invincible were weakened by the very victories that they won. In each victory it was the strongest and bravest who died, while the infirm and cautious survived to multiply their kind. It was a dysgenic process that perhaps made for civilization by weeding out the more brutal types, but undermined the biological basis upon which Assyria had risen to power. The extent of her conquests had helped to weaken her. Not only had they depopulated her fields to feed insatiate Mars, but they had brought into Assyria as captives millions of destitute aliens who bred with the fertility of the hopeless, destroying all national unity of character and blood, and became by their growing numbers a hostile and disintegrating force in the very midst of the conquerors. More and more the army itself was filled by these men of other lands, while semi-barbarous marauders harassed every border and exhausted the resources of the country in an endless defense of its unnatural frontiers. Ashurbanipal died in 626 B.C. 14 years later, an army of Babylonians under Nabopolassar, united with an army of Medes under Cyaxares and a horde of Scythians from the Caucasus, and with amazing ease and swiftness captured the citadels of the north. Nineveh was laid waste as ruthlessly and completely as her kings had once ravaged Susa and Babylon. The city was put to the torch, the population was slaughtered or enslaved, and the palace so recently built by Ashurbanipal was sacked and destroyed. At one blow, Assyria disappeared from history. Nothing remained of her except certain tactics and weapons of war, certain voluted capitals of semi-Ionic columns, and certain methods of provincial administration that passed down to Persia, Macedon, and Rome. The Near East remembered her for a while as a merciless unifier of a dozen lesser states, and the Jews recalled Nineveh vengefully as the bloody city full of lies and robbery. In a little while all but the mightiest of the great kings were forgotten, and all their royal palaces were in ruins under the drifting sands. 200 years after its capture, Xenophon's 10,000 marched over the mounds that had been Nineveh, and never suspected that these were the site of the ancient metropolis that had ruled half the world. Not a stone remained visible of all the temples with which Assyria's pious warriors had sought to beautify their greatest capital. Even Ashur, the everlasting god, was dead. Chapter 11. A Motley of Nations. 1. The Indo-European peoples. The ethnic scene: Mitannians, Hittites, Armenians, Scythians, Phrygians, the Divine Mother, Lydians, Croesus, coinage, Croesus, Solon, and Cyrus. To a distant and yet discerning eye, the Near East, in the days of Nebuchadrezzar, would have seemed like an ocean in which vast swarms of human beings moved about in turmoil, forming and dissolving groups, enslaving and being enslaved, eating and being eaten, killing and getting killed, endlessly. Behind and around the great empires, Egypt, Babylonia, Assyria, and Persia, flowered this medley of half-nomad, half-settled tribes: Cimmerians, Cilicians, Cappadocians, Bithynians, Ashcanians, Mysians, Myonians, Carians, Lycians, Pamphylians, Pisidians, Lycaonians, Philistines, Amorites, Canaanites, Edomites, Ammonites, Moabites, and 100 other peoples, each of which felt itself the center of geography and history, and would have marveled at the ignorant prejudice of an historian who would reduce them to a paragraph. Throughout the history of the Near East, such nomads were a peril to the more settled kingdoms, which they almost surrounded. Periodically, droughts would fling them upon these richer regions, necessitating frequent wars and perpetual readiness for war. Usually the nomad tribe survived the settled kingdom, and overran it in the end. The world is dotted with areas where once civilization flourished, and where nomads roam again. In this seething ethnic sea, certain minor states took shape, which, even if only as conductors, contribute their might, M-I-T-E, to the heritage of the race. The Mitannians interest us not as the early antagonists of Egypt in the Near East, but as one of the first Indo-European peoples known to us in Asia, and as the worshippers of gods, Mithra, Indra, and Varuna, whose passage to Persia and India helps us to trace the movements of what was once so conveniently called the Aryan race. The word Aryan first appears in the Hari, one of the tribes of Mitanni. In general, it was the self-given appellation of peoples living near or coming from the shores of the Caspian Sea. The term is properly applied today chiefly to the Mitannians, Hittites, Medes, Persians, and Vedic Hindus, that is, only to the eastern branch of the Indo-European peoples whose western branch populated Europe. The Hittites were among the most powerful and civilized of the early Indo-European peoples. Apparently they had come down across the Bosporus, the Hellespont, the Aegean, or the Caucasus, and had established themselves as a ruling military caste over the indigenous agriculturalists of that mountainous peninsula south of the Black Sea, which we know as Asia Minor. Towards 1800 B.C. we find them settled near the sources of the Tigris and the Euphrates. Thence they spread their arms and influence into Syria, and gave mighty Egypt some indignant concern. We have seen how Ramesses II was forced to make peace with them and to acknowledge the Hittite king as his equal. At Bogaz Koi they made their capital and centered their civilization, first on the iron which they mined in the mountains bordering on Armenia, then on a code of laws much influenced by Hammurabis, and finally on a crude aesthetic sense which drove them to carve vast and awkward figures in the round, or upon the living rock. Their language, recently deciphered by Hronsny, from the 10,000 clay tablets found at Bogaz Koi by Hugo Winkler, was largely of Indo-European affinity. Its declensional and conjugational forms closely resembled those of Latin and Greek, and some of its simpler words are visibly akin to English. The Hittites wrote a pictographic script in their own queer way, one line from left to right, the next from right to left, and so forth, alternately. They learned cuneiform from the Babylonians, taught Crete the use of the clay tablet for writing, and seem to have mingled with the ancient Hebrews intimately enough to have given them their sharply aquiline nose, so that this Hebraic feature must now be considered strictly Aryan. Some of the surviving tablets are vocabularies giving Sumerian, Babylonian, and Hittite equivalents. Others are administrative enactments revealing a close-knit military and monarchical state. Others contain 200 fragments of a code of laws, including price regulations for commodities. The Hittites disappeared from history almost as mysteriously as they entered it. One after another their capitals decayed, perhaps because their great advantage, iron, became equally accessible to their competitors. The last of these capitals, Carchemish, fell before the Assyrians in 717 B.C. Just north of Assyria was a comparatively stable nation, known to the Assyrians as Urartu, to the Hebrews as Ararat, and to later times as Armenia. For many centuries, beginning before the dawn of recorded history and continuing till the establishment of Persian rule over all of Western Asia, the Armenians maintained their independent government, their characteristic customs and arts. Under their greatest king, Argistus II, circa 708 B.C., they grew rich by mining iron and selling it to Asia and Greece. They achieved a high level of prosperity and comfort, of culture and manners. They built great edifices of stone and made excellent vases and statuettes. They lost their wealth in costly wars of offense and defense against Assyria, and passed under Persian domination in the days of the all-conquering Cyrus. Still farther north, along the shores of the Black Sea, wandered the Scythians, a horde of warriors half Mongol and half European, ferocious bearded giants who lived in wagons, kept their women in purdah seclusion, rode bareback on wild horses, fought to live and lived to fight, drank the blood of their enemies and used the scalps as napkins, weakened Assyria with repeated raids, swept through Western Asia, circa 630 to 610 B.C., destroying and killing everything and everyone in their path, advanced to the very cities of the Egyptian delta, were suddenly decimated by a mysterious disease, and were finally overcome by the Medes, and driven back to their northern haunts. Hippocrates tells us that their women, so long as they are virgins, ride, shoot, throw the javelin while mounted, and fight with their enemies. They do not lay aside their virginity until they have killed 3 of their enemies. A woman who takes to herself a husband no longer rides unless she is compelled to do so by a general expedition. They have no right breast, for while they are yet babies, their mothers make red-hot a bronze instrument constructed for this very purpose and apply it to the right breast and cauterize it, so that its growth is arrested, and all its strength and bulk are diverted to the right shoulder and right arm. We catch from such a story another glimpse of the barbaric hinterland that hedged in every ancient state. Towards the end of the 9th century B.C., a new power arose in Asia Minor, inheriting the remains of the Hittite civilization and serving as a cultural bridge to Lydia and Greece. The legend by which the Phrygians tried to explain for curious historians the foundation of their kingdom was symbolical of the rise and fall of nations. Their first king, Gordios, was a simple peasant whose sole inheritance had been a pair of oxen. The oracle of Zeus had commanded the Phrygians to choose as king the first man who rode up to the temple in a wagon, hence the selection of Gordios. The new king dedicated his car to the god, and a new oracle predicted that the man who should succeed in untying the intricate bark knot that bound the yoke of the wagon to the pole would rule over all Asia. Alexander, the story goes, cut the Gordian knot with a blow of his sword. Their next king, his son Midas, was a spendthrift who weakened the state by that greed and extravagance which posterity represented through the legend of his plea to the gods that he might turn anything to gold by touching it. The plea was so well heard that everything Midas touched turned to gold, even the food that he put to his lips. He was on the verge of starvation when the gods allowed him to cleanse himself of the curse by bathing in the river Pactolus, which has given up grains of gold ever since. The Phrygians made their way into Asia from Europe, built a capital at Ancyra, and for a time contended with Assyria and Egypt for mastery of the Near East. They adopted a native mother goddess, Ma, rechristened her Cybele from the mountains, Kibele, in which she dwelt, and worshipped her as the great spirit of the untilled earth, the personification of all the reproductive energies of nature. They took over from the aborigines the custom of serving the goddess through sacred prostitution, and accepted into their mythical lore the story of how Cybele had fallen in love with the young god Attis, and had compelled him to emasculate himself in her honor. Hence the priests of the Great Mother sacrificed their manhood to her upon entering the service of her temples. These barbarous legends fascinated the imagination of the Greeks and entered profoundly into their mythology and their literature. The Romans officially adopted Cybele into their religion, and some of the orgiastic rites that marked the Roman carnivals were derived from the wild rituals with which the Phrygians annually celebrated the death and resurrection of the handsome Attis. The ascendancy of Phrygia in Asia Minor was ended with the rise of the new kingdom of Lydia. King Gyges established it with its capital at Sardis. Alyattes, in a long reign of 49 years, raised it to prosperity and power. Croesus, 570 to 546 B.C., inherited and enjoyed it, expanded it by conquest to include nearly all of Asia Minor, and then surrendered it to Persia. By generous bribes to local politicians, he brought one after another of the petty states that surrounded him into subjection to Lydia, and by pious and unprecedented hecatombs to local deities he placated these subject peoples and persuaded them that he was the darling of their gods. Croesus further distinguished himself by issuing gold and silver coins of admirable design, minted and guaranteed at their face value by the state, and though these were not, as long supposed, the first official coins in history, much less the invention of coinage, nevertheless they set an example that stimulated trade throughout the Mediterranean world. Men had for many centuries used various metals as standards of value and exchange, but these, whether copper, bronze, iron, silver, or gold, had in most countries been measured by weight or other tests at each transaction. It was no small improvement that replaced such cumbersome tokens with a national currency. By accelerating the passage of goods from those that could best produce them to those that most effectively demanded them, it added to the wealth of the world, and prepared for mercantile civilizations like those of Ionia and Greece, in which the proceeds of commerce were to finance the achievements of literature and art. Of Lydian literature nothing remains, nor does any specimen survive of the preciously wrought vases of gold, iron, and silver that Croesus offered to the conquered gods. The vases found in Lydian tombs, and now housed in the Louvre, show how the artistic leadership of Egypt and Babylonia was yielding, in the Lydia of Croesus's day, to the growing influence of Greece. Their delicacy of execution rivals their fidelity to nature. When Herodotus visited Lydia, he found its customs almost indistinguishable from those of his fellow Greeks. All that remained to separate them, he tells us, was the way in which the daughters of the common people earned their dowries, by prostitution. The same great gossip is our chief authority for the dramatic story of Croesus's fall. Herodotus recounts how Croesus displayed his riches to Solon, and then asked him whom he considered the happiest of men. Solon, after naming 3 individuals who were all dead, refused to call Croesus happy, on the ground that there was no telling what misfortunes the morrow would bring him. Croesus dismissed the great legislator as a fool, turned his hand to plotting against Persia, and suddenly found the hosts of Cyrus at his gates. According to the same historian, the Persians won through the superior stench of their camels, which the horses of the Lydian cavalry could not bear. The horses fled, the Lydians were routed, and Sardis fell. Croesus, according to ancient tradition, prepared a great funeral pyre, took his place on it with his wives, his daughters, and the noblest young men among the surviving citizens, and ordered his eunuchs to burn himself and them to death. In his last moments he remembered the words of Solon, mourned his own blindness, and reproached the gods who had taken all his hecatombs and paid him with destruction. Cyrus, if we may follow Herodotus, took pity on him, ordered the flames to be extinguished, carried Croesus with him to Persia, and made him one of his most trusted counselors. 2. The Semitic peoples. The antiquity of the Arabs, Phoenicians, their world trade, their circumnavigation of Africa, colonies, Tyre and Sidon, deities, the dissemination of the alphabet, Syria, Astarte, the death and resurrection of Adonai, the sacrifice of children. If we attempt to mitigate the confusion of tongues in the Near East by distinguishing the northern peoples of the region as mostly Indo-European, and the central and southern peoples, from Assyria to Arabia, as Semitic, we shall have to remember that reality is never so clear-cut in its differences as the rubrics under which we dismember it for neat handling. The term Semite is derived from Shem, legendary son of Noah, on the theory that Shem was the ancestor of all the Semitic peoples. The Near East was divided by mountains and deserts into localities naturally isolated and therefore naturally diverse in language and traditions. But not only did trade tend to assimilate language, customs, and arts along its main routes, as, for example, along the great rivers from Nineveh and Carchemish to the Persian Gulf, but the migrations and imperial deportations of vast communities so mingled stocks and speech that a certain homogeneity of culture accompanied the heterogeneity of blood. By Indo-European, then, we shall mean predominantly Indo-European. By Semitic, we shall mean predominantly Semitic. No strain was unmixed, no culture was left uninfluenced by its neighbors or its enemies. We are to vision the vast area as a scene of ethnic diversity and flux, in which now the Indo-European, now the Semitic stock for a time prevailed, but only to take on the general cultural character of the whole. Hammurabi and Darius I were separated by differences of blood and religion, and by almost as many centuries as those that divide us from Christ. Nevertheless, when we examine the 2 great kings, we perceive that they are essentially and profoundly akin. The fount and breeding place of the Semites was Arabia. Out of that arid region, where the man plant grows so vigorously and hardly any other plant will grow at all, came in a succession of migrations, wave after wave of sturdy, reckless Stoics no longer supportable by desert and oases, and bound to conquer for themselves a place in the shade. Those who remained behind created the civilization of Arabia and the Bedouin, the patriarchal family, the stern morality of obedience, the fatalism of a hard environment, and the ignorant courage to kill their own daughters as offerings to the gods. Nevertheless, they did not take religion very much to heart till Muhammad came, and they neglected the arts and refinements of life as effeminate devices for degenerate men. For a time they controlled the trade with the further east. Their ports at Cannae and Aden were heaped with the riches of the Indies, and their patient caravans carried these goods precariously overland to Phoenicia and Babylon. In the interior of their broad peninsula they built cities, palaces, and temples, but they did not encourage foreigners to come and see them. For thousands of years they have lived their own life, kept their own customs, kept their own counsel. They are the same today as in the time of Cheops and Gudea. They have seen 100 kingdoms rise and fall about them, and their soil is still jealously theirs, guarded from profane feet and alien eyes. Who now were those Phoenicians who have so often been spoken of in these pages, whose ships sailed every sea, whose merchants bargained in every port? This book is continued on Cassette 9, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 9, Side 1. Who now were those Phoenicians who have so often been spoken of in these pages, whose ships sailed every sea, whose merchants bargained in every port? The historian is abashed before any question of origins. He must confess that he knows next to nothing about either the early or the late history of this ubiquitous yet elusive people. We do not know whence they came nor when. We are not certain that they were Semites, and as to the date of their arrival on the Mediterranean coast, we cannot contradict the statement of the scholars of Tyre, who told Herodotus that their ancestors had come from the Persian Gulf and had founded the city in what we should call the 28th century before Christ. Even their name is problematical. The phoenix, from which the Greeks coined it, may mean the red dye that Tyrian merchants sold, or a palm tree that flourishes along the Phoenician coast. That coast, a narrow strip 100 miles long and only 10 miles wide, between Syria and the sea, was almost all of Phoenicia. The people never thought it worthwhile to settle in the Lebanon hills behind them, or to bring these ranges under their rule. They were content that this beneficent barrier should protect them from the more warlike nations, whose goods they carried out into all the lanes of the sea. Those mountains compelled them to live on the water. From the 6th Egyptian dynasty onward, they were the busiest merchants of the ancient world, and when they liberated themselves from Egypt, circa 1200 B.C., they became masters of the Mediterranean. They themselves manufactured various forms and objects of glass and metal. They made enameled vases, weapons, ornaments, and jewelry. They had a monopoly of the purple dye which they extracted from the mollusks abounding along their shores. And the women of Tyre were famous for the gorgeous colors with which they stained the products of their deft needlework. These and the exportable surplus of India and the Near East, cereals, wines, textiles, and precious stones, they shipped to every city of the Mediterranean, far and near, bringing back in return lead, gold, and iron from the south shores of the Black Sea, copper, cypress, and corn from Cyprus, ivory from Africa, silver from Spain, tin from Britain, and slaves from everywhere. They were shrewd traders. They persuaded the natives of Spain to give them, in exchange for a cargo of oil, so great a quantity of silver that the holds of their ships could not contain it, whereupon the subtle Semites replaced the iron or stones in their anchors with silver, and sailed prosperously away. Not satisfied with this, they enslaved the natives and made them work for long hours in the mines for a subsistence wage. Like all early voyagers and some old languages, they made scant distinction between trade and treachery, commerce and robbery. They stole from the weak, cheated the stupid, and were honest with the rest. Sometimes they captured ships on the high seas and confiscated their cargoes and their crews. Sometimes they lured curious natives into visiting the Phoenician vessels and then sailed off with them to sell them as slaves. They had much to do with giving the trading Semites of antiquity an evil reputation, especially with the early Greeks, who did the same things. The Greeks, who for half a millennium were raiders and pirates, gave the name Phoenician to anyone addicted to sharp practices. Their low and narrow galleys, some 70 feet long, set a new style of design by abandoning the inward curving bow of the Egyptian vessel and turning it outward into a sharp point for cleaving wind or water, or the ships of the enemy. One large rectangular sail, hoisted on a mast fixed in the keel, helped the galley slaves, who provided most of the motive power, with their double bank of oars. On a deck above the rowers, soldiers stood on guard, ready for trade or war. These frail ships, having no compasses and drawing hardly 5 feet of water, kept cautiously near the shore, and for a long time dared not move during the night. Gradually, the art of navigation developed to the point where the Phoenician pilots, guiding themselves by the North Star, or the Phoenician Star, as the Greeks called it, adventured into the oceans, and at last circumnavigated Africa, sailing down the east coast first, and discovering the Cape of Good Hope some 2,000 years before Vasco da Gama. When autumn came, says Herodotus, they went ashore, sowed the land, and waited for harvest. Then, having reaped the corn, they put to sea again. When 2 years had thus passed, in the third, having doubled the Pillars of Hercules, Gibraltar, they arrived in Egypt. What an adventure! At strategic points along the Mediterranean, they established garrisons that grew in time into populous colonies or cities. At Cadiz, Carthage, and Marseille, in Malta, Sicily, Sardinia, and Corsica, even in distant England. They occupied Cyprus, Melos, and Rhodes. They took the arts and sciences of Egypt, Crete, and the Near East and spread them in Greece, Africa, Italy, and Spain. They bound together the East and the West in a commercial and cultural web and began to redeem Europe from barbarism. Nourished by this trade and skillfully governed by mercantile aristocracies too clever in diplomacy and finance to waste their fortunes in war, the cities of Phoenicia rose to a place among the richest and most powerful in the world. Byblos thought itself the oldest of all cities. The god El had founded it at the beginning of time, and to the end of its history it remained the religious capital of Phoenicia. Because papyrus was one of the principal articles in its trade, the Greeks took the name of the city as their word for book, Byblos, and from their word for books named our Bible, ta Biblia. Some 50 miles to the south, also on the coast, lay Sidon. Originally a fortress, it grew rapidly into a village, a town, a prosperous city. It contributed the best ships to Xerxes' fleet, and when later the Persians besieged and captured it, its proud leaders deliberately burned it to the ground, 40,000 inhabitants perishing in the conflagration. It was already rebuilt and flourishing when Alexander came, and some of its enterprising merchants followed his army to India for trafficking. Greatest of the Phoenician cities was Tyre, that is, the Rock, built upon an island several miles off the coast. It too began as a fortress, but its splendid harbor and its security from attack soon made it the metropolis of Phoenicia, a cosmopolitan bedlam of merchants and slaves from the whole Mediterranean world. Already in the 9th century B.C., Tyre had achieved affluence under King Hiram, friend of King Solomon, and by the time of Zechariah, circa 520 B.C., she had heaped up silver as the dust and fine gold as the mire of the streets. The houses here, said Strabo, have many stories, even more than the houses at Rome. Its wealth and courage kept it independent until Alexander came. The young god saw in it a challenge to his omnipotence and reduced it by building a causeway that turned the island into a peninsula. The success of Alexandria completed the ruin of Tyre. Like every nation that feels the complexity of cosmic currents and the variety of human needs, Phoenicia had many gods. Each city had its Baal, that is, lord or city god, who was conceived as ancestor of the kings, and source of the soil's fertility. The corn, the wine, the figs, and the flax were all the work of the holy Baal. The Baal of Tyre was called Melkarth. Like Hercules, with whom the Greeks identified him, he was a god of strength, and accomplished feats worthy of a Munchausen. Astarte was the Greek name of the Phoenician Ishtar. She had the distinction of being worshipped in some places as the goddess of a cold Artemisian chastity, and in others as the amorous and wanton deity of physical love, in which form she was identified by the Greeks with Aphrodite. As Ishtar Melita received in sacrifice the virginity of her girl devotees at Babylon, so the women who honored Astarte at Byblos had to give up their long tresses to her, or surrender themselves to the first stranger who solicited their love in the precincts of the temple. And as Ishtar had loved Tammuz, so Astarte had loved Adonai, that is, Lord, whose death on the tusks of a boar was annually mourned at Byblos and Paphos in Cyprus, with wailing and beating of the breast. Luckily, Adonai rose from the dead as often as he died, and descended to heaven in the presence of his worshippers. Finally, there was Moloch, that is, king, the terrible god to whom the Phoenicians offered living children as burnt sacrifices. At Carthage, during a siege of the city, 307 B.C., 200 boys of the best families were burned to death on the altar of this fiery divinity. Nevertheless, the Phoenicians deserve some niche in the hall of civilized nations, for it was probably their merchants who taught the Egyptian alphabet to the nations of antiquity. Not the ecstasies of literature, but the needs of commerce brought unity to the peoples of the Mediterranean. Nothing could better illustrate a certain generative relation between commerce and culture. We do not know that the Phoenicians introduced this alphabet into Greece, though Greek tradition unanimously affirms it. It is possible that Crete gave the alphabet to both the Phoenicians and the Greeks. But it is more probable that the Phoenicians took letters where they took papyrus. About 1100 B.C. we find them importing papyrus from Egypt. For a nation that kept and carried many accounts, it was an inestimable convenience compared with the heavy clay tablets of Mesopotamia. And the Egyptian alphabet was likewise an immense improvement upon the clumsy syllabaries of the Near East. About 960 B.C., King Hiram of Tyre dedicated to one of his gods a bronze cup engraved with an alphabetic inscription. And about 840 B.C., King Mesha of Moab announced his glory, on a stone now in the Louvre, in a Semitic dialect written from right to left in letters corresponding to those of the Phoenician alphabet. The Greeks reversed the facing of some of the letters because they wrote from left to right, but essentially their alphabet was that which the Phoenicians had taught them, and which they were in turn to teach to Europe. These strange symbols are the most precious portion of our cultural heritage. The oldest examples of alphabetic writing known to us, however, appear not in Phoenicia but in Sinai. At Serabat el-Kadim, a little hamlet covering a site where anciently the Egyptians mined turquoise, Sir William Flinders Petrie found inscriptions in a strange language dating back to an uncertain age, perhaps as early as 2500 B.C. Though these inscriptions have never been deciphered, it is apparent that they were written not in hieroglyphics nor in syllabic cuneiform, but with an alphabet. At Zapuna, in southern Syria, French archaeologists discovered an entire library of clay tablets, some in hieroglyphic, some in a Semitic alphabetic script. As Zapuna seems to have been permanently destroyed about 1200 B.C., these tablets go back presumably to the 13th century B.C., and suggest to us again how old civilization was in those centuries to which our ignorance ascribes its origins. Syria lay behind Phoenicia, in the very lap of the Lebanon hills, gathering its tribes together loosely under the rule of that capital which still boasts that it is the oldest city of all, and still harbors Syrians hungry for liberty. For a time the kings of Damascus dominated a dozen petty nations about them, and successfully resisted the efforts of Assyria to make Syria one of her vassal states. The inhabitants of the city were Semitic merchants, who managed to garner wealth out of the caravan trade that passed through Syria's mountains and plains. Artisans and slaves worked for them, none too happily. We hear of masons organizing great unions, and inscriptions tell of a strike of bakers in Magnesia. Across the centuries, we sense the strife and busyness of an ancient Syrian town. These artisans were skillful in shaping graceful pottery, in carving ivory and wood, in polishing gems, and in weaving stuffs of gay colors for the adornment of their women. Fashions, manners, and morals in Damascus were very much as at Babylon, which was the Paris and Arbiter Elegantiarum of the ancient East. Religious prostitution flourished, for in Syria, as throughout Western Asia, the fertility of the soil was symbolized in a great mother or goddess, whose sexual commerce with her lover gave the hint to all the reproductive processes and energies of nature. And the sacrifice of virginity at the temples was not only an offering to Astarte, but a participation with her in that annual self-abandonment which, it was hoped, would offer an irresistible suggestion to the earth and ensure the increase of plants, animals, and men. About the time of the vernal equinox, the festival of the Syrian Astarte, like that of Cybele in Phrygia, was celebrated at Hierapolis with a fervor bordering upon madness. The noise of flutes and drums mingled with the wailing of the women for Astarte's dead lord, Adonai. Eunuch priests danced wildly and slashed themselves with knives. At last many men, who had come merely as spectators, were overcome with the excitement, threw off their clothing, and emasculated themselves in pledge of lifelong service to the goddess. Then in the dark of the night the priests brought a mystic illumination to the scene, opened the tomb of the young god, and announced triumphantly that Adonai the Lord had risen from the dead. Touching the lips of the worshippers with balm, the priests whispered to them the promise that they too would someday rise from the grave. The other gods of Syria were not less bloodthirsty than Astarte. It is true that the priests recognized a general divinity, embracing all the gods, and called El or Elu, like the Elohim of the Jews. But this calm abstraction was hardly noticed by the people, who gave their worship to the Baal. Usually they identified this city god with the sun, as they identified Astarte with the moon, and on occasions of great moment they offered him their own children in sacrifice, after the manner of the Phoenicians. The parents came to the ceremony dressed as for a festival, and the cries of their children burning in the lap of the god were drowned by the blaring of trumpets and the piping of flutes. Normally, however, a milder sacrifice sufficed. The priests slashed themselves until the altar was covered with their blood, or the child's foreskin was offered as a commutation for his life, or the priests condescended to accept a sum of money to be presented to the god in place of the prepuce. In some way the god had to be appeased and satisfied, for his worshippers had made him in the image and dream of themselves, and he had no great regard for human life or womanly tears. Similar customs, varying only in name and detail, were practiced by the Semitic tribes south of Syria, who filled the land with their confusion of tongues. It was forbidden the Jews to make their children pass through the fire, but occasionally they did it nonetheless. Abraham about to sacrifice Isaac and Agamemnon sacrificing Iphigenia were but resorting to an ancient rite and attempting to propitiate the gods with human blood. Mesha, king of Moab, sacrificed his eldest son by fire as a means of raising a siege. His prayer having been answered and the sacrifice of his son having been accepted, he slaughtered 7,000 Israelites in gratitude. Throughout this region, from the Sumerian days when the Amorites roamed the plains of Amuru, circa 2800 B.C., to the time when the Jews fell with divine wrath upon the Canaanites, and Sargon of Assyria captured Samaria, and Nebuchadrezzar captured Jerusalem, 597 B.C., the valley of the Jordan was drenched periodically with fratricidal blood, and many lords of hosts rejoiced. These Moabites, Canaanites, Amorites, Edomites, Philistines, and Arameans hardly enter into the cultural record of mankind. It is true that the fertile Arameans, spreading everywhere, made their language the lingua franca of the Near East, and that the alphabetic script which they had learned either from the Egyptians or the Phoenicians replaced the cuneiform and syllabaries of Mesopotamia, first as a mercantile, then as a literary medium, and became at last the tongue of Christ and the alphabet of the Arabs today. But time preserves their names not so much because of their own accomplishments as because they played some part on the tragic stage of Palestine. We must study in greater detail than their neighbors these numerically and geographically insignificant Jews, who gave to the world one of its greatest literatures, two of its most influential religions, and so many of its profoundest men. Chapter 12. Judea. 1. The Promised Land. Palestine, climate, prehistory, Abraham's people, the Jews in Egypt, the Exodus, the conquest of Canaan. A Buckle or a Montesquieu, eager to interpret history through geography, might have taken a handsome leaf out of Palestine. 150 miles from Dan on the north to Beersheba on the south, 25 to 80 miles from the Philistines on the west to the Syrians, Arameans, Ammonites, Moabites, and Edomites on the east. One would not expect so tiny a territory to play a major role in history, or to leave behind it an influence greater than that of Babylonia, Assyria, or Persia, perhaps greater even than that of Egypt or Greece. But it was the fortune and misfortune of Palestine that it lay midway between the capitals of the Nile and those of the Tigris and Euphrates. This circumstance brought trade to Judea, and it brought war. Time and again the harassed Hebrews were compelled to take sides in the struggle of the empires, to pay tribute or be overrun. Behind the Bible, behind the plaintive cries of the psalmists and the prophets for help from the sky, lay this imperiled place of the Jews between the upper and nether millstones of Mesopotamia and Egypt. The climatic history of the land tells us again how precarious a thing civilization is, and how its great enemies, barbarism and desiccation, are always waiting to destroy it. Once Palestine was a land flowing with milk and honey, as many a passage in the Pentateuch describes it. Josephus, in the 1st century after Christ, still speaks of it as moist enough for agriculture and very beautiful. They have abundance of trees and are full of autumn fruits, both wild and cultivated. They are not naturally watered by many rivers, but derive their chief moisture from rain, of which they have no want. In ancient days, the spring rains that fed the land were stored in cisterns or brought back to the surface by a multitude of wells, and distributed over the country by a network of canals. This was the physical basis of Jewish civilization. The soil, so nourished, produced barley, wheat, and corn. The vine throve on it, and trees bore olives, figs, dates, or other fruits on every slope. When war came and devastated these artificially fertile fields, or when some conqueror exiled to distant regions the families that had cared for them, the desert crept in eagerly, and in a few years undid the work of generations. We cannot judge the fruitfulness of ancient Palestine from the barren wastes and timid oases that confronted the brave Jews who in our own time returned to their old home after 18 centuries of exile, dispersion, and suffering. History is older in Palestine than Bishop Ussher supposed. Neanderthal remains have been unearthed near the Sea of Galilee, and 5 Neanderthal skeletons were recently discovered in a cave near Haifa. It appears likely that the Mousterian culture, which flourished in Europe about 40,000 B.C., extended to Palestine. At Jericho, Neolithic floors and hearths have been exhumed that carry back the history of the region down to a Middle Bronze Age, 2000 to 1600 BC, in which the towns of Palestine and Syria had accumulated such wealth as to invite conquest by Egypt. In the 15th century before Christ, Jericho was a well-walled city, ruled by kings acknowledging the suzerainty of Egypt. The tombs of these kings, excavated by the Garstang expedition, contained hundreds of vases, funerary offerings, and other objects, indicating a settled life at Jericho in the time of the Hyksos domination, and a fairly developed civilization in the days of Hatshepsut and Thutmose III. It becomes apparent that the different dates at which we begin the history of divers peoples are merely the marks of our ignorance. The Tel el Amarna letters carry on the general picture of Palestinian and Syrian life almost to the entrance of the Jews into the valley of the Nile. It is probable, though not certain, that the Habiru spoken of in this correspondence were the Hebrews. The Jews believed that the people of Abraham had come from Ur in Sumeria and had settled in Palestine, circa 22,000 BC, 1,000 years or more before Moses, and that the conquest of the Canaanites was merely a capture by the Hebrews of the land promised them by their God. The Amraphel mentioned in Genesis, chapter 14, verse 1, as king of Shinar in those days, was probably Amarpal, father of Hammurabi and his predecessor on the throne of Babylon. There are no direct references in contemporary sources to either the Exodus or the conquest of Canaan, and the only indirect reference is the stele erected by Pharaoh Merneptah, circa 1225 BC, part of which reads as follows: "The kings are overthrown, saying Salam. Wasted is Tehenu. The Hittite land is pacified, plundered is Canaan, with every evil. Israel is desolated, her seed is not. Palestine has become a widow for Egypt. All lands are united, they are pacified. Every one that is turbulent is bound by King Merneptah." This does not prove that Merneptah was the pharaoh of the Exodus. It proves little except that Egyptian armies had again ravaged Palestine. We cannot tell when the Jews entered Egypt, nor whether they came to it as freemen or as slaves. Perhaps they followed in the track of the Hyksos, whose Semitic rule in Egypt might have offered them some protection. Petrie, accepting the Bible figure of 430 years for the stay of the Jews in Egypt, dates their arrival about 1650 BC, their exit about 1220 BC. We may take it as likely that the immigrants were at first a modest number, and that the many thousands of Jews in Egypt in Moses' time were the consequence of a high birth rate. As in all periods, the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew. The story of the bondage in Egypt, of the use of the Jews as slaves in great construction enterprises, their rebellion and escape, or emigration to Asia, has many internal signs of essential truth, mingled, of course, with supernatural interpolations customary in all the historical writing of the ancient East. Even the story of Moses must not be rejected offhand. It is astonishing, however, that no mention is made of him by either Amos or Isaiah, whose preaching appears to have preceded by a century the composition of the Pentateuch. Manetho, an Egyptian historian of the 3rd century BC, as reported by Josephus, tells us that the Exodus was due to the desire of the Egyptians to protect themselves from a plague that had broken out among the destitute and enslaved Jews, and that Moses was an Egyptian priest who went as a missionary among the Jewish lepers and gave them laws of cleanliness modeled upon those of the Egyptian clergy. Greek and Roman writers repeat this explanation of the Exodus, but their anti-Semitic inclinations make them unreliable guides. One verse of the biblical account supports Ward's interpretation of the Exodus as a labor strike. "And the king of Egypt said unto them, Wherefore do ye, Moses and Aaron, let the people from their works? Get you unto your burdens." Moses is an Egyptian rather than a Jewish name. Perhaps it is a shorter form of Amos. Professor Garstang of the Marston expedition of the University of Liverpool claims to have discovered in the royal tombs of Jericho evidence that Moses was rescued, precisely in 1527 BC, by the then princess, later the great queen Hatshepsut, that he was brought up by her as a court favorite and fled from Egypt upon the accession of her enemy Thutmose III. He believes that the material found in these tombs confirms the story of the fall of Jericho, Joshua chapter 6. He dates this fall circa 1400 BC and the Exodus circa 1447 BC. As this chronology rests upon the precarious dating of scarabs and pottery, it must be received with respectful skepticism. When Moses led the Jews to Mount Sinai, he was merely following the route laid down by Egyptian turquoise hunting expeditions for 1,000 years before him. The account of the 40 years' wandering in the desert, once looked upon as incredible, now seems reasonable enough in a traditionally nomadic people, and the conquest of Canaan was but one more instance of a hungry nomad horde falling upon a settled community. The conquerors killed as many as they could and married the rest. Slaughter was unconfined and, to follow the text, was divinely ordained and enjoyed. Gideon, in capturing 2 cities, slew 120,000 men. Only in the annals of the Assyrians do we meet again with such hearty killing or easy counting. Occasionally, we are told, the land rested from war. Moses had been a patient statesman, but Joshua was only a plain, blunt warrior. Moses had ruled bloodlessly by inventing interviews with God, but Joshua ruled by the second law of nature, that the superior killer survives. In this realistic and unsentimental fashion, the Jews took their promised land. 2. Solomon in all his glory. Race, appearance, language, organization, judges and kings, Saul, David, Solomon, his wealth, the temple, rise of the social problem in Israel. Of their racial origin we can only say vaguely that they were Semites, not sharply distinct or different from the other Semites of Western Asia. It was their history that made them, not they who made their history. At their very first appearance they are already a mixture of many stocks. Only by the most unbelievable virtue could a pure race have existed among the 1,000 ethnic cross-currents of the Near East. But the Jews were the purest of all, for they intermarried only very reluctantly with other peoples. Hence they have maintained their type with astonishing tenacity. The Hebrew prisoners on the Egyptian and Assyrian reliefs, despite the prejudices of the artist, are recognizably like the Jews of our own time. There, too, are the long and curved Hittite nose, the projecting cheekbones, the curly hair and beard, though one cannot see under the Egyptian caricature the scrawny toughness of the body, the subtlety and obstinacy of spirit that have characterized the Semites from the stiff-necked followers of Moses to the inscrutable Bedouins and tradesmen of today. In the early years of their conquest they dressed in simple tunics, low-crowned hats or turban-like caps, and easy-going sandals. As wealth came, they covered their feet with leather shoes and their tunics with fringed caftans. Their women, who were among the most beautiful of antiquity, painted their cheeks and their eyes, wore all the jewelry they could get, and adopted to the best of their ability the newest styles from Babylon, Nineveh, Damascus, or Tyre. Hebrew was among the most majestically sonorous of all the languages of the earth. Despite its gutturals, it was full of masculine music. Renan described it as a quiver full of arrows, a trumpet of brasses crashing through the air. It did not differ much from the speech of the Phoenicians or the Moabites. The Jews used an alphabet akin to the Phoenician. Some scholars believe it to be the oldest alphabet known. They did not bother to write vowels, leaving these for the sense to fill in. Even today the Hebrew vowels are mere points adorning the consonants. The invaders never formed a united nation, but remained for a long time as 12 more or less independent tribes, organized and ruled on the principles not of the state but of the patriarchal family. The oldest head of each family group participated in a council of elders, which was the last court of law and justice in the tribe, and which cooperated with the leaders of other tribes only under the compulsion of dire emergency. The family was the most convenient economic unit in tilling the fields and tending the flocks. This was the source of its strength, its authority, and its political power. A measure of family communism softened the rigors of paternal discipline and created memories to which the prophets harked back disconsolately in more individualistic days. For when, under Solomon, industry came to the towns and made the individual the new economic unit of production, the authority of the family weakened, even as today, and the inherent order of Jewish life decayed. The judges, to whom the tribes occasionally gave a united obedience, were not magistrates, but chieftains or warriors, even when they were priests. In those days there was no king in Israel, but every man did that which was right in his own eyes. This incredibly Jeffersonian condition gave way under the needs of war. The threat of domination by the Philistines brought a temporary unity to the tribes and persuaded them to appoint a king whose authority over them should be continuous. The prophet Samuel warned them against certain disadvantages in rule by one man. And Samuel said, "This will be the manner of the king that shall reign over you. He will take your sons and appoint them for himself, for his chariots, and to be his horsemen. And some shall run before his chariots. And he will appoint them captains over thousands and captains over 50s, and will set them to ear his ground and to reap his harvest, and to make his instruments of war and instruments of his chariots. And he will take your daughters to be confectionaries, to be cooks, and to be bakers. And he will take your fields and your vineyards and your olive yards, even the best of them, and give them to his servants. And he will take your men-servants and your maid-servants, and your goodliest young men and your asses, and put them to his work. He will take the 10th of your sheep, and ye shall be his servants. And ye shall cry out in that day because of your king, which ye shall have chosen you, and the Lord will not hear you in that day. Nevertheless the people refused to obey the voice of Samuel, and they said, Nay, but we shall have a king over us, that we also may be like all the nations, and that our king may judge us, and go out before us and fight our battles. Their first king, Saul, gave them good and evil instructively, fought their battles bravely, lived simply on his own estate at Gilead, pursued young David with murderous attentions, and was beheaded in flight from the Philistines. The Jews learned then at the first opportunity that wars of succession are among the appanages of monarchy. Unless the little epic of Saul, Jonathan, and David is merely a masterpiece of literary creation, for there is no contemporary mention of these personalities outside the Bible, this first king, after a bloody interlude, was succeeded by David, heroic slayer of Goliath, tender lover of Jonathan and many maidens, half-naked dancer of wild dances, seductive player of the harp, sweet singer of marvelous songs, and able king of the Jews for almost 40 years. Here, so early in literature, is a character fully drawn, real, with all the contradictory passions of a living soul, as ruthless as his time, his tribe, and his God, and yet as ready to pardon his enemies as Caesar was, or Christ, putting captives to death wholesale like any Assyrian monarch, charging his son Solomon to bring down to the grave with blood the hoar head of old Shimei, who had cursed him many years before, taking Uriah's wife into his harem incontinently, and sending Uriah into the front line of battle to get rid of him, accepting Nathan's rebuke humbly, but keeping the lovely Bathsheba nonetheless, forgiving Saul almost 70 times 7, merely taking his shield when he might have taken his life, sparing and supporting Mephibosheth, a possible pretender to his throne, pardoning his ungrateful son Absalom, who had been caught in armed rebellion, and bitterly mourning that son's death in treasonable battle against his father. O my son Absalom, my son Absalom, would God I had died for thee, O Absalom, my son, my son. This is an authentic man, of full and varied elements, bearing within him all the vestiges of barbarism and all the promise of civilization. On coming to the throne, Solomon, for his peace of mind, slew all rival claimants. This did not disturb Yahweh, who, taking a liking to the young king, promised him wisdom beyond all men before or after him. Perhaps Solomon deserves his reputation, for not only did he combine in his own life the Epicurean enjoyment of every pleasure and luxury with the stoic fulfillment of all his obligations as a king, but he taught his people the values of law and order, and lured them from discord and war to industry and peace. He lived up to his name, for during his long reign Jerusalem, which David had made the capital, took advantage of this unwonted quiet and increased and multiplied its wealth. Originally, the city had been built around a well. Then it had been turned into a fortress because of its exalted position above the plain. Now, though it was not on the main lines of trade, it became one of the busiest markets of the Near East. By maintaining the good relations that David had established with King Hiram of Tyre, Solomon encouraged Phoenician merchants to direct their caravans through Palestine and developed a profitable exchange of agricultural products from Israel for the manufactured articles of Tyre and Sidon. He built a fleet of mercantile vessels on the Red Sea and persuaded Hiram to use this new route instead of Egypt in trading with Arabia and Africa. It was probably in Arabia that Solomon mined the gold and precious stones of Ophir, probably from Arabia that the Queen of Sheba came to seek his friendship, and perhaps his aid. We are told that the weight of gold that came to Solomon in 1 year was 666 talents of gold. And though this could not compare with the revenues of Babylon, Nineveh, or Tyre, it lifted Solomon to a place among the richest potentates of his time. Some of this wealth he used for his private pleasure. He indulged particularly his hobby for collecting concubines, though historians undramatically reduce his 700 wives and 300 concubines to 60 and 80. Perhaps by some of these marriages he wished to strengthen his friendship with Egypt and Phoenicia. Perhaps, like Ramesses II, he was animated with the eugenic passion for transmitting his superior abilities. But most of his revenues went to the strengthening of his government and the beautification of his capital. He repaired the citadel around which the city had been built. He raised forts and stationed garrisons at strategic points of his realm to discourage both invasion and revolt. He divided his kingdom for administrative purposes into 12 districts which deliberately crossed the tribal boundaries. By this plan he hoped to lessen the clannish separatism of the tribes and to weld them into one people. He failed, and Judea failed with him. To finance his government he organized expeditions to mine precious metals and to import luxuries and strange delicacies. For example, ivory, apes, and peacocks, which could be sold to the growing bourgeoisie at high prices. He levied tolls upon all caravans passing through Palestine. He put a poll tax upon all his subject peoples, requiring contributions from every district except his own, and reserved to the state a monopoly of the trade in yarn, horses, and chariots. Josephus assures us that Solomon made silver as plentiful in Jerusalem as stones in the street. Finally, he resolved to adorn the city with a new temple for Yahweh and a new palace for himself. We gather some sense of the turbulence of Jewish life from the fact that before this time there had been apparently no temple at all in Judea, not even in Jerusalem. The people had sacrificed to Yahweh in local sanctuaries or on crude altars in the hills. Solomon called the more substantial burghers together, announced his plans for a temple, pledged to it great quantities of gold, silver, brass, iron, wood, and precious stones from his own stores, and gently suggested that the temple would welcome contributions from the citizens. If we may believe the chronicler, they pledged for his use 5,000 gold talents, 10,000 silver talents, and as much iron and brass as he might need. And they with whom precious stones were found gave them to the treasure of the house of the Lord. The site chosen was on a hill. The walls of the temple rose, like the Parthenon, continuously from the rocky slopes. The design was in the style that the Phoenicians had adopted from Egypt, with decorative ideas from Assyria and Babylon. The temple was not a church, but a quadrangular enclosure composed of several buildings. The main structure was of modest dimensions, about 124 feet in length, 55 in breadth, and 52 in height, half the length of the Parthenon, a quarter of the length of Chartres. The Hebrews, who came from all Judea to contribute to the temple, and later to worship in it, forgivably looked upon it as one of the wonders of the world. They had not seen the immensely greater temples of Thebes, Babylon, and Nineveh. Before the main structure rose a porch, some 180 feet high, overlaid with gold. Gold was spread lavishly about, if we may credit our sole authority, on the beams of the main ceiling, on the posts, the doors, and the walls, on the candelabra, the lamps, the snuffers, the spoons, the censers, and 100 basins of gold. Precious stones were inlaid here and there, and 2 gold-plated cherubim guarded the Ark of the Covenant. The walls were of great square stones. The ceiling, posts, and doors were of carved cedar and olive wood. Most of the building materials were brought from Phoenicia, and most of the skilled work was done by artisans imported from Sidon and Tyre. The unskilled labor was herded together by a ruthless corvée of 150,000 men after the fashion of the time. So for 7 years the temple rose to provide for 4 centuries a lordly home for Yahweh. Then for 13 years more the artisans and people labored to build a much larger edifice for Solomon and his harem. Merely one wing of it, the house of the forest of Lebanon, was 4 times as large as the temple. The walls of the main building were made of immense stone blocks 15 feet in length and were ornamented with statuary, reliefs, and paintings in the Assyrian style. The palace contained halls for the royal reception of distinguished visitors, apartments for the king, separate quarters for the more important wives, and an arsenal as the final basis of government. Not a stone of the gigantic edifice survives, and its site is unknown. Having established his kingdom, Solomon settled down to enjoy it. As his reign proceeded, he paid less and less attention to religion and frequented his harem rather more than the temple. The biblical chroniclers reproach him bitterly for his gallantry in building altars to the exotic deities of his foreign wives, and cannot forgive his philosophical, or perhaps political, impartiality to the gods. The people admired his wisdom, but suspected in it a certain centripetal quality. The temple and the palace had cost them much gold and blood, and were not more popular with them than the pyramids had been with the workingmen of Egypt. The upkeep of these establishments required considerable taxation, and few governments have made taxation popular. When he died, Israel was exhausted, and a discontented proletariat had been created whose labor found no steady employment, and whose sufferings were to transform the warlike cult of Yahweh into the almost socialistic religion of the prophets. 3. The God of Hosts. Polytheism, Yahweh, henotheism, character of the Hebrew religion, the idea of sin, sacrifice, circumcision, the priesthood, strange gods. Next to the promulgation of the Book of Law, the building of the temple was the most important event in the epic of the Jews. It not only gave Yahweh a home, but it gave Judea a spiritual center and capital, a vehicle of tradition, a memory to serve as a pillar of fire through centuries of wandering over the earth. And it played its part in lifting the Hebrew religion from a primitive polytheism to a faith intense and intolerant, but nonetheless one of the creative creeds of history. As they first entered the historic scene, the Jews were nomad Bedouins who feared the jinns of the air and worshipped rocks, cattle, sheep, and the spirits of caves and hills. The cult of the bull, the sheep, and the lamb was not neglected. Moses could never quite win his flock from adoration of the golden calf, for the Egyptian worship of the bull was still fresh in their memories, and Yahweh was for a long time symbolized in that ferocious vegetarian. In Exodus, chapter 32, verses 25 to 28, we read how the Jews indulged in a naked dance before the golden calf, and how Moses and the Levites, or priestly class, slew 3,000 of them in punishment of their idolatry. Of serpent worship there are countless traces in early Jewish history, from the serpent images found in the oldest ruins to the brazen serpent made by Moses and worshipped in the temple until the time of Hezekiah, circa 720 B.C. As among so many peoples, the snake seemed sacred to the Jews, partly as a phallic symbol of virility, partly as typifying wisdom, subtlety, and eternity, literally because of its ability to make both ends meet. Baal, symbolized in conical upright stones much like the linga of the Hindus, was venerated by some of the Hebrews as the male principle of reproduction, the husband of the land that he fertilized. Just as primitive polytheism survived in the worship of angels and saints, and in the teraphim or portable idols that serve as household gods, so the magical notions rife in the early cults persisted to a late day despite the protests of prophets and priests. The people seem to have looked upon Moses and Aaron as magicians, and to have patronized professional diviners and sorcerers. Divination was sought at times by shaking dice, Urim and Thummim, out of a box, ephod, a ritual still used to ascertain the will of the gods. It is to the credit of the priests that they opposed these practices and preached an exclusive reliance on the magic of sacrifice, prayer, and contributions. Slowly the conception of Yahweh as the one national God took form and gave to Jewish faith a unity and simplicity lifted up above the chaotic multiplicity of the Mesopotamian pantheons. Apparently the conquering Jews took one of the gods of Canaan, Yahu, and recreated him in their own image as a stern, warlike, stiff-necked deity with almost lovable limitations. For this god makes no claim to omniscience. He asks the Jews to identify their homes by sprinkling them with the blood of the sacrificial lamb, lest he should destroy their children inadvertently along with the firstborn of the Egyptians. He is not above making mistakes, of which man is his worst. He regrets too late that he created Adam or allowed Saul to become king. He is now and then greedy, irascible, bloodthirsty, capricious, petulant. I will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and will show mercy to whom I will show mercy. He approves Jacob's use of deceit in revenging himself upon Laban. His conscience is as flexible as that of a bishop in politics. He is talkative and likes to make long speeches, but he is shy and will not allow men to see anything of him but his hind parts. Never was there so thoroughly human a god. Originally he seems to have been a god of thunder, dwelling in the hills and worshipped for the same reason that the youthful Gorky was a believer when it thundered. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now.